The cute little girl with big eyes in front of me was a master green tea bitch in her previous life. She could be innocent, obedient, pure, and romantic. She could also be valiant and charming. She had all the qualities that men liked, but died in an unexpected car accident. She transmigrated into a miserable 5-year-old princess. When she opened her eyes, like all transmigrated heroines, her eyes were full of confusion and curiosity, completely unaware of her situation. Looking at her little hands, she really didn't expect this ceremony to come so suddenly. The setting was actually a child. Hearing movement on the bed, Imperial Consort Xiaolan asked caringly, "Lu, you're finally awake." Then she tenderly hugged little Lu tightly. Feeling her mother's gentleness, little Lu confusedly replied, "What happened to me?" Xiaolan gently stroked little Lu's forehead. "Luer, you went out to play this morning, fell into the water, and caught a cold. But you'll get better after taking some medicine." Little Lu obediently drank the Chinese medicine. Her big eyes were thoughtful. So Mother Imperial Consort thought she fell in by herself, not realizing someone had pushed her in. Indeed, what bad intentions could a child have? These palace women are so naive. At this moment, a little boy ran over, affectionately comforting his sister. "Sister, be good. Sister, don't hurt." Facing this innocent and well-meaning greeting, little Lu knew he was her biological brother, though born mentally challenged. But he was especially good to the original owner, always giving her the first taste of any treats or toys. But because of his mental disability, Mother Imperial Consort was neglected by the Emperor. Little Lu looked at Mother Imperial Consort, carefully wiping away the stains from her brother's mouth corner, thinking that Mother Imperial Consort didn't seem to mind her foolish son at all. Even though this child's existence cut off all her paths, she still gave him all her love without reservation. But it feels really nice to be cared for. Since I'm alive again, let's set a small goal first. Be a good person this life. No more causing trouble. Suddenly a maid came running to deliver a message. Consort Jing summoned Lu to apologize to the third princess. The reason was that the third princess had a persistent fever, supposedly caused by Lu's offense yesterday. Hearing this, little Lu's eyes gradually turned cold, full of disdain. It was clearly the third princess who pushed the original owner into the water, then got scared sick herself, and now wants the victim to apologize. Little Lu's mouth curved slightly upward. "Since I'm living in your body now, if nothing else, I'll definitely avenge you." This cute little girl with big eyes could never have imagined that she, who was invincibly scheming in her previous life, would be bullied by a little kid after transmigrating and be falsely accused by her sister princess. Now she had to apologize with her mother. Mother Imperial Consort was still comforting the little princess at the door. "Luer, don't be afraid. Mother will protect you." Little Lu responded with an "okay," but the next moment her expression changed drastically. Consort Jing was full of anger, saying viciously to them, "Does this Imperial Consort need to personally invite you? You see this Imperial Consort but don't kneel?" Due to their different status, Imperial Consort Wu could only kneel down. Seeing little Lu standing there unmoved, she tried to pull her down to kneel together. But little Lu was a modern person who had transmigrated, naturally unwilling to kneel, so she could only pretend to be foolish. "Why do we need to kneel?" Consort Jing took this chance to make trouble. She slapped Xiaolan's face, then scolded with a triumphant expression. "A child's misbehavior is the mother's fault. This Imperial Consort can't hit the princess, so I'll hit you." The mother. Little Lu's fists were tightly clenched. This is the back palace. Without power, one can only be at others' mercy. If little Lu hadn't been originally maxed out in scheming, she probably wouldn't survive the next episode. But Consort Jing wasn't satisfied with just one slap. She still wanted little Lu to kowtow and apologize to the third princess. The third princess inside the room heard this and was full of schadenfreude. "Serves you right." At this moment, little Lu's face was blank, but inside she was becoming completely dark. Talk about perfect timing. You're asking for it. Her previous life's talent for scheming began to take effect. She opened her big eyes with a strange expression, then acted as if severely frightened. Hiding behind Xiaolan, she screamed that person was scary, covered in seaweed and dripping water. She said he went into third sister's room. Seeing little Lu like this, Consort Jing believed it and was terrified. She thought it was the palace maid she had killed before. Coming back for revenge, the third princess directly fainted. Consort Jing quickly called for imperial doctors and Buddhist monks. Meanwhile, Little Lu was secretly delighted in her mother's arms. Hee hee, you dare to fight with me? The mother and daughter took advantage of the chaos to return to their palace, but before they could catch their breath, a woman with an even more malicious face appeared, immediately calling out arrogantly to the princess, saying she heard the princess encountered evil spirits today. She brought a high monk to perform an exorcism. Then she had people grab her immediately. The 5-year-old girl was pressed onto a wooden bench, crying out in protest. However, the bald monk in Kasaya ignored her completely. He chanted that whipping with willow branches would drive away evil spirits, then viciously struck the girl with thin willow branches. The girl screamed in pain, while her mother desperately called for them to stop, but to no avail. Little Lu's eyes welled with tears, emotions surging. She had never suffered such humiliation before. Living again. I wanted to be a good person, but since this is how it is, whoever wants to can be good. I won't be anymore. I won't endure anymore. But the urgent matter was to get through this beating first. She closed her eyes tightly, and an idea came to her. The next second, she tilted her head, stuck out her tongue, rolled her eyes, and fainted. Seeing the girl's body go limp on the bench, the monk was confused. His hand holding the willow branch froze in midair. Seeing her daughter faint, Mother Imperial Consort broke free and ran to the girl, eyes full of worry. Luo, what's wrong? Open your eyes and look at Mother. Su Kairan, who had brought little Lu here, was also sweating profusely, but he expressed his confusion. It was just one hit. How did she faint directly? Little Lu was still a princess after all. Punishment was acceptable, but if something really happened, he would also be implicated. The confused monk was also puzzled, looking at little Lu's pale face and cold sweat. It seemed real. Joke's on them. Little Lu had max-level acting skills in her previous life. How could they spot any flaws in her fainting act? Su Kairan, afraid of trouble, left quietly with the monk and attendants. At this time, little Lu weakly opened her eyes. Seeing her mother upset for her, she gently wiped away her mother's tears. Smiling, she comforted her mother. Still in character, Mother, don't cry. Lu doesn't hurt. But this action made Xiaolan feel more guilty. It's all Mother's fault. Mother couldn't protect you. Little Lu lay in her mother's warm embrace, reflecting on everything that happened today. After transmigrating, she thought it would be a peaceful storyline, but it turned out to be a battle storyline. But battle is good. Otherwise, my high-level green tea skills would go to waste. I want to see how many hits these big and small bosses in the palace can take from my violent output. I've remembered all these people. A max-level green tea girl transmigrated into a 5-year-old princess. Just after transmigrating, because her mother wasn't favored, she was falsely accused by her sister princess and beaten with willow branches by another consort. She thought this life would be peaceful after transmigrating, but it turned out to be a battle. Wanted to be a good person in this life. Reality forced her to start conquering NPCs. This gave little Lu's max-level green tea skills a place to shine. Everyone knows the biggest NPC in the palace is the Emperor. For now, given little Lu's age, she can only start with the princes. This 4th prince in his fine clothes was little Lu's first target. The 4th prince was mischievous, favored because he looked like the Emperor. At this moment, he was happily picking persimmons from a tree, while the maids below were all panicking. Little Lu secretly observed the prince's behavior. Typical, responds to gentleness, but not force. Though willful, the child wasn't bad-hearted. This would make things easier. Soon she had a plan. While the maids were still worried, she slowly walked up to the 4th prince and politely greeted him, then swallowed and said shyly, I want to eat persimmons. May I? Seeing such an obedient sister, the 4th prince's heart skipped a beat. Of course you can. Why not? He called the maids over and waved his little hand. Give her all the persimmons I just picked. Little Lu excitedly took the whole basket, but because it was too heavy, she almost fell. The 4th prince quickly steadied her. He reproachfully called little Lu's maid to take the persimmons. Seeing the 4th prince's sunder expression, little Lu looked at him with admiration, mumbling, Thank you, big brother, but mother says we should always give in return. Brother gave me persimmons, so I'll give you this multi-petaled begonia flower. Multi-petaled begonias are rare. They represent good luck. Little Lu wants to give her luck to brother. After speaking, she turned and ran away shyly. The 4th prince looked at the begonia in his hand, thinking to himself, she clearly treasured it too, yet gave it to me without hesitation. As little Lu was leaving, she suddenly turned back, hiding behind the door, with a smile that could melt the prince's heart. "Goodbye, brother." That moment made the fourth prince's heart race wildly. What an absolutely adorable child. Oh heavens, he was melting. Just like that, little Lu successfully conquered her first NPC. On her way back, she saw green tangerines growing abundantly on the trees by the road and asked her maid to pick two. Holding a green tangerine in each hand, her emerald eyes flashed with an almost imperceptible cunning. After conquering an NPC, it was time to fight some small monsters for experience. This lovely little girl, though a princess, often suffered false accusations and endured various grievances because her mother was neglected. Now she finally understood that taking initiative was her only way out. Holding two green tangerines, little Lu secretly vowed that from today on, no one would bully her again. That evening, Luer and her silly brother were happily playing games in the back garden. Then Consort Su came over with an unhappy face and scolded the two children. "Making noise late at night and not even greeting me properly when you see me. What manners?" Seeing Consort Su's hostile approach, brother quickly stood in front of his sister. He spread his arms to protect Lu. "Don't be afraid, sister. Brother is here." Little Lu's bright eyes watched Consort Su forming a plan. Instantly maximizing her acting skills, she stared unblinkingly behind Consort Su, her eyes showing unconcealed fear. Sitting behind her brother, she mumbled softly about something behind them. Consort Su and her maid turned to look, but found nothing. Their spines chilled instantly. Sweating profusely, they wanted to ask little Lu, but turned to find her pulling her brother away, hurriedly leaving, acting extremely frightened. This made Consort Su's skin crawl, and she quickly asked her maids to help her return to her palace. It started raining. Back in her room with her maid's comfort, Consort Su came to her senses. She thought about how she, an adult, had been frightened by a 5-year-old child's ghost story. She gritted her teeth, determined to deal with her tomorrow when the weather cleared. Just then, a knocking sound came from outside the window, and a shadow flickered. Consort Su and her two maids jumped like startled birds. The two maids gathered their courage and went to the window together. After opening it, lightning flashed outside, and on the bare tree, a hanging rope was swaying in the wind. As lightning struck, Consort Su let out a throat-tearing scream. The window slammed shut with a bang. She thought to herself, "Has that hanged palace maid come back for me? It must be her." Meanwhile, outside, little Lu was removing the rope from the chair she had placed. Hearing Consort Su's terrified wails, she smiled. This was just the beginning. The real show was yet to come. What happens when a palace consort angers a dark-hearted little princess? This adorable little girl. In her previous life, she was a master manipulator who transmigrated into a 5-year-old princess. With her mother's status, she was constantly bullied by palace consorts. This time, little Lu chose to take the initiative. First, on a rainy night, she created ghost stories to frighten the consort, scaring the consort bedridden with several days of persistent fever. When the maids left to find the royal physician, little Lu snuck into the consort's room. She sprinkled sugar water by the bed. When the maids returned, they found insects everywhere on the floor, terrifying everyone present. After that, rumors about Consort Su offending evil spirits grew stronger. Even her former supporters abandoned her. Yet bedridden Consort Su remained unaware of her situation. When she woke up from her sleep, instead of her maids, she saw little Lu's innocent face. She screamed and sat up immediately. Before she could speak, Luer said with a serious face, "He says he's waiting for you." Consort Su turned pale with fright. She huddled in the corner, clutching her blanket. The maids rushed in hearing the noise. She quickly ordered them to send little Lu away. After little Lu left, she had the maids light every lamp in the room. She believed that with all lights on, those evil things wouldn't dare approach her. However, the dark-hearted princess had anticipated this. When the maids lit the lanterns with matches, they discovered the words, "I'm waiting for you," written on the lanterns. The maids immediately jumped back in fear. They pointed at the lanterns shouting, "Consort, look!" When the consort saw the words, her pupils contracted. Her once smooth skin instantly became pale and withered. She let out a scream and fainted. Meanwhile, little Lu left the consort's room with a satisfied smile. walking with confident steps. She listened to the panicked cries of the maids inside, clearly confident about what would happen next. When little Lu returned to her side palace, her brother happily called her to eat tangerines. But little Lu said they weren't for eating. Her brother was confused, asking what they were for then. Little Lu dropped some tangerine juice into the inkstone. She wrote with a brush dipped in the juice, but no words appeared on the paper. Little Lu brought the paper near a candle. Soon, the previously blank paper under the candlelight gradually revealed a smiling face. Her simple brother laughed with delight. So this was how the words on Consort Sue's lanterns appeared. Little Lu's eyes narrowed, lost in thought. These days of terror and panic, plus this little trick, would be enough to drive Consort Sue mad. She would never have a chance to recover. Finally, I can have some peace for a while. Just then, the fourth prince she had successfully won over came bouncing over to find her. How quickly could this 5-year-old manipulative princess change her expression? One second she wore a cunning smile of success. The next second she stood at the door like a delicate bird, her tiny face blushing, hands clasped shyly, sweetly calling out brother. Seeing little Lu like this, the fourth prince ran towards her. A eunuch nearby reminded him, "Your Highness, this Manhwa palace is haunted by evil spirits. It's unlucky, you shouldn't enter." This thoroughly angered the fourth prince. He turned and scolded the eunuch, "My fifth sister is like a fairy. Wherever she is has only divine energy, not bad luck. You dog servant, talking nonsense. I won't let you off." After scolding the eunuch, he turned back to little Lu with a smile. Little Lu held her small hands together, asking shyly, "Dear brother, why did you come?" The fourth prince felt warm all over hearing, "Dear brother." Though delighted by her voice, he didn't forget his purpose for coming. He took out a nearly wilted begonia from his clothes, saying disappointedly, "This is the multi-petaled begonia you gave me that day. These past days, I had the palace maids take good care of it, but it's still wilting." Little Lu looked at the withered begonia and thought for a moment. She smiled at him saying, "Don't worry, I have a solution." Then she reached out her small hand, holding the fourth prince's hand as they walked inside. Arriving at the study room, her brother wasn't there. Though puzzled, she focused on the task at hand. Luer took a language book from the bookshelf. Under the fourth prince's confused gaze, she placed the begonia on page 23 of the language book, closed it, pressed down firmly, and with a smile, handed the book to the fourth prince. Using the begonia as a bookmark, even when withered it won't fade. The luck will be sealed here forever. Lin Jingyuan took the book. It was his first time hearing such an idea, but that didn't diminish his love for the book. He happily tucked it into his clothes, promising to treasure it. Just then, there was a sound at the door. They both turned to look. It was her brother, Lin Jianyuan, tilting his head watching them. As Lin Jingyuan was about to ask, Luer spoke first, "He's my brother." Lin Jingyuan looked at Lin Jianyuan's vigilant expression. Luer gently pulled her brother's hand and explained, "Brother, the fourth prince came to play with me. Please go get some persimmons." Lin Jingyuan crossed his arms, his voice full of discontent. "Why aren't you calling me like before? You just called me Brother Jingyuan." She was truly the most charming little girl. She stood on tiptoes, leaned close to the fourth prince's ear, and softly said, "Because that's our secret." After hearing this, Lin Jingyuan's heart rate shot up to 160, pounding rapidly, his face flushed. He thought to himself, "This is too much. Little sister Lu is just too adorable." But soon after, he came back to his senses. "Wait, you said your brother is Linja. That fool?" After saying this, seeing little Lu's tearful, pitiful expression, he realized his mistake and quickly apologized. Little Lu's eyes were full of helplessness. Her small hands gently tugged at Lin Jingyuan's clothes, asking pitifully, "Brother Jingyuan, my brother isn't a fool. He's just sick. Will you dislike him like others do?" Tears glistening in her eyes, she looked helplessly at the fourth prince. This touched the soft spot in Lin Jingyuan's heart. He instinctively shook his head saying, "Of course not," then patted his chest. "He's your brother, and also my sixth brother. How could I dislike him?" Hearing the fourth prince's words, little Lu was overjoyed. "Brother Jingyuan is so kind. You're the best person." Lin Jingyuan felt surrounded by clouds, as if floating in the sky. Just then, Lin Jianyuan came running back with persimmons in his pocket. Behind him was Mother Consort Xiaolan. Seeing the fourth prince, Xiaolan was surprised, as they rarely interacted. Why would he come here today? but she didn't say much. At this moment, little Lu took a persimmon from Lin Jianyuan's pocket, smiling. She handed it to Lin Jianyuan. Brother Jianyuan, have this persimmon? It's the biggest and reddest. After taking it, he looked at the persimmon in his hand, frowning, and asked, is this from the ones I gave you that day? Why keep it so long? Little Lu replied that they could be eaten for a long time. This reminded Lin Jianyuan of little Lu's background. Because their mother wasn't favored, both siblings were neglected. But he hadn't expected them to live so poorly. Not only was their residence humble, even these garden persimmons had to be rationed. Noticing Lin Jianyuan secretly swallowing, he handed the persimmon to him. Let sixth brother have it. Then he walked out and instructed his eunuch, return to Changming Hall immediately. Bring all the good food, clothes, and necessities here. After speaking, he turned back to little Lu. The weather is nice today. Shall we go boating and fishing together? Little Lu happily agreed, thinking she had gained enough favor from fourth brother. It was time to unlock new territory and find the next target. Having a brother's love felt wonderful. At this moment, little Lu was walking along the path holding Lin Jingyuan's hand, looking very happy. The palace maids they met along the way bowed respectfully, secretly glancing at little Lu. Isn't this the unfavored fifth princess? Since when did she become so close to the fourth prince? It seems this obscure fifth princess has found support in the fourth prince. The palace people were like grass in the wind. Seeing their intimacy, they understood. They could no longer look down on little Lu as before. Little Lu observed their frightened expressions with an innocent face, clearly understanding their thoughts. She didn't mind, just secretly thinking that fourth brother was indeed a useful tool. Just then, a scolding voice caught their attention. They looked toward the sound. They saw a girl scolding. Song Jinlan is ill? I came to find you just to accompany me boating, yet you're so ungrateful. The girl was third Princess Lin Shi, who had fainted from the water ghost incident before. The one she was scolding was a frail young man in cyan clothes. The servant Xiao Si beside him, seeing her master insulted, pleaded softly with the third princess. My lord still has a fever and is truly unwell. Facing Xiao Si's plea, Lin Shi remained stubborn, pointing at the frail youth. So what? Even if knives rain from the sky today, he must accompany this princess boating. Watching this scene, little Lu thought Lin Shi acted like a thug, forcing himself on a girl. But this young brother was indeed handsome. He was still young now, but when his features fully developed, how many young girls' hearts would he steal? Clearly, Lin Shi was already mesmerized. Facing Lin Shi's aggressive behavior, the youth replied gently, I recently caught a severe cold. I'm worried about infecting third princess. These words, though refusing, showed concern for the third princess. Quite skillful indeed. Lin Shi took the bait, her mood immediately improving, asking, Are you concerned about me? The youth smiled and said, Of course. Third princess's health is important. Please return first. Lin Shi, completely won over by his few words, was about to leave with her maids. She happened to see little Lu watching and remembered being frightened by her last time, almost losing her soul. She immediately cursed, How unlucky, running into you, you troublemaker, wherever I go. Little Lu frowned slightly, her eyes narrowing, thinking, I wasn't looking for trouble, but you came delivering it yourself. A high-level green tea often doesn't need to act against enemies personally. Hearing the third princess's insults, little Lu's eyes gradually turned cold. In that moment of thought, her plan had already formed in her mind. Little Lu unconsciously gripped the fourth prince's hand tightly, like someone who had suffered greatly outside and finally found family. Pitifully complaining in a small voice, Brother Jingyuan, I'm not a troublemaker. Seeing little Lu's pitiful state, Lin Jingyuan held her hand tightly, protecting her at his side. He scolded Lin Shi loudly. You dare act so arrogant in front of me? If I hear you say such things again, I won't let you off. Hearing Lin Jingyuan's rebuke, Lin Shi felt both wronged and surprised. She instinctively wanted to argue back, but little Lu seized the moment perfectly, trembling as she moved behind Lin Jingyuan, softly crying. Lin Jingyuan immediately shielded little Lu, shouting at Lin Shi to leave. Lin Shi hadn't expected him to protect little Lu so strongly. She immediately left in anger. Lin Jingyuan turned back to pat little Lu's head. Little sister Lu, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Little Lu looked up at him, blinking her big eyes, filled with undisguised admiration, saying, I believe in Brother Jingyuan. This made Lin Jingyuan's blood boil with excitement, looking completely satisfied. On this side, as the two were about to continue fishing, Song Jinlan was also preparing to leave. Both parties nodded in acknowledgement as they passed each other. How could little Lu not notice this handsome brother? She learned from Lin Jingyuan. Song Jinlan was sent from Song Country 5 years ago. It started when Song Country wanted to ally with Yong Country to attack our neighboring nation. When Father Emperor learned of this, he was furious. The Song Emperor, fearing our Father Emperor would attack, sent a prince to show sincerity. After hearing this story, little Lu only remembered how pitiful this handsome young brother was. This made her think of herself. If one day the great Lin dynasty declined, perhaps they would also send her, a powerless princess, for a political marriage. Thinking this way, we're both in similar difficult situations. Little Lu was lost in thought when Lin Jingyuan patted her shoulder. He handed her a fishing rod and called her to fish. Little Lu snapped back to reality, self-mockingly thinking she shouldn't care about others, but focus on pursuing the fourth prince. The two caught quite a few fish by the lake in no time. Just then, a eunuch came to deliver a message to Lin Jingyuan. The emperor wants to test your studies. Consort Sian asks you to return quickly. Lin Jingyuan was quite frightened and hurriedly left after a few words. Little Lu leisurely walked back with the eunuch, passing by a humble cottage with Dowager residence carved on the door plaque. When she saw Xiao Si tending the fire inside Song Jinlan's place, Luer was shocked. She hadn't expected Song Jinlan's residence to be so desolate that it didn't even have servant birds. She remembered Song Jinlan saying he hadn't recovered from his cold. She then took 2 fish from the bucket and walked towards Dowager residence. It seems little Lu had chosen her new target to pursue. Let's wait and see. Let's see who lives more miserably than the little princess. He was born a prince, but was sent as a hostage to an enemy country by his father. As a child, he endured all kinds of bullying, but Song Jinlan never complained, remaining gentle and humble to everyone. This remote and humble Dowager residence was his home. It seemed he had it even worse than the little princess. At this moment, little Lu entered the courtyard carrying 2 koi fish. Xiao Si was surprised to see her. Isn't this the little girl who was with the 4th prince earlier? That 4th prince often bullied his master. He immediately felt this little girl had ill intentions, but unexpectedly, little Lu handed him the fish, saying, "This is for you." Xiao Si was confused, not understanding little Lu's intention. Little Lu explained, "Isn't your lord sick? Make some fish soup to help him recover." While Xiao Si was still uncertain, Song Jinlan came out. He gently told Xiao Si to accept it, then turned to look at little Lu's eyes, thanking her softly. Little Lu was curious that Song Jinlan knew her, but she didn't say more, just staring at the graceful youth before her. Though this young brother was sick, he looked more handsome the more she looked. Little Lu, delighted to see such beauty, left happily skipping. Before leaving, she deliberately used a head-turning move, waving her little hand goodbye to Song Jinlan. After little Lu left, Xiao Si worried the fish might not be safe. Wondering if koi could even be eaten, he immediately wanted to bury the fish. After some thought, Song Jinlan handed the fish to Xiao Si, saying, "No need to bury it. Let's eat it. Koi is best braised, and the bones can make soup." Since the princess personally delivered it, no one would be so bold. And what ill intentions could a little girl have? Just relax. After delivering the fish, little Lu returned to her palace to see her mother. Xiao Lan looked worriedly at the mountain of gift boxes on the table. When little Lu learned they were all from Lin Jingyuan, her eyes widened, thinking that Lin Jingyuan was quite thoughtful for a kid. While little Lu was happily receiving gifts, Xiao Lan was full of worry, wondering what would happen if Consort Sian found out. Compared to Manhwa Palace, the atmosphere in Changming Hall seemed quite tense. The emperor looked displeased. He coldly asked, "Where did you go playing again?" Seeing his father's anger, Lin Jingyuan knelt on the ground and honestly answered he went fishing. Hearing this, the emperor immediately flew into a rage. "You're so leisurely while neglecting your studies. You're quite enthusiastic about playing around." Consort Sian tried to calm Emperor Ling's anger, but he directly interrupted her. Emperor Ling noticed something bulging in Lin Jingyuan's chest. Frowning, he asked what was hidden in there. Under the gaze of Emperor Ling and Consort Sian, Lin Jingyuan pulled out a language textbook from his chest. This shocked the emperor. He was amazed. Was this the same son who used to fall asleep while reading? The palace's biggest boss has appeared, Emperor Ling. He now wore an expression of disbelief. Usually, princes carried toys in their robes, but today it was actually a language book. Had the prodigal son returned? Emperor Ling ordered forth Prince Lin Jingyuan to bring the book over. Flipping through it, it was indeed a real book. Unbelievable. As he flipped, he found a begonia flower pressed inside. What was this? Lin Jingyuan thought quickly and answered it was a bookmark, used to track reading progress. This way, he could avoid folding page corners. While answering, the fourth prince silently thanked heaven that little Lu had told him its purpose. Emperor Ling was pleased, saying he seemed to be a book lover after all. Since the begonia was placed on this page, it meant he had read up to here. He asked him to recite a passage. The fourth prince's head started to throb. Nervously sweating, he quickly thought of an excuse. I plan to finish the entire book first, then start memorizing from the beginning. This language text is difficult to memorize and requires thorough reading to grasp the feel of it. Consort Sian quickly mediated, saying that since the fourth prince never liked reading before, carrying a book now showed his dedication. Emperor Ling was greatly pleased and returned the book to the fourth prince. He unusually praised him, then told Consort Sian they would dine together tonight. Consort Sian was delighted. After mother and son bid farewell to Emperor Ling, Consort Sian, knowing her son's nature, didn't believe he had truly started studying. She asked him where the book came from. The fourth prince happily explained about the book and bookmark's origin. It seemed the fifth princess really brought him luck. Even Father Emperor didn't scold him. Watching her happy son, Consort Sian recalled the afternoon report about Lin Jingyuan, mysteriously sending many gifts to Manhwa Palace. She had planned to summon noble Lady Lan tomorrow to inquire, but now realized it was because of the fifth princess. Thinking this, she told her maid not to summon noble Lady Lan tomorrow, but to bring the fifth princess instead. Little Lu was about to start pursuing Consort Sian. What green tea skills would she display this time? What did Consort Sian want with little Lu? A. To praise little Lu. B. To probe little Lu's intentions. C. To see if the little girl was extraordinary. D. To investigate. What would the answer be? As the protagonist in a battle novel with maxed out green tea skills, how could she only pursue one prince? That wasn't nearly enough. She needed to pursue the largest group in the back palace, the emperor's consorts. That morning in Changming Hall, little Lu had already imagined multiple scenarios in her mind. Now lowering her head, she sweetly curtsied to Consort Sian. Though Consort Sian knew of the fifth princess, this was their first meeting. The little girl was dressed simply and cleanly. Though still childish, her behavior was slightly nervous, but not improper. She was clearly an obedient and pure child. She kindly said, "Come here. You're a beauty like your mother." She pulled little Lu to sit on the couch, asked if she had breakfast yet. Little Lu slightly lowered her head and shook it, thinking breakfast time should be enough to win over Consort Sian. Consort Sian had a palace maid serve a bowl of snow lotus and lily porridge to little Lu to try. Little Lu held the bowl but didn't eat immediately, instead observing Consort Sian's expression. In her childish voice, she thanked Consort Sian, then took up the spoon, lowered her head, and slowly savored it. After one bite, little Lu's eyes instantly sparkled, as if she had never tasted such delicious food before. Consort Sian thought that the fifth princess was truly an innocent child. All her joy was written on her face, so Consort Sian lowered her guard. Indeed, she was just a 5-year-old child. What ill intentions could she have? Consort Sian passed another plate of pastries to little Lu, telling her to eat more. Little Lu happily agreed, "Thank you, Your Highness." Seeing little Lu eating happily, Consort Sian made her move. She asked if little Lu had given a language book to the fourth prince. Little Lu confirmed she had. Consort Sian then asked why she chose that book. Little Lu's eyes flickered slightly. "Yesterday, fourth brother gave me many gifts. It wouldn't be proper not to give something in return," she explained. As she spoke, little Lu suddenly lowered her head, clutching her dress, saying somewhat dejectedly that fourth brother lacked nothing. There wasn't much she could give him. She heard from her mother that wisdom lies in books, so she gave him the Analects. Her tone and expression were perfectly measured. Sure enough, Consort Sian's smile grew wider. Her gaze toward little Lu contained genuine affection. She was surprised that though young, the fifth princess was so well-mannered and studious. If only Jinyuan were as sensible as you, I could rest easy. Hearing this, little Lu looked at Consort Sian with her bright eyes, earnestly saying, "Fourth brother is very good. He's especially good." Hearing little Lu's sincere praise, Consort Sian couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. "You're the first person to praise Jinyuan like this." She thought about how her son had despised reading since childhood and wouldn't listen to her or the emperor. Now he accepted the fifth princess's book and treasured it, showing he truly cared for this sister. Perhaps she could use this to persuade him. She instructed little Lu, "The fourth prince is playful, unlike your wisdom. Since he listens to you, please encourage him to study more. He should memorize that language book you gave him soon to honor your sincerity." Little Lu obediently nodded, thinking mission accomplished. Consort Sian turned to instruct her maids to prepare some food and supplies to send to Manhwa Palace, and to tell noble Lady Lan to visit more often. "I cherish the fifth princess. I'll treat her like my own daughter. From now on, whatever Manhwa Palace needs, I'll provide." Little Lu's eyes curved like crescents. She was truly happy. She hadn't expected to gain such strong support from Consort Sian. Manhwa Palace's living standards could finally improve. This was a great success, a triumphant return. One language book could work wonders. No, one language book could win over a household. Previously succeeding with the fourth prince, then using it to please the emperor. Changming Hall gained imperial favor because of it. Out of curiosity, Consort Sian invited the fifth princess for breakfast. As expected, after one meal, Consort Sian was completely won over by the fifth princess's charm offensive, even saying she'd treat little Lu as her own daughter. This breakfast was clearly about building relationships, but for little Lu, this was all basic strategy. With Consort Sian's strong support, little Lu's family's quality of life suddenly improved. The once quiet side palace became lively. It gradually became bustling. Meanwhile, little Lu kept her promise to encourage the fourth prince to study. She pointed at a character and asked, "Brother Jinyuan, how do you read this?" Lin Jinyuan confidently answered, "One who knows not yet remains calm." Little Lu immediately showed admiration and praised him enthusiastically. This made Lin Jinyuan very proud. However, little Lu continued asking question after question. The academically limited Lin Jinyuan soon broke down, his eyes spinning. Red-faced, he secretly vowed he must study hard and wouldn't see little sister Lu again until then. To preserve his last dignity, Lin Jinyuan made an excuse and left. Thus, Consort Sian's task was easily accomplished. At this time, Lin Jinyuan approached sadly, complaining that little Lu wouldn't play with him. He said he'd only forgive his sister if she got him Chinpei Garden's crispy dates. Little Lu looked at her simple brother and readily agreed. She then went alone to Chinpei Garden. She soon collected a full basket. Just as she turned to leave, she heard sobbing from the bushes behind her. Was someone crying? Little Lu parted the bushes. She saw a young boy holding a rabbit, crying tearfully. She approached him, blinking her big eyes at the boy, asked, "Why are you crying?" The boy turned his head, wiping his tears, thinking how embarrassing it was to be caught crying by a little girl. Seeing him not speaking, little Lu she stroked the rabbit in his arms and asked, "Is this your pet rabbit? It's so cute." The boy, who had been holding back his tears, broke down at these words. He turned his head as tears streamed down his face. Little Lu was stunned. Clearly, he was quite the crybaby. Just then, a palace maid passed by. The boy quickly pulled little Lu deeper into the bushes. After the maid left, they crouched there, looking at each other. Both blushed, the awkwardness clearly written on their faces. After a moment, the boy came to his senses and asked, "Who are you anyway?" Little Lu sincerely introduced herself. "I'm called Little Lu, Lu as in dear." When she learned that the adorable rabbit was about to meet a tragic end, little Lu exclaimed in shock, "How could anyone kill such a cute bunny?" Even she felt nauseated by her own words. "That's so like me," she thought, saying such sickeningly sweet things with a straight face. Seeing the boy's reluctance, little Lu asked why. The boy explained, "This rabbit was a birthday gift from my mother. I've raised it for 3 years. But mother says those who achieve great things can't have compassion or favorite things, because these can become fatal weaknesses." After hearing his story, little Lu pondered. This script seemed familiar. This boy's mother was something else, making her son kill his pet to abandon mercy and strengthen his resolve, using extreme methods to force her child to grow up. She'd heard that the arrogant and spoiled noble consort Wan had a gentle, modest, and kind son. Could this be the Crown Prince Linbin? If her guess was right, this was a major NPC she needed to win over carefully. Then an idea came to her. She patted the boy's shoulder, saying she had a solution. The boy turned excitedly, asking, "What solution?" Little Lu said sincerely, "Give me the rabbit. I'll keep it for you. You can come see it any time." But the boy replied dejectedly, "What about my mother? She wants me to bring back the rabbit's body." Little Lu had already thought it through. Just say you couldn't bear to do it and abandoned it somewhere remote to fend for itself. Besides, your mother knows your character. If you really brought back the rabbit's corpse, she'd be suspicious. Looking at the little girl earnestly trying to help him, the boy finally smiled. "I'll do as you say." His warm smile made little Lu feel like a spring breeze. Such a handsome boy when he smiles gently, she thought. She wiped away his tears and told him, "I live in Manhwa Palace. If you encounter problems in the future, don't cry. Come find me. I'll help you figure things out. I'll take care of you." The boy nodded shyly, then seemed to remember something. "You say you live in Manhwa Palace? Little Lu, are you Princess Linfelu?" Upon little Lu's confirmation, the crown prince silently marveled. This little girl was nothing like the weak and foolish person rumors described. He solemnly handed the rabbit to Lu. "Please take care of the rabbit from now on. I'll come to Manhwa Palace to see it when I can." Little Lu carefully took the rabbit, cradling it. She then took out some crispy dates and gave them to Dawangzi. In exchange, have some dates. Dawangzi accepted them with quiet thanks. Afterward, little Lu, holding the rabbit, waved goodbye to Dawangzi. He watched them leave with reluctance. On the way back, little Lu was lost in the joy of her successful strategy. Yet she didn't know that new dangers were slowly approaching. Another small package was about to enter the scene. What would happen when a master-level green tea reincarnates as a 5-year-old princess? Originally a bullied poor thing, with her max-level attributes, she successfully won over the 4th prince and his mother, gradually improving her situation. Winter came quickly in the north. It seemed like autumn had disappeared overnight, leaving everything feeling desolate and cold. However, Manhwa Palace was warm and cozy. Because little Lu got along well with others, the Internal Affairs Bureau had sent people early. They delivered plenty of silver charcoal. It seemed they wouldn't have to endure the cold this winter, and it would be quite warm. Inside the palace, Brother and little Lu were playing with the crown prince's rabbit. Little Lu rested her chin on her hands, wearing a warm smile. After bringing the rabbit back, Brother had loved it so much, raising it to be plump and healthy. When the crown prince comes to visit, he should be very happy to see it. However, looking down at her own chubby belly, she pinched it with slight disappointment. The 4th prince had been doing well with reciting the Analects lately, and Consort Sian often sent food. Even she had gotten plumper. As a max-level player restarting as a green tea, regardless of age, maintaining a good figure was what a fairy should do. Thinking this, she immediately stood up. The 6th prince asked where little Lu was going. Little Lu, already wearing a thick cloak, said, "I'll just go for a walk and come back. In this cold weather, nobody likes to go out from their palaces. It's perfect for me to walk around, exercise, and maybe meet some NPCs for new quests." While little Lu was strolling leisurely, someone else was having a hard time. It was the princess who had been secretly following little Lu. After finally tracking her to one place, she was told little Lu had gone to Gaofeng Pavilion. Speaking of which, why was the princess following little Lu? It turned out she was Consort Hui's daughter. Consort Hui and Consort Sian were archenemies. Because little Lu was close to Consort Sian, she decided to teach this little girl a lesson. So the princess and her group followed little Lu, running all around the palace. Indeed, little Lu was quite the wanderer. From Gaofeng Pavilion to Yujing Pavilion, then from Yujing Pavilion to Changshi Pavilion. The princess was nearly exhausted from the chase, her anger rising. Little Lu was feeding fish by the lake at Changshi Pavilion, looking perfectly peaceful, showing no signs of disturbance, not even out of breath. She hadn't noticed the group of uninvited guests behind her. The princess, having finally caught up with little Lu, didn't act immediately. She sat properly in the pavilion and gestured to her palace maid. The maid immediately called out loudly to little Lu by the lake, "Who's over there? Come pay your respects to the princess immediately." Little Lu turned around to see the princess with an angry expression. Well-versed in palace relationships, little Lu knew this wasn't a friendly visit. But she wasn't worried at all, and even secretly smiled. A mini-boss delivering itself seems like good luck today. might as well take on this challenge. Never had she seen such a masochistic little girl. Because of the fifth princess, little Lu and her mother's nemesis, Consort Sian kept their distance. The princess decided to teach this little one a lesson herself. So on this cold day, she secretly followed little Lu, who was out for a walk, running through half the palace. Finally, at Changshi Pavilion, she found little Lu feeding fish. The princess sat in the pavilion, positioned high up with no shelter. The wind cut like a knife against her face, which was nearly frozen. In her hurry to follow little Lu, she hadn't put on a cloak. Facing little Lu, who had finally come to the pavilion, the princess crossed her arms, ready to scold the little girl. At this moment, little Lu looked up, staring straight at the princess. The princess felt uneasy under little Lu's gaze, and asked what she was looking at. Suddenly remembering her purpose, she began threatening, "Let me tell you, don't think Consort Sian can protect you." Before she could finish, little Lu clasped her hands, and shyly said, "You're so beautiful." The princess was stunned. She had meant to scold the little girl, but the words stuck in her throat. She had planned to use her status to launch an initial attack. Unexpectedly, they were not on the same level at all. A compliment caught him completely off guard. Not only that, after little dear spoke, 2 rosy blushes appeared on her cheeks. She lowered her head, occasionally stealing glances at the Princess Royal. It seemed she genuinely found the Princess Royal beautiful, an uncontrollable kind of praise. After this combo move, the Princess Royal looked at this little girl who kept stealing glances at her. Suddenly, she felt her anger subsiding, and the way she secretly looked at her was quite adorable. Thinking this, she cleared her throat, maintaining her Princess Royal's dignity, intending to show her authority. "From now on, you're not allowed to get too close to noble Consort Sian. Did you hear me? If I find out, you'll be punished to do palace maid's work, serving tea, fetching water, running errands, everything." Facing the Princess Royal, whose anger was gradually dissipating, the clever little deer naturally agreed first. The Princess Royal continued, "I'll let you off this time. Why aren't you staying in your palace in this cold weather? What are you doing here?" Without thinking, little deer turned to look at the lake and said, "Feeding the fish. In winter, the fish have no food. I'm worried they'll starve to death." The Princess Royal was surprised. Fish starving to death? How naive this fifth princess seemed. She must have been influenced by her foolish brother. But fools speak the most truthfully, so her compliment earlier must have been sincere. The Princess Royal's thoughts wandered, feeling quite pleased. Suddenly, she sneezed unexpectedly. She really wasn't wearing enough. Little deer concernedly called out, "Sister." She pulled out a small hand warmer from her cloak and eagerly handed it to the Princess Royal. "This will keep you warm." The Princess Royal was surprised again. Even though she had just threatened her fiercely, she remained so kind. The Princess Royal pretended to be indifferent as she took the hand warmer, instantly feeling her heart warm up. But to maintain her dignity as Princess Royal, she quickly changed her expression, putting on a serious face and dismissing Little Deer. Little Deer obediently bowed goodbye and pattered away. Suddenly she stopped, turned back, and secretly glanced at the Princess Royal one more time. The Princess Royal was surprised yet again. At this moment, Little Deer gave her another harmless smile, then shyly ran away. Undeniably, this series of textbook-level operations was incredibly powerful. First, a sudden compliment to break the other's train of thought. Then a display of sincerity that made the other believe it was genuine. Then playing innocent, making the other trust their own judgment. Finally, a killing blow with that last look back. The Princess Royal, who originally came to find fault, had completely forgotten her purpose. As she left, she silently marveled at how charming and cute the girl was. Just say how impressive these moves were. Too impressive. A 5-year-old princess could actually accomplish this. This little princess, with her fully maxed out green tea attributes, had already won over the crown prince, fourth prince's mother, and now successfully conquered the Princess Royal. Who could have guessed she was a reincarnated master manipulator? After successfully executing her combo move at Changshi Pavilion, Little Deer walked alone back to the palace. She thought to herself, "I originally thought the notorious, willful Princess Royal would be difficult to handle. Unexpectedly, just throwing out a sugar-coated probe was enough for her to take the bait. I must say, these princes and princesses in the palace are spoiled with temper but no wisdom. They're really easy to fool." Thinking this, Little Deer covered her mouth and laughed softly. However, to turn the Princess Royal from enemy to friend, I need to press this advantage and boost her favorability even more. Then Little Deer quietly undid her cloak and draped it over her arm. This was preparing for the sympathy plan. Let's see if you'll take the bait, Princess Royal, silently adding sympathy points for the Princess Royal. As expected, the child's delicate body was exposed to the cold wind all the way back. Upon returning to the palace, Little Deer immediately developed a fever. In the side hall of Manhwa Palace, Little Deer sat weakly on the bed, her body slightly trembling, occasionally coughing, a performance that was 70% genuine and 30% acting, truly making Lady Lawn beside her feel distressed. "Dear, be good and drink the medicine, then you won't cough." Little Deer obediently drank the medicine. Suddenly, a palace maid rushed in, saying someone had come to see the fifth princess. Lady Lawn looked at the flustered palace maid who had lost all her composure. She wondered who this important visitor could be. Little Deer secretly guessed it must be the Princess Royal. With a gentle greeting, the fifth princess's visitor turns out to be the crown prince, the one who wanted to kill the rabbit. Noble Lady Lawn is quite puzzled. Consort 1 usually has no interaction with me, so why would the crown prince come here? Little Lou is also caught off guard. She thought it would be the princess and was ready to use her skills. Unexpectedly, it's the crown prince. Oh well, the injury trick will work just as well. Let's pretend not to recognize his status first. She blinks her eyes and feigns surprise, saying, "Oh, it's you. You're my royal brother." The crown prince nods. "Yes, it's me." Only then does he notice Little Lou looks sickly. He immediately asks, "Why are you sick?" Little Lou smiles and says she just caught a chill. "It's nothing." Noble Lady Lawn watches the two familiar figures, secretly wondering how Little Lou became connected with the crown prince. She says to Little Lou, "Dear, you chat with the crown prince while I go heat up your medicine." As soon as Noble Lady Lawn leaves the side hall, Little Lou immediately tries to get up from bed. She enthusiastically asks, "Royal brother, are you here to see the rabbit? My brother has taken very good care of it. I'll take you to see it now." Seeing Little Lou still sick but so eager, the crown prince worries her condition might worsen. He reaches out to stop her, saying, "No hurry," accidentally touching her head as she's getting up. Feeling the softness, the crown prince immediately withdraws his hand, hurriedly saying, "I'm at ease knowing the rabbit is with you. You're sick, so rest well. Don't catch another chill." Little Lou looks at the gentle jade-like youth before her, smilingly inviting him to the front hall. What Little Lou really wants to know is, after the crown prince gave her the rabbit last time, whether Consort Juan discovered anything unusual. How determined this little princess is to perform an injury trick. She took off her warm cloak in the freezing cold. Sure enough, Little Lou successfully caught a cold, just as Little Lou was rejoicing inside. Waiting to use her skills on the princess, unexpectedly the crown prince came instead. Now Little Lou is leading the crown prince to the front hall to chat. Since she gave him advice last time about keeping the rabbit, she didn't know how the crown prince explained it when he returned. The crown prince happily says, "I told Mother Consort what you suggested. She believed it and never asked about it again." Little Lou secretly sighs in relief. The first step in winning over the crown prince has gone very smoothly. "That's wonderful, royal brother. You can come here often to see the rabbit. My brother will surely be happy too." The crown prince's eyes shine with gentleness as he seriously says, "Though sixth brother is different from others, his heart is very kind. Since I can't take the rabbit back anymore, I'll give it to him." Just then, the sound of running footsteps comes from outside. It's the sixth Prince Lin Jinyuan, running over with the rabbit in his arms. Little Lou quickly calls her brother over, but he stands there holding the rabbit, hesitating whether to come or not, because he remembers Mother Consort's words that sister is sick and shouldn't be disturbed. Little Lou tells her brother, "I'm better now. See, I can sit up." Seeing this, brother immediately becomes energetic. He happily runs over, and Little Lou quickly introduces him. "Brother, this is our crown brother. He's the one who gave you the rabbit." The crown prince reaches out to pet the rabbit. The rabbit also docilely moves toward its original owner. With gentle hands, seeing the happy, carefree rabbit, the crown prince's soft inner side is touched, and tears well up in his eyes. Brother sees the crown prince's tears. Though not knowing why he's sad, he still reaches out to pat the crown prince's head, comforting him not to be sad. Little Lou watches in amazement. What kind of move is this? The crown prince breaks into a smile through his tears, saying he's not sad and thanking sixth brother. Seeing the crown prince's mood brighten like rain turning to sunshine, The sixth prince happily takes his hand, wanting to go outside to play with the rabbit. Still sick, little Lu watches this scene and contentedly waves to them. Although the princess didn't come, gaining favor with the crown prince is an unexpected joy. At least the injury trick wasn't completely wasted. Just then, a palace maid suddenly runs in frantically, saying many imperial physicians have arrived outside. Little Lu is also surprised, saying, "Didn't a physician just come to check on me? My goodness, what's happening to the usually quiet and remote Manhwa palace today?" First the crown prince visits, then 4 or 5 imperial physicians arrive. Manhwa palace has never been this lively before, all because the little princess caught a small cold. Noble Lady Lan, who has long resided in the palace, walks in to see little Lu surrounded by a group of imperial physicians. She freezes in place. Each physician is extremely attentive to little Lu. Upon seeing Noble Lady Lan, they hurriedly bow. "Your Grace, I was sent by the princess to check 5th princess's pulse. I was sent by the 4th prince to examine the 5th princess. I am from Consort Sian, sent to prescribe new medicine for the 5th princess. I was sent by the crown prince to tend to the 5th princess's health." The physician's responses leave Noble Lady Lan stunned, her heart filled with shock. She is also confused and puzzled. First the 4th prince, then Consort Sian, and now the crown prince and the princess. Those people I never dared to think about suddenly became connected to us. And all this seems to have started after little Lu fell into the water. Is she still my Lu? Oh my lady, if only you knew. If you knew your daughter now has the soul of a master green tea girl, and even her illness is deliberate, you'd probably faint from shock. Going back half an hour earlier, a physician was examining the princess. Since chasing little Lu in the cold wind to teach her a lesson, the princess also caught a cold. Today when the physician came to check her pulse, he mentioned that the princess had a fever, and advised her to learn from this and take better care of herself. The speaker may be casual, but the listener takes it to heart. The princess falls into deep thought. How did she get a fever? Wasn't she fine at noon? Suddenly, she notices the hand warmer by her bed. It was given to her by little Lu at Changshi Pavilion. Could she have caught a cold because she gave me the hand warmer? Thinking this, the princess feels full of remorse. Meanwhile, being imaginative, she thinks about Manhwa Palace's status. Even if they called for a physician, they probably wouldn't take it seriously. The physician just said young children are delicate and most susceptible to cold winds. In her mind appears little Lu's farewell smile from before. After the physician finished explaining everything and was about to bow goodbye, wait, the princess solemnly says, "Go to Manhwa Palace and check 5th princess's pulse. See how serious her illness is. Prepare 2 good prescriptions." Still worried after giving instructions, she adds, "You must examine her thoroughly. Don't be perfunctory. Understand?" The physician carefully acknowledges and leaves. At this point, it seems the little princess's injury trick has worked. The princess has been completely won over, along with the crown prince, and she's received care from the 4th prince and Consort Sian. This move may seem small, but it has an area of effect attribute. My goodness, can you believe a 5-year-old princess has such influence? A small cold causes such a commotion, with 4 or 5 physicians hovering around. But after all, with a master green tea soul and mature skills, she's already thriving in the palace. But for little Lu's mother, Noble Lady Lan, she's full of doubts. Is this child with such changed personality still my daughter? After the physicians leave, Noble Lady Lan, looking serious, brings the reheated medicine and has little Lu drink it while it's hot. She's hesitating internally, wondering if she should ask about these physicians. While feeding little Lu medicine, she keeps hesitating. Little Lu notices her mother's hesitation and asks, "What's wrong, mother?" Though Noble Lady Lan has many questions, she can't bring herself to ask them. As little Lu drinks her medicine, she thinks to herself that since entering, mother has seemed hesitant. It must be because my recent actions are too different from the original little Lu, making her suspicious. If that's the case, I might as well take the initiative. Thinking this, little Lu takes her mother's hand. After hesitating for a while, she says, "Mother, there's something I haven't told you. That time at Lin Xian Pavilion, I didn't fall in while testing for poison. 3rd princess pushed me in." Upon hearing this, Noble Lady Lan was as if struck by lightning, her eyes wide as bells. Little Lu continues telling Noble Lady Lan, "She pushed me in, and everyone watched, but no one came to save me. If I hadn't grabbed onto a fallen dead branch by the shore, I might have died. As she says this, little Lu clutches her blanket, looking extremely sad, as if recalling these events brings her great pain and fear. Noble Lady Lan can't hold back anymore and pulls her pitiful daughter into her arms, sobbing. My poor Lu. Little Lu continues resentfully, they did wrong, yet they made me kowtow and apologize. She clenches her fists tightly. I don't want to be bullied by them anymore. I want to protect myself and protect you and brother. Noble Lady Lan looks at her daughter's grieved, resentful, yet determined expression, her heart twisting like a knife. Tears flow uncontrollably, filled with self-blame. She had thought that by avoiding conflict they could live peacefully, but constant yielding only made others more aggressive. Now she needs her daughter to protect her. What a weak and incompetent mother she has been. Little Lu thoughtfully reaches out to wipe her mother's tears. Don't cry, mother. No one will bully us anymore. Noble Lady Lan holds her daughter's hand, pressing it tightly against her cheek, feeling little Lu's slightly feverish hand, and says seriously and solemnly, Luer, mother promises, I will never let anyone bully us like before. It seems little Lu's proactive strike was a bit too strong. Looking at Noble Lady Lan's attitude, is she going to rise up strongly? Learning that her daughter was pushed into the water, how could anyone endure that? I certainly couldn't, yet this mother endured it. Noble Lady Lan, who just learned the truth about her daughter's fall, is furious inside, but currently unable to seek justice for her daughter. What kind of feeling must that be? Seeing her daughter trying desperately to protect the family, Noble Lady Lan finally makes up her mind. She can no longer allow them to be bullied as before. After talking with little Lu, Noble Lady Lan no longer spends her days doing needlework in the courtyard, but begins socializing with concubines from other palaces, gradually integrating herself. Little Lu is quite surprised by her mother's changes. Her mother used to be someone who would only move when pushed, but now she's bringing snacks to other concubines. It seems their last conversation really affected her. Little Lu feels quite pleased about this. Today, a familiar figure appears again at Manhwa Palace. It's fourth Prince Lin Jingyuan coming to play with little Lu. Little Lu, who was playing with rabbits with her brother, is delighted to see the fourth prince and happily calls out, Brother Jingyuan. But this usually effective greeting doesn't work this time. The fourth prince immediately recognizes the rabbit on the table. Isn't this the crown prince's favorite rabbit? No wonder little sister Lu hasn't come to play with me lately. So you had another rabbit? The fourth prince, dejected by the rabbit, suddenly wilts, dropping the tin boxes he carefully prepared for little Lu. How could little Lu not understand what's happening? She quickly grabs the fourth prince's hand, calling him Brother Jingyuan repeatedly, saying, I missed you so much. The fourth prince's heart melts again, his anger instantly disappearing. Undeniably, little Lu has the fourth prince wrapped around her finger. I must admit, I'm impressed. To dispel the fourth prince's suspicions, little Lu specifically emphasizes that the rabbit was given to her brother by the crown prince. The fourth prince becomes even happier. Oh, it was given to Lin Zhongyuan. Little Lu watches the fourth prince's emotional changes from the side, her lips curling into a slight smile. Seems he's been placated. Now it's my turn to perform. Green tea skill, reverse blame. She then says pitifully, Brother Jingyuan, you haven't come to see me lately. The fourth prince hurriedly explains, I've been busy with studies lately, attending classes at the Imperial Academy every day. Little Lu pretends not to know what the Imperial Academy is. The fourth prince patiently explains to little Lu, the Imperial Academy is where royal and noble children study. I see. A large NPC gathering place. That's a good place. Little Lu asks expectantly, can I go too? The fourth prince hesitates before answering, because to enter the Imperial Academy, one needs an imperial edict from Father Emperor. A princess like little Lu who isn't favored doesn't qualify. But telling the truth would surely hurt little Lu. Thinking of this, he immediately pretends to be dismissive, saying that awful place is so annoying. Not fun at all. Little Lu's expectant face immediately fills with disappointment. She says dejectedly, then Brother Jingyuan, you must come play with me often. You haven't come to see little Lu in so long. Little Lu is very lonely. My goodness, this is a masterclass in green tea tactics. Seeing his little sister so dejected, the straightforward Lin Jingyuan feels terrible, thinking about how she can't go anywhere. He quickly changes his mind and says, Little sister Lu, I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning. You can come with me to the Imperial Academy. Little Lu asks joyfully, can I really go? Of course you can. You just won't go inside. Surely you're allowed to walk around outside? Little Lu happily thanks the fourth prince. Looking at Little Lu's excited face, the straightforward prince silently praises himself. What is this damned sense of satisfaction? How clever am I? How many moves can a straightforward man last against green tea tactics? The answer is probably not even one. Direct surrender. Yesterday, Little Lu deployed her green tea skill of reverse blame, instantly capturing the previously angry Lin Jingyuan. And to avoid disappointing Little Lu, the fourth prince even agreed to take her to the Imperial Academy. Of course, the condition is that she can only walk around outside. This is already enough for Little Lu. The Imperial Academy gathers royal and noble children. It's a good place to approach NPCs. Early today, the fourth prince keeps his promise and brings Little Lu to the Imperial Academy. Before entering, he specifically explains which areas she can visit and which areas are off-limits. He leaves his attendant Kongan to watch over Little Lu. Little Lu obediently agrees. The fourth prince, still worried, seriously instructs the attendant to take good care of the fifth princess, saying he'll be held responsible if anything happens. After arranging everything, he bids farewell to Little Lu and goes to class. After seeing off the fourth prince, Little Lu looks up and asks attendant Kongan, do you know what's fun around here? Take me for a walk. The attendant introduces her to a nearby decorative rockery with serene scenery worth seeing. At this moment, not far away, appears a leisurely figure slowly wandering toward the classroom. Behind him, a small attendant complains endlessly, young master, I beg you to walk faster. We're already late. Look at the other students. None of them dawdle outside like you. The youth glances sideways, catches sight of Little Lu in the distance, and points casually. Isn't that someone? His penetrating gaze fills with curiosity. Aluo, let's go make a friend. I like people who break rules like me. Meanwhile, Little Lu squats down, seriously observing the small flowers before her. Then footsteps approach. She stands up and turns around, hearing the attendant respectfully greet the newcomer, Your Highness. The youth stands with one hand behind his back, appearing quite unrestrained. Aren't you the fourth prince's person? He turns with interest to look at the cute little girl before him, asking, who is this little bean? Why is she running around outside during class time? As the attendant introduces Little Lu to the youth, Little Lu also stares with big eyes, examining the youth before her. Looking at this little bean, he gestures to compare their heights, thinking this little bean is only as tall as his leg. It's too tiring to talk like this, so he squats down and says to Little Lu, hello, little princess. I'm Shi Xingjiang. Would you like to be friends? To be honest, this kind of greeting is really quite common. Let's see how Little Lu handles this unrestrained youth. This little girl seriously admiring flowers appears innocent, but is actually a master of green tea skills, harboring various thoughts. Under her green tea tactical approach, her doting fourth prince brother voluntarily brought her to school. Now she's admiring flowers on the small path beside the Imperial Academy when an unexpected visitor arrives. The youth squats on the path saying, I'm Shi Xingjiang. Would you like to be friends? Little Lu widens her eyes. The youth before her has an imposing presence and is quite handsome. No, wait, surname Shi? A lightning bolt flashes through Little Lu's mind. I remember there's only one noble consort Shi in the palace. Her brother is the great Ming dynasty's northern general, with a son. The attendant just called him young master. It seems this young master Shi must be the general's son, noble consort Shi's nephew. I've heard noble consort Shi is proud and aloof. She doesn't like socializing much and has no children. If I can successfully win her over, that would be a powerful backing. Little Lu calculates in her mind. I was just worrying about not having a chance to connect with her, and now an NPC related to her appears. Must succeed. Hey little bean, why are you spacing out? Shi Xingjiang finds the dazed Little Lu truly adorable. He can't help but grab her little hair buns and shake them. Quick, tell me your name. Little Lu is secretly speechless. This is definitely the most masculine NPC I've ever met. Dealing with such a stubborn, unrestrained personality, I can't use the same weak approach as before. Thinking this, she instantly activates her green tea skill of max affinity. She pretends to be angry, shouting, stop, stop, while protecting her two little buns, then yells, you messed up my buns. Seeing little Lu's face red with anger, Xingjiang laughs even more happily. So what? Are you going to bite me? The more he looks at this little bean, the more he likes her. He actively extends his hand to little Lu. Little bean, let's be friends? Little Lu turns her head away, pretending to be disdainful. I don't make friends with bad people. Xingjiang finds this amusing. He points at himself with a smile. I'm the best person in the world. Not being friends with me is your loss. After hearing this, little Lu pretends to hesitate, turns her head to secretly peek at Xingjiang. Seeing his smiling face, she turns away again, continuing to act angry. Too cute, Xingjiang says without hesitation. Through his sleeve, he grabs little Lu's small hand hidden inside. You're going to be my friend today whether you like it or not. You have no choice. Now shake hands, and we'll be friends for life. In the future, if I'm in trouble, you must risk your life to save me, understand? Little Lu is truly speechless at this shameless youth. In her heart, she curses, I can't believe this nonsense. She forcefully pulls her small hand away, turns around and quickly runs away, hiding behind Kangin. Her pretend angry face is flushed red. She glares at this unrestrained youth with an adorably fierce look. Xingjiang clearly develops a strong interest in little Lu. The more she refuses to be friends, the more he wants to befriend her. Playing hard to get. Can only say 666. Watch what happens when a max-level green tea expert faces off against a playboy. The youth before her has a stubborn personality and unrestrained behavior, but finds little Lu quite interesting. After several playful teases without malice, little Lu pretends to be angry while secretly delighting in her heart. This youth is the son of Great Ming's northern general and the nephew of noble consort Shi from the palace. While she's pretending to glare angrily at Xingjiang on the path, his attendant little C pleads once again. Young master, we must go. We can't delay anymore. If the tutor reports to the general, you'll get the cane again. Xingjiang impatiently says, I know, and turns to leave. Before going, he turns back to wave goodbye to little Lu. See you next time, little bean. Little Lu huffs and makes a face at him. Watching Xingjiang walk away, Kangin finally sighs in relief. He whispers to little Lu, Fifth Princess. This young master of the Northern Marquis Manor is known as the Little Demon King. Besides the Imperial Academy, he rarely enters the palace. Don't worry, little Lu responds while thinking to herself. This NPC rarely enters the palace. Looks like I'll need to think of other ways to approach him. Then she pulls on Kangin's sleeve. It's boring here. Morning classes should be over. Let's go meet fourth brother. At the Imperial Academy gate, little Lu and Kangin wait for the fourth prince to come out. Seeing no sign of him after a while, Kangin becomes worried and tells little Lu to wait while he goes in to look. As little Lu waits, yawning repeatedly, a familiar voice reaches her ears. Song Jinlan, wait for me. She turns to look. Oh my, it's the third princess harassing the handsome young man again. The third princess stops Song Jinlan, asking him to explain the tutor's text again. Facing the chattering third princess beside him, Song Jinlan still maintains a smiling face. I already explained it to you once in class. The third princess looks arrogant. Her tone is the legendary secret of acting coy. I didn't understand. You need to explain it again. Little Lu, standing nearby, can't help but burst into laughter. The third princess turns to see little Lu, suddenly filled with anger. She directly scolds. You little wretch, why are you here? Little Lu keeps smiling, her heart blooming with joy. At the Imperial Academy gate, it's showtime. Watch how I handle this. She then says, if an illiterate like you who's shallow in learning, who can't understand after hearing twice, can come here, why can't I? The third princess is momentarily speechless. When did this little wretch become so sharp-tongued? She used to just take my bullying, not daring to talk back even half a word. Now she dares to scold like this. I'm suddenly at a loss for words, not knowing how to retort. To save face in front of everyone, she raises her hand to strike little Lu. You're asking for death. Hehehe. Insulting without using vulgar words. This is basic green tea operation. Provoke you to overreact, then I become the victim. Next, everyone will see little Lu getting hit. Falling for such a simple trick, the third princess really has temper but no brains. Would you believe a 5-year-old princess could be so clever? Facing her opponent without panic, even conquering the princes with her acting skills. The spoiled third princess was thoroughly provoked by little Lu, who hadn't said a single crude word. Well, that's because little Lu is a reincarnated modern max-level green tea expert. Life is drama. It's all about acting. The third princess is now anxious and angry, unable to think of any words to retort. This is simply beneath her noble status. In her rage, she raises her hand to slap little Lu. Song Jinlan hurriedly tries to stop her, but it's too late. The third princess has already rushed towards little Lu. Little Lu sees this and wants to step back, but then from the corner of her eye, she notices the crown prince and fourth prince approaching from the steps nearby. Everything is just perfect, as if rehearsed. She immediately stops her body that was about to dodge. The third princess's slap lands squarely on her head. With a cry of pain, little Lu falls to the ground in a perfect victim pose. Her hair buns, already messed up by Shi Xingjiang, are now completely undone, making her look even more disheveled. As she falls, she silently thinks of the green tea skill guide for feigning illness. Hold breath, add sweat, pale face, plus weak. Visual impact effect, absolutely perfect. If this dynasty had Oscars, she'd definitely win one. The third princess still isn't satisfied. Weren't you so capable at insulting me just now? I'll teach you. She raises her hand to strike again. At this moment, the long-awaited princely group makes their entrance. A sharp stop rings out. The crown prince quickly grabs the third princess's descending hand. The fourth prince calls little Lu's name, running over to help her up. He looks at his sister little Lu with concern. Are you all right? Little Lu weakly says, Brother Jingyuan, I'm fine. In reality, little Lu looks as pitiful as possible. Right now, her eyes are glistening with tears, her hair is disheveled, her face is particularly pale, with visible sweat, mainly from holding her breath. This version of little Lu is a critical hit to the straightforward Lin Jingyuan. The angry Lin Jingyuan stands up, rushing at the third princess with raised fists. How dare you hit little Lu? I'll kill you. The crown prince quickly holds him back. Usually gentle, he's now most composed, scolding, everyone stop. Remember your status. The enraged fourth prince shouts, she hit little Lu. I'll kill her. The third princess refuses to back down. She insulted me. She deserved it. Both of you be quiet. Looking at the two fighting like roosters, the crown prince has to intervene again. Indeed, he shows great authority at crucial moments. Though these two angry people stop talking, they still glare fiercely at each other. The crown prince walks over, gently touching little Lu's pale face. Does it hurt? Though tears well in her eyes, little Lu still forces a smile. It doesn't hurt. The crown prince looks at little Lu, who's silently enduring the grievance. Feeling heartbroken, he suddenly makes up his mind. Turning around, he shouts, Third princess, for disrespecting authority and disrupting the Imperial Academy, you're confined for half a month. The third princess looks shocked and confused. What? The usually gentle crown brother is actually using his authority to punish me? Her eyes fill with tears, loudly protesting. She insulted me first. If anyone's to be punished, she should be too. The fourth prince retorts, nonsense. Little Lu never insults people. You're just used to being tyrannical, and now you're even making false accusations. The third princess quickly says, she insulted me. Song Jinlan heard it. Song Jinlan freezes. Oh, now it's my turn to act. Which side should I take? Honestly, little Lu's operation was like a gentle rain, silently nourishing. High-level manipulation is when you barely need to speak, yet people naturally believe you. The third princess still has much to learn, things the Imperial Academy can't teach. I'd call this the ultimate green tea performance, a series of subtle manipulations, stirring up trouble, even dragging Song Guaji into it. Song Jinlan just quietly watched the show, not expecting to become part of it. Between the spoiled, tyrannical third princess and the weak, pitiful green tea fifth princess, how should he choose? Children always have to make choices. How annoying. As the only witness to the girls' quarrel, Song Jinlan now has everyone's attention. He first looks at little Lu, then turns to the expectant third princess. After only a moment's hesitation, he says against his conscience, sorry, third princess, I didn't hear anything, internally justifying to himself that the wind was too loud. The third princess's pupils dilate. Today's events keep surprising her. First, the usually gentle crown prince angrily punishes her, and now this always humble and polite youth is defending others right in front of her. The third princess feels wronged and bursts into loud tears. The fourth prince stands with hands on hips, watching her wail. Now what excuse do you have? Before being led away, the third princess bitterly scolds Song Jinlan. You big liar. I missed it, Song Jinlan mutters, adjusting his sleeves. Didn't hear anything at all. How infuriating. The fourth prince turns to little Lu saying, "Confinement is too light a punishment. It's my fault for not paying attention in class and getting held back for extra lessons. If I'd come out earlier, little Lu wouldn't have met her." The crown prince adds, "Let's go back to the palace. We'll call the imperial physician." Little Lu, having achieved complete victory, smiles sweetly at her brothers. "It's fine. Thank you, brothers." Suddenly remembering something, she tells her brothers she wants to thank Song Jinlan for helping her. But when she turns around, she discovers Song Jinlan has already left. She thinks to herself that he must be a kind-hearted gentleman who does good deeds anonymously. Since he's already gone, she'll thank him next time. Then little Lu reaches out to the crown prince, and then to the fourth prince. The little green tea expert holds hands with both handsome brothers, happily saying, "Let's go." Suddenly, from behind comes an urgent call for the crown prince. The three turn around to find someone from noble consort Ruan's palace looking for the crown prince. Puzzled by this sudden summons, he asks, "Did mother say what she wanted?" The servant stammers, "The noble consort only said she has important matters to discuss with you." The crown prince can only agree, bidding farewell to little Lu and the fourth prince before leaving. Little Lu and the fourth prince watch him go, noting the servant's nervous expression. Suspecting things weren't simple, she's secretly worried about the crown prince. To be honest, little Lu's influence had changed both the crown prince and Song Jinlan. Especially the crown prince's unusual behavior, there would surely be consequences. Song Jinlan even lied for little Lu and left on her own. She seemed to be someone with maxed out intelligence stats too. The little green tea defeated her opponent in one move, leaving the third princess helpless. Just as she was holding both brothers' hands, ready to return, the crown prince was called back by noble consort Ruan. Little Lu secretly worried for him. The crown prince had already arrived at his mother's palace. Noble consort Ruan was lounging lazily on a soft couch, eating fruit while asking casually, "You punished that little Lingxi today?" The crown prince, who had always feared his mother, immediately knelt down. His voice trembling with fear, he asked for punishment. Noble consort Ruan chuckled, "You silly child. Why would I punish you?" She went over to help her son up. She praised him with satisfaction. "You did the right thing. You are the emperor's eldest son. This is how it should be. People in the palace must respect and fear you to show your authority." The crown prince didn't relax, but timidly said, "Your son understands." Noble consort Ruan thought to herself, her son had always been weak. She had tried everything to cultivate him, and today he finally showed some backbone. How could she not be happy? If he could continue like this, he might have a chance against the crown prince's faction in the future. Meanwhile, at Manhwa Palace, little Lu sat alone on the doorstep. Lady Lan brought a plate of pastries and sat down with her. "You didn't eat much at noon. Try these new pastries I made." Little Lu took one and chewed slowly. She couldn't help but sincerely praise, "So delicious," satisfying the essential foodie trait of a green tea. If nothing else, her mother's pastry-making skills were truly first class. Lady Lan looked at little Lu with concern. "I heard about what happened at the Imperial Academy today. You must have been hurt." Little Lu smiled brightly. "No, that was just a scam." Lady Lan felt relieved, but didn't show her usual weak, tearful self. Instead, she said such people deserved it. Little Lu observed her mother from the side, seeing she had truly changed. She was no longer the former Xiaolan, but now Nuhululan. Little Lu pointed at the pastries. "Mother, are there more of these? I'd like to give some to someone." "There are more in the kitchen." "Who are they for?" "Someone who helped me." "All right, I'll have them packed for you later." Early the next morning, at Tsueju residence's entrance, a small cloaked figure gently knocked on the door. Looking around at the humble surroundings of Tsueju residence, she thought, the handsome brother lives in such a poor place, he probably doesn't get to eat many good things. Perfect timing to bring him these pastries. Little C opened the door and saw little Lu. He asked with surprise, "Are you the fifth princess?" "Yes. Where is your master?" When a max-level green tea has her eye on a handsome brother, that brother is in for some good fortune. Although the handsome brother was also strong with maxed-out intelligence, he was still no match for little Lu. While eating her mother's pastries yesterday, little Lu thought of her helper Song Jinlan. So early this morning, she brought a box of pastries to thank him. Little C respectfully invited little Lu in and informed her that Song Jinlan was reading. Little Lu secretly admired, starting to read so early, beautiful. The handsome brother is such a diligent student. My useless fourth brother should learn from him. Little C led little Lu to the inner room. Song Jinlan, wearing thin plain clothes, was reading by the window. looking at the beautiful youth reading seriously in the winter sunlight. Little Lu was mesmerized. It was like a painting. Little C announced the fifth princess's arrival, and Song Jinlan turned his head. Seeing Little Lu, a pure smile appeared on his face as he softly asked, "Why has the fifth princess come?" Little Lu lifted the stone box. "Yang Qing made some pastries. I brought some for you to try." Song Jinlan reached out to take the box, feeling its warmth. "They're still warm. If the princess doesn't mind, please sit and share them with me." Little Lu happily agreed. Song Jinlan gently placed the food box on the table. As soon as Little Deer sat down, she sneezed from the charcoal smoke in the room. Little Deer was all too familiar with the smell of these charcoals. Manhwa Palace used to burn the same kind. Seeing this, Song Jinlan ordered Tiandong to open the doors and windows for ventilation. She also looked at Little Deer's cheeks, red from the cold, and said to bring another hand warmer. "Make sure the temperature is suitable." Little Deer opened the food box. She took out some snacks and offered them to Song Jinlan. She took one and slowly brought it to her mouth. Even her way of eating was pleasing to watch, showing the elegance cultivated by years of noble upbringing. After eating just one piece, she stopped. She said gently, "It's very delicious. Thank you, fifth princess." Looking at such a cautious Song Jinlan, Little Deer suddenly felt sympathetic. Being so careful even while eating, she must have faced many difficulties. Despite her own challenging situation, why did she still choose to help me and offend Lin Shi? Thinking this, Little Deer asked, "Your Highness, why did you help me yesterday?" Song Jinlan smiled purely and said, "The princess is clever and adorable. Anyone would have helped in that situation." Little Deer was overjoyed inside, completely captivated. At this moment, Xiaoxi brought the hand warmer. Song Jinlan reached out to take it, tested the temperature, and handed it to the princess. "Take it, the temperature is just right." While Little Deer was thinking how thoughtful this was, her eyes caught sight of Song Jinlan's hands, covered in small wounds. These were frostbite wounds. These were clearly not the hands of someone living in luxury. Small cuts from the cold weather, painful just to look at. But given her personality, she probably endured it all alone in silence. Little Deer came back to her senses. She asked with concern, "Your Highness, what are your plans now? After all, you've offended the third princess." Speaking of the third princess, currently, the only one who can match the fifth princess is Song Jinlan. With her maxed out intelligence attribute, she's also quite skilled at charming others. From the moment the princess entered and invited her to share snacks, she took control of the pace, showing care and consideration just right. As a hostage prince, surviving in this palace certainly requires capability. Let's see what happens next. Due to her father's incompetence, this hostage prince sent to the Ming dynasty had always lived cautiously, never causing trouble. Even so, she was often bullied. Yet despite being so careful, she chose to defend the unfavored Little Deer and offend the noble third princess. At this moment, the third princess was complaining in the Princess Royal's palace. Third Princess Lin Shi, crying and sniffling, was explaining to the Princess Royal what happened at the Imperial Academy. After listening, the Princess Royal looked incredulous. "She really insulted you? Said you were illiterate, ignorant, and shallow?" The third princess replied crying, "Yes, that's exactly how she insulted me." The Princess Royal looked at her doubtfully. "That's impossible. Little Five hasn't even been to the Imperial Academy. She hasn't studied and can't read. How could she use such idioms? Besides, she doesn't seem like someone who's particularly sharp-tongued." The third princess was surprised again. Everyone seemed to understand. First the crown prince, then Song Jinlan, and now even her elder sister was speaking for that little girl. She said tearfully, "When have I ever lied to you, elder sister? Don't you believe me?" The Princess Royal coughed and said, "It's not that I don't believe you, but that's hardly an insult. Isn't it just the truth?" Then she looked at the third princess with sharp eyes. "Besides, didn't you call her a little wretch?" The third princess felt extremely wronged. "But haven't we always called her that?" The Princess Royal was now impatient. She waved her hand to stop Lin Shi from continuing. "Enough, enough. Go back now. Didn't the Crown Prince punish you with half a month's confinement? Don't come running to me during these 2 weeks." Seeing that even her elder sister wasn't taking her side as usual, Lin Shi felt as if struck by lightning. She ran out of the palace crying with grievance. In Sueju residence, Little Deer held Song Jinlan's hand warmer, concern written all over her face. After all, the third princess was tyrannical. and Song Jinlan's situation would only become more difficult. However, Song Jinlan remained very calm. She shook her head dismissively and smiled, lowering her eyes. It's fine. The third princess shouldn't worry. Little deer looked at the beautiful youth before her, feeling deep sympathy. I put him in such a dangerous situation, yet he's the one comforting me. What a kind angel. Then thinking of Lingxi's narrow-mindedness, after being punished, he would surely come after Song Jinlan again. And there's still the matter of drowning the original host that hasn't been settled. Little deer's gaze turned cold. It seems it's time to deal with him completely. Song Jinlan noticed Little Deer's silence and the change in her eyes. Knowing she was worried about him and thinking of countermeasures, he comforted her. I have my plans. It's cold. Princess should head back early. Thank you for the pastries. Little Deer stood up to leave. Just as she was about to say goodbye, Song Jinlan picked up the hand warmer she had left on the table and handed it to her. Take it. The wind is strong on your way back. Looking at his situation, he probably only had this hand warmer. Little Deer asked, if I take it, what will you use? The beautiful youth smiled and said, I don't fear the cold. Again with that pure smile and those pure words. Even the experienced green tea Little Deer was touched to her heart. Happily, Little Deer reached out to take the hand warmer. She waved goodbye to Song Jinlan, who waved back. Take care, fifth princess. Inadvertently, the frostbite on his hands pained Little Deer's eyes. There were too many small cuts on his hands from the cold. Left untreated, they would get worse. She needed to think of a way to help relieve it. After the fifth princess left, Xiaoxi also worriedly asked Song Jinlan, why did you help the fifth princess yesterday? Offending the third princess is no small matter. Song Jinlan calmly said, Lingxi won't last much longer. Let's see why everyone loves the green tea. She always remembers what others like best, appears with the personality you like most, says what you want to hear, and has a kind heart. Who wouldn't love such a green tea? Winter is the season when plum blossoms are in full bloom. Sweet fragrance wafted from the white plum garden. Little Deer was picking plum blossoms with her maid. The maid was confused about Little Deer's behavior. Princess, what are you picking these white plum blossoms for? If we don't return soon, the noble lady will worry. Little Deer had a mysterious look. It's a secret for now. She carefully picked up the freshly fallen plum blossoms from the ground, holding them in her palm. Gently blowing away the dust, she put them in her small pouch. Once we fill the pouch, we'll go back. Suddenly, a scolding voice came from nearby. Do you believe I'll have someone cane you? A carefree voice replied, wow, you know what? I'm super scared. So scared I can't even sleep. This voice was familiar. Yeah, Shi Xingjiang, don't go too far. The other voice seemed to be the elder princess's. Little Deer listened through the door. Shi Xingjiang, that troublemaker who messed with my hair tie. I was worried about not meeting him, but he delivered himself right to my door. Not trying to win him over would be wasting this chance encounter. Thinking this, Little Deer quickened her pace and ran inside. Since their last parting at the Imperial Academy, Little Deer had been looking for ways to win over this major NPC, Shi Xingjiang. Unexpectedly, he delivered himself to her door again. On the arched bridge, a youth in black clothes sat carelessly on the bridge post, looking quite punchable. The elder princess across from him was stomping her feet in anger. The sound of footsteps came from nearby, and both turned to look. A curious small figure emerged from the nearby bushes. When Shi Xingjiang saw Little Deer, his face broke into a big smile. Isn't this the little bean I met in the snow last time? His restless hand reached for Little Deer's hair tie again. Little bean, we meet again. Little Deer covered her hair tie and issued a useless warning in anger. Don't mess with my hair tie. For some reason, every time Shi Xingjiang saw this little bean, he was especially happy. Even when she was angry and puffed up, she looked particularly cute to him. Little Deer coldly snorted at him, then turned to the elder princess with an instant face change. Sweetly calling Elder Princess Jean, the elder princess was still angry, and upon suddenly seeing Little Deer, her tone wasn't good either. She asked angrily, why are you here? What are you doing here? Little Deer clenched her small fists, her little face full of seriousness. I heard elder sister Huang being bullied in the white plum garden, so I came to help you. Hearing this, the elder princess said, so you came to help me? Thinking about her previous tone, she felt guilty in her heart. She turned her head and stopped speaking, only to see the little bean standing in front of the elder princess, spreading her arms to protect her elder sister. You can't bully my elder sister Huang. She teased carefully. Who told elder sister Huang to have such a bad temper? I was sitting here properly, not blocking his way at all. Yet he insists I move. Don't you think he deserves to be bullied? Faced with this troublemaker who was even more arrogant than herself, Elder Princess Lin Yanji was too angry to speak. Little Deer raised her tiny fist, arguing in an adorably fierce way. My elder sister is the most beautiful girl under heaven. Beautiful girls can be forgiven for having a bad temper. At these words, Lin Yanji was stunned. She hadn't expected this little girl to defend her so strongly. Shi Xingjiang's face turned black. What was this little bean saying? Speaking so seriously, what kind of twisted logic was this? My goodness, can you believe it? This little girl seriously said that if a girl is beautiful, her bad temper can be forgiven. At these words, even the elder princess, who was called the most beautiful girl under heaven, was stunned. She secretly tugged at Little Deer's clothes, embarrassedly, saying, "It's not quite like that." Though she said this, she was already blooming with joy inside. Little Deer was secretly pleased. Indeed, since ancient times, no one could resist the power of flattery. To deal with the elder princess, just one compliment could make her favorability skyrocket. Little Deer continued with a serious face. Elder Sister Huang is truly the most beautiful princess under heaven. The elder princess was completely absorbed in self-admiration. What Shi Xingjiang said was all nonsense. I won't care what he said. Little Wu is right. Whatever Little Wu says is right. She took Little Deer's hand, pretending to be indifferent. Little Wu, let's go. We won't stoop to his level. Little Deer obediently held the elder princess's hand, preparing to leave. Shi Xingjiang saw the two sisters ignoring him and just walking away like that. This little bean even turned back arrogantly and made a face at him. My face has been completely crushed. Unacceptable. He deliberately provoked. You say she's the most beautiful girl under heaven? What a joke. I think you're prettier than her. At these words, the elder princess's expression immediately changed. She stopped walking. The hand holding Little Deer's slowly loosened. Little Deer thought, girls this age are most sensitive about being compared. Shi Xingjiang's provocation was quite skillful, but using verbal attacks against me was rather weak. Little Deer gripped the elder princess's hand tightly and suddenly turned back. Looking at that still smug troublemaker, she sighed regretfully, calmly lamenting, so young, yet already blind. What a pity. Shi Xingjiang had meant to drive a wedge between the sisters, but was directly struck by this single comment. The elder princess finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. She affectionately held Little Deer's hand. Little Five, come back with me to Yahua Palace. The Ministry of Internal Affairs sent some winter-cultivated fruits this morning. I'll let you try them. Little Deer readily agreed, thinking that the elder princess had always been close to Lingxi. If she could completely win over the elder princess and get her on her side, dealing with Lingxi wouldn't be a problem. The two sisters happily left, leaving behind Shi Xingjiang, who was still scratching his head. Though he was rendered speechless by the sharp-tongued little bean, he wasn't angry. He muttered to himself, next time I see you, I'll definitely pull out your little pigtails. It was Little Deer's first visit to Yahua Palace. The elder princess began enthusiastically, that pot of flowers. If you like them, take 2 pots back later. Take this new hand warmer the ministry just sent. Throw away your old one. These new winter clothes I just had made. Take them too. And this snow fox fur. It's all yours. Little Deer quickly waved her hands. No need. No need. I can't take these things. I don't need all this. The elder princess glared. What do you mean you don't need them? You're the 5th princess. You deserve to wear and use all these things. After speaking, she pushed the gifts forward. Anyway, these are all yours now. Food, items, toys, whatever you need in the future, just tell me directly. With me here, you won't be wronged. Little Deer's eyes welled up with tears, either pretending or genuinely excited about the gifts. She thanked the elder princess pitifully. The elder princess was very pleased with Little Deer's expression. At this moment, Little Deer spotted the 9 connected rings on the table. She had heard that the elder princess liked playing with such trinkets since childhood. To become close friends, they needed common interests, and this toy could be just that. It seemed that after this, the elder princess had completely become a member of Little Deer's team. The 3rd princess's side lost another ally. To defend the elder princess, Little Deer had used verbal attacks against the general's son, Shi Xingjiang, leaving Shi Xingjiang completely speechless. The elder princess truly accepted Little Deer and invited her back to Yahua Palace. The sisterly bond quickly grew warmer. If she could share common interest with the elder princess, It would make their relationship even stronger. Thinking this, little deer stared at the 9 connected rings on the table and asked curiously, "Elder sister, is this the 9 connected rings?" Seeing that little deer knew what this trinket was called, the elder princess became excited. "You know how to play this?" Little deer smiled and replied, "Just a little bit." Lin Yinji immediately moved closer to sit beside little deer. "Then we can play together. These 9 connected rings are quite complex. I've been trying to solve it for months, but haven't succeeded." Little deer pretended to be naive and said, "I'm not very good at it either. Let's figure it out together." But in her heart, she was calculating. To win her over, showing superior intelligence to Lin Yinji would be unwise. Giving subtle hints would instead make her think I'm clever, but still slightly less skilled than her. "Elder sister, why don't you try turning this ring the other way?" Under little deer's seemingly casual guidance, Lin Yinji actually solved the first ring. "Elder sister is so amazing." Then, little deer hinted again. "This single piece's position looks strange." Lin Yinji successfully solved the next ring. Little deer followed with another wave of flattery. Soon, all 9 rings were solved. Little deer clapped her hands, exclaiming excitedly, "Elder sister is truly amazing." Looking at the innocent little deer, Lin Yinji felt somewhat regretful. She had previously believed Lingxi's instigation and disliked little Wu. Now after interacting with her, she realized how unreliable Lingxi's words were. She decided to keep her distance from Lingxi in the future. At this moment, the sound of palace maids greeting Consort Hui came from outside. Consort Hui had heard about the elder princess bringing little deer to the palace, and she was worried. "I only wanted Nier to teach that little girl a lesson outside. Why did she bring her back to the palace? If something happens and His Majesty investigates, I won't be able to escape responsibility." She hurriedly walked inside. Upon entering, she saw the sisters smiling happily. The little girl was eating snacks and playing with toys, with a hand warmer placed beside her. The consort immediately understood the situation and her face darkened. Little deer stood up and politely greeted the consort. Consort Hui naturally showed no pleasant expression. She was Consort Sian's archenemy, and this little girl was close to Consort Sian, which was why she had wanted her daughter to teach her a lesson. She hadn't expected her daughter to be playing happily with her instead. She coldly asked, "What is the 5th princess doing here? If you have nothing to do, you should leave." Little deer thought silently, showing dominance right from the start. This was clearly hostile. To be honest, little deer had been very successful before because most of her targets were princes and princesses without much scheming. Only Consort Sian was of a higher rank, but she had already formed a good impression of little deer before being won over. Now Consort Hui appeared, disliking little Wu, being very shrewd, and being Consort Sian's archenemy. The difficulty level was extremely high. Let's see how the max level green tea little deer performs. Continuing from before, just as she had quickly warmed up to elder princess Lin Yinji and found common interests, unexpectedly, the elder princess's mother, Consort Hui, returned. This was going to be a tough nut to crack. Extremely shrewd and Consort Sian's archenemy, she had previously instructed the elder princess to teach little deer a lesson. Sure enough, as soon as she entered, she coldly dismissed little deer. Lin Yinji knew her mother was angry and didn't dare speak up for little deer. She turned and gently told little deer to leave first. Little deer appeared compliant while calculating internally. "She's showing such a cold face right away. Seems she has deep prejudices against me. I can't confront her directly. Better to find another opportunity to test the waters later." While thinking this, she obediently bowed goodbye to the consort and elder princess. After little deer left, the consort began scolding Lin Yinji. "I told you to teach her a lesson outside. Why did you bring her back to the palace? Have less contact with her. Don't you know Lin Xian's girl was punished by the crown prince's mansion because of her?" This mention, Lin Yinji immediately retorted, "That was because Lin Shi herself was stupid. I've decided to have less contact with Lin Shi from now on." This response surprised Consort Hui deeply. "Why? Weren't you close sisters since childhood? One takes on the color of one's company." Lin Yinji pointed at her head, saying seriously, "I'm worried Lin Shi's stupidity will affect my smart brain." After hearing her daughter's words, the consort was secretly alarmed. Yenner had always been close to Lin Shi, but since little Wu arrived, Yenner wanted to distance herself from Lin Shi. The shrewd consort Hui naturally realized that little Wu had influenced this. She hadn't expected someone so young to be so capable. Though she didn't know exactly how it was done, She couldn't be careless from now on. Outside Yahua Palace, Little Wu held the hand warmer given by the elder princess, seeming somewhat distracted. She was probably considering how to win over Consort Hui. Gong and Qingyin praised the exquisite hand warmer beside her. They said they would make a hand strap for Little Deer later to make it more complete with the warmer attached. Suddenly, a stone flew from nearby. It landed with a pat sound near Little Deer's feet. Before she could react, Qingyin quickly shielded her behind him, shouting, "Who dares to be so bold as to harm the fifth princess in the palace?" To be fair, facing the cold Consort Hui, Little Deer chose to avoid confrontation and wait for better timing. This was correct. People like Consort Hui are the hardest to find weaknesses in. Besides, someone throwing stones must be a child, and aiming at the feet clearly showed no intent to harm. Can you guess who it was? How dare someone attack the fifth princess in broad daylight? Really? I don't believe it. Little Deer held the elder princess's small hand warmer as she left Yahua Palace, lost in thought. Suddenly, a small stone flew toward her, landing at her feet. Hearing a sound behind her, Little Deer looked back. It was that troublemaker, Shi Xingjiang, waiting at the elder princess's door. He was specifically waiting for me to escort me back to the palace. Shi Xingjiang sat on a tree branch holding a slingshot, laughing as he greeted Little Deer. "Hey shorty, weren't you very fierce earlier? Are you afraid of the slingshot?" This troublemaker was quite patient, waiting here for so long. "I'll strike while the iron is hot and win you over." When Qingyin saw it was Shi Xingjiang, he immediately backed down. But Little Deer showed no fear. "I'm not afraid of you. Come up here then," Shi Xingjiang shouted back. Little Deer retorted, "Only monkeys climb trees." Seeing Shi Xingjiang taking the bait, "Who says I climbed up? I flew up here." Little Deer made a face at him. "Blah, I don't believe you, unless you show me how you fly." Shi Xingjiang, trained in martial arts since childhood, naturally had good physical skills. Provoked by Little Deer, he said, "Then I'll show you a flight." He lightly tapped his toes and spread his arms, jumping straight toward Little Deer's direction. Little Deer watched this boy soaring in the air, his presence commanding, his brow always carrying confidence, and found herself mesmerized. In an instant, the young man landed lightly in front of Little Deer. The little girl stepped back a few paces. Looking at the still proud Shi Xingjiang, she suddenly smiled mischievously. "Why did you come down?" She thought to herself, using reverse psychology on people like him works every time. Shi Xingjiang was stunned, wondering why he had indeed come down. He had fallen for this little bean's trick, but he wasn't angry at all. He naturally reached toward Little Deer's head while about to say something. Little Deer immediately saw what he was trying to do. She quickly protected her head, shouting, "No, no, no, don't touch my hair buns." Seeing the little bean like this, Shi Xingjiang smiled even more broadly, hands on his hips, confidently saying, "Who told you to make your buns so cute?" Little Deer didn't let her guard down, still protecting her head. She angrily said, "You still can't touch them." Shi Xingjiang was amused by her adorably fierce manner. This little bean was just too cute. Okay, I won't touch them," he said as he crouched down, pointing at the small pouch on Little Deer's waist. "What's in there?" Little Deer lowered her guard and put down her hands, answering obediently, "White plum blossoms." Shi Xingjiang poked it, saying, "For a sachet, a little is enough. Why do you need so much? It's neither pretty nor practical." Little Deer turned her head with a humph. "I won't tell you." But she thought to herself, this seemingly simple-minded young master actually has quite sharp thoughts. Then Shi Xingjiang suddenly snatched the pouch away, holding it high above his head. Little Deer jumped up and down shouting, "Give it back," but couldn't reach it no matter how she tried. To be honest, this dense Shi Xingjiang had no idea how to interact with girls. Fortunately, Little Deer was a master at playing coy, able to match and show the personality he liked. Otherwise, girls would avoid someone with such a personality. Oh, you lonely soul. Taking a girl's things right when meeting her, this dense Shi Xingjiang doesn't know anything about flirting. But luckily, before him was a master of charm. In Little Deer's eyes right now, he was definitely a big fish, a stepping stone to winning over Consort Wan. Now was the perfect chance to win over this dense boy. Who would have thought? This mischievous kid, one moment curious about what was in her pouch, the next moment directly taking it and holding it high to tease her. Little Deer jumped trying to reach it, but couldn't reach it no matter what. Her face turned red with frustration. Suddenly, she had an idea. Little Deer pursed her lips, eyes filled with tears, looking wronged. "Didn't you say we were friends earlier?" How can friends bully friends? Shi Xingjiang hid the pouch behind his back, rubbing little deer's hair buns. Oh, now you remember we're friends? Just now when Princess Wang was bullying me, I didn't hear you say we were friends. Little deer pretended to be naive, defending herself pitifully. Oh, I just forgot then. Shi Xingjiang watched her expressions and actions, feeling delighted. She was just too cute. He gently hung the pouch back on Little Deer and asked her, Little Bean, what's your name? You didn't tell me last time. Little Deer's face showed disbelief. You're lying? You know I'm the 5th princess? How could you not know my name? Shi Xingjiang smiled at Little Deer. I haven't asked others about it. I want to hear your name from you personally. Little Deer thought, this dense boy. Then she softly hummed, I'm called Little Deer. Shi Xingjiang gently repeated her name, reaching out to touch her soft hair. What a cute name. Then he handed the slingshot to Little Deer. I have to go now. This slingshot is for you. As our meeting gift, Little Deer silently criticized this dense boy for giving a girl a slingshot as a meeting gift, but she still happily accepted it, saying thank you. Seeing Little Deer accept his gift, Shi Xingjiang shamelessly continued, I gave you a meeting gift. What will you give me in return? Actively asking for a gift. Well, being thick-skinned can make one invincible. Little Deer blinked her big eyes, thinking for a while, but couldn't come up with a suitable gift. Girls' gifts should always be prepared with care. So she mysteriously said, you'll know when the time comes. Now go, you naughty boy. His eyes curved into crescents, full of anticipation. See you next time then. As the little bean Shi Xingjiang turned to leave, Little Deer aimed the slingshot in his direction. As if declaring her upcoming victory, she thought to herself, there's no one in this world I can't handle. A master of charm, specializing in dealing with young masters. One shot, straight to the heart. What would it feel like to be noticed by a master of charm? Is it wonderful? Let's see together. Earlier, Little Deer and the palace maid picked many plum blossoms in the white plum garden. Both the palace maid and Shi Xingjiang had asked Little Deer what she needed so many plum blossoms for. But Little Deer just maintained a mysterious expression. I thought Little Deer wanted to use the plum blossoms to make some powerful tool to deal with the 3rd princess. Seems I overthought it. Today it was finally revealed. Little Deer was concerned about Song Jinlan's frostbitten hands and started making hand cream using white plum blossoms. For someone like Little Deer who possessed modern scientific knowledge, this wasn't difficult at all. It should be similar to making soap. While others who time-traveled made soap, Little Deer made hand cream. This made sense. Since their last meeting, Little Deer hadn't seen Song Jinlan for several days. As the new year approached, the weather grew increasingly cold. Thinking of Song Jinlan's harsh living conditions, Little Deer sent silver charcoal and bracelets to her. Fearing the palace maids might be negligent, she specifically emphasized that these must be delivered directly to Song Jinlan's hands. Now, Sueju residents could finally have a warm winter. After busy days working with bottles and jars on the bamboo table, the hand cream was finally ready. This task couldn't be delegated to palace maids. Little Deer had to deliver it personally. When Song Jinlan saw Little Deer enter, she was quite surprised. But she still wore a gentle smile. It's so cold. Why did the 5th princess come? If it weren't cold, how could I show my thoughtfulness? Little Deer wore a red cloak, looking bright against the snow. She smiled and directly stated she came to deliver something. Then she presented a small box. This is hand cream I made. Please use it, Your Highness. Song Jinlan was genuinely confused. What was hand cream? She'd never heard of it. Taking the box and opening it, she saw the light pink cream was fine and soft, emitting a plum blossom fragrance. After examining it for a while, she confirmed she'd never seen it before. It would have been problematic if she had. Then she asked in disbelief, did the princess make this? Little Deer smiled and said, yes, after seeing Your Highness's frostbitten hands last time, I made this hand cream. It works wonders for frostbite. Then Little Deer casually took Song Jinlan's hand, applied some hand cream, and gently spread it over Song Jinlan's wounds, smoothing it evenly. Could Little Deer be taking advantage of Song Jinlan? Song Jinlan seemed touched. After so many years in a foreign land, this was the first time she felt such genuine care. This warm feeling spread to places in her heart that hadn't felt warmth before. To emphasize its importance to Song Jinlan, Little Deer instructed, the hand cream can protect your hands. Your Highness must remember to apply it regularly. Song Jinlan could hardly see the hand cream anymore. Her eyes were full of Little Deer. Looking at this serious, earnest young girl, she nodded obediently. It seems there's nothing a master of charm can't handle. 2 male leads with maxed-out intelligence were conquered just like that. This proves that intelligence is useless in matters of the heart. Snowy days are among the most romantic scenes. But whether it's romantic depends on the person. If the Denshi Xinjiang were here, it might not be romantic at all. It might turn into a snowball fight instead. Now outside Suizhu residence, Little Deer, after explaining how to use the hand cream to Song Jinlan, was happily saying goodbye and preparing to leave. Suddenly, she felt something cold falling on her head. Looking up, she saw white snowflakes floating everywhere. Oh my, heaven was helping. Amidst the heavy snow, the young girl in red robes turned back with a smile. What a beautiful scene. Little Deer sweetly said to Song Jinlan, "Your Highness, this is the first snow of the year. It's a bit later than usual, but something seemed off about this scene." Little Deer reached out, feeling the cold sensation of snowflakes landing in her palm. Then she pressed her hands together, closed her eyes, and said devoutly, "I've heard that wishes made during the first snow will come true." Song Jinlan naturally stood beside Little Deer, one in plain blue robes with a clean smile, the other in red brocade, cheerful and lovely. Isn't this exactly how the male and female leads should look? Unlike Little Deer's jubilant excitement, Song Jinlan just smiled faintly. Gently catching snowflakes, Little Deer turned slightly. "Your Highness, do you have any wishes? While the snow is heavy, hurry and make one." Song Jinlan looked at Little Deer's expectant face, smiled softly, "My wish?" then slowly raised her head toward the snowy sky, as if seeing her hometown thousands of miles away. "My wishes don't depend on heaven." Little Deer sighed inwardly. Indeed, brother can only rely on himself. If heaven was useful, he wouldn't have been trapped here since childhood. Seeing the snow falling heavier, Little Deer put on her hood and bid farewell to Song Jinlan. As she walked, she thought, Yahua Palace isn't far from Tsuizhu residence. Since there's still one box of hand cream left, why not give it to Lin Yinji? Giving hand cream on a snowy day would earn maximum favor points. She could also inquire about Hui Fei. Soon, Little Deer's small figure appeared at Yahua Palace's entrance. The palace maids, knowing her friendship with the crown princess, politely invited her in. Following the palace maid into the courtyard, she saw Hui Fei sitting under the eaves before the door. Admiring the snow scene, she was now looking at Little Deer with a cold expression. Little Deer secretly complained to herself. This wasn't going well. Still, she respectfully greeted Hui Fei. Little Deer was clearly surprised too. Coldly asked, "What do you want with the crown princess?" Little Deer had hit another snag. Unfortunately, Hui Fei really disliked Little Deer. Would Hui Fei discipline Little Deer this time? A 5-year-old princess against a calculating imperial consort. Could there be any chance of winning? The gap in their status was too great. But for Little Deer, a master of charm, it wasn't impossible to try. She just needed an opportunity. Was today a good chance? In Yahua Palace, Hui Fei coldly inquired about Little Deer's purpose. Little Deer obediently explained. She had made something she wanted to give to the crown princess. Hui Fei snorted, "How thoughtful of you." Hui Fei could see through Little Deer's intentions, but disdained to acknowledge them. Still, she thought Little Deer needed a lesson. No reason, she just felt uncomfortable seeing Little Deer. Then Hui Fei stood up, standing on the steps, looking down at Little Deer in the snowy courtyard. She said, "The crown princess is still napping. Since you're so thoughtful, wait here until she wakes up to give it to her personally." Then she ordered the palace maids to return to her chambers, leaving Little Deer alone in the snow. What was Hui Fei thinking? This seemed like punishing Little Deer, but actually gave her ammunition. Before, when it wasn't snowing, Little Deer would remove her cloak to deliberately catch a cold. Now in this heavy snow, with Hui Fei personally punishing her, Little Deer had even more room to maneuver. As the snow fell heavier, Little Deer clutched her hands, calculating in her mind. It seemed Hui Fei wasn't easy to win over. She had heard from palace maids that Hui Fei and Xian Fei became enemies because her first child was lost due to Xian Fei's schemes. Such deep hatred probably couldn't be resolved in this lifetime. They would fight to the bitter end. And since I first allied with Xian Fei, in Hui Fei's eyes, I'm already on Xian Fei's side. Thinking this, Little Deer silently sighed. Completely winning over Hui Fei would be quite difficult, unless she fell out with Xian Fei. But she decided against that. Having the crown princess was enough. At this moment, Little Deer's mind was racing, considering various relationships and consequences. Hui Fei knew about her good relationship with Lin Yinji, yet still treated her this way. She wanted to make me resent her and transfer that anger to Lin Yinji, breaking our relationship? In that case, I'll play along with her plan. But instead of getting angry at Lin Yinji, I'll act pitiful in front of her. Actually, little dear was already pitiful enough. In this heavy snow, a 5-year-old girl standing for so long, how could she be well? Soon, her little face had turned pale from the cold, her body shivering. Just then, an urgent cry came from nearby. The crown princess rushed over with her palace maids. Through their message, she had learned that little dear had been standing in the snow for a long time. Her heart was full of worry and guilt. This was exactly the effect desired. This was Huifei's unintentional assist. Little dear softly called out to Lin Yinji, royal elder sister, with a weak expression, yet showing happiness at seeing Lin Yinji. Such first-class acting. Now it was little dear's time to perform. Others transmigrate to make soap and play green tea, but little dear transmigrated to make hand cream. This was a god-tier item for winning people over. Little dear brought hand cream for the crown princess, but was blocked by Huifei, who made her wait in the snow. Though little dear shivered in the cold, she was actually delighted inside. In this situation, following along with the plan and using the suffering strategy again was perfect. Soon, the crown princess hurriedly came and brought little dear back to her room, immediately giving her a hand warmer. Seeing little dear still shivering, cheeks red from cold, Lin Yinji reproached worriedly, "Little five, aren't you silly? Just because Mother Consort told you to stand there, you did? In such cold weather, couldn't you leave?" Facing her elder sister's scolding, little dear kept shivering while giving a dry laugh. Lin Yinji took the hot tea from the palace maid, not turning her head, just staring at little dear while continuing to nag. "You could have come back another time when I was awake, or had your palace maid send a message. In such cold weather, you could have frozen, silly." While talking, she handed the hot tea to little dear. Little dear took the hot tea and gulped it down. Seeing little dear's urgent manner, Lin Yinji quickly ordered the palace maid to brew another pot of hot tea. Little dear put down the empty cup and took out an exquisitely made rouge box from her pocket, handing it to the crown princess. Lin Yinji looked at the small box with surprise, wondering what brand of rouge it was. As soon as she opened the lid, a faint plum blossom fragrance wafted out. She couldn't help but praise its lovely scent. Seeing she had successfully piqued Lin Yinji's curiosity, little dear explained timely that this was Little Dear brand hand cream. Applied to hands, it could protect them and make the skin more moisturized and radiant. Little dear scratched her head, eyes curved like crescents, saying shyly that she made it herself. Lin Yinji was amazed. She immediately applied some to her hands. Seeing her hands indeed become smoother, with a faint plum blossom fragrance, she was instantly won over. She turned to look at little dear, knowing she had endured the cold outside for so long just to bring this to her. Her heart was deeply touched. Looking at her cheerful little sister, she felt another wave of sympathy. Holding little dear's hand and patting her head, she said, "Next time, just have your palace maid deliver it. No need to come yourself." Little dear blinked her big eyes at Lin Yinji, clearly understanding that her mission had been perfectly accomplished, but she could go further for an even greater victory. She then said coquettishly, "But I wanted to see royal elder sister." This act made Lin Yinji feel even more guilty. "Come whenever you want in the future. Don't be formal." Then she added in a pretend stern voice, "Just don't stand outside waiting foolishly like this time." While speaking, she tightened little dear's cloak. "Now that you've delivered the gift, head back. It'll be harder to walk if the snow gets heavier." Yinji had wanted to keep little dear to play for a while, but thinking that Mother Consort would wake from her nap soon and might give little dear trouble if she saw her, she decided to send her back first. Little dear stood up, turning back to smile foolishly while saying goodbye to royal elder sister. She was very happy inside. With this assist from Huifei, the effect was even better than simply delivering hand cream. The sisterly bond had been strengthened considerably. What girl could resist beauty? Little dear brand hand cream. Modern technology, you deserve it. With her self-made DIY hand cream, little dear had not only captured Song Jinlan, but also won over the Tsundere crown princess. Just after little dear left, Huifei hurriedly went to Lin Yinji's room. Having just woken from her nap, she clearly still had traces of sleep anger. She immediately noticed Lin Yinji playing with an exquisite box and asked in an unfriendly tone, "What's that in your hand?" Lin Yinji had expected her mother to come and remained calm. She casually put the hand cream aside, tucked her hands into her sleeves, and said indifferently, "Nothing." The shrewd Huifei, seeing her daughter's behavior, became even angrier. Before, her daughter had always been of one mind with her, never keeping secrets. Now she dared to hide things. She shouted loudly, "Is it something that little tramp gave you?" Lin Yinji frowned, displeased with her mother calling little dear such names, and retorted, "Little dear is still a princess. If others heard you speaking of her this way, it might cause gossip." Hu Weifei laughed in anger. "Are you actually scolding your mother for that little tramp?" Lin Yinji became serious. "I'm concerned about you, mother. Little Five is just a child. What could she have to do with the palace's conflicts? I hope you won't trouble her anymore." Hearing her daughter's words, Hu Weifei was furious but speechless. She simply snorted coldly and turned to leave, saying, "Think about it carefully yourself." Caught between her mother and little dear, Lin Yinji sighed deeply. This is too difficult. Time flew by quickly, and soon it was the new year. The Manhwa Palace was brightly lit, more lively than any previous new year. Because of Xinfei, Little Deer and Lady Lan were invited to attend the palace's annual banquet for the first time. This was an unprecedented event for Manhwa Palace, and mother and daughter were busy preparing nervously. Compared to Manhwa Palace, Consort Jin's Zhaoyang Palace seemed quite desolate. Because of the evil spirit incident, plus third Princess Lin she being punished by the Crown Prince, people in the palace gradually distanced themselves, trying to avoid them at all costs. Lin she was now crying on her mother's lap, complaining endlessly, "Why can that cheap Lin Xiaolu attend the annual banquet while we can't?" Consort Jean was also exasperated, only able to vent her anger at her daughter. "You still dare to cry? It's all because of your worthless behavior angering the Crown Prince. Your father won't even see us because of the evil spirit incident, let alone attend what annual banquet." Hearing this, Lin she cried even harder, asking helplessly, "What should we do now?" Consort Jean wiped her daughter's tears while saying viciously, "It's all because of those cheap people in Manhwa Palace. They won't be comfortable for long." The main villain was preparing to cause trouble, really worried about Little Deer. The villains were starting to act. How would Little Deer handle it? Little Deer's transmigration happened because third Princess Lin, she pushed her into the water. And then she was humiliated by Consort Jean. However, due to Little Deer's counterattack, this evil mother-daughter pair had become ostracized, with everyone trying to avoid them. But they weren't content with the situation and wanted to court even greater disaster. At this moment, Consort Jean was grinding her teeth and plotting. That cheap Xiao Lan just latched onto Xinfei and dares to be so arrogant. If she enters Wei Feng in the future, won't she be stepping all over me? Lin Shi, with tears in her eyes, asked expectantly, "Mother, do you have a plan?" Consort Jean smiled coldly, the evil in her heart written all over her face. "They want to attend the annual banquet? Then I'll send them a grand gift that will ensure they never rise again." The mother and daughter plotted inside the room. Outside the wall, a dark figure was silently listening to everything. Night enveloped the entire palace, and the figure moved silently across the snowy ground. Though near the new year, Suizhu residents remained quiet. Song Jinlan sat at her desk, reading by candlelight. Suddenly the door creaked open. A dark figure appeared abruptly in the doorway. Song Jinlan wasn't surprised by the black-clothed person's appearance. Instead, she respectfully greeted, "Uncle Ji, you're back." It turned out this black-clothed person was the world's greatest swordsman, named Ji Liang, who had been secretly protecting Song Jinlan on someone's behalf. The usually silent Ji Liang only uttered 3 words, "Zhaoyang Palace." Song Jinlan teased, "Uncle Ji went eavesdropping for me as soon as you returned." Ji Liang looked slightly embarrassed but remained silent as usual. Tiandong looked worried. "Could it be that the third princess is planning to harm your highness again?" "Lin, she always likes to cause trouble for your highness. Thanks to Mr. G's secret surveillance before, we were able to turn danger into safety many times." Ji Liang said calmly, "It's not about your highness. It's about Manhwa Palace." Song Jinlan pondered, wondering if they were going to target the 5th princess. She couldn't help but worry secretly. As the ancients say, evil people will meet their match. You're their nemesis. Haha, let's see how the max-level green tea expert counters the 3rd princess's mother. Song Jinlan learned from Ji Liang that Consort Jean planned to harm Little Deer and her mother at the annual banquet. Very worried, Song Jinlan looked at Ji Liang with concern and confusion. Tiandong explained, "This 5th princess is different from the 3rd princess. She's an extremely good person. Look, this burning silver charcoal was sent by the 5th princess. She also sent snacks and hand cream to your highness." Little Deer had even won over Tiandong, who was enthusiastically telling Ji Liang about the 5th princess's Palace's goodness. Suddenly noticing Song Jinlan's somewhat angry expression, he immediately zipped his mouth shut and said no more. Song Jinlan didn't waste words and directly asked Jiliang about Zhaoyang Palace's specific plans. Jiliang then slowly revealed their plans for the annual banquet, explaining how they would do this and that. Song Jinlan fell into deep thought after hearing this. Jiliang noticed Song Jinlan wanted to help and remarked, "This isn't like you. You never used to get involved in these matters." Jinlan felt somewhat panicked inside but maintained a calm exterior and didn't rush to explain. Instead, she asked, "Uncle Ji, do you find this room warm?" Jiliang nodded. "I think it's warm too." Jinlan didn't continue, but everyone understood. It wasn't about the warmth at all. Rather, our princess was truly worried about Xiaolu. Love comes unexpectedly but runs deep. The scene shifts to Manhwa Palace. Little Deer was sitting by the window, reading a transmigration novel by candlelight. Suddenly there was a bang sound, as if something hit the window. Little Deer quickly went to check, thinking it was someone playing a prank. Instead, she found a stone wrapped in paper. Upon opening it, she saw Consort Jin's plans written on the paper. Little Deer's eyes turned cold as she gripped the note tightly, thinking to herself, "What level is this Consort Jin? Frequently trying to provoke me? Since that's the case, I'll settle this with her completely at the annual banquet." Then Little Deer resumed her cute demeanor, leaned out the window, and softly said, "Thank you," into the darkness. In the darkness, Song Jinlan watched the window close, a smile on her face, her worried heart slightly relieved. 5 days later, the annual banquet began. The emperor's New Year's feast was indeed different, with so many consorts, each wearing silk and brocade, beautiful as flowers. And these were just the favored ones. TSK, how does he manage them all? At the banquet, Little Deer looked at all the consorts present, gossiping about sharing the emperor's burden. The emperor was also happily raising his cup repeatedly. When Little Lu raised her teacup, she accidentally caught Consort Jin and the third princess staring at her and her mother. Their malice was written all over their faces. It must have cost them quite a bit to attend the annual banquet. Little Lu's eyes curved like crescents as she tilted her head and raised her cup in their direction from afar, being as irritating as possible. Third Princess Lin, she gritted her teeth in anger, cursing internally that this cheap person dared to provoke her. Beside her came Consort Jin's reassuring voice, "Don't worry, daughter. Mother has arranged everything. Let's just wait and enjoy the show." Such an evil expression, looking so confident. "Don't get slapped in the face later." This moment came. The Empress's voice. "Wow, the Empress is so beautiful. The Empress is the most beautiful. The Emperor is busy and has left first. Sisters, why don't you join me at Tianxin Garden to watch the fireworks and snow scenery? It would make for a beautiful story with the fireworks." Everyone agreed and stood up to follow. Jingyuan couldn't miss such an occasion and immediately came to invite Little Deer to watch the fireworks together. As the two were chatting and preparing to leave, a voice called Lady Lan interrupted them. The two turned around to look. It was a palace maid who claimed to be a former servant of Lady Lan's mother, Madame Xiao. Lady Lan looked confused and asked what the matter was. The person said Madame Xiao had sent someone to visit Lady Lan and invited her for a chat. Lady Lan was surprised. Since losing favor after giving birth to her son, the Xiao family had cut ties with her. She hadn't seen her mother for years, not even exchanging letters. Now suddenly someone was sent to see her. Without thinking too much, Lady Lan arranged for Little Deer to go play with the fourth prince first. Then she turned and followed that maid. The fourth prince held Little Deer's hand, urging her to hurry and find a good spot to watch the parrots. Little did they know, Consort Jin was hiding nearby observing, with a cold smile. Lady Lan had taken the bait. The show was about to begin. Unexpectedly, Little Deer, being led away by Jingyuan, turned her head slightly and smiled mischievously. "Consort Jin, don't disappoint me." Clearly, everything was under control. "Oh my goodness, this counterattack operation is perfect in every detail. Amazing. Little Deer is truly my idol." On the way to Tianxin Garden, various lanterns lined both sides of the path as the consorts chatted and joked. During the lively atmosphere, a pair of palace maids walked slowly carrying tea. Little Deer thought the timing was perfect and invited Brother Jingyuan to play a shadow-stepping game. Whoever steps on the other's shadow first wins and can ask for a gift. Jingyuan was in high spirits and couldn't refuse. He readily agreed. Before he could react, Little Deer started running while saying, "Start," letting out silver bell-like laughter. "Brother Jinyuan, come chase me." Jinyuan hurriedly followed. "Little Sister Deer, wait for me." Little Deer ran through the line of tea-carrying palace maids. Just as Jinyuan was about to catch her, she quickly ducked under a maid's tea tray. Unfortunately, Jinyuan was too tall and couldn't dodge in time, directly knocking over the maid's teapot. As luck would have it, with a splash, the tea spilled all over Consort Jean, who was walking nearby. Not a drop was wasted. Little Deer handled these details perfectly. Who would blame two children playing and accidentally spilling tea? But everything was just beginning. Consort Jean was seen furiously yelling at the maid. "How could you be so careless with the tea?" The Empress walked over at the right moment and comforted Consort Jean, saying there was still time before the fireworks, so she should go change her clothes to avoid catching cold in this weather. Consort Jean left. She hadn't discovered anything suspicious, only secretly regretting whether she'd make it back in time to see Lady Land's drama. Little Deer, following behind Consort Sian and Jinyuan, turned to give me a mischievous smile through the screen. Mission accomplished. As everyone crowded around the Empress near Tianxin Garden, the Empress spoke, "Sisters, tonight you must keep me company to enjoy the fireworks." Suddenly, they heard some indescribable moaning sounds. The Empress frowned and asked where the noise was coming from. Little Deer said, "The sound seems to be coming from the bushes ahead." The Empress immediately ordered palace maids to lead the way and investigate. As the maids approached, the indescribable sounds grew louder. When the lantern light shone into the bushes, the Empress and everyone were shocked. "Oh my goodness, can you believe it? In the middle of winter, a man and woman were being intimate in the bushes. Could this be the hidden program of the annual banquet?" The awkward atmosphere lasted for a moment, then someone cried out in disbelief, "Consort Jean, my goodness, can you believe it?" On New Year's Eve in the dead of winter, a man and woman were caught in the bushes, and everything was witnessed by the Empress and all the consorts. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, Consort Jean finally awoke from her passionate state. She looked at everyone in terror, immediately ran out in disarray, crying out, "Empress, save me!" With a thud, she knelt down and explained that while passing by, she was kidnapped by a thief and dragged into the flower grove. She almost, "Please help me, Empress." Consort Jean was internally devastated. She was supposed to be watching the show. How did she become the main character? She had clearly gone with the palace maid to change clothes, but somehow lost consciousness and woke up disheveled here. She couldn't understand what had happened. The Empress roared in anger, "Where are your serving maids?" Jean Ping immediately pointed behind her, saying, "They were all knocked unconscious by the thief." Only then did everyone notice. Behind her stood a guard-dressed servant, looking at everyone with a wronged expression, seeming hesitant to speak. He hardly looked like a thief at all. Other consorts were also discussing this person. If he were really a thief, why would he look so wronged? Consort Jean remained kneeling, clutching the Empress's dress and begging pitifully. She thought to herself that after today's incident, she would have no place in the palace anymore. It was too cruel. This trick was originally prepared for Xiaolan. She had sent someone to lure her here. Why hadn't she shown up? Instead, she was the one who fell into the trap. Who could it be? She suddenly roared at the kneeling servant. "It was you, you low-born scum. You deliberately framed me." While cursing madly, she swung her fists at the servant. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck her mind. She turned her head and caught Little Deer looking at her innocently. Could it be this 5-year-old girl? No, impossible. Jean Ping thought of Little Deer, but immediately dismissed the idea. Just a little girl who's barely grown up. How could she have foiled her plan and turned the tables? Indeed, who would have thought this 5-year-old princess was a master manipulator? Little Deer tugged at Jinyuan's sleeve, shrinking behind him, saying softly, "Brother Jinyuan, Consort Jin's gaze is so scary." "I'm scared." Jinyuan lovingly patted Little Deer's head. "Don't be afraid, brother is here." Jean Ping stared at Little Deer's actions, still secretly speculating. If all this was really her doing, how could someone so young have such thoughts? This couldn't be a child at all. She must be an evil spirit, a 5-year-old schemer. With one small plot, she took down the palace's favored consort. A song of defeat for her. Haha, Consort Jean was now kneeling before the empress, begging desperately. Her vengeful eyes kept staring at Little Deer. She had begun to suspect Little Deer but couldn't believe a 5-year-old child could devise such a scheme. Meanwhile, the palace maids had brought Consort Jin's maid before the empress for confrontation. The empress was still furious. Stern and cold, she demanded, "Tell me exactly what happened just now. Speak truthfully." Faced with the empress's authority, the maid dared not lie. She timidly said, Your servant was accompanying the consort passing by when we suddenly heard someone calling from the bushes. The consort told me to wait here, and I stood waiting but was somehow knocked unconscious." Hearing this, all the consorts began discussing. The maid's story differed from Consort Jin's version. It seemed Consort Jean wasn't kidnapped at all, but went willingly. Hearing everyone's discussion, Consort Jean madly shouted at the maid, "You worthless servant! What nonsense are you speaking?" She felt even more wronged inside. Originally planning to frame Xiaolan, she was instead framed herself. How could she explain this? Unable to contain her fury, Consort Jean suddenly rushed at the maid, grabbing and pulling her hair while screaming, "You're framing me! You're all framing me!" The maid could only endure while begging for mercy. Such unseemly shouting. The empress couldn't stand it anymore and ordered people to separate the mistress and servant. She turned to the guard and coldly asked where he was stationed and what relationship he had with Consort Jean. The guard remained very calm. After deliberately thinking for a few seconds, he said, "This servant doesn't know Consort Jean at all. I was just momentarily possessed and kidnapped the consort." The empress could tell the guard wasn't telling the truth. Just as she was about to discipline him, unexpectedly, the guard drew his sword and took his own life. He died on the spot. Looking at the fallen sword and the blood on the ground, the consorts were immediately frightened, their faces pale. The empress, being experienced in such situations, maintained her composure. She quickly arranged for people to handle the scene and led the consorts away. Little Deer watched the guard's suicide with wide, disbelieving eyes. Little Deer couldn't understand why she had to go to such lengths. Jean Lan, seeing Little Deer's blank expression, thought she was frightened and quickly tried to lead her away. But Little Deer just stared in a daze. The situation was already enough to ensure Jing Pin would be sufficiently punished. Why did the guard have to commit suicide? The crown prince also came over, worried Little Deer might be traumatized. He quickly covered Little Deer's eyes and gently pushed her away. He also arranged for the fourth prince to escort Little Deer back to Manhwa Palace. The master manipulator had successfully used her skills to turn the tables on the mastermind. Due to Consort Jin's incident and the guard's suicide, the originally lively mid-year banquet turned somber. Everyone dispersed. Jingyuan escorted Little Deer to Manhwa Palace and was saying goodbye. "Little sister Deer, I'll take my leave now." Little Deer forced a smile. "Brother Jingyuan, goodbye." Her mother happened to arrive at that moment, visibly worried. She rushed to Little Deer and held her tightly in her arms, finally able to set her worried heart at ease. It seemed only in her mother's embrace did Little Deer finally recover from the shock of the guard's suicide. She sobbed, "Mother, she died. She looked at me before dying, reminding me of our agreement. He was just a pitiful person." Her mother listened quietly as Little Deer poured out her heart, tears soaking her shoulder. It turned out Jing Pin had threatened him with his sister's life to frame Xiaolan. After learning everything, Little Deer had found him. Seeing he wasn't evil by nature and helped Jing Pin only out of desperation, she used her persuasive skills to analyze the situation. "If you help Jing Pin frame my mother, afterward, her cruelty won't spare your sister either. If you agree to help frame Jing Pin instead, I'll bring your sister to Manhwa Palace. Under my mother's protection, she'll be safe." The guard didn't hesitate, and they reached an agreement. Little Deer had anticipated her intentions, but hadn't expected her to commit suicide publicly. His final words seemed to be covering for Jing Pin, but his tone, demeanor, and suicide only made everyone firmly believe he was deliberately covering for Jing Pin. Whatever the truth was, it died with him. Jing Pin would be permanently nailed to the pillar of shame, never to recover. Xiao Lan gently stroked the still sobbing Little Deer, saying softly, "Dear, this isn't your fault. We're not to blame. We were only protecting ourselves. She tried to harm us. If not for him, we would be the ones dead today." Under Xiao Lan's comfort, Little Deer finally resolved her inner conflict and felt somewhat relieved. Due to Consort Jin's incident, the mid-year banquet had to be interrupted. The empress fainted and became bedridden, and and almost all the consorts who witnessed the event fell ill. When Emperor Ling heard of this, he was furious. For cuckolding the emperor, there was only one outcome: a cup of poison wine. Since Consort Jean was third Princess Lingxi's birth mother, the emperor couldn't bear to execute her. Instead, she was banished to guard the imperial tombs, never to return to the palace. Zhaoyang Palace was sealed, and its servants were reassigned by the Imperial Household Department. Little Deer found an opportunity. While paying respects to Consort Sian, she requested to take in the guard's sister, Songyu. Looking at Songyu, Little Deer felt completely relieved. She had finally fulfilled her promise to the guard and now had a trustworthy personal maid. Next episode preview: Little Bean, long time no see. Himph, you rascal. Please give us likes, comments, and shares. Kisses. Boys who pull girls' hair when they meet are destined to be forever alone. After the mid-year banquet incident, Little Deer stayed quietly at home for winter. Sometimes she would follow her mother to deliver sutras, or stay in her room reading and writing. One day, Little Deer was teaching Songyu to write her own name. Suddenly, they heard knocking on the window. Songyu immediately stood up to check, but Little Deer rushed over first, wondering if it was the messenger from that day. As she was thinking this, she opened the window. She saw Xiong Shitzi sitting in the tree, grinning mischievously at her with his weapon in hand. Little Bean, long time no see. Not seeing who she expected, Little Deer childishly scolded, "You rascal!" The bear boy immediately asked for his New Year's gift. Little Deer was stunned for a moment. She suddenly remembered promising him a welcome gift at the plum garden last time. Seeing Little Deer's contemplative expression, he became angry. "You little liar! I'll pull out your pigtails." He jumped into the room. Little Deer quickly protected her head, desperately explaining she hadn't forgotten. "If you haven't forgotten, give it to me now." Little Deer realized she couldn't talk her way out of it. Having no real gift prepared, she could only take out a box of hand cream. Seeing the bear boy didn't understand what it was, she anxiously explained. After explaining, she said, "If you don't want it, give it back." He immediately tucked it away, saying, "You can't take back a gift." He quickly changed the subject. "Little Bean, I heard someone died in your palace recently." At these words, both Little Deer and Songyu lowered their heads. The bear boy thought they were scared. He immediately patted Little Deer's head, saying, "It's okay. It's just one death. I've seen many more deaths on the battlefield." Little Deer internally criticized, "What kind of consolation is this? He's definitely going to end up alone." There's one more update today. Like and follow for immediate updates. Kisses. Even though the master manipulator is only 5 years old after transmigrating, she still gets shy when handsome brothers lift her up. While the bear boy continued his awkward consolation, Little Deer feared his tactless words would continue. Worried Songyu would be upset since the deceased was her brother. She found an excuse to send Songyu away. Changing the subject, she said, "You say you've been to battle? You're bragging." "Of course not. I was with my father guarding the border. It's much colder there than here. You can even ride horses on the ice. By the way, have you ridden a horse? Let me take you to the hunting grounds." Little Deer's eyes lit up. It sounded fun. The bear boy continued, "That's where your brothers practice riding and archery. Haven't you been there?" Hearing her brothers would be there, Little Deer thought, "Looks like another major NPC gathering spot. I can't miss this." Seeing Little Deer lost in thought, the impatient boy suddenly picked her up. He lifted her high. Before Little Deer could react, she could only struggle and cry to be put down. The bear boy leaped out the window. He landed softly, but Little Deer choked on her own saliva. She coughed continuously until tears came out. The bear boy became somewhat panicked. He quickly squatted down to comfort her. "Don't cry. If you don't want to go, that's fine. Don't cry, Little Bean." While wiping tears from her eyes, Little Deer stubbornly said, "Who's crying? I just choked." Seeing this, the bear boy laughed. Squatting in front of her, he said, "Call me Brother Lion. I'll carry you on my back." Little Deer turned her head proudly. "No thanks." She started walking forward, sticking out her tongue. "Let's go. There's still a bunch of NPCs waiting." Next episode preview. "Your Highness, we're not hurt." "That's good then, as long as you're not hurt." If Shi Xingjiang becomes a general, he won't last 2 episodes, not dying in battle, but from lack of intelligence. Bear boy Shi Xingjiang brought Little Deer to the hunting grounds. She was looking around curiously, but there wasn't a soul in sight. Where was the promised crowd of NPCs? Suddenly, a whooshing sound rang out. An arrow accompanied by hoofbeats came whistling towards Little Deer's head. "Don't be afraid, don't move. You're short anyway," the bear boy said, but Little Deer hadn't understood yet. The arrow flew over Little Deer's head and hit the bullseye. The bear boy didn't even comfort the startled Little Deer, instead saying coldly, "See? I told you you're short. The arrow couldn't hit you." Little Deer pouted angrily at this emotionally dense boy. Though staying still was safest, she was still startled. She wanted to jump up and drain him dry. Just then, a handsome young man in yellow robes rode up, anxiously asking if they were hurt. From the bear boy's greeting, Little Deer learned this was her third imperial brother, Crown Prince Lin Qing, the empress's biological son. Little Deer, who thought the trip would be wasted, was overjoyed to meet such an important NPC. She bowed to the crown prince, who looked confused. Xinjiang said, "This is your sister." Little Deer didn't rush to explain. The bear boy teased, "Your Highness, don't tell me you don't recognize your own sister?" The crown prince then looked at Little Deer carefully and guessed, "Could you be my fifth sister?" Little Deer's eyes curved into beautiful crescents as she happily responded, The foolish Xinjiang kept chattering, "Your Highness doesn't even know he has such an adorable sister? If I had such a sister, I'd want to hug and lift her up every day." Both Little Deer and the prince gave him speechless looks. Little Deer thought contemptuously, "I'm in my 20s inside. If you tried lifting me every day, I'd rather die by hitting my head with tofu." If he stays by Little Deer's side, Xinjiang might live 2 more episodes. Better be her bodyguard than a general. "Isn't staying by Little Deer's side what you want, you big fool?" The bear boy, who had just mocked the crown prince, seeing that neither would respond to him, awkwardly changed the subject, asking, "Your Highness, why are you practicing archery alone in such cold weather?" The crown prince looked at the target humbly, saying he dared not neglect his studies. Diligence makes up for lack of talent. Normal people would praise such words, but the bear general said, "Your Highness, you're not secretly practicing to win first place in the spring hunt, are you?" The crown prince couldn't handle the bear general's words and spoke directly. Even Little Deer couldn't watch anymore. If she didn't help, he'd be pinned to the target before the crown prince's coronation. She sneezed, and the crown prince immediately changed the subject. He scolded the bear boy for bringing Little Deer out in such cold weather. Learning that the Shi family wanted to teach Little Deer horseback riding and archery, he became more firm. "It's fine if you want to play around, but don't corrupt my sister. She's already caught a cold. Take her back now." But the bear boy wouldn't agree, saying, "Since we're here, Your Highness, how about a competition?" With these words, the atmosphere suddenly turned awkward. The crown prince fell silent. The bear boy smiled as if he'd said something trivial. Little Deer thought this guy was about to get himself in trouble. She quickly pulled his clothes, saying she wanted to see the foals. Unable to refuse Little Deer, Xinjiang could only smile and bid farewell to the crown prince. "We'll compete another day." Little Deer clasped her hands and bowed to the crown prince, looking absolutely adorable. The crown prince was delighted and removed the jade pendant from his waist to give to Little Deer. "This jade pendant has been blessed by a high monk. It will keep you safe." Little Deer accepted it with both hands, explaining apologetically that she didn't have a suitable gift with her and would return the favor next time. The crown prince naturally didn't mind, appreciating her sentiment before taking his leave. Little Deer couldn't help but murmur, "The crown prince is so kind." The foolish brother beside her added, "I think he's quite nice too." Little Deer thought sarcastically, "What do you know? You've offended him several times already. When you become a general and he becomes emperor, if you stay this stupid, your good days will be over. I'll have to keep guiding you." These NPCs really make me worry. Next episode preview. Wait until I tame it and give it to you. How about that? Fine, then call me Brother Persimmon and let me hear it. Stories always begin with deliberate encounters. If neither of us makes a move, how can there be a story? To help Bear Persimmon out of his awkward situation, Little Deer pulled him to the stable. Once there, the bear boy ran to his foal and began showing off to Little Deer. The horse clearly wasn't impressed with this foolish fellow before it. It was quite defiant, breathing heavily and shaking its head to avoid the bear boy's touch. Little Deer laughed heartily at this scene. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, the bear boy explained, "This is a wild horse. Wait until I tame it, then I'll give it to you. How about that?" Little Deer readily agreed. looking delighted. This was exactly what the bear boy was waiting for, thinking Little Deer truly liked horses. He immediately said, "Then call me Brother Persimmon, and if I'm happy enough, I might give it to you right now." Little did he know, this was just his naive thinking. What proper young lady wouldn't like a horse? Little Deer was certainly a proper young lady. She directly retorted, "You're shameless," and stuck out her tongue before running away. The bear boy caught up in a few steps and grabbed her cloak hood. Pretending to be angry but being genuinely caring, he properly adjusted her hood. Seeing the snow falling heavier, he decided to take her home to avoid catching a cold. Little Deer didn't refuse, thinking the trip wasn't wasted since she met Crown Prince Lin Qing. As for that foal, back home, Little Deer sat at her desk, playing with the jade pendant from the Crown Prince, calculating in her mind. This Crown Prince couldn't be won over just by calling him brother. But some challenges were good. If it was too easy, there'd be no fun. How should she approach the Crown Prince next? Since he gave her a welcome gift, she'd start with a return gift. Given his status, the gift couldn't be casual. Then suddenly, bingo! She instructed Qingyan to pick the orchids sent by the princess, dry them, and have her mother sew them into a sachet. Given the Crown Prince's noble status, she probably wouldn't easily see him. But stories always begin with deliberate encounters. If neither side makes a move, how can there be a story? It was time to use their number one NPC. Little Deer prepared the gift, but due to status, she normally wouldn't have a chance to meet the Crown Prince. But this didn't stump Little Deer. The Crown Prince had to attend school, right? And their number one NPC, Brother Jingyuan, also attended school. So, Little Deer went early every morning to wake Brother Jingyuan up. After school, she waited at the school gate to walk him home. After a week, Jingyuan finally gained the tutor's recognition. He even won the Best Diligence Award. Though this wasn't Little Deer's goal, Jingyuan's achievement was an unexpected bonus. Little Deer's goal was to create chances to encounter the Crown Prince. Heaven rewards those who try. That day, Little Deer stood at the school gate as usual, waiting for Brother Jingyuan. The north wind was howling, but suddenly the wind stopped. Little Deer looked up to see the Crown Prince standing before her, blocking the wind. Little Deer finally smiled happily. A week of enduring cold winds and waiting had not been in vain. She quickly took out the sachet and handed it over, saying it was her return gift. The Crown Prince observed the sachet's delicate embroidery of orchids and bamboo. The ancients often compared plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum to gentlemen. Thinking of this, he asked, "Fifth sister, why did you give me this?" Little Deer had prepared her response. As Li Sa says, "Therefore, I will gather orchids to rest. The autumn orchids are worthy of your highness. Like jade tree branches with orchids, they suit an autumn fragrance, befitting a king's scent, racing through the pure wind. Your highness is the future king, worthy of orchid fragrance." The Crown Prince was pleased by these flattering words, surprised by her charm. Her refined speech and literary knowledge impressed him, and he accepted the gift, wearing it at his waist. As they talked, Jingyuan appeared from somewhere, looking jealously at the sachet on the Crown Prince's waist, wondering why he didn't have one. The Crown Prince asked, "What did the tutor keep you back for? Did you not do your homework again?" Jingyuan quickly defended himself. "Who said that? The tutor was praising me." He took out a brush pen, saying it was a reward from the tutor. The Crown Prince praised it highly. Jingyuan foolishly approached and asked, "Third brother, if you like it, would you trade it for the sachet?" Unexpectedly, the Crown Prince refused promptly. Haha. Jingyuan cast a resentful glance at Little Deer. He huffed, and Little Deer quickly grabbed Jingyuan's sleeve. While tugging, she kept calling, "Brother Jingyuan, don't be angry with Little Five." Jingyuan couldn't resist Little Deer's soul-crushing attack. Seeing her pitiful expression, afraid she might cry any second, he quickly comforted her, saying he wasn't angry. "It's too cold outside. Let's take Little Deer home first." Little Deer happily held Jingyuan's hand and asked the Crown Prince if he would join them. The Crown Prince agreed readily. Though this fifth sister was young, she was quite clever. Dealing with clever people was indeed easier and more efficient. Little Deer's initial strategy had succeeded. Next episode preview. The two kneeling are Mother Consort and Qingyan. Genuine emotions make the best performance. The skills of a master manipulator finally won over the Crown Prince. Fortunately, with the Crown Prince and Jingyuan escorting Little Deer home, safety wasn't a concern. They chatted happily along the way. Little Deer occasionally tested Jingyuan's recitation of the analects, which he answered fluently. Little Deer generously called him brother Jingyuan, repeatedly, making him so happy that he completely forgot about the sachet incident. The crown prince gave approving looks, thinking to himself about the rumors of the fifth princess supervising the fourth prince's studies. It seemed true. This fifth sister was increasingly likable. Just then, arguments could be heard ahead, with people kneeling on the ground. It appeared some consort was scolding someone. Little Deer looked carefully. She froze. The two kneeling were none other than Mother Consort and Qingyan. At this moment, Lady Lin in yellow, taking advantage of her slightly higher rank than noble Lady Lan, grabbed the latter's right hand. I hear these hands are quite skilled, making many beautiful clothes for Consort Sian. It would be a shame if they were injured. As she spoke, she twisted hard. Noble Lady Lan struggled in pain, but she dared not resist. Seeing her mother being bullied, Little Deer couldn't hold back and ran over quickly. She crashed into Lady Lin, knocking the wind out of her. Little Deer didn't even glance at her, focused only on her mother. Lady Lin, used to throwing her weight around, after being bumped, she immediately started cursing. Which blind dog dares to be so presumptuous? Little Deer spun around, instinctively spreading her arms to shield her mother, her gaze unwavering. At that moment, she only wanted to protect her mother. Before Lady Lin could react, the crown prince stepped forward. I see you're the presumptuous one. One sentence silenced the about to explode Lady Lin. Upon seeing the crown prince, she immediately knelt and bowed. The crown prince continued, you ignore the princess's presence, bully consorts, and disturb the peace of the imperial harem. Have you forgotten Mother Empress's teachings? As Lady Lin trembled, about to defend herself, Jingyuan shouted from the side, what are you looking at? Do you dare to bully a prince too? The crown prince continued, Mother Empress works hard managing the harem affairs. Instead of helping maintain peace, you cause trouble everywhere. Do you think the palace rules are mere decoration? Lady Lin, trembling with fear, immediately begged for forgiveness. She left in disgrace. The crown prince ignored her, just watching from the side. Little Dear slaves, there's another chapter today. Please like and support, it's coming soon. Kisses. Ancient school final exams with impromptu poetry would be quite something in modern times. With modern netizens' talents, that scene would be unimaginable. Little Deer held her mother's hand, blowing on it while asking concernedly, Mother, does your hand still hurt? Noble Lady Lan looked gratified, seeing Little Deer's almost falling tears, and comforted her, Mother's fine, it doesn't hurt. Don't worry, dear. She then remembered to bow to the crown prince and fourth prince, expressing her gratitude. The crown prince approached Little Deer and said, Little Five, quickly take noble Lady Lan back and have the imperial physician examine her. I should return to the palace too. As he spoke, he patted Little Deer's head affectionately. Jingyuan also said, Little sister dear, let's go. I'll escort you back to the palace. Thus, the crown prince and Little Deer went their separate ways. Little Deer occasionally turned to watch the crown prince's departing figure, thinking how unexpected it was that he stood up for her. Thanks to the crown prince, this matter was resolved easily. It seemed she should make more appearances at the school in the future, aiming to completely win over the crown prince. Time passed quickly. During this period, Little Deer consistently accompanied Jingyuan to school, maintaining her presence and growing closer to the crown prince. In the blink of an eye, final exam time arrived. On this day, Little Deer again accompanied Jingyuan to school. Along the way, Jingyuan complained about how unfair it was. Previous exams were about recitation and calligraphy, but this time it was poetry composition. All his hard preparation seemed useless now. Little Deer was also puzzled. By modern logic, could poetry really be created on the spot? At the school entrance, the tutor stopped Little Deer, saying the fifth princess wasn't a student and couldn't enter. Little Deer had hoped to sneak in and watch the poetry composition. Just then, the crown prince came over and told the tutor, let Little Five in. Today's exam isn't in the Imperial Academy, so the rules aren't as strict inside. The tutor hesitated but agreed, just warning the fifth princess not to disturb the order. Little Deer happily agreed, nodding repeatedly. Upon entering the Imperial Academy, she found that each desk seated two people. The crown prince shared a desk with the first prince. Jingyuan and Zixingjiang, the two troublemakers, shared another. The beautiful Song Jinlan sat alone, lost in thought as if no one else existed. The quiet, beautiful boy's solitude pained Little Deer. As someone who appreciated beauty, how could she let her idol be so lonely? She immediately ran over, raising her hand and calling, Tutor, there's an empty spot here. May I sit here? During school days, every time seats were changed, one always hoped to sit next to someone they liked, even if just a little closer. Having managed to sneak into the exam hall, Little Deer looked around and ran to the handsome young man's side. She raised her hand and asked the tutor if she could sit in the empty spot. The tutor gladly agreed and instructed that the fifth princess could choose the objects for poetry composition. Lin Jingyuan, being quick to react, immediately raised his hand to request switching seats with Song Jinlan. Zixingjiang, who was slower to react, looked at Lin Jingyuan with confusion. Then he too caught on and raised his hand to switch seats with Song Jinlan. Neither would yield, competing to raise their hands higher. Little Deer hadn't expected that she would have such appeal. She just smiled happily without showing preference, as she was determined to sit with the handsome young man. The tutor could only sigh and scold Jingyuan and the troublemaker not to disturb the exam order and to prepare for the test. Both boys blamed each other for ruining their plans to sit with Little Deer, looking at each other with disdain. Meanwhile, Little Deer remained unaffected, sitting across from Song Jinlan, admiring him adoringly. With slightly blushing cheeks, she said, "Your Highness, your clothes look beautiful." As the gong sounded, the exam officially began. Song Jinlan gestured that Little Deer could specify the items now. Little Deer looked left and right, randomly pointing to an object, wanting to test the young man's skill before deciding whether to go easy on him. Song Jinlan merely glanced at the object before starting to write. Purple and red flowers bloom everywhere. Heaven and earth are forever spring. He finished quickly. Little Deer examined it carefully. The handwriting was beautiful, well-balanced, and flowing. However, the poetry seemed somewhat lacking. Perhaps it was because she had the influence of Li Bai and Du Fu that made his verses seem inadequate. While she was pondering, Song Jinlan urged her to continue. Little Deer suddenly remembered they were in the middle of an exam. Time being short, she quickly pointed to the dried well outside the window as the next subject. Dried vines, old trees, evening crows. She thought of composing about the dried well. Song Jinlan looked once and began writing swiftly. The dried well abandoned for many years suddenly gushes forth. Little Deer watched Song Jinlan write, gradually becoming mesmerized. Boys who could write poetry were always attractive. Looking at the two foolish ones in the distance, they were just glaring at each other, unable to write a single word. Watching His Highness finish the second poem so quickly, Little Deer asked, "Your Highness, is writing poetry as easy as eating and drinking for you?" Song Jinlan merely replied casually, "It's just casual writing." He immediately asked, "Fifth Princess, what's the final subject?" Little Deer became excited. Her big eyes curved into crescents. She had thought about this test question from the start. Pointing to herself, she said, "The last subject is me." Song Jinlan didn't hesitate at all. His brush flew across the paper. Little Deer waited eagerly to see how he would describe her. Just as she was about to lean in for a closer look, the gong sounded again, marking the end of the exam time. The tutor came to collect the papers. Little Deer hadn't seen the content clearly. During the exam hall chaos, she quickly asked, "Your Highness, what did you write at the end?" Song Jinlan simply said it was just casual writing, and the little princess needn't mind. How could she not care about the first poem someone she liked wrote for her? It was significant. Well, knowing further questions would be futile, she changed the subject. "Your Highness, have you heard this song?" She successfully piqued Song Jinlan's curiosity. Little Deer cleared her throat with a couple of coughs. This was an outright confession. Song Jinlan was stunned. Little Deer was also furious. She really needed to fix this habit of teasing handsome men. It felt like a year had passed, such a long time. The handsome young man's cheeks turned slightly red as he chuckled. "I've never heard the princess's words before." Little Deer, watching him laugh, was suddenly stunned. She realized that not all smiles are the same. The young man used to always smile gently, but now his smile held warmth in his eyes. Little Deer smiled too, just as happily, feeling something melting in her heart. "Hey young one, rest easy, years without worry. Spring breeze carries 10 miles of embroidered willows." This poem praising the young girl was extraordinary and deserved first place. Which of my princes wrote this royal piece? In the room, Lingbai was discussing the top 3 exam results with the imperial tutor. In his hand was the poem the handsome young man wrote about Little Deer, which he found increasingly admirable. The imperial tutor promptly replied, "This poem was written by Prince Song Jinlan of Song Country." Strangely, this youth's previous works from the Wu family were ordinary, and his other poems in this exam were also commonplace, except for this one which shows exceptional word choice. Lingbai, upon hearing this, assumed it was just a lucky good poem but still ranked it third. He truly liked this poem about the young girl. The top 2 positions remained unchanged from previous years. Crown Prince Lingqin slightly ahead, and First Prince Lingpin second. The rewards for the top 3 were delivered to their respective palaces. The Crown Prince and First Prince were summoned separately by Emperor Ling for additional praise. On their way, they exchanged flattering comments. The Crown Prince spoke first. "I barely won against Royal Brother again, though I still prefer your Plum Blossom poem." The First Prince immediately responded, "No, Third Brother's Bamboo and Stars poem was more elegant." A moment later, Lingqin arrived first and turned to bid farewell to the First Prince. "Let's compete again in early spring. Don't go easy on me anymore." The First Prince's expression remained unchanged, still gentle and peaceful. "Third Brother knows I don't like hunting." Lingqin didn't persist, politely saying, "Then I'll catch a mountain rabbit for Royal Brother to keep your rabbit company." When the First Prince returned to the palace, he saw his aunt had arrived. He immediately went forward to bow and greet her. After exchanging pleasantries, Imperial Mother pointed to the box in Lin Ting's hands, asking if it was the Emperor's reward. Lin Ting happily confirmed, and Imperial Mother asked what the Crown Prince received. Lin Ting dared not lie and said Third Brother received the same as him, just with an additional jade pendant. Imperial Mother's smiling face immediately darkened. She just stared at Lin Ting without speaking. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, his aunt quickly smoothed things over. "The Prime Minister knows your Highness likes animals. He's always thinking of you, and just got this sweet puppy. He immediately sent me to bring it to your Highness." "Your Highness, this dog has a name. It's called Era." Lin Ting looked at the cute puppy, his face brightening. He murmured, "Era," but quickly averted his gaze, remembering the past with anxiety. After his aunt left, Lin Ting fell to his knees. "Look at this child, didn't do well in the exam, and now wants to keep a puppy." Keeping a puppy is one thing, but it had to be a husky. Seeing his mother's displeasure, he immediately knelt down. Consort Ruan stared at her son, looking disappointed. "What, afraid I'll make you kill this puppy too?" Lin Ting replied without fear, "Yes. Though I like it, I don't want to keep it or kill it. Please, Mother, let it be." Hearing the First Prince's answer, Consort Ruan felt her son had become more assertive since disciplining the Third Prince. He seemed more confident than before. She stepped forward to help him up, softening her tone. "When I made you kill that rabbit before, it was necessary. You resent me for it, and I don't blame you. But with your gentle nature and kind heart, how can you survive in the palace? How can you compete with others?" The First Prince mumbled, "I never wanted to compete for anything. If Third Brother wants to be emperor, let him have it." Consort Ruan looked at her son with resignation. "You don't understand. What you want doesn't matter. Your position by birth has already determined everything." While Lingting tried to explain, Consort Ruan didn't lecture. She just instructed, "If you don't want to keep the puppy, throw it in the beast garden." Then she ordered worker Zhang Wei, "Go with His Highness and watch him throw it away, then report back." Worker Zhang Wei followed along, occasionally comforting His Highness. "The consort is doing this for your own good. You'll understand when you're older." Lingpin looked at the adorable husky puppy in his arms, thinking about the fierce beasts specially bred in the beast garden. This husky would become their snack if thrown in there. Having loved animals since childhood and feeling close to them, yet being unable to protect them. Thinking this, Lin Ting hesitated no more. With martial spirit, he threw the dog. He let it go directly, then turned to glare at Zhang Wei with a cold expression. "This is my choice. Tell Mother whatever you want." After speaking, he ran away, leaving the husky looking confused. Meanwhile, little Lu was having a snowball fight with her brother. They were playing happily, though the guard wasn't there. Just then, the palace gate creaked open. Little Lu turned to see Big Brother Huang arriving, but the observant little Lu immediately noticed his red eyes, as if he had been crying. She quickly went forward to hold his hand, urgently asking what happened. The crown prince dejectedly explained that he had let the dog escape, but was worried about the strict palace rules and whether the husky could survive in the palace. Little Lu listened patiently, thinking silently, "I will protect your gentleness from now on." She stepped forward to pat the crown prince's head. With her hands clenched into small fists, as if cheering for the crown prince, she said, "Big brother, let's go find the puppy together." The falling snow and red plum blossoms stirred the emperor's thoughts. This was the female lead. No, No, no. This was the female lead's mother. Accompanied by little Lu, the crown prince and 3 others came to the imperial garden to search for the husky. Though near the new year, today was particularly warm. After calling out, little Lu faintly heard the husky bark twice. Running over to look, she found the adorable dog. Everyone followed the sound. Upon seeing the crown prince, the husky jumped and ran towards him, leaping into his arms while barking continuously. The crown prince could feel the husky's joy, his face full of tenderness and affection. He allowed the adorable dog to excitedly lick his face. However, the crown prince knew he couldn't properly care for this puppy. Though reluctant, he decisively handed the dog to 6th brother to care for. Seeing the crown prince finally smile, little Lu felt pleased while also sighing at his kind and gentle heart. Only this gently smiling crown prince was the true big brother. She truly hoped he would stay this way forever, not letting palace struggles taint this precious warmth. After the husky incident, the new year soon approached. Little Lu was now 6 years old. Everyone was busy preparing for the new year. Little Lu was cutting window decorations with her mother. The red color of the couplets always brought festivity to the cold winter. One day, Consort Sian came to visit, inviting Xiao Lan to view plum blossoms in the garden. Xiao Lan felt conflicted inside. She understood that Consort Sian wanted to help push her forward, giving the emperor a chance to see her. Though this was what she had hoped for, it felt too sudden. After an internal struggle, she finally agreed. When opportunity comes, one cannot hesitate. Only by becoming stronger could she properly protect Luer and Yuaner. Consort Sian timed it well, arriving at the plum garden with Xiao Lan. At this time, it was when the emperor usually came to the plum garden for relaxation. As expected, while they were chatting happily, the emperor entered. Hearing Consort Sian's voice, he walked over without thinking. As he got closer, his gaze was drawn to the woman beside Consort Sian. He couldn't help but look several times, wondering who she was. Just her silhouette against the white snow and red plums was enough to stir imagination, making her appear uniquely elegant. Busy with affairs all day, he hadn't known such a beauty existed in the palace. With her charming smile and beautiful eyes, Lady Lan was still graceful after careful grooming. Would this chance encounter with the emperor be successful? Consort Sian and Lady Lan were laughing together while admiring the plum blossoms. Suddenly, they heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, they saw it was the emperor. Both quickly turned to bow, and to make it seem like a chance encounter, Consort Sian asked with feigned surprise, "Your Majesty, how do you have time to come here?" The emperor, in good spirits, teased back, "So you can admire flowers, but I cannot?" Then he eagerly looked at Lady Lan. "Raise your head." Xiao Lan slowly raised her head, with elegant hair, clear eyes, skin whiter than snow, and a charming smile like red plums. Emperor Ling was momentarily entranced. Xiao Lan lowered her beautiful eyes and softly spoke, "Your servant Xiao Lan greets your Majesty." The emperor finally came to his senses and couldn't help asking, "Who are you?" Consort Sian smiled gently beside them. "Your Majesty, how could you forget your own noble lady?" Emperor Ling stared at Xiao Lan for a long while, then suddenly remembered. She was the one who had given birth to his mentally challenged son. Lady Lan felt immediate disappointment and casually responded before turning to leave. Consort Sian observed everything, noting how the emperor had clearly been stunned by Xiao Lan's beauty earlier. But his decisive departure must have been due to remembering the mentally challenged 6th prince. Sighing, she realized Lady Lan couldn't be helped. Turning to Lady Lan, she explained, "His Majesty is worried about state affairs. Wait until winter passes, and I'll arrange another meeting with His Majesty." Though Xiao Lan was deeply disappointed, she didn't want to show it and could only repeatedly express thanks. But there are no secrets in the palace. Soon the matter spread, and everyone in the palace discussed it. Some said Xiao Lan brought shame upon herself. Others said Consort Sian had backed the wrong person. Even palace maids privately discussed how Lady Lan's hopes of rising through Consort Sian's help were certainly hopeless. Suddenly, a small head popped up. It was the adorable little Lu, watching the departing palace maids and thinking to herself, "Mother went to meet Father Emperor surely for brothers and my sake. Though the result wasn't ideal, it's okay. I haven't made my move yet. To win over the palace's biggest NPC, I must take action myself." Little Lu was preparing to win over the emperor. Stay tuned. Since her transmigration, the little green tea has won over the 4th prince, crown prince, princess royal, and handsome young men. With Bear Persimmon's skills maxed out, she's finally ready to start winning over the emperor. Woof woof. Jing Yuan and little Lu were playing happily with the dog in the courtyard. Though it was winter, they didn't feel cold at all. Jing Yuan casually told little Lu, "I can't come play with little sister Lu tomorrow. I need to attend the Unity Banquet." Little Lu was curious about what the Unity Banquet was. Hearing this, Jing Yuan was eager to show off his knowledge and explained seriously, "It's a great Ming Dynasty tradition. Father Emperor dines with civil and military officials. The imperial kitchen prepares 99 different dishes." Little Lu exclaimed, "Wow, 99 dishes must be delicious." But Jing Yuan looked dejected. "Actually, it's not good. It's too greasy, and by the time all 99 dishes are served, they're mostly cold. I get stomach problems every year after eating it, but we can't not eat. It's an ancestral rule for good fortune." Father Emperor also forces himself to eat a few bites each year. Little Lu blinked her big eyes, looking innocent and curious. "Father doesn't like it either?" "Yes, Father doesn't like greasy food." Then he leaned close to little Lu's ear and whispered, "And Father Emperor leaves midway through every year to get some air in the plum garden across the way." Wow! Little Lu listened with admiration. Jing Yuan was truly her lucky star. She had been worried about how to approach the emperor, this big boss, and now the opportunity had presented itself. Jing Yuan felt shy seeing Xiaolu's admiring look. He thought little sister Xiaolu was impressed by his knowledge of Yuanghua. Haha. The next day, Xiaolu took a small lantern and went out in the night to execute her plan to win over the emperor. But she was caught by the imperial consort who asked where she was going. Xiaolu was afraid her mother would worry, so she lied, saying she had arranged to meet brother Jing Yuan in the plum garden, and he would bring her some food from the Gi banquet. The imperial consort thought Xiaolu was just being greedy, so she didn't stop her. The banquet was in progress at that time. It seemed only the emperor and Jing Yuan, the father and son, found the food unpalatable. Everyone else was eating heartily. A servant came to quietly report that the tea table was set up in the plum garden, and the digestive tea was ready. The emperor was relieved he wouldn't have to eat the greasy food anymore. He quickly slipped away. Upon entering the plum garden, he heard voices talking. Just as the servant was about to inquire, the emperor stopped him. "I want to see who's appreciating plum blossoms in such heavy snow," said the emperor. Everyone, guess how Xiaolu will win over the emperor? Find out in the next episode. The little green tea has leveled up since her transmigration, winning over many princes and princesses with maxed out skills. Now it's finally time to win over the emperor. Let's see how our max level little green tea will capture the emperor's heart. Last time, we mentioned the emperor left the Gi banquet and came to the plum garden. Hearing voices, he grew curious about who would appreciate plum blossoms in such heavy snow. Looking toward the sound, he saw a little girl in a red cloak kneeling before four snowmen, muttering something. Seeing this scene, the emperor became even more puzzled. He heard the little girl sincerely saying, "Fairy goddess, can you hear me? If you can hear me, please make the wind blow." Just as she finished speaking, the wind rustled through the plum grove. Xiaolu excitedly said, "Fairy goddess, you heard me. Then I'll start making my wishes." The emperor was speechless, wondering whose naive child this was, but the next moment left him stunned. He heard Xiaolu's first wish, "I wish for Father Emperor's good health and peace in the world." The emperor was surprised. This was his child, yet he had no impression of her. Xiaolu continued wishing, "Second, I wish for Imperial Mother's happiness and eternal smile. Third, I wish for brother's carefree life without illness or disaster." The emperor's mind was filled with thoughts. He had guessed the little girl's identity. She was the fifth princess born to Longue. He had thought she would be foolish like her brother, but now she appeared eloquent and adorable. Though he had never met her, she put him first in her wishes. At such a young age, she wished for world peace. Just then, he heard Xiaolu stammering, unsure about her fourth wish. She thought for a long time. For her fourth wish, Xiaolu said, "I hope to taste the delicious food from the Gi banquet. Fairy goddess, just one bite would make me content." Hearing this, the emperor couldn't help but laugh. So she was a little foodie after all. Xiaolu heard the sound and turned around, meeting the emperor's eyes. She knew it was the emperor, but she couldn't show it now. What should she do? She ran away. The emperor and servants followed closely, but she quickly disappeared from sight. While they were puzzled, they heard snow falling from a nearby tree. The emperor looked over and found Xiaolu sitting on a tree branch, looking panicked. Of course, the sound was intentional, and the panic was just an act. How else could she be a max-level tea artist? The emperor's paternal instincts kicked in, worried she might fall. Xiaolu asked nervously, "Who are you?" He replied, "I am sent by the fairy goddess to fulfill your wishes." Xiaolu didn't believe it. "Do I look that gullible?" The emperor laughed heartily. Xiaolu deliberately pretended to slip, and the emperor worriedly said, "Come down first." Xiaolu was scared. "I am afraid." The emperor opened his arms, coaxing Xiaolu, "Don't be afraid. Jump down. I'll catch you. Trust me." "Really?" Xiaolu was hesitant. "Really? Can I trust you?" The emperor agreed without hesitation. Xiaolu took several deep breaths. Then she leaped, landing steadily in the emperor's arms. "You caught me." The emperor held the little darling, feeling affectionate. Xiaolu's first step in winning over the emperor was successful. This man was seeing his daughter for the first time in many years. But this daughter wasn't his biological child. Sadly, the original owner died without ever meeting her father. Instead, it was the transmigrated Bailu who fulfilled this wish. But it wasn't time to reveal identities yet. Xiaolu blinked her big eyes. With dimples showing, she wiggled in Lindy's arms and said in a sweet voice, "Thank you, Uncle." Lindy raised his eyebrows and put down the little darling. The tiny person wasn't even as tall as his leg. He knelt before her, patted her little head, and asked with a smile, "Your name is Xiaolu?" The little darling nodded. The emperor thought for a moment and pointed at the 4 snowmen nearby. "Did you make these?" She became excited, speaking in her soft, cute voice, "Yes, these are snow babies." Then she ran over with her little legs, pointing to each one. "This is my imperial father. This is my imperial mother. This is my brother. And this is me." After finishing, she put her hands on her hips, very proudly saying, "A family of 4, all complete." The emperor thought of Xiaolon and that foolish son, his eyes showing complexity. But this little bundle was so adorable, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Xiaolu continued squatting by the snowman, excitedly explaining how she made them. The lantern bearer, a eunuch, came over. The light dispelled the darkness in the snow. Just then, Xiaolu turned her head and saw the pattern on Ling Bai's clothes. Her expression suddenly froze. The emperor was listening with his head tilted, and seeing her stop, asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" Then he noticed her gaze on his clothes and immediately understood. Xiaolu's cute brows gradually furrowed. She looked at the dragon pattern on the clothes, then up at him, her expression both worried and expectant. After a long while, she hesitantly asked in a small voice, Are you your majesty?" The emperor smiled. "What do you think?" Inwardly, he marveled at what a clever little darling she was. Xiaolu blankly shuffled backward, showing some fear, far different from her earlier ease. She knelt in the snow, properly performing a formal greeting. "Fifth princess greets imperial father." Her voice trembled slightly. Xiaolu's acting had reached its peak. Every breath was part of the performance. The emperor looked at Xiaolu carefully, her tiny figure wrapped in the cloak. Even her little top knot looked somewhat pitiful. It seemed he had frightened her. He went over to help her up, patted her head, and deliberately softened his voice, saying, "I am your imperial father. You need not fear me." She stole a quick glance at him before quickly lowering her head again, perfectly displaying emotions of fear and anticipation. A nearby eunuch reminded, "Your Majesty, it's time. We should return." The emperor had just nodded, when the little bundle eagerly said, "Little 5 will escort imperial father." The emperor was amused. She was taking this seriously. Xiaolu quickly shook her head, making her top knot and little braids sway. The emperor brushed off the snow on his body and ordered nearby eunuchs to find 2 people to escort the 5th princess back to the palace, warning them to be careful on the dark, slippery roads. Before the eunuch could respond, Xiaolu anxiously said, "I'm not going back. I'm waiting for someone." The emperor glanced at her twice and said, "Oh, who are you waiting for?" Xiaolu shyly said in a small voice, "Waiting for 4th prince to bring me food." The emperor almost laughed out loud. It seemed this little bundle was truly hungry. No wonder the 4th prince was restless at Fangtai Hall, constantly looking outside. These 2 had made plans. His last trace of doubt disappeared. Believing today's encounter was purely coincidental, he gave Xiaolu a few more instructions, then left with the eunuchs. Watching her father's departing figure, Xiaolu carefully recalled the entire process. The corners of her mouth curved upward. It seemed her role as a pitiful princess yearning for fatherly love was successfully established. Whether Jingyuan came or how they would eat in the snow wasn't important anymore. The next day was still New Year's Day. Early in the morning, a crowd of eunuchs arrived at Manhwa Palace, bringing out delicious dishes to set on the table. Xiao Lan's eyes widened. Before anyone could ask, the lead eunuch smiled and said, "Good morning, noble Lady Lan. His Majesty has bestowed these dishes to the fifth princess. They're freshly made from the imperial kitchen, and we rushed them here while they're still hot." Xiao Lan turned to look at Xiaolu, who was drooling, feeling puzzled. After setting everything up, the eunuchs respectfully bowed and left. Thinking of her daughter's behavior last night, Xiao Lan felt complicated. She asked with confusion, "Luer, did you meet His Majesty last night?" Xiaolu, holding a chicken leg, spoke with her mouth full, roughly explaining last night's events. She didn't tell Xiao Lan it was intentional, only saying she accidentally met him while waiting for Brother Jingyuan. Xiao Lan didn't suspect anything. She just sighed while wiping food from her mouth, saying, "You're so clever. I don't know if that's good or bad. Be very careful in your future interactions with His Majesty." Xiaolu nodded seriously, feeling extremely pleased looking at the imperial dishes. However, this caused quite a stir in the entire palace. The little girl's gift for the son was taken by the elderly father, but the son wasn't unhappy. Instead, he was very happy because the little girl would give him an even more unique gift. After Xiaolu introduced her brother to Song Jinlan, the young master looked at Lin Zhanyuan and softly praised, "Your brother is very cute." Xiaolu tilted her head mischievously and asked with a smile, "Does your highness think my brother is cuter, or am I cuter?" Unexpectedly, Song Jinlan calmly replied, "Fifth princess is the cutest." The one who tried to tease ended up feeling embarrassed instead. Lin Zhanyuan urgently pulled at her clothes. Skiing. Song Jinlan smiled. He gently said, "Fifth princess, go play but be careful not to fall again." Lin Feilu, having admired his divine looks up close, contentedly waved goodbye. Since that New Year's Eve night when he met the fifth princess in the plum garden, the emperor hadn't had a chance to see her again. But being busy, he couldn't just summon the little bundle. This day, when the crown prince came to pay respects at Yangshin Hall, the emperor casually asked him a few questions about his studies, then suddenly noticed the delicate sachet at his waist. He casually asked, "Why do you always wear this sachet?" Lin Qing didn't understand why the topic suddenly shifted from studies to the sachet, but still bowed and answered, "Your son greatly admires the embroidery and fragrance of this sachet, so I wear it daily." The emperor coughed and said, "Last time you mentioned it was given by the fifth princess." Lin Qing said, "Your son met fifth sister at the hunting grounds, gave her a jade pendant, and fifth sister gave this sachet in return. She made this herself?" The emperor said, "Let me see it." Lin Qing had to remove the sachet and hand it over, carefully observing his father's expression. As he watched, he saw the emperor casually attach the sachet to his own waist. Lin Qing couldn't help but softly say, "Father." The emperor picked up a memorial and began reviewing it, saying, "I've been feeling unsettled lately. The fragrance of this sachet helps clear my mind." Lin Qing, after a while, he heard his father strangely ask, "Do you have anything else?" Lin Qing replied, "No." "Oh, then you may leave." Lin Qing stared at the sachet for a moment before leaving with a resentful expression. As soon as the crown prince left, the emperor immediately put down the memorial, took off the sachet, and examined it with delight. "My fifth princess is truly clever with her hands. She can build snowmen and make sachets." He didn't feel there was anything wrong with taking something from his own son. When Lin Qing left Yangshin Hall, he happened to meet Lin Jingyuan on the way. After greeting him, his eyes immediately darted to his waist. Lin Qing felt a pain in his waist as he heard fourth brother ask, "Third brother, where's your sachet? Why aren't you wearing it? If you don't like it, give it to me." Lin Qing wondered what was wrong with these people. As crown prince, he was usually mature beyond his years. Though typically strict with himself, he couldn't help but show some youthful spirit appropriate for his age, saying irritably, "Father took it. If you want it, go ask father." Lin Jingyuan fell silent and walked straight ahead, muttering to himself, "It's fine. I still have the winter begonia and hand cream. I'm so blessed." Lin Qing felt like he'd been struck 1,000 times and angrily returned to the Eastern Palace. Seeing a young eunuch run in, he loudly asked what was wrong. The eunuch replied, "Your Highness, the fifth princess is here waiting in the hall." Lin Qing was surprised and got up to walk outside. When he reached the front hall, he couldn't help but smile. Little Lu was taking small steps, tap-tap-tapping as she walked over. Lin Qing led her inside. Walking to their usual resting couch, just as he was about to sit down, he saw little Lu trying to climb up using both hands and feet. He laughed and picked up little Five. It was her first time being carried by any of her brothers, and she felt slightly shy. The tea was still hot. Lin Qing poured her a cup and smiled, saying, "Fifth sister, eat more so you can grow taller." Lin Feilu remembered what Lin Jingyuan said at the hunting grounds and pouted, asking, "Does the crown prince also think little Five is short?" Lin Qing actually nodded, a little bit. Seeing Lin Feilu's reproachful look, he added with a smile, "But that doesn't affect how adorable you are." Lin Feilu held a pastry with both hands while eating and said, "I'm still young. When I grow up more, I'll get taller." They ate pastries and drank tea together. After eating and drinking their fill, Lin Qing asked, "It's still cold outside. Why did you come all this way alone?" Little Lu wiped the pastry crumbs from her mouth, blinked her eyes at him and said, "This morning, Brother Jingyuan told me that Father Emperor took your sachet, and you were very sad." Lin Qing's expression became uncomfortable. That fourth brother really needs to watch his mouth. Then he smiled respectfully and said politically, "If Father Emperor likes something of mine, I naturally offer it with both hands. How can we say he took it?" Little Lu thought to herself, "Your eyes say otherwise." After speaking, he looked at little Five and couldn't help asking, "Did fifth sister make another sachet specially to bring to me?" Lin Feilu shook her head, saying in her crisp voice, "If I gave you a sachet, what if someone else likes it and takes it away again?" Seeing Lin Qing's disappointed expression, she smiled sweetly. "This time, little Five will give your highness a gift that no one can take away. You want me as your wife, but you want to be my mother? Little one, why do I suddenly see maternal love in your eyes? What's going on? Am I seeing things wrong? I'm supposed to kill my brothers and raise armies of millions to propose to you in the future. You need to fix this overflow of maternal love." The story goes like this. The previous episode told how little Lu successfully won over the emperor and was rewarded with imperial dishes, causing palace gossip. When Lin Jingyuan heard about this and thought of little Lu's hesitation last night, he couldn't sit still and rushed to Manhwa Palace. Lin Feilu was holding Chang'er, sitting on the doorstep feeding him. When she saw him coming, she had just called out, "Brother Jingyuan." When he eagerly asked if she had met Father Emperor last night, Lin Feilu, who had been smiling, heard this and became serious, suddenly lowering her head nervously, looking like someone who had done something wrong. With her little head bowed, she choked out in a small voice, "Brother Jingyuan, I'm sorry." She kept her head down, not daring to look at him. Her eyes were a bit red, and her little nose was also red. Little Lu spoke haltingly, "I just wanted to see Father Emperor. I've never seen him before." Lin Jingyuan felt heartbroken and quickly consoled her. "Don't cry, don't cry," she sobbed. "I was going to tell you last night, but I was afraid you'd be angry." Lin Jingyuan strongly objected. "How could I be angry with you? Besides, there's nothing to be angry about." He spoke with an understanding tone. "You've never seen Father Emperor since birth. You don't even know what he looks like, and you always hear us talking about him. It's completely understandable." After speaking, he scratched his head and couldn't help asking, "I heard from Mother that Father Emperor rewarded you with ghee. So when you met Father Emperor, you just asked him for ghee?" Little Lu seriously replied, "Yes." Jingyuan looked at her with exasperation. "Are you silly? You had a chance to meet Father Emperor, and you asked for ghee? You should have asked for permission to enter the Imperial Academy." He was deeply disappointed. Looking at his foolish sister, "You wasted such a good opportunity." But little Lu seemed unconcerned, giggling. "Did I forget? Any movement from the Emperor would be watched by the entire harem." Since the ghee incident, the atmosphere in Manhwa Palace had changed. Previously, they were respectful to the fifth princess only because of the princes, but now they genuinely treated her as a princess. Sensing the change in the palace's attitude, Lin Feilu maintained her composure. Things couldn't be rushed. She didn't hurry to appear before the emperor again, making it intentional, so future meetings could happen naturally. She had something to do recently, teaching Lin Zhanyuan to read and write. He was a thorn in the emperor's heart, but father and son would surely meet someday. She didn't expect Lin Di to like this simple son, but at least not be as harsh as before. Lin Zhanyuan, with the mind of a 3 or 4-year-old, only wanted to play and naturally resisted studying. Of course, he resisted. After teaching him for 2 days, Lin Feilu empathized with teachers' frustrations. First came threats, "If brother doesn't study, I won't talk to him anymore." Then came bribes, If brother can write his own name, I'll take him sledding. After these carrot and stick approaches, Lin Zhanyuan finally made some progress. Early in the morning when his sister came, he excitedly showed her his written name, sledding. Little Lu praised him generously. Then the two of them took their basins to the spot she had already chosen for sledding. Lin Feilu enthusiastically demonstrated first, sitting in the basin, then whooshed down the slope. Lin Zhanyuan shouted excitedly, and the two played joyfully, their laughter carrying far. Song Jinlan and Tiandong were returning from the imperial household department with supplies when they saw the fifth princess sitting in a basin, sliding down the slope at lightning speed. Unfortunately, this time she lost her balance. Near the bottom, the basin tipped, and she flew out. Her body landed in the snow and slid far away. Then she crashed right at Song Jinlan's feet. Song Jinlan, Lin Feilu, and Tiandong had never seen such play before. Their eyes widened in surprise. He held back his laughter and bent down to ask what the fifth princess was doing. She lay on the ground, looking pitifully at him. Little Lu fell down. "I need your highness's kiss to get up." Song Jinlan and Tiandong. "Ayayayaya. Your highness is being flirted with." Song Jinlan shook his head amusedly, half squatting to pull her up from the snow, then helped brush off the snow from her clothes. When he crouched down, they were at eye level, and she could see his gentle eyes. He asked, "Was it fun?" Lin Feilu said, "Yes. Would your highness like to try?" Song Jinlan smiled. "I'll pass. The basin won't fit me." Lin Feilu made an "oh" sound. Seeing the items in Tiandong's hands, "Your highness went to the imperial household department?" He nodded. "Yes, to collect some gifts." The little girl immediately put on a fierce expression, hands on her hips, asking, "They didn't give you any trouble, did they?" Song Jinlan laughed. "No." Lin Feilu looked at him worriedly. "In the future, just tell me if your highness needs anything. I'll have it sent to you. Those people at the imperial household department only follow the powerful. They'll surely shortchange your highness." She now looked at him like her own child, though she couldn't rush up and say, "Son, you're so handsome, Mama loves you." Song Jinlan lowered his eyes slightly and said softly, "The princess has already sent enough things. I don't lack anything." Ah, what a sensible and content child. Was Song Jinlan seeing things, or did that motherly affection suddenly appear in the little one's eyes? Fortunately, Lin Zhanyuan's loud shouting as he slid down broke the strange atmosphere. He ran over with his basin, clapping and happily saying, "Sister is so silly. Sister fell down." Lin Feilu stuck out her tongue. "Bleh." Seeing Song Jinlan observing Lin Zhanyuan, she introduced, "Your Highness, this is my brother. His name is Lin Zhanyuan." Then to Lin Zhanyuan, "Brother, this is the seventh prince." Lin Zhanyuan blinked his eyes, looking at him. Suddenly, he happily shouted, "Little brother." The little girl was incredibly clever, but to save money, the gifts she gave to the prince were laughable. The prince had seen all sorts of treasures. How could he possibly appreciate such a gift? Lin Qing followed little Lu to the sledding spot. Recently, the snow had begun to melt, but this slope still had plenty. Lin Qing was full of doubts when leaving with her, and watching her climb the slope on all fours made him even more confused. Lin Qing looked around, bit his lip, and finally gathered the courage to climb up. After climbing up, he saw two large basins placed humorously there. He couldn't help asking, "Is this the gift you want to give me?" Little Lu shook her head smiling, brought over the largest basin, placed it at the edge, and said sweetly and happily, "Crown Prince." Lin Qing's climbing up here was already his biggest concession. How could he do something so crude? Seeing his resistant expression, little Lu pursed her lips and said, "Crown Prince, no one will see us here." Lin Qing maintained his dignity, displeasure showing on his face. "What exactly do you want to give me?" Little Lu blinked her bright eyes, moved closer to gently pull his sleeve, her voice soft and sweet. "Little Lu won't deceive you." Lin Qing's face was conflicted. He looked at her, then at the basin, thinking that since she came all this way, he shouldn't disappoint her. Though young, she was extremely clever. He wanted to befriend her. Since no one was around, he might as well try it. At that moment, he closed his eyes and sat in the basin. Little Lu stood behind him, and after he sat down, taught him to hold the edges, cheerfully announcing, "Crown Prince, Little Five is going to push you down." Lin Qing looked at the slope and finally realized what she planned to do. He was shocked, but before he could speak, the little girl, with surprising strength, gave him a push forward. Lin Qing went sliding down like lightning, the cold wind blowing through his hair, his clothes fluttering, snow spraying up along the way. His heart felt like it was falling from a height. After a moment of tension, came the joy and relief of release. Though brief, the feeling was unprecedented, with a mysterious thrill and excitement coursing through his body. So this is what sledding feels like. Lin Qing held tightly to the edges, sitting inside feeling the excitement, until from the slope behind came little Lu's happy shout, "Crown Prince, little Lu is giving you happiness." A gift that no one else could take away, happiness that belonged to him alone. Since becoming crown prince, he had been cautious, careful in words and actions, not daring to make a single mistake, fearing his father's displeasure. His mother always warned him. Everyone was watching this position. The court officials were watching. Even the common people were watching. He couldn't make mistakes. He needed to be both virtuous and capable, careful in speech and action, to be an example for all princes and worthy of the title crown prince. He had built himself a framework and lived forever within it. This framework protected him from many malicious attacks, but also blocked his freedom and happiness to be truly himself. Another whoosh came from behind as little Lu slid down giggling. After stopping, she climbed out of the basin, ran over to tug at his clothes. "Crown Prince, let's go. Let's climb up and slide again." Lin Qing turned to look at her. The little girl wore a pink padded dress, her hair tied in sweet little buns. Snow had sprinkled all over her. She smiled happily and sincerely, her eyes seeming to sparkle like stars. Lin Qing's stunned face finally broke into a smile. He stood up, picked up the basin, and said excitedly, "Let's go." They played until evening. Finally, little Lu was completely exhausted. Lin Qing laughed heartily, thoughtfully patting the snow off her clothes. "Let's return to the palace." They left the sledding spot. Since the Eastern Palace and Manhwa Palace were in different directions, little Lu put the two stacked basins by her feet. With her little fists clasped, she bowed to him. Little Lu takes her leave. Lin Qing nodded and was about to leave. Thinking of something, he called out, "Little Lu." She turned around, her two little buns drooping sadly on her head. Lin Qing asked, "What do you call the fourth prince?" Little Lu paused, then said softly, "Brother Jingyuan." Lin Qing asked, "Then what do you call me?" Little Lu replied, "Crown Prince." Lin Qing silently stared at her. Little Lu looked down, then whispered, "Brother Crown Prince." Lin Qing finally smiled and nodded. She also smiled, sweetly waving, "Brother Crown Prince, goodbye." Lin Qing walked away with light steps. Little Lu dragged the basins back to Manhwa Palace, huffing and puffing. However, today's gift had touched the Crown Prince's heart. The title Brother Crown Prince said it all. Little Lu was snatched away by the bald one. Who was it? What's a straightforward man's confession like? In front of two busy brothers, wanting to marry our little Lu. Isn't that asking for trouble? How will these children's love story end? Emperor Ling had been busy for a while. After handling most recent matters, he heard from the eunuchs about what the palace ladies were saying. After some thought, he decided to vacation at the mountain palace in Lu Mountain for hot springs. The eunuch received the news and soon presented the list of attendants to Emperor Ling. Since noble consort, she always doted on her nephew. Emperor Ling had the eunuch add Shi Xingjiang to the list. In the end, counting everyone, there were 19 people. Emperor Ling listened as the eunuch read the list. He nodded, then suddenly remembered something and said to add the fifth princess. The eunuch was stunned. Since the Unity Banquet, no one had mentioned the fifth princess. They thought she was just a passing presence. Hearing the emperor's words, the eunuch quickly agreed and added her name to the list. The carriages swayed back and forth, with escorts before and after, creating an impressive procession. For royal outings, the roads were cleared in advance. As they left the palace and passed through the capital's main street, little Lu couldn't see much. The usually bustling streets were empty except for the royal guards. Every household's doors were tightly shut, afraid of offending the royal procession. After watching for a while, she felt bored. Looking at the guards patrolling on horseback outside the window, she envied them, wishing she could ride horses too, just to get some fresh air. Shortly after saying this, she saw Shi Xingjiang riding a magnificent horse past the carriage. She hadn't seen him for some time. Now seeing the young man in fine clothes on horseback, he looked quite handsome. While riding, he kept peering at the carriages, as if searching for something. Little Lu thought, could he be looking for me? She leaned half her body out and called softly, Shi Xingjiang, Shi Xingjiang. He looked toward the voice. Seeing her, his eyes lit up and he smiled broadly. Found you. He rode closer. Leaning down from his horse near the carriage, he said with a smile. Little Bean, long time no see. Did you miss your brother Persimmon? Little Lu glared at him. Stupid rabbit, Shishing. He glanced at her sideways. You always use the same insults. He looked at her eagerly. Isn't it stuffy in the carriage? Want to come out and ride? Little Lu said, I don't know how. Xinjiang laughed heartily, holding the reins with one hand while extending the other toward her. Come, I'll take you. Though she was small enough to fit through the carriage window, the procession was still moving. Wouldn't this be too dangerous? While he was still hesitating, Xinjiang had already bent down, wrapped his arm under his armpits, and held him tight. He was already halfway hanging outside. With one swift motion, he was scooped out of the carriage. By the time he realized what happened, he was already sitting on horseback. Songyu inside screamed, Princess, in fright. Xinjiang raised his lip, saying, This young master will show your princess around. Don't worry. Little Lu was startled by his bold move. After her heart settled, his hands held the reins while keeping her in his embrace. With a loud "Hiya," the horse galloped away on 3 hooves. Little Lu was small and light, unstable in her balance. She fell back against his chest, her hair buns coming undone. The cold, fresh air hit her face as her small hands tightly gripped the horse's mane. Afraid that one slip would leave her paralyzed from the waist down, Xinjiang deliberately teased her by going faster and faster. Little Lu's bottom was nearly bounced into quarters. She couldn't help but shout, Xinjiang, slow down. The young man's clear laughter scattered in the wind. If it's slow, can you call it horseback riding? Little Lu wanted to bite him to death. Lin Jingyuan was happily eating shortbread in his carriage when he suddenly heard something. He couldn't help asking Kongan beside him, Listen, doesn't that sound like my 5th sister? Panin listened carefully for a moment. It does sound similar, but isn't the 5th princess in the carriage behind us? Lin Jingyuan looked out the carriage window and saw a galloping horse pass by the convoy. On horseback were Xinjiang and his little dear sister. Little Lu was screaming all the way, seemingly quite frightened. Lin Jingyuan became furious. He threw down his shortbread and jumped out of the carriage, shouting at a patrolling guard, Get down! The guard was startled and quickly dismounted. Without another word, Lin Jingyuan mounted the horse and cracked the whip. He gave chase, shouting, Xinjiang, you shameless wretch, put my sister down. Lin Jingyuan was a good rider, and he used all his strength. Xinjiang, carrying Lin Feilu, was holding back and was soon caught up. The 2 horses galloped through the cold wind. Lin Jingyuan cursed while riding, Stop right there. Have you no shame? Such a grown man bullying my sister. Xinjiang glanced at him sideways, lazily saying, Oh, 4th prince, not bad riding. Lin Jingyuan was about to explode. Seeing little Lu curled up in his arms, not daring to move, he was burning with rage. He yelled, You want me to report to Father Emperor and have your head chopped off? The 2 riders quickly left the convoy. Soon after, more hoofbeats approached. They looked back to see Crown Prince Linqing catching up. Lin Jingyuan's eyes lit up as Linqing sternly said, Xinjiang, stop this nonsense. Wu Mei is young. Put her down immediately. Xinjiang respected the Crown Prince's words. He pouted, pulled the reins, and stopped. Lin Feilu was completely dejected from the bitter cold wind. Her expression was frozen stiff. She would never complain about carriages again. Carriages were great. When the 3 dismounted, Xinjiang carefully lifted her down, and she was immediately taken by Lin Qing and Lin Jingyuan. After checking on her with concern and finding she was just cold but otherwise fine, they finally relaxed. Xinjiang watched the 2 sister-complex brothers fussing over her, chewing on a grass stem, and drawled, I just took her for a ride, and you 2 can't handle it. If I were to marry her in the future, wouldn't you 2 fight me to the death? Lin Feilu, Lin Qing. Lin Jingyuan angrily lunged at him. Marry who? I'll strangle you right now, you shameless wretch. Brothers and sisters, remember to like. The young man may be ugly, but he sure dreams big. Actually announcing in front of everyone that he wants to marry little Lu. Little Lu gritted her teeth. Jingyuan went straight for him and grabbed the troublemaker's neck. The trapped troublemaker could only surrender. Rolling his eyes, he shouted, I was just joking. Who'd want to marry a pipsqueak shorter than my leg? Little Lu gritted her teeth again. Very well, you've offended me twice now. Lin Qing scolded Jingyuan from the side. The 2 fighting separated. He lectured them about following rules while traveling, not causing disturbances or fighting on horseback, then took little Lu back. Lin Qing's riding was much gentler, and his horse was more docile. Little Lu sat in front of him, her bottom finally not hurting as much. Lin Qing spoke softly from behind, saying Xingjiang had always bin mischievous, telling her not to mind him. Little Lu obediently nodded. After thinking for a moment, she asked, Crown Prince brother, besides hot springs, what else is fun at the Imperial Villa? Lin Qing smiled and said the villa was located on the mountainside. The scenery is unique. You'll see when you get there. As the two were talking quietly, a curtain was suddenly lifted from an elegant carriage in the convoy. A sweet, gentle voice came from inside. Your Highness Crown Prince. Little Lu turned to look. A pure and beautiful woman sat at the window, smiling at them. It was Consort May, one of the 4 consorts, the only one without children. She looked young, with fair skin and beautiful features, her eyes captivating and alluring. She appeared delicate and could rival Xiaolan's beauty. No wonder she had been favored by the emperor these years. Even her voice was pleasant to hear. She gently asked, I heard commotion outside. Did something happen? Lin Qing replied, just 4th brother playing around. Consort May need not worry. Consort May nodded and looked at the little girl riding with him, asking with a smile, is this the 5th princess? Little Lu responded clearly, Little 5 greets Consort May. Consort May smiled gracefully, first time meeting. Indeed a clever and lovely child. The journey to the villa is long. If the 5th princess is afraid to ride alone, she could join me for company. Among the palace consorts she had seen, this was the first to show unprompted kindness at first meeting. She had heard Consort May was close to Consort Hui, and given Consort Hui's cold attitude towards her, Consort May's current behavior seemed unusual. If she were to go anywhere, it should be to Consort Sian's carriage. But her smiling eyes seemed sincere and gentle, with neither tone nor expression showing any flaw. Little Lu felt something strange, as if detecting a kindred spirit. She awkwardly bowed from horseback and said in her childish voice, Little 5 dare not trouble Consort May. Consort May smiled. What are you saying, princess? I took a liking to you at first sight. Perhaps it's fate, making me want to spend more time with you. Little Lu looked back at Lin Qing timidly, her bright eyes full of plea. Lin Qing knew the clever girl didn't want to go. He naturally spoke up for her. Thank you for your kindness, consort, but I've already promised little Wu to have Su Ti in my carriage. We'll have to take up your kind offer another time. With the crown prince speaking, Consort May couldn't say more. After a few more pleasant exchanges, she lowered the curtain and sat back. Lin Qing continued riding forward. Little Lu patted her chest and said in a tiny voice only they could hear, That scared me. Lin Qing chuckled and said wisely, You're a royal princess. She's just a consort. Why fear her? Little Lu replied, Easy for you to say. These days, an unfavored princess ranks below even a favored lady. Well, Lin Qing continued reassuringly, among Father Emperor's consorts, Consort May has the gentlest and most kind nature. You needn't fear her. Both the Empress and Crown Prince seem to think well of her. Little Lu thought, indeed a kindred spirit. This consort May can't be underestimated. Lin Qing brought her to his carriage. The Crown Prince's vehicle was indeed different from hers, much more spacious, with soft warm cushions. It was also much more stable than her swaying carriage. The attending servants quickly brought Su Ti as ordered. With good tea to drink and snacks to eat, the comfort level increased tremendously. This was what travel should be like. Shortly after sitting down, the curtain was lifted and Jing Yuan, covered in cold air, climbed in. He unceremoniously sat beside little Lu and started eating snacks, saying, I was going to take little Lu to mother consorts. Why did third brother bring her here? Lin Qing replied, What's wrong with her being here? Jing Yuan complained sourly, I was the first to go save fifth sister, but third brother stole the credit. Lin Qing sighed, Are you seriously competing for favor? Jing Yuan didn't care. Because of the sachet incident, he had been jealous of third brother for a long time. After finishing the snacks, he took little Lu's hand. Let's go to mother consorts. I prepared lots of things you like. Little Lu glanced at Lin Qing, who was pressing his forehead, looking exasperated at Jing Yuan. He might as well have written get lost on his face. Little Lu held back her laughter, bid farewell to Lin Qing, and went with Jing Yuan to Consort Sian's carriage. The convoy traveled until night and arrived at the planned overnight post station. Usually, maids would sleep on floor mats beside their masters, but the post station's heating wasn't as good as the palace. Little Lu worried Songyu would catch cold sleeping on the floor, so she let her share the bed. Songyu felt very grateful. When the fifth princess said she'd be cold sleeping alone, she turned off the light and carefully lay down on the bed. Little Lu actually treated her like an older sister, snuggling into her embrace and putting her small hands and feet on her, smiling and saying, "Songyu, your body is so warm." Songyu smiled shyly, staying still and serving as a heater. Outside gradually became quiet, with only the sound of wind remaining. Little Lu lay on Songyu, burying her little head, and quickly fell asleep. After some time, Songyu suddenly began struggling violently beside her. Little Lu initially thought she was having a nightmare. As she woke up and was about to wake Songyu, through the dim light from the half-open window, she saw a figure standing by the bed. The person was holding a pillow, pressing it hard against Songyu's face, trying to suffocate her. Little Lu froze for a second, then her mind exploded as she screamed at the top of her lungs, "Help! Murder!" The person reached to grab her, but Songyu, now released, had already sat up and desperately lunged at the attacker, punching and kicking. The little girl's scream was particularly piercing. The scream startled everyone around, and the assassin realized they would be exposed. They quickly turned and jumped out the window. Outside, there was a commotion of hurried footsteps getting closer. The door was suddenly burst open, and Shi Xingjiang rushed in with a sword, looking unusually serious instead of his typical casual demeanor. Entering the room, he saw little Lu coughing violently on the bed. He ordered the guard, "Go fetch the imperial physician." "I'll stay here," Songyu cried. "Yes, someone tried to kill our princess." Shi Xingjiang's face turned cold as he said sternly, "First, help your princess get dressed properly." Little Lu was kneeling on the bed, wearing only a thin garment. Songyu realized this and quickly got up to help her put on her outer coat. Shi Xingjiang crouched by the bed and reached to touch her head, asking if little Lu was hurt. After the shock, her screams had been as loud as 10 screaming chickens combined. She had likely damaged her vocal cords. After coughing heavily, her throat felt like it was on fire, and she couldn't speak a word. She could only shake her head with tears in her eyes. Consort Sian and Jingyuan rushed over with their attendants. Soon after, Lin Ting and Lin Qing hurriedly entered the room. The small room was instantly crowded with people. Songyu explained what happened while crying. Jingyuan was furious, demanding to know who dared to attempt such a crime and if the guards had caught the assassin. Lin Ting and Lin Qing's expressions were also grim. For someone to dare attempt this under the emperor's nose, they must have planned it meticulously. The guard search would likely yield nothing. It was a well-planned attempt. They hadn't expected the 5th princess to break convention by letting her maid sleep in her bed. It was her kindness that had saved her from this crisis. Consort Sian said this matter should be decided by the emperor. Just then, a eunuch rushed in announcing, "His Majesty." Princess Wu and Jingyuan eagerly said they wanted to go too, determined to have their father find the culprit. Consort Sian scolded them to be quiet and ordered 4th prince to be escorted back. She told the others, the crown prince and eldest prince, to return as well, saying she would accompany the 5th princess herself. Since the emperor had only summoned little Lu, it wouldn't be appropriate for everyone to go. They all nodded in agreement. The emperor had already been informed through the guards about what happened. When little Lu entered, he was dressed in his outer robes, sitting in the outer chamber with an angry expression. Consort May was beside him, also looking hastily dressed with her hair loose. Before the emperor could speak, Consort May anxiously asked if the 5th princess was hurt and if the imperial physician had examined her. Little Lu remained silent, only obediently kneeling to bow. Consort Sian explained that the 5th princess had hurt her throat and lost her voice. The emperor had last seen her in the plum garden, a cute little bundle in a red cloak, with her little topknot full of vitality. Now she had red-rimmed eyes, disheveled clothes and hair, and a deathly pale face. Unable to speak a word, her small body stumbled slightly as she bowed. Emperor Ling was burning with rage. He stood up abruptly. He walked over and lifted the little bundle from the ground. Up close, seeing her teary eyes and tightly pressed lips, his heart ached even more. He softened his voice and said, "Don't be afraid. Father Emperor is here." Lin Feilu, with tears in her eyes, wrapped her small arms around his neck and cried silently into his collar, nearly breaking the old father's heart. He carried Lin Feilu back to his seat. He held her trembling little body in his arms, his large hand soothingly patting her messy head. His voice grew stern as he asked Songyu, who had come along, "Tell me what happened again." Songyu detailed the events again, but being a victim herself who had been suffocated and terrified, she hadn't seen anything clearly and couldn't provide any useful clues. The guards who went after the assassin quickly reported back. As expected, They hadn't caught anyone. The emperor questioned everyone present one by one, but got nothing. If it weren't for little Five still trembling in his arms, he would have flipped the table in anger. He roared, "Useless lot. Such a thing happening right under my nose. If I had been the target, would you all be just as helpless?" Everyone below knelt down in a dark mass, begging for forgiveness. Emperor Ling snorted coldly, then turned to Consort Sian beside him, asking, "What do you make of this?" Consort Sian stood with lowered hands and said slowly, "The fifth princess is young and innocent, with no enemies. This matter likely traces back to the previous generation." Consort May quickly poured a cup of hot tea and brought it to calm the emperor, saying softly, "Your Majesty, please don't harm your health with anger." She paused, seeming hesitant to speak. The emperor glanced at her, took a sip of hot tea, and said, "Speak your mind." Only then did Consort May gracefully nod. She said softly, "I agree with Sister Sian. The fifth princess is so lovely and adorable. Who would want to harm her? It must be her mother's grudges affecting her. Perhaps someone who had conflicts with noble Lady Lan, harboring resentment for years, took this opportunity for revenge." Emperor Ling nodded grimly. Lin Feilu, lying in Emperor Ling's arms, discreetly observed Consort May. She spoke with gentle smiles, her eyes showing concern, as if genuinely worried for Emperor Ling. Yet with these few words, she had redirected the emperor's anger at the assassin towards Xiao Lan instead. The implication was clear. It was Xiao Lan's private grudges that had endangered her daughter. The emperor, who already disliked Xiao Lan, would surely despise her even more after this. Consort Sian glanced at Consort May but said nothing and looked away. After hearing her words, the emperor's expression grew darker. After a moment, he ordered the guards to thoroughly investigate if anyone among the palace staff had any grudges with noble Lady Lan of Manhwa Palace, and to report immediately if they found anything. The guards accepted the order and left. The night had grown late after all this commotion. The emperor placed Lin Feilu, who was curled up in his arms, onto his bed and said firmly, "Little Five will sleep here tonight. I'd like to see who dares to try anything now." He then told Consort May, who had followed them in, "You may return for tonight." Consort May froze briefly, quickly glanced at Lin Feilu huddled in the blankets, then lowered her head gracefully. Lin Feilu watched her graceful departing figure and inwardly sneered at her expert-level green tea tactics. Why pretend to be so pure in front of me? It must have been her. Brothers and sisters, remember to like. Little Lu felt she needed to grow, combining modern green tea methods with traditional customs, striving to make herself more authentically green. Oh, this Consort May was interesting, the most formidable boss she'd encountered since entering the palace. The difficulty level had increased, making it more challenging and requiring careful vigilance. While she was lost in thought under the covers, the emperor sat down by the bed. He saw the little bundle clutching the blanket, covering half her head, leaving only a pair of bright black eyes timidly watching him. Her eyes were still red, like a pitiful little thing trying not to cry after being bullied, beautiful and heartbreaking. The emperor stroked her messy head and said, "Don't be afraid, little Lu. Father Emperor is watching over you." She nuzzled up slightly, her little head pressing against his palm in a gesture of dependence. She tried to call out to him but could only make a hoarse sound, making her seem even more pitiful. Emperor Ling turned and asked if the imperial physician had been summoned. Just then, the guards announced the physician's arrival. The physician came hurriedly with his medicine box, looking anxious. Having heard the fifth princess was injured, he had brought everything expecting blood, only to find she just had a throat injury. He was relieved. Besides prescribing medicine for her throat, he also prescribed some calming and sleep-aiding medicines to help the little princess recover from the shock. After writing the prescription, the emperor ordered someone to brew the medicine, which took quite some time. It was already midnight. Peng Man said worriedly, "Your Majesty, let this servant watch over her. You should rest, there's still a day's journey ahead." The emperor yawned. Before he could speak, his little bundle crawled out from under the covers, holding his arm and gently shaking it. Unable to speak, she could only make soft whispering sounds. "Father Emperor, go sleep." The emperor couldn't help but smile, lifting her onto his lap. I'm not tired. I'll wait until my fifth princess takes her medicine and falls sound asleep before I go to bed. The little bundle looked at him expectantly. She seemed deeply moved and buried herself in his embrace. The emperor couldn't resist his little daughter's affection, feeling his usually hardened heart soften considerably. True to his word, he only went to rest after little Lu took her medicine and fell asleep. In the emperor's quarters, not even a mosquito could enter, let alone an assassin. Little Lu, no longer worried and aided by the sleeping medicine, quickly fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, the convoy prepared and set out. This time, little Lu didn't return to her own carriage. Instead, Emperor Ling took her in his imperial carriage. If the Crown Prince Lingqing's carriage yesterday was like a luxury car, the Emperor's sacred carriage was like a Lincoln stretch limousine. Yesterday, she had felt sorry about the Emperor's difficult journey, but today she was proven wrong. Indeed, emperors never shortchange themselves. Father and daughter got along very well. After a while, the carriage briefly stopped. Someone outside reported, "Your Majesty, Consort May is here." The emperor smiled. "Let her in." The curtain lifted, and Consort May entered with a fragrant breeze, bowing gracefully before saying softly, "I've come to finish yesterday's game of chess with your Majesty." The emperor placed little Lu aside and smiled. "Good. Set up the board. Today I want to see if your chess skills have improved." Consort May responded gracefully. "Your Majesty teases me again." After some light conversation, Consort May looked at little Lu, who was nibbling on snacks nearby. With concern, she asked, "Is the fifth princess's throat better today?" Little Lu nodded obediently, offering a harmless, cute smile. Peng Man quickly set up yesterday's chess position. Consort May and the emperor sat opposite each other and began to play. Little Lu sat beside the emperor, holding onto the edge of his robe, watching quietly. As the emperor played, he noticed the little bundle drawing closer. He turned to look. He found her staring intently at the chessboard, pastry crumbs on her lips, her small face completely focused, as if mesmerized. It was amusing. Seeing him delay his move, she grew impatient, turning to look at him with urging eyes. The emperor finally couldn't help but laugh. Rubbing her head, he asked, watching so intently, "Do you like it?" The little bundle shyly lowered her eyes and nodded slightly. The emperor asked, "Do you know how to play?" She shook her head. The emperor smiled. "I'll teach you." He scattered the pieces and ordered Peng Man to sort the black and white stones. Then he told the stunned Consort May, "We'll stop for today. I'll teach little Lu. You may go." Consort May complied. She discreetly glanced at the innocent, adorable little girl beside Emperor Ling and said softly with a smile, "Yes." After she left, Emperor Ling happily began teaching his daughter chess. Little Lu didn't know Go, but she was clever. She understood everything the emperor explained. In just one morning, she had grasped the basic rules and patterns. By the time they resumed their journey, she could play against the emperor, albeit clumsily. Though she was quickly defeated, for a 5-year-old child to be this intelligent greatly amazed the emperor. After his amazement, he felt delighted again. He recalled when he first met the little bundle in May Garden, wishing for a simple life. He should have known then that this child was different from others. Who would have thought that while Xiao Lan gave him a dim-witted son, she also bore him such an intelligent little princess? This must be heaven's blessing. Brothers and sisters, remember to like. Having just experienced the assassin incident, little Lu found a silver lining as she gained the emperor's favor. In the evening, after dinner, little Lu walked around, looking at the stern imperial guards. She felt more at ease. After the assassination attempt, with imperial guards on duty, the assassins wouldn't dare strike rashly. She wasn't too worried. Songyu was very nervous though, whispering, "Princess, let this servant sleep in your bed tonight." Little Lu smiled. "They're not foolish. Don't worry, with the guards here, they won't dare come again." As they walked and talked, just entering the courtyard, they heard a guard's sharp shout outside. "Who dares to climb the wall? Seize them." Not just Songyu, but little Lu was startled too. She thought, "Really? It's barely dark, and they're already so desperate for my life?" But after the commotion, they heard a somewhat embarrassed voice of the troublemaker. "It's me. It's me. Hey, put your sword down. Don't you recognize who I am?" Outside came hurried greetings. "Greetings, young Master Shi. What are you doing here, young Master Shi?" Little Lu was curious and walked out to see the troublemaker holding a bundle of bedding, standing in the corner, awkwardly scratching his head. She felt both angry and amused. With her hoarse voice, she called out, "Troublemaker, what are you doing here?" He walked over with his bedding, chin held high, but clearly embarrassed, stammering, "I'm patrolling." Worried the assassin might return, Little Lou asked, "Then why are you carrying bedding? If you meet the assassin, are you planning to smother them with your blanket?" The troublemaker, annoyed, reached out to ruffle her little top knot. "Here I am worrying about you, and you're mocking me." He pushed her inside. "Come on, let's go in." Following Little Lou into the room, he then directly threw his bedding on the floor beside Little Lou's bed. Seeing him start to make a bed on the floor, Song-yu anxiously asked, "Young Master Sure, what are you doing?" Without looking up as he arranged his bedding, he replied, "Can't you see I'm making a bed?" Song-yu was both anxious and afraid. "I can see you're making a bed, but why here? Are you planning to spend the night here?" The troublemaker responded with a "Hmm." Song-yu immediately knelt down. "Young master, you absolutely cannot. Our princess, though young, is still female. Men and women must maintain proper distance. If word gets out that you spent the night in the princess's room, her reputation would be ruined." The troublemaker looked up unhappily and glared at him. "Her life is at stake. Who cares about reputation? I'm staying here until we return to the palace. If any thieves dare come, I'll kill them one by one, or in pairs if they come in twos." After making his bed, he contentedly lay down, one hand behind his head, legs crossed. "All right, go wash up and sleep." Little Lou rolled her eyes dramatically. "Get out." The troublemaker, unfazed, half raised himself and looked up at her sideways, lecturing, "Girls shouldn't be so crude." Swinging his crossed leg lazily, he said, "Hey little bean, I wonder why that sweet, soft attitude you show your royal brother completely disappears with me?" Little Lou pushed him with both hands. "Not a bit for you. Get up." The more she acted fierce, the more amused he became. As they were at an impasse, footsteps sounded outside. Lin Jingyuan came in calling, "Little Lou." As soon as he entered and saw the troublemaker lying on the floor, his eyes widened. Immediately enraged, he pounced at him with flailing arms. "You shameless fellow! What are you doing in my sister's room again?" Then Little Lou watched as the two started fighting. Finally, the troublemaker pulled out a short dagger from under his blanket and shouted, "I'm here to protect Little Lou." Only then did the fight end. Lin Jingyuan looked at his dagger, then at his fifth sister standing aside. His eyes lit up, and he flopped down on the floor bedding. "Then I'll sleep here too. I also want to protect my fifth sister." The troublemaker laughed mockingly. "With your amateur skills?" Lin Jingyuan became furious. "Don't look down on me." As they were about to fight again, Little Lou hurried to stop the fight. Suddenly, another person entered from outside. With hurried steps, they urgently called out, "Young Master Sure, the consort has a message." The troublemaker froze, showing a trace of awkwardness on his face. He coughed and asked, "How did Aunt know I was here?" The person bowed and said, "The consort says she not only knows you're here, but also knows what you're planning to do. The consort says if you don't appear before her within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, she'll come break your leg herself." Hearing this, Little Lou and Jingyuan burst into laughter. The troublemaker glared in annoyance. The eunuch, hearing Lin Jingyuan's unrestrained mockery, continued hesitantly. The troublemaker tried to negotiate. "Go tell Anne I need to stay to protect the princess." The eunuch kept his head down and dutifully repeated, "The consort says with the imperial guards stationed here, your protection isn't needed. If you insist on staying, then go sleep on the corridor eaves." The troublemaker thought about how cold it was, especially on the mountainside. If he slept outside on the eaves, he'd probably freeze to death by morning. Furiously, he glared at the laughing Lin Jingyuan and rolled up his bedding. Jingyuan laughed wildly. "Leave the bedding for me." The troublemaker turned back fiercely. "Get your own." Little Lou wanted to laugh too, but considering his genuine intention to protect her, she politely held back and waved, "Take care, sure." After he left, Lin Jingyuan slapped the table, laughing hysterically for 5 minutes. Little Lou asked, "Brother Jingyuan, was the consort they mentioned consort she?" Lin Jingyuan replied between laughs, "Who else could control that troublemaker?" Little Lou recalled the eunuch's repeated messages and found this unseen consort she quite interesting. Then she said, "Brother Jingyuan, you should go too, or Consort Sian will send someone next." Lin Jingyuan suddenly stopped laughing and left sheepishly, but had Kangin stay behind. After sending away the two troublemakers, just as Little Lou was about to sleep, Workers came knocking to report that the crown prince and first prince had sent people to keep watch with the servants. Little Lu suddenly became the darling of 3 princes. She was overjoyed and could finally sleep well. Brothers and sisters, remembered alike. Early next morning, little Lu went to greet Emperor Ling and met Lin Ting outside the hall. She waved to him from afar. Lin Ting smiled and waited for her. When she got closer, he gently asked if she slept well last night. Little Lu nodded with a smile. Softly she said, "Crown Prince, Consort Wan didn't come to the palace this time?" Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Ting couldn't help but smile. Her voice wasn't fully recovered, still slightly hoarse, but couldn't hide her excitement. "We can go find small animals in the mountains. I heard there are little foxes up there." Lin Ting felt warmth in his heart and tidied her obedient bangs. All right. When they entered, they found Lin Jingyuan already there. Strangely, he was kneeling in the hall, head down, looking as wilted as frostbitten eggplant. Emperor Ling sat on the throne holding a book, while Consort May sat beside him, quietly peeling fruit. Emperor Ling said, "I just tested your 3rd brother. Now let me test you. I heard you performed well at the Imperial Academy before the new year. I'll check if the Imperial tutor's words were true." Just then, Lin Ting led little Lu in, and Emperor Ling's expression immediately softened. Little Lu performed an awkward greeting. 5th Princess greets Father Emperor. Emperor Ling smiled. "Your voice sounds much better than yesterday." After Lin Ting also paid his respects, the Emperor said, "Tinger, join your 4th brother. After testing him, I'll test you." Lin Ting formally knelt in the hall. Lin Jingyuan shifted uncomfortably, muttering, "I just came to pay respects. How did it turn into a pop quiz? This is too much." Just as the Emperor was about to have someone bring a seat for the 5th princess, he saw the little one looking left at the crown prince, then right at the 4th prince. She counted her fingers and also knelt obediently. Seeing this, he didn't ask her to rise. Lin Jingyuan made a few sounds of acknowledgement, then heard Emperor Lin ask, "4th prince, tell me about the 5 brothers of the Taikong era, who received blessings in an instant. Following you the Great's example, they composed the Song of the 5 Sons. What were the 5 phrases?" Lin Jingyuan had actually memorized this passage before. He knew it was from the Shangshu text, but as they say, beginnings are always difficult. He was so nervous he couldn't remember the first line. Anxiously, he kept looking to Lin Ting for help. "Royal brother, elder royal brother. What's the first line again?" Lin Ting was always rule-abiding, and certainly wouldn't help him cheat in front of their father. He gave him a troubled look and lowered his head. Emperor Lin hadn't expected such a simple question would leave Lin Jingyuan scratching his head in confusion. Emperor Ling almost wanted to throw the inkstone at his head to see if it would knock some sense into him. Just as Lin Jingyuan was getting desperate, he heard a small voice beside him quietly prompting, "It means the royal family has teachings about names, worthy of respect and not to be lowered." Lin Jingyuan had a sudden moment of enlightenment. Before Emperor Ling could explode, he loudly recited, "It means the royal family has teachings about names, worthy of respect and not to be lowered. Names are the foundation of the state. With a solid foundation, the state is peaceful. Thus, even common men and women can prosper." The 3 mentors arose with clarity. "I saw official paths in spiritual illumination." The spirits suddenly sought it, encountering 6 horses as leaders of men. "How regrettable it's not complete." Emperor Ling raised his eyebrows in surprise, his expression gradually softening with approval as he listened to the rest of the recitation. After he finished, Emperor Ling nodded and said, "Not bad. It seems the imperial tutor wasn't exaggerating. You've improved. Go sit on the side." Lin Jingyuan felt like he'd escaped death. Wiping his sweat, he kowtowed and was about to rise, when Consort May smiled and curiously asked the 5th princess what she had whispered to the 4th prince. That made him suddenly understand. Lin Jingyuan inwardly cursed this troublemaker. Little Lu hadn't expected to be caught helping her royal brother cheat. She nervously glanced at her father. Her small figure, already wrapped in a cloak, now curled up even smaller, lowering her head as if trying to hide herself completely, her whole body radiating, "You can't see me, you can't see me," energy. Emperor Ling's heart melted at the sight, but he deliberately maintained a stern voice. "Little 5, what did you say to your brother just now?" The little bundle trembled and reluctantly raised her head, her small face all scrunched up. She spoke weakly while sniffling, probably out of fear. She was so scared she started hiccuping, trying to speak between hiccups. Emperor Lin could no longer hold back his laughter. Consort May's amusement faded considerably. The little bundle was almost crying, hiccuping and sniffling, looking as pitiful as could be. Lin Jingyuan felt both angry and heartbroken. He immediately spoke up, "Father Emperor, please don't blame fifth sister. It was because of my stupidity that she had to help me. Please punish me instead. I will accept the punishment." But Emperor Ling just gave him a dismissive look and said, "Go away." Then Lin Jingyuan watched as his beloved father walked down, picked up the secretly crying little Lu, and returned to his seat. The little bundle sat on his lap, clutching his sleeve, secretly observing him for a long while. She timidly asked in a small voice, "Father Emperor, are you not angry?" Emperor Ling smiled and took the fruit that Consort May had carefully prepared earlier, feeding it to her. "Isn't father sweet?" The little bundle wiped her mouth and finally smiled sweetly. Consort May wore a look of utter despair. "Brothers and sisters, remembered alike." Emperor Ling, holding little Lu, asked, "Little Five, do you know the Shangshu?" The little bundle softly pressed her 2 fingers together and said, "Teacher says I know a little bit." Emperor Ling knew she was clever, but didn't know she could read and write. The Shangshu, which was simple for Lin Jingyuan, who had studied at the Imperial Academy for years, was quite difficult for a 5-year-old girl who had never attended the academy. Emperor Ling suddenly remembered that Xiao Lan was literate. He remembered when she entered the palace. He heard from palace servants that Lady Lan had brought several large boxes into the palace. The boxes weren't filled with ordinary things, but with books. It was because of this that he selected Xiao Lan's tablet first among the new concubines. Beautiful and talented, she was exactly his type. Her only flaw was her unlikable personality, too quiet, as if reluctant to speak a single word more than necessary. Usually, such a personality in others would have bored him quickly, but Xiao Lan managed to maintain his favor for 3 years through her beauty and talent, until Lin Jingyuan gradually showed signs of being slow-witted, which triggered Emperor Ling's anger and led to her fall from favor. It seemed Xiao Lan had taught her daughter well. He felt somewhat emotional, then suddenly thought of something. He turned to ask Consort May beside him, "We remember you and little Wu's mother entered the palace the same year, right?" Consort May was startled, but she quickly composed herself and said softly with a smile, "Time flies indeed. I have been by your majesty's side for 7 years. Emperor Ling nodded with a smile. He finished testing little Lu's lessons while holding her. Then he asked with a smile if she wanted to continue learning chess from yesterday. Her eyes lit up as she nodded. Emperor Ling had Peng Man set up the chessboard and continued teaching the little bundle how to play. Consort May was predictably left aside again. This time, Emperor Ling didn't ask her to leave, but smiled and said, "The fruit you prepared earlier was good. Little Five liked it. Prepare some more." Little Lu glanced at her subtly. As expected of a master, even with such an expression, her composure remained perfect. Consort May smiled gracefully and said, "Yes, I shall also use the 5th princess's presence to learn chess from your majesty. When I learned chess from your majesty back then, you weren't this patient with me." Emperor Ling laughed. "You're talking nonsense. How was I not patient with you?" Consort May said, "Your majesty's patience wasn't quite like this." As she was speaking, she suddenly seemed to remember little Lu was there, and stopped, blushing. She just cast flirtatious glances at him. "I suspect you're flirting, and I have evidence." Hearing this, Emperor Ling clearly became distracted. Consort May did have her ways. No wonder she had remained favored for so many years. How could they focus on chess now? Little Lu played 2 games with her, pretending to be sleepy. Emperor Ling asked, "Tired?" Before little Lu could answer, he ordered Peng Man, "Take the 5th princess back to rest." Then little Lu was led away. As she stepped out the door, she heard Consort May's coquettish laughter from inside. Little Lu internally criticized these shameless adults. She slept until afternoon. After waking up, she tied her hair in a bun and enthusiastically went out to enjoy the hot springs. When Ling Ding saw her bun, he couldn't help but touch it, rubbing it repeatedly, teasing that her 2 little buns had become one. As an emperor, is it appropriate to be so childish? Though she thought this, her face remained innocent and obedient. "Father Emperor, where are we going?" Emperor Ling held her hand and said, "I'm not comfortable with you bathing in the hot springs alone. I'll take you somewhere safe." Little Lu thought Emperor Ling would let her use his own hot spring, but unexpectedly, he took her to Noble Consort Xi's place. When Noble Consort Xi came out wearing simple clothes, little Lu was somewhat stunned. This was her first time seeing this legendary daughter of a military family. She wasn't as strikingly beautiful as Consort Hua. Instead, her features were subtle, her eyes cold, and her figure not delicate, but carrying a commanding presence. Seeing Emperor Ling arrive, she gave a proper greeting, neither humble nor proud. Her cold eyes swept briefly over the little girl beside Emperor Ling. Emperor Ling smiled and said, "Dear, I've brought little Five to bathe in the hot springs with you. You know about the incident at the post station. I'm not comfortable leaving her alone." Little Lu blinked her eyes, about to deploy her cuteness attack. When noble consort, she said sarcastically, "What, your majesty is treating me as a guard now?" Emperor Ling smiled gently, seemingly used to her tone, and without taking offense, pushed little Lu forward. "I don't trust others, but I trust you the most." Noble consort, she gave a non-committal smile, and glanced at little Lu again. Little Lu immediately gave a proper greeting. In her childish voice, she said, "Little Five greets noble consort she." Emperor Ling said, "My little Five is so adorable, you'll surely like her too." Noble consort, she maintained her cold demeanor, bowed to Emperor Ling, and said, "Your servant understands." Emperor Ling then left happily. Noble consort, she walked forward without looking back, as if knowing little Lu hadn't moved, and said, "Follow me." Only then did little Lu patter, along with her short legs. In her heart, she was full of admiration. This consort is so cool. As the saying goes, looks aren't everything, it's about presence. And noble consort, she's presence was absolutely incredible. It was said she was born at the border, learned martial arts from childhood, and had the potential to become a great female general. But for some unknown reason, she ended up as a consort in the palace instead. With her cold and proud personality, she disdained competing for favor. She entered as a consort, and despite having no children, she maintained her position as noble consort due to her family background. She had earned Emperor Ling's trust and affection. This was like the female lead in palace dramas. Wow, completely different from that seductress Consort May. Must get close to her and learn from her. This was content available without payment. Through layers of gauze curtains, by the steaming hot spring, noble consort, she stood wearing only a simple garment. As she undressed, her beautiful butterfly-like back was revealed. Little Lu slowly sank her small body into the water. It felt wonderfully comfortable, the long-missed hot spring. As she was enjoying it with half-closed eyes, she heard noble consort she tell her not to go to the middle. The water was deep. Little Lu turned to look. The steam had brought a flush to noble consort she's face, making her look less cold. Her delicate collarbones floated faintly above the water, her swan-like neck beautiful and graceful. Indeed, this was the body of someone trained in martial arts. Little Lu wanted to splash the water in frustration. How could such a beautiful lady end up with that father of hers? She obediently responded and waded slowly through the water to noble consort she's side. After a while, noble consort, she opened her eyes and looked at the little one beside her. Her bright eyes were filled with mist as she stared unblinkingly. She asked, "What are you looking at?" Little Lu said, "Noble consort is so beautiful." Noble consort, she dismissed it with disdain. Little liar, so young and already knows how to flatter. Little Lu wanted to show her sincere appreciation. Little Lu isn't lying. You really are beautiful. Noble consort, she looked at her with interest. "Oh, then tell me what's beautiful." Little Lu said seriously, "Noble consort's collarbones are beautiful, both sensual and clear. And your neck is long and elegant, like a swan's, so beautiful. And your waist?" Noble consort, she was surprised by Little Lu's detailed praise and looked confused. Little Lu, seeing her puzzled look, restrained herself and returned to her childlike innocence. "Well, everything is just beautiful." Noble consort, she examined the little one for a while and finally laughed. She reached out to touch her bun and said, just as Xinjiang said, "You're an interesting little girl." Little Lu smiled shyly. Noble consort, she was aloof and spoke little. Little Lu, wanting to gain her favor, quietly enjoyed the hot spring beside her. The hall was very quiet. Little Lu became drowsy from the heat. Given her young body's limitations, she couldn't stay in too long. Noble consort, she glanced at the little one and ordered her maids to take the fifth princess out. Little Lu's head jerked up as if suddenly awake. She hugged her slender arm and looked at her pleadingly. "I want to stay with noble consort longer." Noble consort, she asked why. Little Lu said, "If I bathe with noble consort more, maybe I can become like you. With long legs. Xinjiang always calls me short." Noble consort, she snorted, "Don't mind him. Once I break his legs, you'll be taller than him." How domineering indeed. In the end, Little Lu couldn't get her wish and was lifted from the hot spring by the maids. Seeing her eager look, noble consort, she raised an eyebrow. "You can come back tomorrow, The pool isn't going anywhere. Little Lu, resting on the maid's shoulder wrapped in a wet towel, her small face flushed and dewy, her eyes looking even bigger, asked hopefully, "Can I bathe with noble consort again tomorrow?" "Noble consort," she said indifferently, "come if you wish." Only then did little Lu happily let the maid carry her away. After changing clothes, noble consort She's maids took her to drink tea in the adjacent room. After she finished eating, the palace maid knelt down and said softly, "Fifth princess, let this servant show you around. This is the hot spring palace bestowed by His Majesty to the noble consort. Besides her, no one else can give orders or enter here." Little Lu thought this place was nice, elegant, and tasteful, neither too luxurious nor too simple. She nodded and followed the palace maid. Indeed, the hot spring palace was built for the emperor's vacation, and this particular pavilion was its crown jewel. It showed how much Emperor Ling valued noble consort Shi. While lost in thought, sudden crisp sounds came from the roof, like tiles being disturbed. Everyone was startled. The palace maid looked up and was about to speak. The sounds continued in a series of clatters above their heads. The frightened palace maid said with a pale face, "Princess, please go to the main hall. I'll call the guards to check." Just then, noble consort Shi, fresh from her bath, came out. Seeing them all standing in the courtyard looking up, she asked what they were watching. The maid explained everything. Noble consort She maintained her cool demeanor. She casually said, "I'll go take a look." Then she gracefully leaped onto the roof. Little Lu was stunned for the first time since arriving in this world. What just happened? She just flew up there. Brothers and sisters, can you give me a like? Does everyone in this family fly like this? This is some anti-Newton's law martial arts. When she first came to this world, she was shocked to see children jumping from tall trees. Today, noble consort She shocked her even more. This was much higher than the tree Xingjiang jumped from. Little Lu stared in amazement. She watched as noble consort She landed lightly on the roof, bent down to pick something up, then floated back down. She threw the object to the ground, saying, "Just a crow with a broken wing. Take it away." She was about to go wash her hands. As she turned to leave, someone hugged her leg. Noble consort She looked down. The little one had that eager expression again, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Noble consort, I want to learn that." Noble consort She raised an eyebrow, maintaining her indifferent tone. "You're too young. What's the point? You won't need it for battle." Little Lu immediately started pleading, "I want to learn. I want to learn." She thought whining and throwing tantrums were a child's best weapons. Noble consort She should fall for this. Noble consort She looked at her. The little one's bun from the hot spring was now 2 small pigtails tied with pretty red ribbons. She was nuzzling against her leg like a puppy, trying hard to be cute to win her over. She remembered what Xingjiang had excitedly told her earlier about his chance meeting with the 5th princess. "Aunt, you should have seen it. Those 2 pigtails were so adorable. Makes you want to protect and tease her at the same time." Looking at her now, that good-for-nothing nephew described it quite well. Little Lu blinked her eyes. She heard the beauty say, "All right." Before she could rejoice, she continued, "To learn martial arts, you must start with the basics. Let's begin today. First, hold a horse stance in this courtyard for 2 hours." Little Lu was confused. "What's a horse stance? I only know catwalk." Noble consort She immediately demonstrated, her posture perfect, like an old kung fu master from Hong Kong movies. Then noble consort She went inside to drink tea, leaving little Lu alone in the cold wind to practice the horse stance. Forget 2 hours, she couldn't even last 10 minutes. It felt worse than when her gym trainer made her do planks. Seeing her legs shaking and face turning pale, Zhongyu said sympathetically, "Princess, maybe we should stop." Though noble consort is skilled now, she must have suffered a lot to get there. "You're still young. How can you handle this?" Little Lu said in her childish voice loudly. "No, noble consort Shi, you finally agreed to teach me. I can't give up halfway." Noble consort Shi, who was leisurely drinking tea inside, immediately understood. This little one was deliberately speaking for her to hear. The palace maid beside her couldn't help but say, "Your Grace, the 5th princess is still young. If you truly wish to teach her, please take it slowly. Don't hurt her body on the first day." Noble consort She glanced outside, covered her teacup, her voice still cold and detached, but her lips curved into a smile. "She's the first one who's asked to learn martial arts from me. Naturally, I must test her aptitude and persistence. Just then, Xingjiang, who had been wandering somewhere, came running back with light steps. As soon as he entered, he saw the little one in horse stance in the courtyard. He thought he'd gone to the wrong place. Looking around, he confirmed he wasn't mistaken. Seeing little Lu's legs shaking like a sieve, he almost died laughing. Xingjiang walked over, crouched in front of her and teased, "Little one, so you've been punished by my aunt too?" The word punished was very vivid. Little Lu retorted defiantly, "I'm learning martial arts from noble consort." Xingjiang raised his eyebrows in surprise, then regretfully patted her trembling head. "You're so young. Why are you making such difficult choices?" He leaned closer and lowered his voice. "Do you know what they used to call my aunt at the border?" Little Lu asked. "What?" Xingjiang said slowly. "The female king of hell." Little Lu immediately protested loudly. "You're lying. Noble consort isn't the female king of hell. She's a fairy." Xingjiang's face turned pale. Sure enough, noble consort Shi's icy voice came from inside. "Get in here." Xingjiang gritted his teeth and poked little Lu's forehead. "I'll settle this with you later," then went inside with a worried face. With Xingjiang's distraction, little Lu managed to hold on a bit longer. But finally, she couldn't endure anymore. She plopped down, and Song Yu immediately started massaging her legs sympathetically. Noble consort, she walked out from the hall. When the little one saw her, she said dejectedly, "Noble consort, I tried my best." Noble consort, she said nothing, instead turning to instruct Song Yu on how to massage and relax her muscles later. Song Yu repeatedly acknowledged. Little Lu looked at her hopefully. After she finished speaking, little Lu tugged at her sleeve, asked pitifully, "Noble consort, did I fail the test? Brothers and sisters, can you give me a like?" Little Lu clutched noble consort Shi's clothes. Looking pitiful, "Noble consort," she said coldly, "complete the 2 hours of horse stance before leaving the palace." Not a moment less. Little Lu was overjoyed. They would stay at the palace for many days, which meant she could split the 2 hours into many minutes. The little one hugged her leg again, saying through the pain, "Noble consort, you're so kind. You really are a benevolent fairy." "Noble consort," she said flatly, "whether I'm a fairy is debatable, but you're certainly a flatterer." Little Lu laughed dryly, suddenly thinking Emperor Ling's reluctance to visit noble consort she might be because she was too intimidating. When leaving the hot spring, little Lu saw Xingjiang still kneeling inside. She gleefully waved at him, not forgetting to make a face. She bounced away while Xingjiang gritted his teeth. With Kung Fu by her side, Emperor Ling quickly learned about his little one learning martial arts from noble consort Shi. He strongly disapproved. Wasn't one knife-wielding consort in the palace enough? Back when noble consort Shi first entered the palace, she was appointed as a concubine and faced bullying from another consort. Usually, when others were bullied, they either endured it and planned revenge later, or sought justice from the emperor. But noble consort, she said, "Fine," then single-handedly defeated all the guards in that consort's palace, grabbed the consort, and flew to the roof. She left the consort up there, dusted off her hands, flew back down, and walked away as if nothing happened. That consort trembled on the roof for several hours. It was the hottest time of summer, with brutal sun. In the end, the consort was so dehydrated she couldn't even cry. Truly worthy of being called the female king of hell at the border back then. Just thinking about it hurts. No, I'm such a softie. Little 5 can't become the next female king of hell. Emperor Ling hurriedly went to find noble consort Shi. Before he could speak, Shi preempted him. "Has your majesty come to tell me not to teach the 5th princess martial arts?" Emperor Ling had barely nodded when she continued indifferently. "I can protect her for now, but not forever. If someone in the palace means her harm, it's only a matter of time. Learning some self-defense is better than nothing." Emperor Ling was stunned by her words. They still didn't know who had tried to harm little Wu last time, or if they would try again. It was indeed a concern. After brief consideration, being the decisive emperor he was, he quickly made up his mind. "You speak wisely. I'll entrust little Wu to you." He then coughed and added, "Just teach her self-defense skills. Those killing techniques, better not teach her those." Noble consort, she glanced at him, her lips curving into a smile. "I obey your majesty's command." And so little Lu began her daily routine of horse stance practice and hot spring baths. Besides this, little Lu loved going up the mountain with De Huang to play with small animals. De Huang seemed to have a natural ability to attract small animals. This time, little Lu finally encountered what she had always wanted to see, a fox. It was her first time seeing a wild fox. It was snow white all over, but the little fox wasn't in good condition. Its front leg was injured for some reason. Blood stained its white fur as it lay weakly in a clump of grass. The crown prince immediately became concerned. He carefully picked up the little fox, examined its wound, and said to little Lu, "Fifth sister, let's take it back and have the imperial physician treat its wound." Little Lu nodded. Then he awkwardly told little Lu, "Better take this fox to your rain listening pavilion. It's not convenient at my place. The servants around me are all Consort Ruan's people. If they tell Consort Ruan about this, I'll probably be punished again." Little Lu understood and nodded, taking the little fox from his arms. She smiled and stroked its head. "Little fox, I'll take you back to treat your wound. Be good, okay?" The fox softly rested its head on her arm and whimpered in response. After the imperial physician's treatment, the fox's leg wound began to heal quickly. It could run around freely now. Though it was a fox, it was as clingy as a dog, always jumping into little Lu's arms. Songyu, concerned about cleanliness, suggested, "Princess, shall we give it a bath? Then you can hold it with peace of mind." It didn't seem like a big deal, just a bath, and the little fox was obedient. It sat quietly in the water basin, but unexpectedly, when the warm water touched its body, a horrible stench spread out. It was like socks worn for 7 days and nights without washing, nearly making little Lu and Songyu faint. Songyu's eyes were watering as she covered her nose and said mournfully, "Princess, I've heard of fox odor before, but is this what it's like?" "No, don't insult fox odor. Fox odor isn't nearly this bad." The white fox sat innocently in the basin. Little Lu looked closer and noticed that the grass leaves that had been stuck to its body, which they hadn't completely removed before, were now floating on the water's surface. She had Songyu lift the fox out and smelled it. They discovered the stench was coming from the grass leaves. Songyu quickly changed the water and bathed the little fox again. This time there was no smell. Little Lu had an epiphany, thinking of something. She went to the courtyard and gathered all the grass leaves they had picked off the fox before the bath. It seemed these could be put to good use. Little Lu was planning something big. After making thorough preparations, she had lunch and rested in her room for a while. Timing it carefully, she carried the white fox to Emperor Ling's Zhanghe Hall. Entering the front hall, Peng Man came out smiling. "Fifth princess, His Majesty is taking his afternoon nap?" Little Lu tilted her head and asked, "Is Father Emperor alone?" Peng Man replied, "Consort May is with him." Little Lu said, "I want to show Father Emperor my little white fox. Can I wait here? I'll be good." Peng Man naturally knew little Lu's place in Emperor Ling's heart and didn't stop her. He quietly led her to sit down. He had some snacks and fruits brought over, smiling as he said, "Princess, wait here. When His Majesty wakes up, this servant will call you." She patted the little fox's head and nodded obediently. Peng Man retreated outside the hall, watching her eat some snacks. She also broke some pieces to feed the little fox. Whispering in its ear, she asked, "Little fox, they say you're intelligent. Can you understand what I'm saying?" The white fox ate the snacks and tilted its head to look at her. Little Lu smiled and pointed to that room. "See that room? When you finish your snack, run in there. Run to the bed and hide underneath. Okay? If you agree, I'll make chicken for you every day." After listening, the white fox jumped from her arms and ran with a limp, though still quite fast. Little Lu called out anxiously, "Little fox, don't run around." Then she jumped up and chased after it. The palace maid guarding that room was startled when she saw a white fox run in, but remembering the emperor and consort were napping, she didn't cry out. She hurriedly walked over as the fox quickly disappeared under the bed. Right after, the fifth princess rushed in, quietly asking the maid if she'd seen her fox. The maid nervously pointed to under the bed. Little Lu crawled over, stuck her bottom up, and peered underneath, softly calling, "Little fox, come out." The maid, afraid of disturbing the emperor, quickly went to call Chief Steward Peng. Hearing footsteps fade away, little Lu turned to look at the embroidered shoes beside the bed. She took out a handkerchief from her sleeve, quickly sprinkled some powder into the shoes. By the time Peng Man hurriedly arrived with the maid, little Lu was already walking out carrying the white fox. With a guilty expression, she hung her head and said regretfully, "Steward Peng, my little fox misbehaved. Almost woke Father Emperor. I'll go back and teach it a lesson." Seeing Emperor Ling wasn't disturbed, Peng Man sighed in relief and smiled. Small animals love to run around. Just keep a closer eye on it, princess. Soon after, Emperor Ling woke up. While Consort May helped him freshen up, Peng Man mentioned the fifth princess's visit, which pleased him. Emperor Ling took Consort May to the hot springs. This was his daily post-nap routine. Different consorts would accompany him for these romantic moments, and today was Consort May's turn. Consort May wore only a gauze robe, her curves tantalizingly visible, both charming and alluring. As she slowly entered the water in her gauze robe, surrounded by mist, her seductive gaze made Emperor Ling's heart flutter. Suddenly, a horrible stench emerged. Emperor Ling froze and covered his nose. At first, he thought it was some smell from outside, but the hot spring room only had a skylight open, and the stench was very close. He sniffed around and his gaze slowly, hesitantly fell on Consort May. Emperor Ling's eyes widened in horror as he looked at her jade feet in the water. The water around Consort May's feet was less clear than elsewhere, with a slight murky tinge, as if the feet hadn't been washed for a long time. He felt he would never forget this foot odor for the rest of his life. Consort May, Consort May, you have truly disappointed me. Brothers and sisters, can you give me a like? By afternoon, everyone in the palace knew Consort May had angered Emperor Ling, but they didn't know it was because her foot odor had literally driven his majesty away. Back in her chambers, she broke down crying. Foot odor, foot odor. Her carefully cultivated, elegant image of 7 years was destroyed by such an unexpected flaw. Seeing Emperor Ling's devastated expression then, she knew that no matter how she tried to salvage her image, this stain would remain in his heart forever, becoming his eternal psychological trauma. It was a deadly blow. After Noble Consort's reminder, she began to suspect this incident was orchestrated. As a refined woman who strictly maintained her appearance and body, she had never had foot odor. Her nightly baths never revealed any odor, so why did she embarrass herself before His Majesty today? The more Consort May thought about it, the more suspicious she became. Her gaze paused on her embroidered shoes. After a moment, she brought the shoes closer and examined them carefully, discovering some faint blue-green powder residue inside. Consort May's expression hardened, and she immediately called for. Without hesitation, she threw the shoes and socks into hot water. A familiar foot odor emerged. Someone had indeed framed her. This trick was truly vicious. Consort May was so angry, she nearly ground her teeth to pieces. Who could it be? Such a private matter required close proximity to plant the substance. All those around her were trustworthy people. No, wait. During today's nap at Zhanghe Hall, that little wretch Little Lu had visited. For a moment, Consort May thought she was being paranoid. Just a 5-year-old girl. Though she disliked her, she wasn't wary of her. Last time was just a failed attempt. She wasn't in a hurry. After returning to the palace, she'd have plenty of chances to deal with her. She hadn't taken it seriously at all. But besides her, no one else had the opportunity to touch her shoes and socks during that time. Consort May felt her back break into a cold sweat. A 5-year-old girl, yet so calculating and capable. Or maybe not. There was still Consort Sian behind her. Consort Sian also had a terrible relationship with us. Could Consort Sian be orchestrating this from behind? Consort May's blood boiled momentarily. She wanted to confront Consort Sian immediately, but ultimately held back, deeply engraving this grudge in her heart. Consort May regretted not finishing her off at the post station when she had the chance. Noble Consort made a hushing gesture and lowered her voice. Time was tight then, and preparation wasn't sufficient. Failure was possible. Recently, His Majesty has been protecting her closely, and she often stays near Noble Consort Shi. It's indeed difficult to make a move. Once back in the palace, there will be plenty of opportunities. Consort May took a deep breath and calmed down. Sister is right. I let anger cloud my judgment. After that, Lindy never cared for Consort May again. Little Lu kept her distance. Every day, she happily hugged her little fox and learned chess from Lindy. The father-daughter relationship grew even closer. After staying at the temporary palace for over 10 days, the hot spring vacation ended, and the convoy prepared to return to the palace. Xiaolan, hearing news of their return, waited early at the entrance. Since hearing about the assassination attempt at the post station, she had worried day and night. Seeing her daughter return, she held her in a long embrace. She immediately asked if Little Lu was hurt. Little Lu hugged her and gave her several kisses, melting Xiaolan's heart. Little Lu even comforted her mother, I'm fine. That person never appeared again. Then, little Lu lowered her voice and whispered in Xiaolan's ear, Mother, I suspect the incident at the post station and your poisoning that caused brother's premature birth were both done by Consort May. It took Xiaolan a moment to process this. Somewhat surprised, she said, Luer, Consort May has a pure nature and is gentle with others. How could she? But little Lu continued without hesitation. She's the same type of beauty as you, entered the palace the same year, and you two were close. You became pregnant with the emperor's child while she had no news. Out of extreme jealousy, it's normal she would harm you. Xiaolan looked at her in shock, as if her daughter had just solved a mystery that had haunted her for years. A trembling light flashed in Xiaolan's eyes. Little Lu was very satisfied. She acted spoiled with Xiaolan to ease her worries, then excitedly talked about learning martial arts with noble consort Shi. Xiaolan was used to her daughter's charm and only advised, since noble consort has taken a liking to you, don't disappoint her. Little Lu nodded seriously. Horse stance training had become her daily routine. In the afternoon, little Lu trotted off to find noble consort Shi. This was her first visit to Jingning Palace. The servants around noble consort, she had become familiar with her during their stay at the temporary palace. Upon seeing the fifth princess, they happily welcomed her in. As soon as little Lu entered, the room's temperature made her sweat, and she quickly removed her cloak. It was the same at the temporary palace. Noble consort Shi's room always had blazing charcoal stoves. She had thought someone like noble consort Shi who practiced martial arts would have good physical condition and not fear the cold. It must be excessive internal cold causing cold hands and feet. We should find an imperial physician to prescribe some medicine to treat this, the little one said seriously. The room fell silent for several seconds. Noble consort Shi showed no reaction, still calmly holding her teacup. The two palace maids beside her looked somewhat sad, wanting to say something. In the end, they said nothing, only smiling. The fifth princess cares for the consort. Noble consort, she glanced at the little one and spoke indifferently. This palace is not afraid of cold, has no internal cold, and my hands and feet are not cold. Little Lu thought to herself, why spoil my concern, and pouted. Then she heard her explain that it was due to an injury from her youth. When the weather turns cold, her meridians hurt, so she needs to keep warm. Little Lu was initially confused why such an extraordinary woman, such an imposing female general, would come to the palace. Now hearing this explanation, she suddenly understood. This must be the reason. Though she spoke of it lightly, an injury to the meridians that couldn't withstand cold weather must have been quite severe. Little Lu immediately felt both sympathy and regret. Noble consort, she glanced at her twice, put down her teacup and said, what's with that expression? Go out and practice the plum blossom stakes. Little Lu practiced, thinking, brothers and sisters, can you give me some encouragement? Little Lu looked at the plum blossom stakes before her, both curious and excited. Noble consort, Shi's lazy voice came through. Stand up there for half an hour. If you fall, start the time over. Little Lu thought this would be much easier than horse stance and eagerly climbed up. However, she fell after barely 2 minutes. Fortunately, the ground was dirt, so she wasn't scratched or hurt. Covered in dirt, little Lu silently climbed up again, only to fall once more after a short while. This repeated many times until she was completely covered in mud. Finally, trembling, she barely managed to stay on the stakes for the required time. When she came down, she could barely walk, feeling as if she was floating on clouds. Noble consort, she watched as the adorable little bean turned into a mud-covered child. Her expression remained indifferent, but her eyes seemed to hide a smile, showing a hint of surprise. Come again tomorrow. Little Lu obediently took her leave. Although Jingyan Palace was large and luxurious, its location wasn't ideal. It was somewhat remote, but quite close to Song Jinlan's Tsueju residence. Thinking it had been a while since she'd seen the pretty one, she happily changed course and walked over. Before reaching Tsueju residence, she encountered them in the bamboo grove, digging for spring bamboo shoots with Tiandong. Song Jinlan heard the pattering footsteps. He sensed something and looked up, meeting the little girl's bright gaze. First stunned, then unable to hold back a smile, he stood and walked toward her. Did the fifth princess just finish mudsliding? Little Lu recalled the previous skiing incident and scratched her head. No, I was practicing martial arts with noble consort Shi. This is from falling off the plum blossom stakes. Song Jinlan raised an eyebrow in surprise, but said nothing. He naturally took her muddy hand and said softly, "Come, let's get you cleaned up." Then, little Lu was dazedly led into Tsueju residence. Song Jinlan asked her to wait inside while he went to get hot water. When he returned with the basin, the little girl had run outside and sat on the doorsteps. Her eyes curved in a smile as she said, "It wouldn't be good to splash water inside." Song Jinlan smiled without speaking and placed the basin beside her. Then he half knelt before her, took the cloth from the basin, and wrung out the excess water. With one hand holding her small head and the other wiping her face with the cloth, little Lu felt embarrassed. "Your Highness, I can wash myself." He smiled and said, "Your hands are dirty. You'll just make it worse." Little Lu pouted and, while he was cleaning her face, mischievously reached forward with her dirty hands and deliberately wiped them on his clothes. Song Jinlan looked at the little girl, who was nodding with satisfaction at her mischief. He said nothing, just lowered his eyes and smiled. The pretty one was gentle and lovable. After contentedly enjoying his care and 2 basins of water later, the little girl finally returned to her porcelain-like appearance. The sun hadn't set yet, so she wasn't in a hurry to leave. As she followed Song Jinlan inside, she found the room cold again, with no charcoal brazier for warmth. She immediately asked if His Highness had run out of silver charcoal. Song Jinlan was brewing flower tea for her with hot water. Hearing her question, he softly replied no, explaining that since the snow had melted and spring was coming, it wasn't very cold anymore. He planned to save the remaining charcoal for next year. Lin Feilu felt uneasy hearing this. The pretty one was just like a squirrel storing food for winter, a clear sign of insecurity. Holding the hot teacup, her eyes misty from the tea's steam, she said, "If you keep it until next year, the moisture will make it unusable. I'll bring your Highness new charcoal next winter." She patted her chest like a little adult, with an "I'll take care of you" attitude, adding, "You still have me, right?" Song Jinlan smiled warmly, brushing away a bamboo fragment from her head. "Yes, I'll listen to the princess. I'll have Tiandong light the brazier soon." Lin Feilu nodded happily and told him about her interesting experiences at the villa, like finding a small fox in the mountains. Song Jinlan didn't mind her chattiness. While she spoke, he looked into her eyes with gentle attention. Lin Feilu suddenly remembered something she'd read before. If someone looks into your eyes and listens attentively while you speak, they must be a very gentle person. She used to be most vulnerable to such gentle boys, never wanting to tease them because she couldn't bear to cause them harm. Song Jinlan noticed the little girl's snow-white ears turning pink. "I can only draw the head." The comic updates every Monday. See you next Monday. Little Lu wishes everyone a happy new year. Even though she was a max-level girl who could command wind and rain in her previous life, Lin Feilu had clearly underestimated martial arts training. Looking at the plum blossom stakes in the courtyard, she showed an expectant expression, not knowing that it would be quite challenging for her small frame. Noble consort, she was strict, ordering her to stay up for half an hour continuously, starting over if she fell. Little Lu didn't think it inappropriate, thinking it was just a simple task, easier than horse dance. But when she stood on the high wooden stakes, she instantly realized her mistake. The space barely fit her feet, making it impossible to maintain balance. She couldn't last more than a few seconds before falling with a thud, crying out in pain. Lying spread-eagled, looking at the plum blossom stakes, she finally realized this wasn't simple at all. But a small setback couldn't deter her. After adjusting herself, she tried again. Noble consort, she sat at a distance, taking everything in. Her lips curved slightly upward, impressed by the little one's persistence. After nearly an hour and a half, the dirt-covered little Lu finally returned to the beauty's presence. Though the process was difficult, she had managed to complete the task. Noble consort, she said little, only telling her to continue tomorrow. Little Lu maintained composure and bowed in response. The afternoon's exertion had exhausted her. Her whole body ached. She had planned to pay respects to Lingbai, but now she lacked the energy. Suddenly, she had an idea. This place was quite close to Tsueju residence. Thinking it had been a while since she'd seen the pretty one, she headed toward Tsueju district, covered in dust. The scene changes to Song Jinlan digging for bamboo shoots when he suddenly heard someone calling him. The next moment, little Lu appeared, taking small steps. Seeing her covered in dirt, the pretty one thought she had just returned from skiing. Little Lu awkwardly explained about her recent martial arts training with noble consort Shi. She told him everything. Song Jinlan smiled indulgently upon hearing this. Then he took her small hand, suggesting they clean up first. While the pretty one fetched water, little Lu obediently sat on the steps outside. Soon, Song Jinlan returned with clean water, puzzled why she wasn't waiting inside. Little Lu smiled brightly and said she didn't want to splash water inside the house. Seeing Song Jinlan about to clean her himself, little Lu became shy and gestured that she could do it herself. The pretty one continued his task, cleaning the dirt from her face while saying her hands were dirty and would only make things worse. Little Lu stopped resisting and enjoyed the handsome guy's face-washing service. But her dirty hands weren't behaving, secretly wiping themselves on Song Jinlan's sleeve, leaving a black handprint right there. After her little mischief, she felt quite pleased, thinking, now you're dirty too. Little did she know that Song Jinlan had noticed it all along, but pretended not to see. Soon, little Lu was back to her clean and adorable self, extending her little hands to thank the pretty one. Since they rarely met, Song Jinlan invited her in for a cup of hot tea before leaving. But upon entering, little Lu felt a bone-chilling cold. This room was the complete opposite of noble consort Shi's chambers, like fire and ice. Shivering from the temperature difference, she rubbed her hands and couldn't help asking if His Highness had used up all the silver charcoal. Song Jinlan explained that since spring was coming and it wasn't very cold anymore, he planned to save the rest for next year. This frugal behavior reminded little Lu of squirrels storing food for winter, making her think the pretty one must really lack a sense of security. With that thought, she immediately patted her chest, telling him to use it freely and that she would send more when needed. Song Jinlan fondly patted her head, promising to light the charcoal brazier soon. Then they chatted about interesting things from the hot spring palace, with little Lu immediately becoming talkative. She talked about everything from the hot springs to horse stance training to the white tiger, though she didn't mention anything about the imperial gifts. Song Jinlan listened attentively throughout, showing a different kind of charm when quiet. Little Lu became entranced while talking, thinking to herself how gentle the pretty one was. In her previous life, she was most vulnerable to such boys. She couldn't even bring herself to hurt them. Little Lu stared blankly at the youth before her, completely lost in his beauty, not even responding when he called her. Who could resist such a warm-hearted and handsome brother? Even little Lu, a master of flirtation in her previous life, had fallen into Song Jinlan's gentle embrace. She stared at the pretty one, completely lost in thought, until Song Jinlan's concerned voice reached her ears again. Only then did little Lu exclaim in surprise, suddenly coming back to her senses and realizing her improper behavior. She could only hurriedly lower her head to hide her reddened cheeks, cough twice, and quickly finish talking about the hot spring palace. She put down her teacup abruptly, making an excuse about having to leave early. She turned and fled with small steps. Tiandong, who had just entered, was completely bewildered by this scene. Is the fifth princess shy? Why are her ears so red? Hearing this, Song Jinlan gave him a cold look, frightening Tiandong into covering his mouth and pretending he hadn't seen anything. In the following days, little Lu continued her daily practice on the plum blossom stakes at noble consort Shi's palace. As time passed, her body grew stronger, and winter gradually gave way to spring. Little Lu's birthday was approaching. In previous years, she had celebrated simply with Xiao Lan and her sons, just having a bowl of noodles. When Emperor Ling learned of this, he felt guilty and decided this year couldn't be so casual. He arranged for the head eunuch to organize a grand birthday celebration for the fifth princess, insisting it must be magnificent and grand. Through this birthday celebration, Emperor Ling also planned to formally introduce his precious daughter to the palace and prove her worth to the common people. Additionally, he prepared an imperial decree to be delivered to Manhwa Palace. Little Lu was now old enough to enter the Imperial Academy. Learning that she would enter the Imperial Academy, little Lu was overjoyed and asked her mother to prepare school supplies early. She had clearly been looking forward to this gathering place of NPCs for a long time. On the first day of school, little Lu ran to Changming Palace to wake up Lin Jingyuan to go to class together. In his confusion, Lin Jingyuan was still yawning at the classroom door, wondering why his sister was so excited about school. Little Lu enthusiastically explained that school was a happy thing. You could read, write, solve problems, and make many new friends. The last sentence instantly woke Lin Jingyuan up completely. He quickly bent down and explained that there were no new friends at the Imperial Academy. They were all spoiled young nobles like himself. He insisted that little Lu must stay away from them and sit next to him. Indeed, his self-awareness was quite accurate. When the two entered the classroom, many students were already seated. Seeing little Lu's adorable, unfamiliar face, they couldn't help but stare curiously. But they were immediately scolded by the sister-protecting fanatic, truly a protective father figure. Lin Jingyuan directly led little Lu to his seat, pushing aside Shi Xingjiang's belongings to let his sister sit. Before little Lu could react, he had already pressed her down into the seat with both hands. See how good this is? You can eat or sleep, and the teacher won't see you. Just then, Crown Prince Lin Qing suddenly appeared and sternly rebuked his fourth brother for causing trouble, saying he wasn't only failing to improve himself, but also trying to corrupt their sister. As soon as he finished speaking, he tried to lead little Lu to his own seat. Lin Jingyuan, finally understanding his intention, reacted. Thus, the two brothers each grabbed one of little Lu's hands, engaging in a tug-of-war of words. Unable to resist, little Lu could only look around. Finally, she cast her gaze to the back of the classroom. If she remembered correctly, that was Song Jinlan's seat. With that thought, under her brother's puzzled looks, she walked away and went straight to the pretty one's seat, sitting down. Lin Qing wanted to argue further, but little Lu had made up her mind, using the excuse that this spot was close and spacious, and it would avoid any need for previous seating arrangements. Just as Lin Qing was about to speak again, Song Jinlan appeared before everyone. Little Lu immediately pretended to be surprised. "Oh, it's you." Seeing him arrive, Lin Qing could only swallow his words. After all, Song Jinlan was also a foreign prince, and speaking up now would diminish the dignity of the great Lin dynasty. After a moment's thought, he finally compromised, patting his sister's head and telling her to study well, saying he'd come pick her up after class. After Lin Qing left, little Lu happily greeted the pretty one. Hearing the term deskmate, Song Jinlan was somewhat confused. However, he didn't pursue it further, only asking little Lu why she chose to sit here. Since entering the Imperial Academy, he had always sat alone. No one was willing to approach him or truly befriend him. Even the teacher paid little attention to him. Being close to him in public wasn't wise. Little Lu knew the reasoning, but didn't care about such things. She simply stated she liked sitting here, so she did. Besides, Your Highness, you're good at studying. If the teacher calls on me to answer questions, you'll help me, right? Will you watch out for me if I sleep in class? Will you help me with unfinished homework? And so on. This series of soul-searching questions caught Song Jinlan off guard. He asked if these were things desk mates must do. Little Lu nodded eagerly, saying this was the meaning of being desk mates. "All right, I'll remember. I will." His deadly gentleness made little Lu drift off again. If she had had such a desk mate in her school days, she probably would have fallen in love early. Have you ever looked forward to being desk mates with someone you like? After 2 years, little Lu not only entered the Imperial Academy as wished, but also successfully became classroom desk mates with the pretty one. This should have been a happy thing. However, the teacher's teaching style was too boring, and his voice was slow, perfect for inducing sleep. Even though little Lu wanted to maintain composure in front of her crush, she couldn't last 10 minutes before falling asleep. Song Jinlan naturally noticed the movement beside him. Indeed, the pretty one was truly thoughtful, gently moving the book from little Lu's head. After carefully observing and confirming that little Lu was truly asleep, he held the book high up to cover for little Lu. Meanwhile, the yawning Shi Xingjiang finally slowly entered the classroom. Seeing his messy seat, he thought he had gone to the wrong place. After realizing what happened, he immediately shouted, asking who had touched his things. The teacher, who initially didn't want to get involved, was startled by his voice and scolded him to stop complaining and sit down quickly. Though frustrated, the young master obediently sat down and began organizing his things. Lin Jingyuan, awakened by the noise, complained that his voice was too loud and had affected his sleep quality. Shi Xingjiang retorted, wondering how he could still sleep, and asked about little Lu, who was supposed to be at the Imperial Academy but wasn't visible. Lin Jingyuan's eyes immediately became alert, saying, "What business is it of yours where my sister is?" His Highness didn't argue with the sister complex and immediately looked around searching for little Lu. After scanning the room without finding her, he suddenly turned around and froze in shock. He quickly woke up his friend beside him, demanding to know why little Lu was sitting with Song Jinlan. Lin Jingyuan was equally confused seeing this scene, complaining that third brother would rather let little Lu sit there than with him. Shi Xingjiang remained relatively calm, suggesting they ask little Lu about it after class. Time flew by, and the class bell rang. Little Lu slowly opened her drowsy eyes, realizing she had slept through the entire class. She hurriedly sat up and checked her mouth, relieved to find no drool. Coming to her senses, she embarrassedly asked the pretty one if she had been caught. Song Jinlan smiled gently, indicating she hadn't been. Assured she hadn't been discovered, little Lu yawned and complained about how boring the teacher's lecture was, lacking any humor. Song Jinlan maintained his smile, explaining that teacher Luo was elderly. His lectures tend to be more serious. The other two teachers who had traveled the world would be less boring. As the two were having this intimate conversation, a resentful voice suddenly reached their ears. It was the aggrieved student Lin Jingyuan. Shi Xingjiang poked his head out from behind, telling little Lu to quickly comfort fourth prince, who was nearly depressed. This prompted Lin Jingyuan to hastily scold him. Both being spoiled nobles and close friends, they started bickering again after just a few words, making little Lu extremely embarrassed. Just then, another unfamiliar voice spoke up, questioning why Mimi was sitting there. The newcomer had upward-pointing eyebrows and somewhat barbaric features. It was second Prince Lin Jiwen, son of noble consort Shu. The two troublemakers temporarily made peace upon hearing the voice and greeted the newcomer. Learning this was her second brother, little Lu politely curtsied, though internally complaining about her second brother's loud voice. Lin Jiwen had actually come on his mother's instructions, as Mimi had recently gained Emperor Ling's favor, and he was told to get closer to her. Unfortunately, his character was too rough. Seeing little Lu sitting with Song Jinlan, he couldn't help but scold them, saying it damaged the royal family's face. He insisted on rearranging her seating. Song Jinlan remained expressionless, clearly used to this person's tyranny, but little Lu wouldn't accept it, clenching her small fists and silently cursing at this thoughtless person. Even the crown prince had only gently advised against it. Who did Lin Jiwen think he was to trample on the pretty one like this in front of her? Her expression management instantly switched as she said, "So in second brother's eyes, our great Lin dynasty's face is so easily dishonored? Second brother, aren't you taking our royal family's dignity too lightly? By your logic, even looking at him dishonors us. Learning from the same teacher, drinking from the same well water, breathing the same air under the same blue sky. Back and forth like this, how much face does second brother have left?" This soul-searching interrogation left the three nobles completely dumbfounded. Seeing Lin Jiwen's face turn ashen with anger, Lin Jingyuan became delighted, feeling assured he was still little Lu's favorite brother, thinking she was gentle and wouldn't restrain others. Shi Xingjiang also grinned secretly, thinking finally someone else was receiving the same treatment as him, hoping for more entertaining exchanges. Lin Jiwen was both embarrassed and angry, but being poorly educated, he couldn't argue back effectively. In his fury, he began insulting Song Jinlan's status as a hostage prince, even declaring that the Song kingdom would eventually submit to Lin, and by then, this hostage prince might not even have a place in prison. Both noble children were shocked by his words and hurriedly reminded him to watch his speech. Worried he might continue his unrestrained talk, Lin Jingyuan immediately pulled him away, while trying to persuade him that fifth sister had just entered the Imperial Academy and shouldn't be disturbed in her studies. Whether realizing his impropriety or fearing offending little Lu, Lin Jiwen could only leave angrily with large strides. Seeing him leave in defeat, little Lu made a face at his back. As a master-level green tea, she could verbally destroy white lotuses and physically defeat scumbags. Why would she fear this simpleton? This prince was so arrogant. He dared to mock the female lead's love interest right in front of her. Naturally, our master-level little Lu couldn't swallow this insult. With her fully skilled verbal techniques, in just a few words, she made this loose-tongued second brother's face turn ashen with shame. Given little Lu's current status, he could only leave in anger. After the storm passed, Shi Xingjiang gave little Lu a thumbs up, praising the little one for doing a great job. Seeing the trouble was resolved, His Highness went off to play with Lin Jingyuan. Now only little Lu and Song Jinlan remained at their seats. Watching the pretty one still writing diligently, little Lu felt somewhat sympathetic. He seemed unaffected by the second prince's cruel words, perhaps having heard them many times before. Noticing little Lu staring at him, she offered some words of comfort. Song Jinlan suddenly stopped writing. "Why did the princess stand up for me?" Little Lu cleverly replied, "Didn't the teacher just say earlier that before establishing oneself, help others establish themselves? Before achieving success, help others succeed?" Second brother was clearly in the wrong. Song Jinlan was slightly stunned. That's from page 7 of the book, but the teacher only covered up to page 2. Little Lu was momentarily speechless. After a pause, she lightly waved her sleeve and said, "Oh my, it's because I'm too clever." Song Jinlan, true to his warm nature, gently patted Little Lu's head. "The silly princess is indeed very clever." Time flew by, and after morning lessons, Little Lu went straight to noble Consort Shi's palace. Without rest, she changed into training clothes and started practicing on the plum blossom stakes. Noble Consort, she became increasingly strict with her, holding a long whip while correcting her stance. This strict demeanor made Little Lu reflect that this was indeed a female warrior raised at the border. After adapting to the new difficulty, Little Lu's curiosity arose again, asking noble Consort Shi if she had fought against Song soldiers. After receiving an affirmative answer, she continued asking if they were formidable, mentioning that she heard at the Imperial Academy that Song was very weak, suggesting that the consort could probably fight 10 of them at once. Noble Consort, she fell into deep thought, not because of the flattery, but because since entering the palace, few had asked about her life at the border. This little girl was the first to mention it. Returning from her thoughts, noble Consort, she suddenly became serious. On the battlefield, never underestimate Song. If their current weakness is due to their emperor's debauchery, remember they once dominated the Central Plains and were the martial force that paid respects to our ancestor at Huaya. Those who have wounded wolves don't simply become sheep. Though for little ones like you, I could indeed handle 10 at once. The sudden joke made Little Lu embarrassed, and she could only awkwardly explain she was just curious. Soon it was lunchtime. Hearing noble Consort Shi's summons, Little Lu immediately became excited, dancing with joy. After working hard all morning, she could finally enjoy herself. While eating, the precocious girl praised the palace food's deliciousness. Then, she shared her favorite dessert recipe from her previous life, egg yolk filling with honey and milk, simply divine. Noble Consort Shi, showing her favor, immediately ordered her personal maid to record the recipe to make it for Little Lu next time. After finishing a piece, Little Lu wrapped up the remaining pastries in her handkerchief. She made an excuse about preparing for afternoon classes and needed to leave. Seeing this, noble Consort Shi teased that she not only ate but also took food away, becoming increasingly thick-skinned. Little Lu responded with an awkward laugh and hurried away. The consort must be having her period today, better not provoke her. Turning right at the exit, Little Lu ran straight to the Bamboo Grove residence, wondering if the pretty one would like these peach pastries. After knocking for a while, there was no response. Usually, Tiandong would answer promptly. Why was it taking so long today? Just as she was wondering, the door finally creaked open slightly. Seeing Tiandong's gloomy expression, Little Lu quickly asked what had happened. Tiandong frowned and lowered his head, responding pitifully that His Highness was injured. Hearing that the pretty one was hurt, Little Lu immediately became anxious. Without waiting to hear the details, she rushed inside with small steps. Song Jinlan heard the commotion and came out to greet her. His clothes were covered in dirt, and his handsome face was bruised black and blue, yet he still maintained a gentle smile. Fifth princess is here. Who would dare to beat up our pretty one? Looking at Song Jinlan's persistent gentle smile, Little Lu was heartbroken and urgently asked who did it. But Song Jinlan just gently patted her head, explaining it was from afternoon combat practice, clearly not wanting her to worry. But Little Lu didn't believe such an excuse and asked directly if it was Lin Jiwen. The pretty one was momentarily speechless, hesitating how to explain. Suddenly feeling pain from his wounds, he couldn't help but cough violently. Seeing his master suffering, Tiandong became grief-stricken. No longer able to hold back, he revealed the royal physician's diagnosis. External injuries all over, internal damage to the lungs, and he had been coughing blood earlier. Upon hearing this, Little Lu's face instantly darkened, her small fists clenched in rage. She turned to go settle scores with Lin Jiwen. Song Jinlan hurriedly stopped her, asking where she was going. Little Lu turned back angrily. I'm going to chop off Lin Jiwen's head to apologize to your highness. Unexpectedly, these serious words made the pretty one burst into laughter. He immediately grabbed Little Lu's hand, saying it was windy outside and they should talk inside. Little Lu pouted glumly. You're still laughing in this state. Song Jinlan led her to the stone table. Although I know the princess was joking just now, I'm still very happy. He lowered his head and fixed little Lu's wind-blown hair, explaining that his laugh was genuinely from happiness. After all, in a place like this, having someone defend him so strongly was truly worth being happy about. The pretty one had been sent to the Ling dynasty as a hostage since childhood, always living cautiously, never daring to stand out. Yet despite this, he was still bullied openly and secretly. During afternoon practice at the training grounds, Lin Jiwen had specifically challenged him to a match, using brutal force in every move. It was clearly revenge for the morning's humiliation from little Lu. He was used to such things and didn't want little Lu to know and worry, but Tiandong's big mouth had revealed everything. Looking at the still indignant little girl before him, Song Jinlan's mind was filled with thoughts. She seemed different from everyone else in the palace. Beneath her innocence lay cleverness, and within her obedience was hidden strength. Truly a unique little girl. Lost in thought, he unconsciously pinched her cheek, making her shy. Little Lu quickly calmed her heartbeat and took out a small package. Inside were the peach pastries she had packed from noble Consort Sian's lunch. It was perfect timing to ease the awkwardness. She watched expectantly as the pretty one put a pastry in his mouth. As expected, his response was that spring breeze-like smile, which made little Lu feel even more sympathetic. This was how the pretty one survived here. But born in such an era and environment, who wasn't at the mercy of fate? Wasn't she also working hard to complete missions for survival? A woman transmigrating to an ancient feudal dynasty. How could she truly live as freely as in novels? Even little Lu, a master-level green tea, still had to be careful everywhere and work hard to win over NPCs for protection. Looking at the pretty one who always greeted people with a smile, she couldn't help but empathize, as many thoughts flooded her mind. After a moment, little Lu slapped her smiling face, trying to snap herself back to reality. Then she quickly changed the subject, asking about the pretty one's experiences in Song country. Song Jinlan's father emperor had many concubines. He was 7th among the princes, with 6 older brothers and 8 younger ones. His mother was a noble consort, and her family had produced 2 empresses. By rights, he shouldn't have been chosen as a hostage. But the Song emperor was debaucherous and foolish, actually listening to a concubine's suggestion to choose the hostage by drawing lots. That's how Song Jinlan was unfortunately selected. Little Lu was embarrassed. Though she had heard the Song emperor was incompetent, she never imagined it could be this absurd. With such a foolish ruler, no wonder noble consort she was so conflicted when evaluating Song country. Even brave soldiers would be useless under such an emperor. While sympathizing with the pretty one's misfortune, she noticed the small bottle on the table. Upon asking, she learned it was medicine for wounds sent by the royal physician. Seeing the mold around the bottle's mouth, it was clearly expired medicine that had been stored for who knows how long. So little Lu asked for the name of the attending physician. She then told the pretty one to rest for a few days, saying it wasn't too late to return to studies after recovering. After chatting for a while, she bid farewell. As soon as she left the Bamboo Grove residence, her smiling face turned stern. After playing so many scenarios, it was time to be appropriately firm. The scene changed to the entrance of the Royal Medical Bureau. She told the guard she needed to see the physician most skilled in treating injuries. The guard wanted to ask if she was injured, but was immediately shut down by little Lu, who was channeling her inner spoiled princess. He immediately scurried off to fetch a physician. Soon, a young physician appeared before little Lu. Before he could speak, little Lu spoke first. "Big brother, come closer. I'll tell you a secret. The Song hostage prince living in Bamboo Grove residence is injured. I heard you're the best at treating injuries here. Could you please go check on him? You must treat him properly, or I'll be very angry. The consequences will be serious." The young physician Tai bowed in agreement, whether out of medical ethics or fear of little Lu's current status. Little Lu watched him head towards Bamboo Grove residence, hoping he could help heal the pretty one's wounds soon. "This is all I can do for now. This prince is so arrogant." Not only did he beat up the male lead badly during combat practice, the next day, he even brazenly boasted about it at the academy entrance. Meanwhile, little Lu happened to walk out of the academy. Towards this second brother who had bullied the pretty one, she naturally showed no courtesy and completely ignored his existence. This cold treatment infuriated Lin Jiwen, who scolded her for being disrespectful. Unexpectedly, he was immediately reprimanded by Lin Ting, who walked out after. In front of his big brother, he could only swallow his pride, though still grumbling internally. On the other side, Little Lu was also glaring at him angrily. Seeing his sister's mood, Lin Jingyuan asked her concernedly what was wrong. After learning the details, he laughed and comforted her, saying second brother was just like that, and they should ignore him. Little Lu understood such simple logic, but thinking of the pretty one's injured state made her angry and heartbroken. Bullying others with power is wrong. We should be good children, Lin Jingyuan repeatedly agreed. Once again moved by Little Lu's kindness and goodness, he praised Little Lu as a breath of fresh air. Such a kind sister must be a little angel sent to me by the heavens. Time flew by, and soon it was time for classes to end. Just as Little Lu returned to Manhwa Palace, she heard Qingyan's anxious cry, "Your Highness, something's happened to Her Highness." Little Lu rushed into the room anxiously. She saw Xiao Lan lying sickly on the bed, with multiple swollen bumps on her cheeks and sweat pouring from her forehead. She appeared to be in extreme pain. By the bedside, Lin Zhanyuan was crying his eyes out, constantly sobbing about his sister and mother. Little Lu was also distraught by her mother's sudden condition, not even noticing the servants calling her. According to the royal physician's diagnosis, Xiao Lan had been struck by wind poison. Though it had been cleared now, she was still very weak from falling into water and catching a chill. She needed proper care to recover. Little Lu came to her senses and immediately ordered Songyu to quickly fetch medicine according to the prescription. Then she instructed another palace maid to escort the physician out. She then forced a smile, wiped her brother's tears, and comforted him to stop crying. Mother is just sleeping and will wake up soon, so brother needs to be good, okay? Don't disturb mother's sleep. Let's take the little rabbit outside to play, alright? After her brother left, she immediately became serious and asked Qingyan about the details of what happened to Xiao Lan. It turned out that this morning, Consort May had invited Xiao Lan to go flower viewing in the Imperial Garden. Due to palace etiquette, Xiao Lan had to accept. Unexpectedly, during the viewing, a swarm of bees suddenly appeared. They swarmed densely around Xiao Lan. Frightened, Xiao Lan ran in all directions, but the bees kept pursuing her relentlessly. Finally, she only escaped by jumping into water. Due to the shock and being submerged too long, she was unconscious when rescued. Little Lu frowned and lowered her head, then asked if anything unusual happened during the flower viewing. Qingyan thought for a moment, then choked up and said that during the accompaniment, she noticed everyone else had a smell of mugwort about them. At the time, she thought it was just spring mosquito repellent, but now she realized it was probably because bees dislike the smell of mugwort. Then Little Lu asked Qingyan to bring the clothes Xiao Lan wore during flower viewing. Upon careful sniffing, she found an unfamiliar fragrance, different from Xiao Lan's usual perfume. At this point, Little Lu had basically figured out what happened. Clearly, Consort May had taken the opportunity to sprinkle bee-attracting pollen, causing the bees to chase only Xiao Lan. If she hadn't jumped into the water, she might have been stung beyond recognition. This woman truly has a heart of venom. Hearing this analysis, Qingyan became angry and said she would seek justice from the empress. But Little Lu's next words poured cold water on her. Not only had Qingyan not seen Consort May sprinkle anything, but everyone present at the flower viewing was Consort May's trusted confidant. Since she dared to do this, she naturally wouldn't leave any evidence. Seeing Qingyan crying with self-blame again, Little Lu could only comfort her and tell her to take good care of the imperial consort first, fortunate that she was safe. Qingyan stopped crying and carefully asked if they would just let this matter go. Little Lu's face darkened as she snorted coldly. She threw the clothes back angrily. How could we? This won't be over until she's dead. Don't underestimate this seemingly harmless little girl. She was a modern soul who had transmigrated to ancient times. Now she was the most beloved little princess of the dynasty. Given her current position, no one in the palace should dare to oppose her. Yet today, her mother was schemed against and harmed by Consort May. Not only was she struck by wind poison, but she also caught a cold from falling into water and was now bedridden. As the saying goes, even dragons have their reverse scales. Touch them and die. Little Lu naturally couldn't let this go. However, with her mother seriously ill, she had to postpone revenge and take care of imperial consort Xiao Lan first. She knew well that the emperor's favor was only for herself, and as long as Xiao Lan wasn't favored, there would always be people trying to bully her. Only by staying in Manhwa Palace could she ensure the safety of everyone there. After making up her mind, Little Lu instructed Qingyan to inform noble consort Shi that during this period, She wouldn't be able to practice martial arts with her temporarily. However, before Qingyin could leave, another palace maid rushed in to report that noble consort she was already waiting in the main hall. Though puzzled, little Lu hurried to the main hall, gave noble consort she a curtsy, and wanted to explain why she missed dance practice that afternoon. But noble consort she spoke first, saying she already knew and had brought some tonics to help Xiaolan recover. After speaking, she affectionately patted little Lu's head, saying, "Don't be afraid of anything. I'll support you." These sudden warm words made little Lu feel deeply touched. She had thought noble consort she came to reprimand her, but instead she came to show concern. After offering some comfort, noble consort she prepared to return to her palace. Little Lu stared at her retreating figure, lost in thought. Wu, beautiful sister, is truly a kind-hearted beauty. As news of Xiaolan's incident spread through the palace, other consorts, hoping to please little Lu, began sending gifts to Manhwa Palace. When Emperor Ling learned that little Lu was alone attending to her mother's bedside, he felt distressed and decreed to send more palace servants according to her noble rank. Precious gifts kept arriving at Manhwa Palace, making other consorts jealous, saying Xiaolan had turned misfortune into blessing. Meanwhile, Consort May became furious upon hearing this. She cursed in her palace, repeatedly condemning Xiaolan's good fortune. Her maid hurriedly consoled her, saying they had already arranged to infiltrate Manhwa Palace. Once they could monitor every move there, they could manipulate them at will, like puppets in their hands. Hearing this, Consort May's expression changed instantly. "You're right. I'll wait to deal with them." Before bedtime at Manhwa Palace, little Lu reminded Qingyin to keep watch over the new palace maids and not let them handle any personal matters yet. Though the possibility was low, all the palace dramas she'd watched showed this pattern. Better to be cautious. After giving these instructions, little Lu prepared for bed, exhausted from recent events. But just then, she heard knocking on her window. When she opened it, however, there was only silence outside. Under the moonlight and stars, little Lu could guess who it was. "Your Highness, I see you. Come out." But only silence answered her. Fortunately, little Lu was clever. She hugged herself and said, "It's so cold." As soon as she spoke, a dark figure dropped from the roof. Seeing little Lu's bright expression, Song Jinlan could only look helpless. Greeting her, little Lu rested her chin on her hands, smiling. "Your Highness, wandering the palace at night instead of sleeping, aren't you afraid of being caught by guards?" After some playful banter, little Lu finally got to the point. Waving the stone in her hand, "Your Highness, do you have more intelligence for me?" Song Jinlan wasn't surprised and warned her to be careful of the new palace made with the forehead mole. To avoid little Lu suspecting her own arrangements in the palace, she used poor acting skills to say she personally saw the maid associating with Consort May's palace. Little Lu didn't expose her. After expressing thanks, she just stared at the beautiful one without speaking, making her shy. She hurriedly reminded little Lu to go to sleep, saying she should leave first. Little Lu agreed with a sweet smile. They bid each other good night, and she watched her leave. But just as the beautiful one was about to disappear from sight, she suddenly called out, "Your Highness, you look really cool dressed like that today." Mother Consort was almost disfigured. That green tea consort still dared to send spies into the palace. Then little Lu would have to turn the tables on them. Since Xiaolan became bedridden, little Lu had stayed in Manhwa Palace to care for her mother. Fortunately, after several days of recovery, Xiaolan had basically recovered and could now get out of bed normally. Throughout this time, little Lu never left the palace, spending her free time playing with her mother and brother. Of course, during this period, she had been observing the palace maid mentioned by the pretty one. This maid called Yuan appeared honest on the surface, but her eyes would secretly peek around the room. What they ate, what they did, what they said, everything seemed to be under her surveillance. But strangely, besides this, she didn't do anything else. Just as she was deep in thought, a voice calling, "Sister Little Lu," interrupted her thoughts. Looking up, it was Lin Jingyuan, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Little Lu instantly turned sweet, running over calling, "Brother Jingyuan." It turned out the Internal Affairs Bureau had recently introduced many exotic flowers and plants. Lin Jingyuan came to take little Lu flower viewing to lift her spirits. However, little Lu was worried about leaving Xiaolan alone in case something happened again, so she wasn't sure whether to accept. Xiaolan naturally understood her daughter's concerns and indicated that little Lu should go out for some activity. "Don't get sick from being cooped up. thinking about how Lin Jingyuan had been sending gifts to Mingyue Palace these past days, and now he came specially to find her. She couldn't disappoint him. So little Lu obediently agreed. Moments later, the brother and sister were among the exotic flowers in the Internal Affairs Bureau's courtyard. Lin Jingyuan was very thoughtful, saying, "Little sister Lu, if you like any of these, I'll have them moved to Mingyue Palace right away." Little Lu was about to politely decline, but the next second, her attention was drawn to something in the distance. It was an ordinary flower pot placed in the corner. She didn't know what these flowers were called in this world, but little Lu was very familiar with it. In her previous life, these large white flowers were common at her grandmother's countryside home. Back then, her grandmother said it was poisonous and shouldn't be touched, but she unfortunately picked one anyway and got the sap all over her hands. The next day, her palms became swollen and allergic, developing blisters. Though it healed, it left scars on the back of her hand. She later learned from the internet that it was called giant hogweed. If skin contacts its branches and leaves and is exposed to sunlight, it will blister. Seeing his sister so entranced, Lin Jingyuan thought she liked the flower and almost ordered it to be moved to Mingyue Palace. Little Lu snapped out of it and firmly refused, thinking to herself who would want to keep such a thing. But the next second, she had a sudden inspiration. She immediately changed her mind and expressed her love for it, thanking Brother Jingyuan. Knowing full well these white flowers were highly toxic, why would little Lu want to bring them home? Of course, it was to deal with the green tea spy. After the giant hogweed was moved to Mingyue Palace, little Lu immediately called Qingyan and Yuyin to her, deliberately trimming it carefully with scissors. She then instructed them to take good care of these flowers in the future, but never to touch them, saying their branches and leaves were very precious. Of course, all these actions and conversations were overheard by Yuyin from nearby. Little Lu deliberately created mystery by telling them to keep it secret. A moment later, she instructed them to bring a bowl of hot water inside. Sure enough, Yuyin couldn't resist the temptation and secretly followed them in. She saw little Lu holding a small bowl, applying something to Xiaolan's face. To Yuyin, this looked like she was crushing the flower they just got and applying it to Xiaolan's face. Could it be good for the skin? 7 days later, when Yuyin was again assigned to serve Xiaolan, she became more convinced of her assumption. The red marks from bee stings on Xiaolan's face had completely disappeared. Moreover, her skin had become more tender and fair than before, as if water would come out if pinched. Walking out the door, she immediately showed a smug expression. No wonder the fifth princess said these branches and leaves were precious. Who knew applying them to the face could have such benefits for the skin? She must quickly report this news to Consort May. Meanwhile, little Lu was smiling, waiting for something. Today was when she specifically arranged for Yuyin to serve Xiaolan. After observing for some time, Song Yu also noticed something strange about this giant hogweed. She felt the crushed flowers had a cucumber-like smell, yet it was somehow different. Little Lu smiled without saying anything. Of course it smelled like cucumber. She had been using actual cucumber all along. Every day, she had hidden cucumber in Xiaolan's room early on. After bringing in the hogweed, she actually used cucumber instead. Of course, except for Xiaolan herself, everyone else believed she was really using giant hogweed on her face. Coming back to her senses, little Lu looked around and deliberately asked where Yuyin had gone. Song Yu truthfully replied that she had lost half of her earrings and went to look for them. Little Lu smiled brightly and said, "Is that so? I remember Consort May's birthday is also around these days. I'm really looking forward to it. I can hardly wait." Little Lu was finally making her big move. To teach Consort May a lesson, she deliberately put on an act using the giant hogweed. She successfully tricked the spy made Yuyin into believing the hogweed could really beautify the skin and planned to report this valuable information. The scene shifts. After hearing this news, Consort May fell into deep thought, wondering how little Lu knew so many strange remedies and why she would so easily let Yuyin know this secret. Her personal maid helpfully added that the fifth princess had recently been close to a newly appointed imperial physician whose family had been countryside doctors for generations. Perhaps he gave her the remedy. Consort May pondered for a moment, her eyes flickering. She raised her hand and ordered another maid to fetch a section of hogweed, crush it, and apply it to her face to test its effects. The poor maid naturally had to comply. A quarter hour later, Consort May summoned the maid before her and questioned her carefully, concluding there was no discomfort. But there was also no visible improvement in skin texture. However, according to Yuan, Xiaolan had used it morning and evening for 7 full days before seeing results, so the lack of immediate effect seemed normal. Of course, what they didn't know was that skin contact with giant hogweed sap causes phototoxic dermatitis, blisters, and burning sensations only appear when combined with sunlight. Originally, Consort May planned to wait and see the effects tomorrow before deciding, but thinking about how the Emperor hadn't visited her recently, she became anxious. The day after tomorrow is my birthday. Following yearly custom, His Majesty will come to accompany me. I cannot face His Majesty with this haggard face. Someone come, fetch a large section of branches and leaves, crush them and apply them to my face. Yuan said they only use a small section each time. If I use more, won't the effects come faster? When His Majesty comes the day after tomorrow, I must stun him with my beauty. 2 days later in the Imperial Garden, as Consort May expected, the Emperor really came to see her. For this rare opportunity, she naturally acted coy and used all her charms, making the Emperor laugh heartily along the way. Thinking she had succeeded, Consort May was in high spirits and even performed a green tea chasing butterflies dance for the Emperor. The Emperor indeed fell for it, thinking that after so long, Consort May's foot odor must have been cured, and since he hadn't visited her for a while, perhaps tonight. But in the next second, his pupils suddenly contracted. Staring at Consort May's direction, he stammered speechlessly, even breaking into a cold sweat involuntarily. Consort May, not understanding, thought he was admiring her. But when she approached, the Emperor immediately backed away in fear. Only when she heard the maid's gasps did she realize something was wrong with her face. When she touched her face, a heart-wrenching scream echoed through the sky. The Emperor, looking dumbfounded, immediately ordered people to escort Consort May back. He himself quickly waved his sleeve and hurried back to the Hall of Mental Cultivation. Too horrifying. We don't want to see that nightmare-inducing face ever again. For the next 2 days, Consort May remained bedridden, taking medicine and applying ointments, but the red bumps on her face showed no signs of subsiding. The imperial physicians carefully studied the giant hogweed and could only conclude that the flower was poisonous. Soon after, the news of Consort May's disfigurement from using poisonous flowers spread throughout the palace. When Emperor Ling learned of this, he was also shocked. After that, Consort May locked herself in her room for 10 full days. The red bumps on her face finally subsided, but they left behind hideous purple scars. No amount of foundation could cover these scars. For a woman, this was undoubtedly worse than death, especially in the palace where intrigue was rampant. This effectively ended all her hopes. Furiously, she immediately demanded whether they had caught the person responsible. How dare they deceive me? I will make sure they die a horrible death. The scene changes. Little Lu was frantically knocking on the door of Yinshuang Hall. Open the door. Quick, open the door. As soon as Xiaoxi opened the door, she darted inside the courtyard. Consort May, return my maid to me. Where's Yuan? Give Yuan back to me. Little Lu ran while shouting, her nerves clearly on edge. A faint smell of blood could be detected in the air. It seemed Yuan had already been dealt with by Consort May. Soon, a group of palace maids and guards surrounded her, saying sarcastically that the person fifth princess mentioned wasn't in the palace, suggesting she must have made a mistake. Impossible. I saw your people take her away. Meanwhile, Consort May's voice rang out. What is fifth princess doing? Do you think my Yinshuang Hall is a place where you can cause trouble as you please? Little Lu, with tears in her eyes, looked innocent and simple. Your Highness, why did you take Yuan away? She was a maid given to me by Father Emperor. Please return her to me. Consort May's face beneath her veil turned cold. I don't know who you're talking about. She's not in my palace. This little wretch set me up and now dares to come make a scene in my palace. I really want to strangle her myself. Little Lu pointed at the guards nearby. I saw everything. They were the ones who took Yuan away. You're mistaken. I need to rest. West Wing, see the guest out. Consort May turned to leave, not wanting to deal with Little Lu further. But Little Lu grabbed her skirt, crying and demanding she return the person. Why did you take my maid? You evil woman. At this point, Consort May completely lost her temper. She immediately kicked Little Lu to the ground. Just then, another voice thundered. Emperor Ling had appeared there somehow, his face clearly showing his fury. The scheming consort was finally going to fall. First, she was tricked by Little Lu into disfiguring herself. Now she had kicked Little Lu to the ground in front of Emperor Ling. This time she was truly finished. Seeing Emperor Ling's furious expression, Consort May's hair stood on end, wondering why he had come here. Clearly, this was all carefully planned by little Lu. The reason she dared to come to Yinshuang Hall alone was that she was prepared. Before coming, she had Qingyan report to Emperor Ling, and Emperor Ling arrived right on time. At this moment, little Lu's pitiful crying instantly amplified Emperor Ling's guilt. He immediately demanded to know where the maid was, ordering her immediate return. However, Consort May, still maintaining her composure, continued to deny anything about Yuan. But Emperor Ling wasn't easily fooled. He immediately ordered a thorough search of Yinshuang Hall, demanding to see the person alive or dead. At this moment, Consort May collapsed to the ground in despair, knowing her fate was sealed. Out of concern for his daughter, Emperor Ling had Qingyan take little Lu away first, not wanting her to see the gruesome scene. Shortly after, the guards reported finding the maid's body in a dried well, her back and legs beaten to pulp. She had apparently been beaten to death and thrown into the well. Hearing this, Consort May tried one last attempt to save herself, grabbing Emperor Ling's leg and crying injustice, but she was kicked away instead. The blood stains in this courtyard haven't even been cleaned yet. Do you take me for a blind man? We always thought you were gentle and kind. Who knew you could be so vicious? Hear my decree. Consort May is unworthy of her position. Effective immediately, she is stripped of her rank and confined for 3 months to reflect on her actions. Soon, Emperor Ling's punishment of Consort May spread throughout the palace. Those who were previously close to her now began distancing themselves for self-preservation. The noble consort, who was previously her ally, was extremely troubled upon hearing the news and remained silent, deep in thought. Suddenly, the usually bustling Yinshuang Hall became desolate. In the main hall, Mei Ping was angrily expressing her grievances to a mysterious figure beside her. This person was actually the noble consort in disguise, who had secretly snuck in. At this moment, she could only sigh and comfort her nominal sister. Mei Ping clutched her hand tightly, like a drowning person grasping at straws, crying that she was completely finished this time. Then she viciously declared that even if she died, she would drag down Xiaolan and that 5th princess with her, ensuring they wouldn't have it easy. Hearing these wild words, Consort Hui broke into a cold sweat. If this woman truly became desperate, would she drag her down a hell too? Back then, to help her rise to power, she had secretly assisted by helping her drug Xiaolan, causing her premature labor and loss of favor. All these years, they had been in the same boat. She had a daughter, while the other had beauty. Each had what the other needed, helping each other stand firm in this competitive harem. Now that she had fallen, if she became desperate enough to reveal everything from the past, she too would be dragged down. Lost in thought, Consort Hui quietly withdrew her hand. She forced another smile and comforted Consort May, saying she would always stand with her sister. After these empty words, she hurriedly got up to leave. As the door closed, the smile instantly vanished from Consort May's face, replaced by an icy expression. Ah, the noble consort is cutting ties to save herself. From now on, we can only rely on ourselves. At the entrance of Yahua Palace, Consort Hui, returning in the dark, asked her maid if anyone had noticed them. Only after confirming they weren't seen did she enter. Unexpectedly, she ran right into her precious daughter upon entering. She tried to explain that she had just gone out for fresh air, but Lin Yinji immediately called out her mother's lie, saying she clearly went to see Consort May. Why does mother still associate with that viper? She was never a good person and encouraged mother to do shameful things. Her current situation is her own doing. Mother should have cut ties with her long ago. The noble consort angrily rebuked her. But Lin Yinji continued, I heard everything. The incident at the temporary palace was planned by you both. Every time I think of it, I feel ashamed. As soon as the words left her mouth, a sharp slap rang out. Shut your mouth. After the Mei Pin incident, Lin Feilu didn't know she had been completely blacklisted by Consort Hui. Now Consort Hui not only restricted her daughter from associating with little Lu, but also ordered her maids to never open the door for little Lu if she came by. As for little Lu, besides attending Imperial Academy daily, she spent the rest of her time contentedly with her mother and brother. After experiencing so many troublesome events recently, this was a rare time for her to enjoy childhood moments with family. Xiao Lan had recovered from her previous wind poisoning and cold, and was now happily weaving dolls for her children. Of course, little Lu still occasionally supervised Lin Jinyuan's studies, making her brother recite the multiplication table while playing. To motivate her brother's desire to learn. She seriously pointed at the grass rabbit Xiao Lan had just woven, threatening that if he couldn't recite completely, it would be hers. Sure enough, when Lin Jinyuan heard about the grass rabbit, he immediately began reciting with tears in his eyes, 1 times 1 equals 1. Meanwhile, a figure suddenly appeared outside Manhwa Palace. Just as the guard was about to announce the arrival, the figure immediately gestured to stop him. It was Emperor Ling, who had come specially to visit little Lu. Hearing the recitation from inside, he decided to approach quietly and take a look. Coming quietly to the door, the scene that greeted his eyes was the heartwarming sight of mother and children together. Xiao Lan smiled as she focused on weaving the doll. Lin Jianyuan wiped his tears while reciting the multiplication table. Little Lu clapped encouragingly from the side. Brother is the smartest. You can do it. This scene left Emperor Ling bewildered. He couldn't believe this was his 6th prince. His impression of this son was still stuck at age 3 when he showed signs of being slow-witted. But now, although still somewhat dull, he wasn't as disagreeable as imagined. While Emperor Ling observed secretly, Lin Jianyuan became more fluent in his recitation, quickly reaching 9 times 9 equals 81. Completing the multiplication table, he excitedly showed off to his sister, and little Lu smiled while patting her brother's head. Brother is amazing. All these rabbits are yours? Hearing this, Lin Jianyuan was overjoyed and ran happily around the courtyard with outstretched arms. But after just a few steps, he suddenly noticed Emperor Ling hiding by the door. He immediately ran back to Xiao Lan's side, shouting, "Someone's there." Xiao Lan turned her beautiful eyes and was also startled by the visitor. After composing herself, she immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. Little Lu, however, was completely at ease, wearing a sweet smile and running toward Emperor Ling, calling him Father Emperor. Emperor Ling melted at the sight of his precious daughter and skillfully picked her up, then smiled and asked Xiao Lan to rise. However, when he saw Lin Jianyuan timidly hiding behind Xiao Lan, his smile abruptly stopped. Lin Jianyuan peeked out half his head, warily watching Emperor Ling, momentarily unsure how to speak. Only when he saw his sister's small gesture did he slightly recover. He saw little Lu pointing to her mouth, mouthing the word, "Father." Lin Jianyuan suddenly understood and gathered his courage, bowing and saying, "Your child greets Father Emperor." Though Emperor Ling's expression didn't change much, his opinion of this slow-witted son had improved considerably. Then, he brought up Xiao Lan's recent fall into the water and asked about her health, if she was feeling better. When he heard Xiao Lan's grateful response, a smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. Previously, no matter what gifts or things he gave, Xiao Lan had never smiled gently at him, let alone given sincere thanks. Perhaps it was because of becoming a mother, but her personality seemed to have become more vibrant. Now in a good mood, Emperor Ling finally let go of his burden and decided to sit inside Manhwa Palace for the first time in 6 years. In the main hall, Emperor Ling and Xiao Lan sat opposite each other on the guest couch. Learning that the tea was made by Xiao Lan herself, Emperor Ling couldn't help but praise it. On the other side, the siblings were whispering to each other. Lin Jianyuan curiously stared at their mother, asking his sister why mother was smiling at that person. Little Lu smiled and said, "Because mother likes father. Of course she smiles when she sees him." Lin Jianyuan immediately protested anxiously, "Mother likes me and sister." Little Lu, acting like a grown-up, continued explaining, "Without father, there wouldn't be you and me. So brothers should like father too. A family of 4 together is the best." This sound naturally reached Emperor Ling's ears. Thinking back, since entering Manhwa Palace, he had been intentionally avoiding this slow-witted son. But now looking at him, as his thoughts concluded, he beckoned toward the siblings. "Sixth son, come here." This prince was the 6th son. Slow-witted since childhood, he didn't even recognize his own father emperor, needing his sister's reminder to know the emperor was his father. When he heard Emperor Ling call him 6th son, he seriously corrected him, "I'm not called 6th son, I'm Lin Jianyuan." This response truly amused Emperor Ling. "Good boy, you even remember your own name." Lin Jianyuan proudly patted his chest. "Of course, I can even write it." Hearing this, Emperor Ling became interested and immediately ordered for brush, ink, paper, and inkstone to be brought. A moment later, looking at the paper, Emperor Ling was somewhat surprised. Though the handwriting showed inexperience, it was clear, with flowing strokes and signs of proper structure. These 3 characters were even better than what the 4th son wrote. He mentally criticized Lin Jingyuan. Emperor Ling then asked if the 6th son knew how to write other characters. Lin Zhanyuan remained silent for a moment. He softly replied, yes. Then, he picked up the brush again and began writing on the paper. After all, with little Lu calling him every day, he hadn't forgotten. But as his strokes fell, Emperor Ling slightly frowned. Peace in the nation, prosperity under heaven. These words clearly carried a flattering tone. Could it be that little Wu deliberately taught him this? Thinking this, Emperor Ling suddenly looked down at the guilty-looking little Lu. Why did you teach your brother to write these 8 characters? Little Lu appeared flustered, stuttering, and began to choke up. Emperor Ling crouched down before his daughter and called her name again. Little Lu's tears instantly flowed, sobbing pitifully, unable to answer. Emperor Ling's heart softened immediately. While wiping his daughter's tears, he comforted her. Don't cry. Father Emperor, please don't hate brother. They all say brother is stupid, and Father Emperor hates stupid people the most. Brother isn't stupid. Brother can write. Can Father Emperor please not hate him? These words hit hard, making Emperor Ling's pupils dilate. A wave of endless remorse swept over him. So little Wu did this just so I wouldn't hate him. What kind of feelings did the 6th son have when teaching his brother these 8 characters? And what had I been doing all this time? Lin Chongxian, are you even human? Filled with deep guilt, just as Emperor Ling was about to comfort his daughter, Lin Zhanyun suddenly appeared, standing in front of little Lu, saying, don't bully my sister. Looking at the 2 tearful little ones, Emperor Ling's heart felt like it was being pricked by needles. He could only sigh softly. He patted both children's heads. All right, you 2 little crybabies. Seeing this, Xiao Lan hurriedly bowed to apologize. She blamed herself for not teaching them properly, but Emperor Ling helped her up, saying, no, you've taught the children very well. He turned and picked up little Lu. Then he picked up Lin Zhanya, weighing him, quite heavy. The scene changed to all 4 sitting together. Little Lu resumed her role as daddy's girl, holding Emperor Ling's arm. Father Emperor doesn't hate brother anymore? Emperor Ling pretended to be composed, cleared his throat. I'm different from others. Of course I won't. Little Lu immediately rejoiced. She waved her hands and gave Emperor Ling a kiss. Father Emperor is the best person in the world. The kiss made Emperor Ling's face turn red. He beamed with joy, holding his precious daughter. Little 5 is truly my dearest. Little Lu smiled brightly. Lin Zhanyuan's performance today and the writing ceremony should have turned Emperor Ling's dislike into infinite guilt. He was previously most concerned about having a stupid son, but now that problem was solved. His prejudice against Manhwa Palace would surely disappear too. Xiao Lan's restoration to favor was imminent. After 6 years, Emperor Ling finally returned to Manhwa Palace, thanks to little Lu's efforts. This time, he not only changed his impression of the 6th son's stupidity, but also felt increasingly guilty and tender towards Xiao Lan. Emperor Ling spent the entire afternoon in Manhwa Palace, immersed in this precious moment of warmth, only leaving after dinner. Within 2 days, he restored Xiao Lan's status. With this signal of imperial favor, Manhwa Palace's position in the harem rose accordingly. Meanwhile, Lin Feilu's 6th birthday was approaching. Emperor Ling ordered it to be celebrated grandly, following state banquet standards. Many royal relatives received invitations. Even the empress dowager, who had long lived outside the palace, was invited back by Emperor Ling's letter. The palace consorts and imperial children waited early outside the palace gates to pay respects. Although rarely seen in the palace, most people still maintained some restraint and fear towards her. The Empress Dowager swept her gaze across everyone and quickly spotted little Lu in the crowd. Unlike others, little Lu didn't seem afraid of her, but rather watched with curiosity. This little girl must be the little 5 the emperor mentioned in his letter. She's indeed different. As Emperor Ling and the Empress Dowager walked away, Lin Jingyuan finally let out a long breath. Royal grandmother is so scary. Every time I see her, my heart feels like it's going to jump out. Don't speak nonsense. Royal grandmother treats us very well. As juniors, we should maintain proper respect and awe. Hearing Ling Ting's serious lecture, Lin Jingyuan immediately countered, That's just a polite way of saying you're scared. Just admit you're afraid too. It's not shameful. Little Lu, overhearing their conversation, fell into thought. It seemed this Empress Dowager wouldn't be easy to win over. She'd need to plan carefully. The scene shifted. The Empress Dowager was now chatting with Consort Hui. Whenever she returned, Consort Hui was always the first to pay respects. Thus, she was quite fond of Consort Hui. During their conversation, she suddenly asked about her thoughts on the fifth princess. Consort Hui replied calmly, "The fifth princess and Nianji have always been close. She often visits the palace and gives Nianji gifts like hand cream and boxes. Nianji enjoys the gifts and returns them with brocade and jade. The two children share a deep sisterly bond." While these words seemed innocent, they carried deeper implications. Sure enough, the Empress Dowager immediately assumed little Lu was someone who liked to take advantage of others. After another round of conversation, with Consort Hui's subtle hints, the Empress Dowager's impression of little Lu had gradually soured. In less than a year, she had gone from being unknown to becoming the emperor's favorite, worthy of a state banquet. To think someone so young could be so calculating. Noticing the Empress Dowager's changing expression, Consort Hui couldn't help but smile slightly. Having achieved her goal, she didn't plan to stay long and rose to leave. As it was still early, the Empress Dowager, who hadn't been to the palace for long, decided to visit the imperial garden. After being accustomed to the quiet scenes at Mount Wutai, occasionally viewing this worldly splendor gave her a different perspective. Midway through, the master and servants suddenly heard a child crying nearby. It sounded like a little girl. Upon closer inspection, the Empress Dowager recognized Lin Nianji standing behind a tree. In front of her was little Lu crying, wiping her tears while complaining, "Sister hasn't talked to me for so long. You don't even wave back, and you ran away when you saw me just now." Seeing her cry harder, Lin Nianji felt both annoyed and helpless. "Oh, stop crying. Lin Feilu, stop crying." While speaking, she helped wipe little Lu's tears. She then pulled her up and thoughtfully patted the dust off her clothes. "Sister Huang, are you not angry with little Five anymore?" "I'm not angry with you. I'm angry with myself." Little Lu looked confused at these words, tears welling up again as if about to cry, making Lin Nianji extremely frustrated. All right, let me take you back first. You followed me so far. Aren't you afraid of being kidnapped?" Little Lu instantly brightened. "I'm not afraid with Sister Huang here." Watching the sisters leave together, the old maid suddenly remarked that this seemed different from what Consort Hui had described. The Empress Dowager felt the same. The fifth princess's natural closeness and dependence on Nianji couldn't be fake. Both children's emotions were genuine. Nianji, being pampered all her life, would only show true affection to someone who gave it in return. Was Consort Hui's statement unintentional while I read too much into it? Or does she have something against this fifth princess? Little Lu's scheming had been discovered. Of course not. Originally, due to Consort Hui's deliberate guidance, the Empress Dowager had developed a negative impression of little Lu. But after little Lu's masterful performance in reconciling with Lin Nianji, she began to wonder if Consort Hui was the one with ulterior motives. Early the next morning after returning to the palace, little Lu brought her brother to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. Under little Lu's prior coaching, Lin Jinyuan appeared very humble and well-mannered before the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager didn't develop any aversion to him despite his simple-mindedness. As it was breakfast time, the Empress Dowager invited the siblings to dine with her. Unlike her brother's timidity, little Lu showed no fear of their royal grandmother, even staring at her with bright, blinking eyes. This behavior made the Empress Dowager more intrigued by this unique granddaughter, and she asked if she had eaten breakfast. Little Lu obediently said she had eaten, but her eyes were fixed on the delicious food, with an adorably innocent expression matching what the emperor had described. Seeing this, the Empress Dowager instructed her personal maid to serve each sibling a bowl. After finishing the Jiangzhou dish, little Lu couldn't help but let out a satisfied burp. The next moment, she quickly covered her mouth, embarrassed by her reaction. The Empress Dowager remained composed, showing no displeasure at her lack of manners. Instead, she rose and invited the siblings to accompany her to the imperial garden. Little Lu naturally couldn't refuse such a rare opportunity. Holding her brother's hand, she happily followed along. Lin Jinyuan, being a child at heart, became playful in the imperial garden, chasing butterflies. Little Lu worried he might displease their royal grandmother and was about to quietly remind him, but the Empress Dowager said it was fine. During their garden stroll, the Empress Dowager noticed something bulging in little Lu's clothes and asked what it was. Little Lu, Acting perfectly, shyly took out the item, saying, "This is a welcoming gift for royal grandmother. Mother and I made it together." These Buddhist incense balls can release a fragrance when burned in an incense burner, helping calm the mind. The Empress Dowager took the brocade box, thinking, "Yesterday Consort we mentioned little five likes giving gifts, and now she's thought of me too." She brought the box to her nose and indeed detected a faint fragrance. Little Lu showed an expectant expression. "Do you like it, royal grandmother?" The Empress Dowager, maintaining a neutral expression, asked in return, "Do you enjoy making these things?" Little Lu smiled sweetly and replied, "Making things by hand gives such a sense of satisfaction." She then counted on her fingers. "I've also made hand cream, sachets, dried flower bookmarks, and little tigers." Hearing the last item, the Empress Dowager was confused. "What little tigers?" "They're tigers mother and I weaved from grass." Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager finally smiled. She had heard Xiao Lan was skilled with her hands, and now it seemed this little girl had inherited her mother's influence. The Western Palace lacks nothing, yet these handmade items seem especially precious. Handing the box to her maid, the Empress Dowager continued, "I quite like this welcoming gift." Little Lu seized the opportunity, holding the Empress Dowager's hand. "Royal grandmother, I can also make hand cream with flower petals. I'll make you a box later." Such natural yet bold behavior made the Empress Dowager pause. Other princes and princesses were all afraid of her, speaking timidly, let alone holding her hand. Was she truly unafraid, or did she have other motives? Noticing the Empress Dowager's furrowed brow, Little Lu suddenly startled. She hurriedly withdrew her hand, stuttering incomprehensibly. Unexpectedly, the Empress Dowager took her hand instead. "When you make it, bring me a box another day." Little Lu's reaction had completely dispelled her doubts. This was how a child should truly behave. Little Lu beamed brightly. The Empress Dowager was last generation's champion of palace intrigue, not someone to be trifled with. Playing mind games with her would be suicidal. Better to simply act like a child and win her favor. The results were clearly good. The harder the support is to get, the tighter you should hold on. Facing the Empress Dowager, last generation's champion of palace intrigue, Little Lu knew that playing coy wouldn't work, so she simply showed the innocence expected of a child. Surprisingly, this actually moved the normally stern royal grandmother. For the time being, she planned to continue playing the role of a child. Just then, Lin Jinyuan, who had been playing for a while, suddenly ran over excitedly saying he had a gift for Little Lu. He opened both hands, and in the next moment, butterflies flew out from his palms. The sudden surprise made Little Lu gasp in amazement. Even though she had lived 2 lifetimes, who doesn't have a girlish heart? Seeing the siblings laughing and playing so happily, the Empress Dowager's lips curved into a slight smile. Her mind wandered back to Little Lu's expectant, innocent expression from earlier. She suddenly changed her expression and pretended to be stern, asking, "Little Six, where is my gift?" Looking at Lin Jinyuan's nervous, trembling state, his fair complexion somewhat resembled the emperor when he was young. "Your sister gave me a gift. Didn't you prepare anything?" Hearing royal grandmother's question again, Lin Jinyuan was momentarily at a loss. The next moment, something seemed to occur to him. He immediately lowered his head and started searching in his clothes. Then he raised his empty hands high, offering them to grandmother. The Empress Dowager looked confused and asked what it was. Lin Jinyuan's little face turned red, his eyes curved like crescents. Its surprise. This unexpected answer not only stunned the Empress Dowager, but also made Little Lu break into a cold sweat. This kid dared to use pretend play to fool the Empress Dowager. Unexpectedly, the Empress Dowager suddenly burst into laughter. She threw her head back and laughed heartily. Little Lu quickly whispered something to her brother, while Lin Jinyuan kept repeating like a machine, "It's stars! It's stars!" He kept saying until the Empress Dowager laughed until tears came to her eyes. After composing herself, she lovingly stroked her grandson's face. "I've received my grandson's heartfelt gift." Lin Jinyuan's eyes widened. He suddenly hugged the elderly woman's neck, saying, "I love grandmother." Feeling this genuine warmth, tears welled up in the Empress Dowager's eyes again. This was the first time she had been so close to her grandson. Little Six might be simple-minded, but when he said he loved someone, it was definitely true. Not just her, even the attending elderly maid was moved to tears by this scene. The Empress Dowager grew increasingly fond of the siblings. "Since my grandchildren have given me welcoming gifts, I should return the gesture." She then removed the jade bracelets from her wrist. She gave one to each of them. The siblings were very sensible, immediately expressing their thanks. Little Lu carefully tucked the jade bracelet away, and Lin Jinyuan copied her actions. Little Six, when you're free, you can come to Qing Palace more often to keep me company. The innocent Lin Jinyuan simply thought the elderly woman wanted him to come play with her more often, and agreed without hesitation. Seeing this heartwarming scene, little Lu couldn't be happier. She had originally planned to just help her brother become familiar with the Empress Dowager, but unexpectedly, the Empress Dowager liked him so much. With more visits to build rapport, this powerful support would be completely secured. As evening approached, considering Xiao Lan might worry, the Empress Dowager called for palace maids to escort the siblings back to Manhwa Palace. After the children had gone, the elderly maid suddenly spoke. "This return to the palace, your majesty will likely stay longer. It's a pity the sixth prince was born so handsome and lovely. If only Consort Lan hadn't given birth prematurely." The Empress Dowager's face instantly darkened at these words. Noticing her mistress's expression change, the maid quickly covered her mouth and apologized. But this reminded the Empress Dowager of something. Premature births and difficult deliveries weren't uncommon among consorts, but cases like Xiao Lan's, resulting in a child's mental impairment, were unprecedented in history. Back then, when Xiao Lan was in the emperor's favor and pregnant, others' jealousy and possible sabotage wouldn't have been surprising. She understood in her heart. The Empress Dowager immediately sent the maid to the Imperial Hospital to investigate. "If my grandson's condition is natural, so be it. But if someone deliberately caused this, I must get to the bottom of it. What does it mean to be universally beloved?" Little Lu was now undoubtedly the palace's most cherished darling. This wasn't just a birthday celebration. The emperor had arranged it according to state banquet standards. By now, the magnificent palace hall was filled to capacity. Our protagonist, Little Lu, sat in the position next to the emperor, waiting to receive gifts. The chief palace steward was announcing from a list in a loud voice. Fourth prince presents a 9-tiered luminous revolving lantern and a piece of Lu Jin ink stone. Crown prince presents a cat's eye ring. His Highness the Crown Prince presents a phoenix wood guqin. His Highness presents a persimmon wood guqin. As the list continued being read, several brothers appeared before Little Lu as a group. Their handsome faces were full of smiles, with endless blessings. This treatment, if not unprecedented, was certainly unique among the princesses. Little Lu smiled, so much her eyes curved like crescents. After exchanging pleasantries, the F4 boy group finally left. The next moment, another voice caught Little Lu's attention. From the Xiao family's Princess Songwu, a pair of golden locks and a pair of jade bracelets. Looking back, it was her nominal grandmother. When she heard the woman's honeyed words, Little Lu felt no joy at all, even feeling somewhat disgusted. Since Xiao Lan's incident, the Xiao family had cut off all contact, not even sending a single letter. Now that they knew mother and daughter were back in favor, they immediately came rushing to claim kinship. While pondering this, Little Lu immediately withdrew her hand before they could grasp it, staring coldly ahead. This attitude directly shocked the two, who were about to react angrily with dark faces. But seeing the emperor's frowning glance from the side, they immediately backed down. Whispering to each other, they hurriedly left. Little Lu watched expressionlessly as they departed. The Xiao family had been shut out this time, but they would likely continue their conciliatory approach. Only after several setbacks might they resort to stirring up public opinion. Before that happens, they must first taste the coldness that Xiao Lan had endured all these years. After the birthday celebration, Little Lu immediately turned into a treasure counter, tallying up today's gains. With so many gifts, she had truly struck it rich this time. Even if she couldn't stay in the palace anymore, these possessions would ensure a comfortable life outside. While she was lost in fantasy, Songyu suddenly spoke up, saying he had also prepared a gift for Little Lu, but had been too busy to present it earlier. He had bought these beads from an aunt in the palace, and had specially placed them in the Buddhist shrine, offering prayers for 49 days, hoping they would bless the princess to grow up safely and healthily. Putting on the bracelet, Little Lu was deeply moved. Though this gift wasn't as valuable as the jade and precious stones from the various palaces, its sentiment surpassed everything. Thinking this, she immediately hugged Songyu, saying, "Thank you, Songyu. You're so good to me," showing their deep master-servant bond. The next moment, Little Lu suddenly looked dreamy and said, Speaking of which, Song Yu has given me a gift, but I haven't seen anything from Little Pretty. He even knows about the spies in my palace. Surely he must know about the birthday celebration everyone's been discussing. Although I was initially just attracted to his looks, I've truly come to consider him a friend over time. As she finished with a sigh, suddenly, there was the sound of a pebble hitting the window. Little Lu immediately perked up. It's Little Pretty. Sure enough. Opening the window revealed Song Jinlong in night-walking clothes, slowly descending from the eaves. His handsome face wore a gentle smile as he looked at her. Little Lu covered her mouth and giggled. Your Highness's habit of tapping on windows at night reminds me of Romeo and Juliet. Little Pretty looked confused at this reference, and Little Lu quickly covered her mouth, saying no, no, no. That comparison wasn't very auspicious. After this self-talk, she immediately resumed smiling and reached out. Where's my gift? How did the princess know I came to deliver a gift? Little Lu struck a playful pose. What else would you be here for? Don't tell me there are more spies in my palace? Song Jinlong's lips curved into a slight smile. He then pulled out a small wooden carving from his chest. Happy birthday, princess. Little Lu held the carving and examined it carefully. This is carved in my likeness, isn't it? Even the two little buns on my head are so lifelike. Seeing her stunned silence, Song Jinlong couldn't help but ask, don't you like it? Little Lu snapped back to reality and patted his shoulder. Have more confidence in your craftsmanship. Since this carving is made in my image, it's priceless. I'll keep it as a family heirloom, passing it down through generations. Song Jinlong suddenly spoke. Wood will decay. Then when your highness becomes wealthy, carve me one in jade. That way it will last much longer. The Empress Dowager personally investigated Xiaolan's premature birth case. Whether the mastermind behind it could be successfully exposed. After Little Lu's birthday, the temperature suddenly rose. All palaces were preparing for the approaching summer heat. The Empress Dowager had early preparations made for clothing and often invited Little Lu and her brother to keep her company in each palace. Watching her two grandchildren playing in the courtyard, the Empress Dowager grew increasingly fond of them, almost not wanting to return to Mount Wutai. Just then, an announcement of His Majesty arrives reached their ears. Hearing this, Little Lu immediately pulled her brother forward to pay respects to their father. The scene shifted to the Empress Dowager holding her precious grandson while Ling Bai held his beloved daughter. This rare tender moment of 3 generations together. The Empress Dowager knew Ling Bai's sudden visit meant he had matters to discuss, so she had the nanny take the siblings inside for some su tea. It turned out Ling Bai had heard about her frequent summons of royal physicians and was concerned about her health. Facing her son, the Empress Dowager didn't hide anything and revealed she was investigating Xiaolan's premature birth. Upon returning to the palace and seeing the 6th child, she had grown quite fond of him. She often thought that if Xiaolan had delivered safely back then, the child would have been equally intelligent and excellent. I remember you were quite fond of Xiaolan then. Did you take good care of her during her pregnancy? Given that Xiaowu's child is so healthy and intelligent, there's no reason the first child should have been premature and damaged. Hearing this, Ling Bai frowned immediately. He had been so angry about Xiaolan giving birth to a disabled child that he hadn't thought about these matters. The Empress Dowager then shared what she had learned from the royal physicians recently. They all indicated that Xiaolan showed no abnormalities during her pregnancy and was very healthy. Therefore, this matter needed thorough investigation. Harming a royal heir was a serious crime. Emperor Ling's face darkened. If Xiaolan had indeed been harmed, then his years of cold treatment had been manipulated by others. Mother, rest assured, since there are suspicious circumstances, I will investigate this thoroughly. After returning to Yangxin Hall, Emperor Ling immediately began investigating, summoning relevant personnel from the Imperial Household Department and Royal Medical Institute for detailed questioning. The commotion was significant. News of the Emperor investigating the truth about noble Lady Lan's premature birth quickly spread throughout the palace. Upon receiving the report, noble consort immediately became unsettled. Although many years had passed and Mei Ping had administered the drug that caused the disability was procured by her. Thinking of Consort May's current deranged state, if the Emperor's investigation led to her, she would surely implicate herself as well. Realizing this, noble consort immediately ordered messages sent outside the palace to control all those involved in obtaining the drug back then. She then gave another order to her palace maids, reminding them before leaving that the matter must be handled cleanly, leaving no traces. At midnight in Yinchuang Hall, Mei Ping was already asleep. Suddenly, a black hand holding a white silk cord appeared. It instantly wrapped tightly around Mei Ping's neck. Feeling her life slipping away, Mei Ping quickly reached under her pillow. After some fumbling, she pulled out a pair of scissors and stabbed the assailant's arm. The painful strike caused the attacker to immediately release the silk cord. Seizing the opportunity, Mei Ping shouted, "Help! Assassin!" The remaining palace maid heard the cry and immediately rushed into the room. Seeing her mistress in danger, she decisively grabbed the assassin's legs, buying time for Mei Ping. Mei Ping took the chance to quickly escape. It must be noble consort. It must be noble consort who sent them. In this entire palace now, only Manhwa Palace can save my life. Only they care about the truth from back then. Noble consort, don't blame me for being disloyal. Thinking this, she decisively ran towards Manhwa Palace. Hearing the knocking, Little C opened the door sleepily. Suddenly a figure rushed in, crying out, "Fifth princess, save me." Xiao Lan was startled awake by the noise and came to the courtyard to see the visitor. She was shocked. Consort May grabbed her hands desperately. "Sister, save me. Noble consort wants to kill me. I wronged you, but I don't want to die." Though Xiao Lan found her words confusing, she still invited her inside to explain. Little Lu and Song Yu observed from the side. "We should inform Father Emperor and spread the news that Consort May was attacked and fled to Manhwa Palace. Make sure noble consort hears about it." One dog barking means nothing. It's more fun to watch dogs fight each other. It's good to have powerful backing. Soon after the Empress Dowager began investigating Xiao Lan's premature birth case, Emperor Ling also launched his own investigation. Learning of this, noble consort, seeking self-preservation, actually sent assassins to eliminate Consort May completely. Unexpectedly, Mei Ping managed to escape. She fled to Manhwa Palace, ready to confess everything and fight noble consort to the death. Shortly after she entered Manhwa Palace, Emperor Ling arrived after hearing the news. Still terrified, Mei Ping saw him as her savior and threw herself at him, crying and shouting, "I know my sins are grave, but I cannot let your majesty be deceived by villains." Her crazed appearance made Emperor Ling look disgusted. He turned to look at the composed Xiao Lan. Without comparison, there would be no hurt. This was truly his beloved. Little Lu ran into Emperor Ling's arms. Slightly panicked, "Father Emperor, Consort May says someone wants to kill her. Is it true?" Emperor Ling first comforted his precious daughter. Then with a serious expression, he turned to Consort May, "Tell everything from the beginning." As Mei Ping was about to speak with tears in her eyes, suddenly an announcement rang out, "Noble consort arrives." Emperor Ling's lips curved slightly with coldness. "You came quickly. Perfect. Let's all discuss this together." The scene shifted. Noble consort was now kneeling beside Mei Ping. Under her vengeful gaze, she remained calm, feigning ignorance and asking why the emperor had summoned her. Emperor Ling spoke coldly, "Seeing Mei Ping here, aren't you surprised?" Hearing this, noble consort finally showed some panic, but still played dumb, pretending not to know. So Emperor Ling let Mei Ping continue. Mei Ping glanced sideways at noble consort and detailed the assassination attempt. Though her tone was calm, it made Xiao Lan cover her mouth in shock. Emperor Ling's brows also furrowed deeply. After finishing, Mei Ping suddenly pointed at noble consort, declaring fiercely that she had sent the assassin to silence her. Noble consort acted extremely surprised, arguing this was slander. "We have no grudges between us and have been like sisters. Why would you falsely accuse me?" Emperor Ling didn't want to hear their bickering and directly asked Mei Ping to explain why noble consort wanted to kill her. Mei Ping looked toward Xiao Lan, tears forming again. This story begins 8 years ago. That year, Xiao Lan and I entered the palace together. Xiao Lan was gentle and accomplished in both talent and beauty. She quickly gained your majesty's favor. Soon after, news spread that she was with child. I was extremely jealous. I wasn't any worse than her. So why did your majesty favor only her? That's when noble consort approached me. She said she could help me replace Xiao Lan and gain your majesty's love. She gave me medicine that would cause birth defects, telling me to make Xiao Lan take it. This would make her bear a foolish child and naturally fall from your majesty's favor. I pretended to be friends with Xiao Lan. When she was completely off guard, I successfully made her drink the medicine. Sure enough, she had a premature birth and delivered a foolish child. There was no divine anger. It was just a plot between noble consort and me fighting for favor. As she narrated, noble consort beside her was already covered in cold sweat. Suddenly, there was a crash of breaking porcelain. Emperor Ling was furious, pointing forward. "You two poisonous women!" Noble consort, hearing this, frantically prostrated herself, still denying knowledge and begging for justice. Meanwhile, the guards searching for the assassin had results. But when they found the assassin, he was already dead. The body was in a dry well, identified as a palace patrol guard. Noble consort secretly sighed in relief, grateful she had handled this matter in advance. With the witness dead, even if Mei Ping persisted, Your Majesty couldn't do anything to her. However, her little tricks couldn't escape Emperor Ling's eye. Not surprised, but rather relieved. "Do you think I'm blind?" All these years she seemed well-behaved in the palace, not fighting for favor. Even Mother Empress praised her tolerance. Who knew she was so calculating and daring? Guards. By imperial decree, Mei Pin is stripped of her title and confined to the cold palace. Noble consort is demoted to consort rank, confined for half a year, and must immediately leave Yahua Palace. Hearing Emperor Ling's cold voice, noble consort was thunderstruck, her face full of disbelief. She immediately began crying and begging Emperor Ling, but it was clearly futile. Little Lu glared at this woman who had poisoned her mother, still unsatisfied with the punishment. Emperor Ling turned to Xiao Lan, his eyes suddenly gentle. "You've suffered these years." Xiao Lan didn't take the chance to complain. Now that the truth was revealed, it was enough. Early the next morning, news of last night's events spread throughout the palace, causing an uproar. But Manhwa Palace, the source of it all, was full of joy. At this moment, a eunuch was reading an imperial decree. Xiao Lan was promoted 4 ranks to consort Xiao. Now with only 2 consorts, the palace dynamics had completely changed. Though Xiao Lan wasn't elevated to noble consort, she had become the center of attention. Little Lu rested her chin on her hand, smiling slightly. "Since we've come this far, we must fight whether we want to or not. Might as well aim high. The harder the support is to get, the tighter we must hold on." With both the Empress Dowager and Emperor Ling as powerful backing, Little Lu finally brought down Mei Pin and noble consort, these 2 villains. Though Emperor Ling stripped noble consort of her rank, he didn't take it out on Lin Yinji. He still let her stay in Yahua Palace. When Lin Yinji learned about her mother's involvement in Lin Zhanyuan's condition, she fainted from anger and shock. After waking, she remained weak and bedridden. A few days later, a small figure appeared peeking around at Yahua Palace's entrance. It was Little Lu. Lin Yinji hadn't attended Imperial Academy for several days. Little Lu wanted to visit her under the pretense of bringing a fragrance pouch, but thinking about how she caused her mother's downfall, she figured Yinji wouldn't want to see her. So she sighed and turned to leave. Just then, a familiar voice reached her ears. Lin Yinji had appeared in the courtyard. Little Lu clutched the fragrance pouch, awkward and unsure what to say. Seeing her nervous expression, Lin Yinji felt both annoyed and amused. Thinking about her mother's current situation, it was really due to Mei Ping's dying counterattack. She actually didn't blame Little Lu for this, rather feeling that she herself should be the one feeling guilty. Thinking to himself, he slowly walked towards Xiao Lu and asked what she was doing here. Xiao Lu replied somewhat nervously, "I heard Sister Huang was sick. This is a medicinal sachet I got from the imperial physician. It helps with healing. I don't know if the last sachet worked for Sister Huang. The physician increased the dosage this time. The scent might be stronger." Lin Yinji looked at the sachet in Xiao Lu's hand, momentarily speechless. He had heard from palace maids that Xiao Lu had visited once during his detox period, but his mother had sent her away claiming he was sick. The previous sachet must have been thrown away by his mother. Coming back to his senses, he immediately took the sachet and said it had been very effective. Xiao Lu's face lit up instantly and was about to say something more. But seeing Lin Yinji's still composed face, she deflated immediately and could only respond with a weak, "Oh." Lin Yinji slowly tucked the sachet into his sleeve and used the excuse of strong sunlight to send Xiao Lu away. Watching Xiao Lu's slow departing figure, his lips curved into a slight smile. "Let's see if you really leave." In terms of playing hard to get, Xiao Lu was far better than him. "If you want to act, I'll play along." After just a few steps, she turned back with tears. "Sister Wang, can I still like you in the future?" Lin Yinji clearly hadn't expected this question. He was momentarily stunned. After recovering, he immediately turned his head away proudly. "Like whoever you want. I won't force you or stop you." Xiao Lu seized the opportunity to gently tug at his clothes, speaking with a choked voice. Then will you still like me? Lin Yinji finally revealed his concerns. My mother did those terrible things to your mother and brother. Don't you hate me? Xiao Lu answered without hesitation. I read a saying in a book before. The sins of parents should not extend to their children. I think it makes sense. Don't you agree, Sister Huang? These words successfully awakened Lin Yinji. Even someone as young as Xiao Wu understood the distinction between right and wrong, while he, being on the perpetrator's side, was still overthinking things. Understanding this, he finally let go of his concerns and took Xiao Lu's hand, leading her inside. It's so hot. Come have some sour plum soup in my palace before you go. Though his expression and tone remained unchanged, Xiao Lu could feel the change in his attitude. As long as he didn't target her, their sisterhood could continue. Fortunately, although he had a willful personality, he wasn't bad-hearted and could distinguish right from wrong. I'm really starting to like this beautiful, bright sister now. Time flew by and summer arrived. Due to the hot weather and concerns about students getting heat stroke, classes at the Imperial Academy started an hour earlier. But this small change troubled Xiao Lu greatly. She hadn't expected to have early morning classes even after transmigrating to ancient times. Recently, due to tensions between Song and its neighboring country, Xiao Piaoyang rarely came to classes to maintain a low profile. This made Xiao Lu completely lose interest in classes. At this moment, a dark hand suddenly appeared and grabbed her little uncle. Shi Xingjiang had somehow moved next to Xiao Lu and was now grinning mischievously, teasing her for sleeping in class like other bad students. Xiao Lu was already annoyed, and his comments made her mood worse. She simply turned away and moved her body. But this spoiled noble wouldn't give up and kept rubbing her desk vigorously. Xiao Lu finally snapped. Do you want me to tell Consort Shi? The persimmon prince remained unfazed and teased. Are you going to ask Ani to beat me up too? Xiao Lu raised her little hand. I'll tell the consort that you really like my little pigtails and want her to give you some too. At these words, the noble young master immediately admitted defeat and pulled back, becoming extremely well-behaved. Without his harassment, Xiao Lu finally found peace. Humph, with Consort Shi's protection, I'm not afraid of you. Though Xiao Lu was bullied by the noble young master, everything has its counter. After she brought up Consort Shi as her backing, Shi Xingjiang immediately backed down and didn't dare cause any more trouble during class. And Xiao Lu finally got to enjoy a nice nap. She only woke up near the end of class, quickly reviewed the tutor's content twice, and soon the dismissal bell rang. As soon as she returned to Manhwa Palace, Xiao Lu eagerly asked Songyu to fetch the popsicles that were frozen earlier that morning. After being reborn for so long, seeing popsicles in front of her again, she couldn't help but let out an excited, wow. These were made according to her memories from her previous life, mixing rose petals with milk and pouring it into bamboo tubes. Taking a bite, that familiar taste made her feel euphoric. It was absolutely perfect. Her expression of enjoyment made Songyu curious about whether it really tasted that good. Of course, Xiao Lu didn't forget to share, letting Songyu keep 2 and distributing the rest among the workers. The remaining 2 were naturally reserved for Xiao Piaoyang, whom she hadn't seen in a while. Moments later, outside Suizhu residence, looking at the high walls, she suddenly felt adventurous. After practicing with Consort Shi for so long, she should have learned enough wall-climbing skills. Why not just fly in and give Xiao Piaoyang a surprise? With this thought, she didn't hesitate, immediately stepping back to prepare for a sprint. Taking a deep breath, with determined eyes, staring at the high wall, she suddenly stepped forward, with a series of quick steps, and at the right distance, her toes lightly touched the ground. Whoosh! Her small body actually leaped up. However, if nothing unexpected happened, something unexpected was about to happen. Just as her right foot touched the top of the wall, it suddenly slipped. With a scream, her whole body began falling rapidly. Song Jinlan inside the house was drawn out by this sound. After seeing the situation clearly, he was somewhat confused. Xiao Lu was hanging there, arms desperately holding onto the wall top, with a very strained expression, trying to maintain her position. Woo-woo, Your Highness, I'm about to fall. Help me quickly. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Piaoyang had already leaped to her side. Then with a princess carry, easily brought Xiao Lu to the ground. At that moment, Xiao Lu was love-struck again. After all, which girl could resist such a scene? When Xiao Piaoyang asked why she was on the wall, Xiao Lu came back to her senses, laughed, and said she wanted to test her recent martial arts progress. Then immediately held up the nearly melting popsicle, changing the subject, urging Xiao Piaoyang to try it quickly. It was now the scorching heat of June, Sitting on the doorstep eating popsicles with someone you like was also a kind of enjoyment. Xiao Piaoliang also really liked the cold sensation and milky floral fragrance of the popsicle, and didn't forget to thank Xiao Lu after tasting it. As he spoke, he thoughtfully wiped some ice from the corner of Xiao Lu's mouth. Xiao Lu was first stunned, then broke into a bright smile, saying she would bring more tomorrow. Summer without popsicles would be incomplete. Song Jinlan's lips curved up. Will the princess use the main gate tomorrow or continue climbing the wall? Xiao Lu sat up straight, explaining, "It's not that my skills are poor. Mainly your highness's wall is too slippery." Song Jinlan didn't pursue the matter further, saying he would have Tiandong clean the moss off the wall another day. Then Xiao Lu couldn't help asking where he learned such impressive lightness skills. Xiao Piaoliang didn't hide it, saying he learned from an uncle. Xiao Lu looked around confused, asking how that was possible since Xiao Piaoliang hadn't left the palace in all these years. Song Jinlan closed his eyes and lifted his head. In a place you can't see. Xiao Lu was used to his riddles by now. After all, being in an enemy country, having some secrets was normal. Being cautious was good. Your Highness is so skilled. Your master uncle must be amazing too. Could he teach me how to fly higher more easily and quickly? To this, Song Jinlan could only say there are no shortcuts in martial arts. One must practice in winter's coldest days and summer's hottest days, step by step. Hearing this, Xiao Lu felt somewhat disappointed but still didn't give up, asking Xiao Piaoliang to think of another way. Song Jinlan pretended to think deeply and said, "Actually, there might be a way. Princess, if you really want to fly, I can carry you while flying." Previously, Xiao Lu brought popsicles to Tsueju residence. She wanted to show off her lightness skills in front of Xiao Piaoliang, but she didn't expect to be embarrassed so quickly. Fortunately, after changing the topic, Song Jinlan finally stopped dwelling on the wall climbing incident. However, his subsequent, "I can carry you," made Xiao Lu embarrassed again. After all, being carried wasn't something to get so excited about in her view. Noticing Xiao Lu's expression change, Song Jinlan immediately chuckled, saying he was just joking. He patted Xiao Lu's head, telling her to practice the basics well with Consort She first, and he would teach her special lightness techniques when the time came. Just then, Tiandong returned from his errand. He had gone to the Internal Affairs office to request ink for Song Jinlan, but despite much pleading, they only gave him a few pieces of broken ink. Looking at the fragments in Tiandong's hands, Song Jinlan comforted him, saying it was fine as long as it was usable. Clearly, he was used to the cold treatment from the Internal Affairs office. But Xiao Lu wasn't so easygoing. After learning the details, she immediately became angry at those ignorant people. How could they do this? The Internal Affairs office had already shortchanged Xiao Piaoliang's ink before, and now they won't even give proper ink pieces. How dare they bully my Xiao Piaoliang like this? Seeing Xiao Lu's angry expression, Song Jinlan smiled and consoled her, saying it was fine and these were enough. But to Xiao Lu, his smile seemed to be making the best of a bad situation. Suddenly, she had an idea. "Your Highness, don't ask for ink from them anymore. I'll ask my fourth brother for it." Worried that Song Jinlan might have concerns, she assured him, "Don't worry, he'll definitely be eager to thank you." Without further explanation, she mentioned she needed to practice stance training with Consort Sian in the afternoon. She waved goodbye, turning to leave while promising to return tomorrow for more popsicles. Half an hour later, there was another knock at Tsueju residence's door. As soon as Tiandong opened the door, he saw a worker looking around nervously while stuffing a large package into his arms, saying, "This is sent by the fourth prince. He asked me to thank your master. He wants me to thank your highness on his behalf." Without waiting for Tiandong's response, he quickly ran away. Tiandong was bewildered. Opening the cloth bag, he found it contained a set of high-quality writing supplies. Seeing the items, he immediately recalled Xiao Lu's words. Since their master met the fifth princess, good things had never stopped coming. Several days passed, and the weather became increasingly scorching. The emperor, as in previous years, issued an edict for concubines to accompany him to the summer palace. This time, the list from Manhwa Palace included not only Xiaolan and Xiao Lu but also Lin Zheng. The sixth prince had no complicated thoughts about it. Learning they were going to Wangho, he was immediately overjoyed. Xiao Lu was equally happy. She thought about how her brother, in his entire life, had never been further than the Empress Dowager's Iching Palace. This rare opportunity meant she must show him around properly. After the edict was issued, each palace began busy preparations. In Linqi Palace, Consort Wan placed great importance on this summer retreat. Previous palace visits had always included archery competitions for the princes to showcase their talents. Last year, the Crown Prince won first place and received the Emperor's Golden Palace. This year, she wanted Lin Ying to compete and surpass the Crown Prince. The usually obedient Lin Ting could only comply. To ensure her son's brilliant performance this time, Consort Rowan secretly arranged a trap, having a tiger sent to the mountain forest near the summer palace beforehand. She instructed her subordinates to regularly feed the tiger with items carrying the Crown Prince's scent, ensuring it would become familiar with his smell. After giving all instructions, she couldn't help but show a sinister smile. Crown Prince, let's hope heaven protects you. The scene changes to Xiao Lu and her brother playing in the summer palace's forest. Suddenly, a sound from afar caught the sixth prince's attention. Upon closer inspection, they found two baby birds on the ground. The sixth prince pointed, saying, "Sister, these birds fell from their nest." Xiao Lu looked up at the tree, which was about 10 meters tall. Getting up there would be quite challenging, but since her brother mentioned it, she had to show off. She held the baby birds and kept stepping backward. With a sudden leap, she swooshed towards the tree trunk. Surprisingly, nothing went wrong this time. Her small frame landed steadily on the tree trunk. Hearing her brother's praise, she couldn't hide her self-satisfaction. However, when she prepared to climb down, she encountered a problem. It was fine until she looked down, then she immediately felt dizzy. How am I supposed to get down from here? The psychological burden completely deflated her spirit. She hugged the trunk, no longer caring about losing face in front of her brother. Just then, a teasing voice reached her ears. Well, the little bean flew quite high. Stuck up there now, aren't you? The young master was annoying Xiao Lu again. While Xiao Lu was stuck high in the tree, unable to get down, Shi Xingjiang suddenly appeared. Xiao Lu initially thought about asking for his help, but Shi Xingjiang didn't rush to help. Instead, he showed a surprised expression and teased her about climbing so high for no reason. Then he said he could help, but only if she called him Brother Persimmon. His opportunistic behavior really angered Xiao Lu. She cursed herself for being foolish enough to ask this spoiled young master for help. She immediately spat in his direction, but Shi Xingjiang showed no signs of backing down. Seeing her anger, he became even more smug, calling out, "Little Bean is quite stubborn. Don't blame Brother Persimmon for not saving you if you fall." Xiao Lu clenched her fists. "Who needs your help?" After taking a deep breath, she suddenly jumped down from the tree trunk. Shi Xingjiang was shocked, never expecting her to be so bold. He quickly dove to catch her, but Xiao Lu was still angry. She made a sharp turn in midair, deliberately avoiding his direction. Though she stumbled a bit upon landing, she managed to keep her balance without falling. At the same time, Lin Zhanyuan ran towards Xiao Lu. He patted his sister's shoulder, asking if she was hurt. Shi Xingjiang, who had missed catching her, could only laugh awkwardly and compliment her lightness skills. Hearing this, Xiao Lu turned and gave him a cold glance. She then snorted and left with her brother. By now, the young master finally realized his mistake. He had truly angered the little bean this time. He quickly chased after the siblings to apologize, suggesting Xiao Lu climb the tree again, promising he would definitely catch her this time. Seeing her ignore him, he extended his hand, saying, "Then hit me to vent your anger. I promise I won't fight back." Unexpectedly, Lin Zhanyuan stepped in first, pushing him away and angrily telling him not to touch his sister. He then quickly left with Xiao Lu, leaving the young master standing there bewildered. I guess I'll have to wait for the little bean to calm down and apologize tomorrow. Then he had a bright idea. Isn't tomorrow the summer hunt? If I can hunt an animal that the little bean likes and give it to her, she should forgive me. The next morning, the hunting party was ready to depart. Xiao Lu was also mounted on horseback, following the group. The scene shifts slightly left, showing Shi Xingjiang sticking close to her. Little Bean, what do you like? I'll hunt it for you. Please talk to me." Finally unable to bear it anymore, Xiao Lu spoke. "I like tigers, the man-eating kind." The young master completely missed her impatience. "Tigers are great. I dare to hunt one. But do you dare to accept it?" Xiao Lu was completely exasperated, wondering if this person was mentally ill. The second prince, overhearing their conversation, joined them. "I heard the mountain patrol guards heard tiger roars last night. Would the young master like to search with me?" Shi Xingjiang immediately became interested and made a gesture of invitation. "After you, second prince." Then, the two galloped into the deep forest one after another. After they left, Xiao Lu felt instantly relieved. Finally, some peace. If it weren't for brother wanting a gray rabbit, I wouldn't have joined this commotion. My whole body is about to fall apart from riding. Fortunately, Fortunately, things went smoothly. Having completed the goal shortly after setting out, she thought about heading back. After deciding, she looked around for a guard to inform the emperor. Then suddenly, she noticed a lone rider in the distance. Isn't that Crown Prince brother? Why isn't he by Father Emperor's side? His complexion looks terrible, and he's fallen so far behind. Could something be wrong? The Crown Prince and Xiao Lu encounter danger. In this critical moment, the Western noble hero descends from heaven. Can they stand against the enemy? Continuing from the previous episode with the fierce tiger, Xiao Lu, who was about to return to the palace, suddenly noticed the Crown Prince's poor complexion and immediately went to inquire about his condition. Learning that the Crown Prince was feeling unwell and resting, she advised him, "Brother, if you're unwell, don't participate in the hunt. Health is most important. If you develop a chronic condition from pushing yourself once, it wouldn't be worth it." The Crown Prince, who had been worried about disappointing his father by giving up, realized the wisdom in Xiao Lu's words. Xiao Wu is right. The hunt happens every year, but we only have one body. He made his decision to report to his father and return to the palace. Since Xiao Lu was already planning to return, this was a good opportunity to gain more favor with the Crown Prince. Just as the two were engrossed in conversation, a strange sound came from the forest. The guards immediately became alert upon hearing the noise. The atmosphere grew tense with the possibility of dangerous beasts nearby. Sensing the horses' unease, Xiao Lu suggested they leave the area. If a beast appeared and the Crown Prince got hurt, it would be disastrous. Just then, there was a sudden loud rustling in the bushes to the Crown Prince's right. The next moment, a fierce tiger leaped out, lunging straight at him. The sudden attack and the tiger's terrifying display of fangs and claws left the Crown Prince momentarily paralyzed with fear. With one powerful swipe of its paw, the 1,000-gene blood horse was sent flying. The Crown Prince was thrown heavily to the ground. This scene terrified both Xiao Lu and the guards. Just as the tiger was about to pounce on the Crown Prince again, Xiao Lu had a sudden inspiration. She grabbed a rabbit and threw it at the tiger. Though it did no damage, it briefly delayed the tiger's attack, allowing the Crown Prince to escape. But the danger wasn't over. The tiger, having regained its senses, suddenly turned its attention to Xiao Lu, feeling humiliated by her earlier attack. Seeing the tiger's focus shift to her, Xiao Lu and her remaining rabbit were terrified. As expected, the tiger immediately changed direction and lunged at Xiao Lu. At this critical moment, the Crown Prince quickly grabbed a stone and forcefully threw it at Xiao Lu's horse's flank. The horse yelped in pain. Combined with the beast's intimidating presence, the horse bolted away immediately. Though Xiao Lu had escaped, she felt no relief. Now that the horses had fled in panic, without a mount, the Crown Prince would have difficulty escaping the tiger. She needed to hurry back to the palace for reinforcements. On the Crown Prince's side, the guards were loyal. Despite their fear, they still drew their swords to shield him. Another tried to pull the Crown Prince to safety, but human strength was no match for the beast. In just moments, one guard was taken down. Seeing this, the remaining guard decisively stepped up and shouted for the Crown Prince to run. Lin Qing ran with all his might while looking back to check the situation. The palace was still quite far, and there wasn't time to get reinforcements. Since escape seemed impossible anyway, he might as well fight to the death. True to his Chu military heritage, he hadn't lost his fighting spirit even in such circumstances. He actually charged at the tiger with his sword. Just as man and beast were about to meet, a long sword suddenly flew through the air, accompanied by a warning shout to the Crown Prince. Lin Qing reacted quickly, hearing the sound and immediately dodging the sword. Then came a sharp sound as the sword pierced directly into the tiger's flesh. Hearing the tiger's howl, Lin Qing, having survived the crisis, finally came to his senses and looked back. The newcomer rode a white horse, dressed in white robes, cutting a heroic figure. It was Noble Consort Shi. Noble Consort Shi fights the tiger. Will be the outcome. Continuing from the previous episode, just as the tiger's claws were about to strike the Crown Prince, Noble Consort Shi's sword struck the tiger's paw first. Unfortunately, this strike wasn't fatal and only made the tiger more aggressive from the pain. Seeing it about to pounce on the Crown Prince again, Noble Consort Shi quickly rode forward, telling the Crown Prince to retreat. In the next moment, she leaped from her horse, caught her sword, and dove towards the tiger. At this critical moment, she let out a cry of pain. Her previous injury caused intense pain when she exerted force on her arm. Noble consort, she gritted her teeth and continued swinging her sword, hoping to buy the crown prince time to escape. Unexpectedly, the tiger was agile and dodged this powerful strike. Its claws flashed past, wounding noble consort Xi's arm. Seeing this, the crown prince's heart tightened, and he instinctively called out, "Noble consort." The tiger turned at the sound, sniffed the crown prince's scent, and shifted its attention back to him. In this critical moment, noble consort Xi acted again, grabbing the tiger's tail and shouting, "What are you standing there for? Run!" Lin Qing heard but hesitated. If he left, noble consort Xi would likely perish here. How could he abandon someone who came to save him? With this thought, Lin Qing suddenly grabbed his sword. He turned and charged at the tiger, shouting, "My lady, let me help you." This truly frightened noble consort Xi. As crown prince, Lin Qing was crucial to the empire. If anything happened to him, the Dailin court would surely face turmoil over the Chu army matter again. As a descendant of a military family, how can I allow this to happen? In urgency, she suddenly pulled hard. The tiger yelped in pain and turned to attack her instead. Noble consort, she remained calm under pressure. She slid under the tiger with a swift movement. With a sharp sound, her sword successfully pierced through the tiger's belly. The tiger's body crashed down the next moment, thoroughly dead this time. Coming to her senses, her first action was to ask if the crown prince was injured. Lin Qing awkwardly sheathed his sword and said no. At the same time, Xiao Lu arrived hurriedly with reinforcements. The guards rushed to check the crown prince's condition. Xiao Lu anxiously inquired about both their situations. Lin Qing remained silent, only looking back heavily. The two guards who had selflessly protected him now lay motionless on the ground. The scene changes. Xiao Lu has followed noble consort Xi back to the palace. Noble consort Xi is now bandaging her wounds, while Xiao Lu thoughtfully asks if it hurts. Noble consort Xi turns to her, face still cold, saying, "It doesn't hurt. Why haven't you left yet? Why are you lingering here?" Xiao Lu says pitifully, "I'm worried about your highness. Will your worry make it stop hurting? But didn't your highness say it doesn't hurt?" Noble consort Xi thinks speechlessly that boy was right. This girl is indeed a sharp-tongued little bean. Xiao Lu holds noble consort Xi's hand. "Your highness, if it hurts, just say so. No one will mock you. Girls don't always have to be so strong." At these words, noble consort Xi's pupils dilated. She had never heard anyone say such things to her before. Since childhood, her parents had taught her that family children shed blood but not tears, and those who protect the common people cannot complain of tiredness or pain. She never expected to first hear such words from a child. Her gaze suddenly softened. Noble consort Xi affectionately patted Xiao Lu's head. "I understand now. That consort was too vicious." To secure her son's position, she plotted to eliminate the crown prince using a tiger. But man's plans cannot overcome heaven's will. In the critical moment, noble consort Xi descended like a heroine, successfully killed the tiger and resolved the crisis. Emperor Ling, who realized the situation belatedly, hurriedly arrived after Xiao Lu and others returned to the palace. He had lost his usual dignity and looked extremely anxious. Only after confirming that his precious daughter and beloved consort were unharmed did his worried heart finally settle. After composing himself, he held Xiao Lu with one hand and noble consort Xi's hand with the other, sighing that they were fortunate to have them both today. The next moment, the mood changes, and both women show looks of admiration. "I didn't expect my beloved consort's skills to remain as sharp as before, able to kill the tiger single-handedly." Hearing this, noble consort Xi merely gently withdraws her hand, saying, "Thank you for your majesty's concern. This was just my duty. Your majesty should go check on the tiger guards brought back." Emperor Ling, seeming used to her attitude, maintains his smile and says, "Rest well, beloved consort. I'll take Xiao Wu first and come see you again later." With that, he picks up Xiao Lu to leave. Noble consort Xi merely nods slightly at their farewell. After leaving the room, Emperor Ling immediately asks Xiao Lu about today's events at the crown prince's residence. Xiao Lu recounts everything in detail. His horse had been startled and fled back to the palace, where they happened to meet noble consort Xi, leading to her rushing back to save the crown prince. Emperor Ling listens with furrowed brows, lost in thought. Xiao Lu also falls silent. Upon further reflection, she too finds the incident suspicious. Although many people were present, the tiger only chased the crown prince. Could someone have tried to harm the crown prince during the celebration? Just as she was about to analyze further, Emperor Ling suddenly interrupts her thoughts. The father, thinking his daughter is still frightened, assures her that he will investigate thoroughly and not let his precious daughter suffer any grievance. The scene changes. Back at the palace, Lin Qing is drinking calming tea while having people investigate the matter. According to the guard's report, his food hadn't been poisoned yesterday. However, 2 dishes belong to the Han family, which when eaten together would increase cold properties and cause stomach pain. Lin Qing frowns in thought. Palace meals are all managed by the imperial kitchen, and these weren't rare ingredients. If someone wanted to deliberately arrange these 2 dishes, it wouldn't be difficult. The stomach pain coinciding with the tiger attack, which only targeted him, seemed too convenient to be coincidence. Seeing their master silent for so long, the guards quietly ask if they should report this to His Majesty for investigation. Lin Qing laughs coldly. With the tiger dead, there's no evidence, and the food could be explained as coincidence. If brought before his father without proof, the opposition might turn it against him. As crown prince, he couldn't be completely naive. Though he couldn't report this to Emperor Ling, he had a good guess about who was behind it. He immediately has his personal guard send a message back to the empress, asking her to investigate noble consort Yuan and the prime minister's recent activities. He doesn't intend to let this matter rest. Meanwhile, a palace maid reports that Crown Prince Lin Ting, having heard about the Crown Prince's incident, has come to visit. Lin Qing's mind races. He's still unsure if his elder royal brother was involved. To be safe, he decides to avoid him. So he has the palace maid turn him away, using slight illness as an excuse. The scene shifts to noble consort Yuan's palace. Upon hearing the news, he is furious. He never expected his 3 years of careful planning to be ruined by Xiao Lu and noble consort Shi. His trusted maid, seeing his loss of composure, quickly advises that His Majesty is investigating strictly, and any move from them now would be self-incriminating. Hearing this, noble consort Yuan regains some composure. He can only darkly order some gifts be sent to the crown prince as consolation, while ensuring the tiger's traces and the crown prince's old clothes are destroyed quickly. On Emperor Ling's side, since the evidence has been covered up, nothing unusual was found. Plus, wild animal attacks happen every year. In the end, it was attributed to the crown prince and Xiao Lu's bad luck. With such an incident happening on the first day of summer hunting, Emperor Ling felt hunting was inauspicious this year and soon ordered everyone to return to the palace. The empress, learning that Xiao Lu saved the crown prince, immediately summoned him to Changchun Palace upon his return. Facing the leader of the inner palace, Xiao Lu showed no fear. He directly stated that when his brother the crown prince was in danger, as a sister he naturally couldn't stand idle. Through their conversation, the empress was won over by Xiao Lu's intelligence and quick wit. Though young, this girl remains calm in crisis. She cannot be underestimated in the future. The empress thought she must find a way to win her over. The empress provides divine assistance. Xiao Lan's mother is promoted to noble consort. Since Xiao Lu saved the crown prince, she naturally gained the empress's favor. To draw Xiao Lu to her camp, the empress began whispering in Emperor Ling's ear. During lunch, she casually brought up the matter of Consort May and noble consort Hui. Using the excuse that consort positions shouldn't remain vacant too long, she suggested Emperor Ling promote someone to maintain ancestral traditions. Emperor Ling found this reasonable and asked if she had anyone in mind. The empress's beautiful eyes flashed as she thought carefully. Currently, all who have borne princes and princesses hold at least consort rank, except Lady Lan. The 5th princess is clever and lovable, the 6th prince pure and kind. Both children are deeply loved by the empress mother. Lady Lan has raised 2 such excellent children for your majesty, so she deserves respect by all reasoning. Emperor Ling frowned slightly. Xiao Lan was indeed a suitable candidate, but she had just been promoted 4 ranks from noble lady to lady recently. Promoting her directly to noble consort might invite criticism. The empress smoothly continued that rules are made by people, and this inner palace belongs to His Majesty, so naturally his word should be final. Who else has the right to criticize? Moreover, Lady Lan is gentle and kind. If she could secure the position of noble consort, she would not only set an example for other consorts, but also help share His Majesty's burdens. Given this graceful way out by the leader of the inner palace, Emperor Ling was naturally pleased and immediately decided on the matter. Not long after lunch, the imperial edict arrived at Manhwa Palace. Receiving the edict, Xiao Lan's beautiful eyes widened, seemingly unable to process its contents momentarily. Behind her, Song and Yu were already crying with joy, congratulating their mistress on her sweet reward after bitter times. Xiao Lu watched this scene quietly from the side, equally joyful in her heart. She knew this was a grand gift from the empress. Since the other party had extended an olive branch, she certainly couldn't fail to respond. A thought flashed through her mind. She had heard the empress liked Buddhist worship, perhaps she could start from there. Having made up her mind, she began actively getting closer to Changchun Palace, often accompanying Xiao Lan to pay respects to the empress. In leisure time, she would accompany the empress to the Buddhist hall to pray for blessings. Over time, the empress grew increasingly fond of her, impressed by such wisdom at such a young age, surely promising great things for the future. While busy building good relations with Changchun Palace, Xiao Lu also keenly noticed that Lin Qing's attitude toward Lin Ting had changed. The previous cordial palace atmosphere had disappeared, and the two seemed to maintain only a superficial harmony. Occasionally Lin Qing would even be confrontational. Xiao Lu naturally understood why. The empress must have discovered noble consort Ruan's faction's connection to the tiger incident, which explained the crown prince's treatment of Lin Ting. However, regarding the overt and covert struggles between the two factions, Xiao Lu could only anxiously watch and wait. Before they knew it, winter had arrived. As usual, Xiao Lu would often visit Suizhu residence to chat with Xiao Piaoliang to relieve boredom. Seeing the increasingly tense relationship between her two brothers, she was quite troubled, often sighing to herself. Even when faced with the milk tea specially made for her by Xiao Piaoliang, she couldn't muster much enthusiasm. Song Jinlan, noticing this, naturally showed concern. Before Xiao Lu could express her troubles, he asked if it was about the crown prince and the first prince. Xiao Lu was surprised and asked how he knew. Song Jinlan chuckled. He mentioned that the tension between the two princes at the Imperial Academy was quite obvious. Xiao Lu lowered her head dejectedly. It wasn't obvious at all. Others hadn't noticed. This morning after class, Lin Jingyuan had enthusiastically invited both brothers to play polo, but was refused, and kept asking why. Thinking of this, she sighed again. Though Xiao Piaoliang was from Song country, and while she didn't care much about the grudges between the two countries, discussing sensitive topics like succession with a Deboisy student still felt strange. While pouring tea, Song Jinlan continued, saying both princes were outstanding, and conflict over this path was inevitable. The princess's current worries were futile, better to think about how to protect what's important when that moment comes. His words awakened her. Indeed, as Xiao Piaoliang said, Xiao Lu didn't care which brother became emperor. She just wanted everyone around her to be safe. In her previous life, she had never cared about anyone, but after coming here, she slowly gained the childhood and family love she had missed. Yet ironically, it was in the palace, a place where family bonds were typically weak. A hand gently patted Xiao Lu's head. Princess is so wise. I believe you'll know what to do. As they talked, snowflakes suddenly began falling outside. The unexpected snow brought Xiao Lu back to reality. Then, Song Jinlan's voice rang out again. It's this year's first snow. Princess, make a wish quickly. It will surely come true. Hearing this, Xiao Lu quickly clasped her hands, closed her eyes, and looked to the sky, sincerely wishing that all those she cared about, and friends who supported her, would have peace and prosperity in their remaining years. The girl was only 13 years old, but was to be married. She was carefully selecting her preferred match from a pile of candidate portraits. Xiao Lu had come to chat with sister Huang to relieve boredom, but as soon as she entered, she was pulled in to help choose a brother-in-law. This truly shocked her. Although she knew ancient women married young, thinking about the other party being only 13 made her scalp tingle. Would she have to do the same in the future? That would be too frightening. Despite her shock, she still had to help look carefully. After all, this was her good friend's lifelong happiness at stake. Soon, a handsome young man with a mole at the corner of his eye caught her attention, as Xiao Lu thought he looked quite charming. Lin Yinji looked at the portrait and immediately revealed the young man's identity. He was Du Jingluo, the eldest son of the Minister of Rites, currently serving as supervisor at the Imperial Academy. It was said he was talented in literature and entered the Imperial Academy at a young age, suggesting he had real ability. Hearing his tone, Xiao Lu seemed somewhat interested and quickly added that this person seemed quite good. Unexpectedly, Lin Yinji wasn't just interested in him, but thought all the men in the portraits were good. wondering why she couldn't follow the emperor's example and take them all. This thought shocked Xiao Lu again, who hurriedly asked about her ideal type, trying to correct Huang Jie's thinking. But Lin Yinji had never heard of the concept of an ideal type and looked confused. However, after hearing Xiao Lu's explanation, her eyes immediately lit up. Of course, the more handsome the better. Also, I hope my future husband will be a humble gentleman, refined and gentle, who will cherish me. He should be the one who will hold me in his palm and love me like a precious pearl. Xiao Lu immediately had an idea. Sorting through the portraits, she suggested they could first eliminate military officials, as they wouldn't be suitable. Lin Yinji agreed. So the sisters began eliminating candidates one by one. In the end, only Du Jingruo's portrait remained. Lin Yinji held the portrait with satisfaction, saying this is the one. She was about to have the palace maid send the portrait to Emperor Ling when Xiao Lu suddenly stopped her, asking her to wait. She felt it was too hasty to decide on a lifelong marriage, just based on a portrait without meeting the person. After all, in her previous life, she often came across cases of online dating gone wrong. However, Lin Yinji didn't see any problem with it, saying this was how women's marriages had always been arranged. As princesses, they were lucky to even have a choice. Women in the countryside didn't even have that. Xiao Lu remained silent, suddenly feeling her royal sister had changed. She used to be the most stubborn one. Perhaps Consort Hui's incident had made her grow up. Seeing Xiao Lu's worried expression, Lin Yinji suddenly changed her tone, suggesting, if you're worried, why don't we go see for ourselves? With that, she pulled Xiao Lu along to report to Emperor Ling. Soon after, both of them appeared outside the palace in disguise. Xiao Lu was confused. Weren't they supposed to stake out the Ministry of Rights? Why were they at a restaurant? Lin Yinji explained they couldn't be too obvious about it, and since it was still early, they might as well have a meal first and think of a plan. Upon entering the restaurant, Xiao Lu immediately suggested sitting by the window. Lin Yinji initially complained about the wind and dust, but eventually gave in to her sister's insistence. Of course, Xiao Lu had her reasons for wanting this seat. First, she wanted to take this rare chance to see the ancient scenery. Second, in historical dramas, strange things always happen near window seats. As expected, soon there was a commotion below. Surprisingly, it was a scene of someone trying to forcibly take a civilian girl. The noise quickly caught their attention. Lin Yinji was furious, saying she couldn't believe someone would dare act so tyrannically right under the emperor's nose. It was outrageous. Just as she was about to send their disguised guards to teach the ruffians a lesson, Xiao Lu stopped her again, saying that in situations like this, a hero usually appears to save the damsel. Lin Yinji was embarrassed, thinking Xiao Lu had read too many novels, but surprisingly, an angry voice did ring out below. Both of them peered down to look. They saw a handsome young man in a white cloak, with a mole at the corner of his eye, appear in the street. His tone was cold as he said, in broad daylight, "You dare act so brazenly. Come with me to see the capital prefecture immediately." Lin Yinji's eyes widened, finding the mole on his face familiar. The young nobleman, relying on his cousin being a princess, had actually dared to attempt kidnapping a girl in broad daylight. Fortunately, justice would prevail. At this critical moment, a young man with a mole at the corner of his eye suddenly intervened, stating he would take the nobleman and his group to the authorities. Seeing someone dare to interfere, the nobleman became furious. "You pretty boy, are you tired of living? Do you know who I am to dare meddle in my affairs?" The young man remained unintimidated, calmly stating that regardless of who they were, forcibly taking women on the street violated Article 15, Volume 7 of the Great Ming's 12 Chapters of Law. The nobleman and his lackeys looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what the young man was talking about. By then, the young man had pulled the girl behind him, preparing to escape. The nobleman, having finally realized what was happening, became furious and ordered his lackeys to catch them. Just as the lackeys were about to catch up to the two, Lin Yinji quickly ordered her guards to help. The palace-trained guards proved more professional than common bodyguards, instantly appearing before the lackeys. With a few punches and kicks, they quickly took them down. The reversal came so suddenly that the previously arrogant nobleman was now sitting terrified on the ground. Stammering, he threatened, "My aunt is the currently favored Consort Nan, and my cousin is the great Ming princess. How dare you offend me? I'll have you all thrown in prison." The spectating Xiao Lu was shocked. How had this demon suddenly claimed a connection to her? The young man remained fearless, saying, "As royal relatives, you should be even more law-abiding. Such bullying behavior only dishonors Consort Lan and the fifth princess." Unable to argue back, the nobleman could only angrily call the young man a bookworm who understood nothing, claiming the girl's father owed him money and was using his daughter to repay the debt, making his actions completely justified. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes as she choked out that people shouldn't be equated with money. The young man stood protectively in front of her, stating that the law was strict. If her father owed money, he should work to repay it. There was no logic in using people as collateral. Upon hearing this, Lin Yinji's admiration grew immensely. She immediately applauded, and the surrounding crowd echoed their agreement. This response left the young nobleman both anxious and angry, wanting to argue but not knowing what to say. He could only manage to sputter, "Just you wait." At that moment, a gentle breeze passed by as Xiao Lu made her dramatic entrance. She landed in front of the nobleman and coldly asked, "Waiting for me?" Before he could react, her right foot was already raised high. A cracking sound followed as it hit its target. Hearing the nobleman's heart-wrenching scream, all the men in the vicinity instinctively covered their groins. Xiao Lu's face darkened as she continued, "My mother and I rarely leave the palace and seldom interact with the Xiao family. Since when did we give you permission to act so tyrannically outside? Have you forgotten how your family claimed to cut ties with my mother? When out of favor, we're strangers, but when in favor, suddenly I'm your cousin. How shameless can you be?" The crowd grew angry hearing this and began criticizing the Xiao family's shamelessness. The nobleman had completely lost his spirit by now, looking at Xiao Lu nervously, seemingly forgetting his pain. Seeing the public opinion shift, Xiao Lu ordered the guards to take the nobleman and his group to the capital prefecture to handle the case. Meanwhile, the young man was consoling the girl, even giving her some silver pieces to help her leave. The girl fell to her knees, tearfully thanking him for saving her life and begging to become his servant, saying she had nowhere to go after being sold to the Xiao family. Watching this, Xiao Lu thought how TV dramas hadn't lied. Heroic rescue scenes were indeed followed by offers of devotion. The young man helped the girl up, saying his household didn't need more maids. He assured her the capital prefecture would give her justice, and once the Xiao family returned her contract, she would be free. He urged her not to devalue herself again. Xiao Lu was impressed by these words, as people who showed such justice and respect for life were rare in this class-conscious ancient society. The next moment, the mole at the corner of the young man's eye caught her attention. Xiao Lu instantly recognized him as Huang Jie's intended match. She immediately called out to Lin Yinji upstairs, who thought Xiao Lu was having a seizure. Seeing no reaction from Huang Jie, Xiao Lu turned her attention to the young man, saying she and her sister were dining upstairs and would like to invite him to join them. The young man first bowed to thank Xiao Lu for her help, then politely declined, saying he dared not impose on the princess. Xiao Lu didn't insist and turned back toward the upper floor. She lightly leaped up to the second floor. She immediately grabbed Lin Yinji's hand excitedly, saying, "Sister Huang, it's him. It's your future husband." Lin Yinji was confused at first, then seemed to realize something. He's Du Jingrua? It's him. He's amazing, isn't he, Huang Jie? You chose well. Lin Yinji immediately denied it shyly, saying, "What? He's just a bookworm. All that talk about law, how ridiculous." Xiao Lu watched her with a knowing smile. Clearly, Lin Yinji was quite satisfied with Du Jingrua. "I approve of this marriage. Girls would be engaged at 13 and married at 15. After this chance encounter in the imperial city streets, Lin Yinji sent Du Jingrua's portrait to Emperor Ling upon returning to the palace. Emperor Ling was an open-minded father. Since his daughter was satisfied, he had no objections. He had someone choose an auspicious date to settle the matter quickly. They would be officially engaged after spring, and Lin Yinji would marry when she turned 15. After resolving her elder sister's marriage, Xiao Lu felt relieved. Next, she needed to deal with the troublesome Xiao family. The next day after lunch, she pulled Xiao Lan aside and recounted how the Xiao family's young nobleman had tried to kidnap a civilian girl on the street. This showed that the Xiao family must have been frequently misusing their names to cause trouble. Now that Xiao Lan had just been promoted to consort, countless eyes in the palace were watching for her mistakes. If someone with ulterior motives used this incident, it would cause significant problems. Therefore, Xiao Lu suggested that Xiao Lan must take initiative, preferably by going to Emperor Ling immediately to explain the situation, first admitting the mistake, then clarifying her position. With Emperor Ling's wisdom and righteousness, he surely wouldn't blame Xiao Lan and her daughter. As Xiao Lu predicted, When Xiaolan followed her advice and apologized to Emperor Ling, he was indeed moved and quickly issued an edict to severely punish the Xiao family. Emperor Ling's favor towards Xiaolan didn't diminish at all, disappointing the other concubines who had been waiting for drama. After resolving the Xiao family matter, Xiao Lu's 7th birthday quietly arrived. This year, Emperor Ling didn't hold an extravagant celebration, only inviting court officials and royal family members to celebrate. Even so, the gifts from various palaces weren't fewer, they were even more abundant than last year. However, Xiao Lu didn't care much about this. After the evening banquet, she just stared out the window, lost in thought. The whole day had passed without receiving a gift from Xiao Piaoyang, leaving her somewhat disappointed. Suddenly, her eyes flashed golden as if she saw something. After quickly instructing Songyu, she hurried outside. Moments later, on the roof, Xiao Lu pointed at the sky, admiring the brilliant stars. Indeed, in this era without smog and pollution, the stars were truly bright. Suddenly, she heard someone call, "Princess," and a figure quietly landed before her. It was Song Jinlan in a black robe. Xiao Lu was clearly startled by her sudden appearance. She had planned to hide on the roof and play hide and seek, but was found so easily. Seeing the shock on Xiao Lu's face, Song Jinlan explained she had heard her breathing. This shocked Xiao Lu even more, wondering what incredible martial arts this was. Unexpectedly, Xiao Piaoyang changed the subject, saying she was joking. The bright moonlight had made the princess quite visible. This explanation was much more acceptable. Xiao Lu stopped questioning and reached out for her gift. But seeing the gift Xiao Piaoyang produced, she felt disappointed. Really? After all this waiting, just a book? Xiao Lu reluctantly accepted the book, saying, "If I don't like this gift, you'll have to get me another one." Seeing Xiao Piaoyang didn't object, she opened the book. The next moment, her eyes lit up. It turned out to be filled with martial arts techniques and moves, all hand-drawn by Xiao Piaoyang. Her casual joke had been remembered, and he had specially created a martial arts manual suited for her. So this was how it felt to be cherished by someone, truly wonderful. She suddenly looked up, staring seriously at Song Jinlan. "Would you mind if I gave you a kiss right now?" The young man had given the princess a martial arts manual, and the princess wanted to kiss him in return. Faced with this sudden surprise, Song Jinlan was clearly flustered. After a moment, she recovered and replied, "Princess, please don't jest." Xiao Lu giggled, not too disappointed. It was just a playful test. She would have been surprised if Xiao Piaoyang had agreed. She changed the subject, holding up the manual. "Once I master these techniques, I can roam the martial world with my sword. Want to join me, Taoist? We could call ourselves the Black and White Heroes." She imagined the future, riding horses together, seeking justice, drinking and feasting heartily. How wonderful it would be. Song Jinlan also looked up at the stars and said, "Sure." Xiao Lu turned her head, asking why Xiao Piaoyang was so good to her, agreeing to everything she said. Xiao Piaoyang turned to meet her gaze. "Because the princess is also very good to me." Those words made Xiao Lu shy, and she just grinned foolishly with a red face. The next moment, she held out her hand for a high five. Song Jinlan hesitated briefly, then reached out and gently tapped Xiao Lu's palm. But Xiao Lu wasn't satisfied with this, adjusting his hand while saying this wasn't good enough. Must it be more forceful to be effective? With a high five, the two made their innocent promise. Satisfied, Xiao Lu stood up, thanked Xiao Piaoyang again for the gift, and said goodbye. After watching Xiao Lu return to her room, Song Jinlan unconsciously looked at the dirt mark left on her palm. Her lips curved slightly, lost in thought. After a while, the wooden door of the bamboo guard quarters creaked open. Seeing his master return, Tiandong immediately came out to inform that Master Ji had been waiting inside for a long time. Song Jinlan quickly entered. Master Ji had come to deliver a letter from Song Jinlan's uncle. "Your uncle says the person you want to recruit will be difficult, but he'll try. Just in case, he suggests you prepare backup candidates." Master Ji didn't stay long and disappeared into the night. Song Jinlan opened the letter and read it carefully. After seeing Master Ji off, Tiandong rushed back inside, asking if they would soon return to Song country, sighing that their difficult days were finally ending. But Song Jinlan replied that wasn't certain. Using force to burn the letter, she said, "We won't return for 5 years. Let's stay here." It seemed Xiao Piaoyang was planning something. Days later, when the Imperial Academy opened, the struggling student Lin Jingyuan was dragged early to class by Xiao Lu. He still looked half asleep, complaining about having to wake up early again. The crown prince was already seated at his desk, with two people behind him whispering and discussing something. The court is unstable lately. My father is nervous attending court and takes it out on me when he returns home. Indeed, I heard the crown prince's faction and Consort Ruan's faction are clashing again. Consort Ruan's family committed some offense, and the crown prince's faction is secretly stirring things up. The court officials are busy taking sides. I think these two factions are now in a life-or-death struggle. Who knows who will? Before they finished, Xiao Lu walked in expressionlessly, frightening them into silence. Xiao Lu clearly heard their conversation and thought to herself that the crown prince and empress must have confirmed Consort Ruan was the culprit. Just then, First Prince Lin Ting entered the classroom. The entire academy fell silent, observing every move between him and the crown prince. Lin Ting slowly walked to the crown prince's desk, said nothing, and picked up a book from the table, then walked to his seat behind. Xiao Lu watched worriedly. Her brothers weren't even greeting each other now. The conflict between the two factions seemed worse than she imagined. As Lin Ting sat beside her, Xiao Lu immediately greeted him. Brother Lin Ting, we're desk neighbors now. Can I ask you when I don't understand something? Lin Ting smiled and nodded in agreement. Then he fell silent, lowering his head, making Xiao Lu anxious as she tried to ease the atmosphere. Just then, a hand rested on Xiao Lu's head. Song Jinlan had somehow appeared beside her, saying, "This is just the beginning, princess. You must stay strong." Hearing these words, Xiao Lu's mood darkened further. The path to the throne would inevitably be written in blood and lives. Would her eldest brother and crown prince brother end up like this too? They say girls change greatly at 18. Do you think Xiao Lu will be beautiful when she grows up? Time flew by 6 years. It was now dismissal time at the Imperial Academy. Young Lin Jingyuan called out through the crowd, "Sister Xiao Lu, wait for me." A graceful figure slowly turned around at the academy gate. Her smile was enchanting. It was the now 13-year-old Lin Feilu. Lin Jingyuan caught up, complaining why she walked so fast without waiting. Xiao Lu explained she heard her eldest brother had entered the palace today and was eager to find him, forgetting yesterday's promise. Suddenly, he spotted something. Then, he called out, "Royal brother," to the young man in the distance. The young man turned at the sound. With smiling eyes and thin lips, his features refined. In 6 years, Lin Ting had become even more distinguished. Xiao Lu ran forward, acting coquettishly. Since Lin Ting was appointed as Prince Qi and left the palace to see their father, the siblings rarely met more than a few times a year. With this rare chance to meet, Xiao Lu naturally wanted to chat more with her big brother. But Lin Ting was no longer the crying child of the past. He not only politely declined Xiao Lu's offer to give him small animals, but also kept the conversation brief. He then left, saying his mother was waiting for him. Seeing Xiao Lu's disappointment, Lin Jingyuan explained that royal brother probably came to the palace to discuss marriage arrangements. After all, the empress had already chosen the prime minister's granddaughter as the crown prince's bride, so Consort Ruan would surely want to arrange a good marriage for Lin Ting. To strengthen family power, he sighed, worried whether his two brothers might fight in the future. Xiao Lu lowered her head in silence, clearly sharing the same concern. Realizing he had said too much, Lin Jingyuan quickly changed the subject, mentioning he was approaching the age to receive his own residence. The emperor had just selected a plot of land on East Street for him, and he wanted Xiao Lu to come see it. Hearing this, Xiao Lu's mood instantly brightened. She remembered Du Fu was also in that area and could visit Lin Yinji, whom she hadn't seen in a while. But when Lin Jingyuan heard about visiting Du Fu, he became worried. Their elder sister's temper had gotten worse since marriage, and he didn't want to get scolded. So he suggested Xiao Lu go in alone while he waited outside. The scene shifts to the princess's mansion. When Lin Yinji heard someone was requesting to see her, she angrily ordered her servants to sweep away anyone from the Du family with brooms, saying she wouldn't see any of them. Then Xiao Lu peeked her head in playfully, asking, "Sister, you won't see me either?" Lin Yinji was surprised and asked how Xiao Lu had left the palace. Xiao Lu replied with a smile that she came with brother Lin Jingyuan. Sure enough, hearing Lin Jingyuan's name, Lin Yinji became angry, demanding to see him so she could beat him to vent her anger. Fortunately, Lin Jingyuan had the foresight to stay away, or he would have suffered. Seeing her sister so angry, Xiao Lu tried to soothe her with sweet words, then asked why she suddenly moved back to the princess's mansion, wondering if her brother-in-law had upset her again. Lin Yinji gripped her hands tightly and declared he wasn't to be called brother-in-law anymore. She was divorcing him. Xiao Lu was speechless, as she seemed to hear this declaration every year. But this time Lin Yinji was serious. It turned out the Du family matriarch had gossiped that Lin Yinji couldn't bear children and wanted to find Du Jingduo another wife. Hearing this, Xiaolu also became indignant, repeatedly saying it was too much. Finally finding someone to confide in, Lin Yinji couldn't stop talking. "It's not that I can't have children, I just don't want to. If I wanted to, I could have enough children for a polo team." Xiaolu was stunned by her sister's shocking statement. Quickly changing the subject, she asked if her brother-in-law shared his mother's views. Lin Yinji calmed down and said no. He supported whatever made her happy and wouldn't take another wife for children. "Then why are you angry with him?" "Because if I hadn't married him, I wouldn't be suffering this way. He's the root cause." "Well, that logic is flawless." Xiaolu had nothing more to say. Suddenly changing topics, Lin Yinji teased Xiaolu, asking if she had anyone she liked. Since she was 13 now and Father Emperor would probably start arranging marriage prospects soon. This frightened Xiaolu, who quickly waved her hands and said, "No," 3 times. "TSK, our little fifth is getting prettier by the day. Even I'm moved. Wonder who will be lucky enough to have you. By the way, hasn't Shi Xinjiang been at the border for 3 years now? Before he left, didn't he give you a jade pendant? Do you know what it means when a man gives jade? I heard he might return to the capital soon. Could it be he's coming back for you?" Xiaolu broke into a cold sweat, using the excuse that Lin Yinji hadn't liked Shi Xinjiang back then to indirectly express her feelings. Lin Yinji found this reasonable and was about to continue teasing while pinching Xiaolu's cheeks. Fortunately, a servant announced that the prince consort had arrived. The next moment, a handsome young man entered the room. "Nian Nian, I've come to take you home, humph." Lin Yinji turned her head and snorted coldly without responding. Xiaolu quickly stood up to say goodbye. Before sneaking out, she specifically mumbled, "Brother-in-law," to Du Jingruo. "Good luck." Once only the couple remained in the room, Du Jingruo walked to his wife's side, comforting her not to be angry and asking her to come home. Lin Yinji glared at him. "Go back for what? To watch your concubines." "No concubines. Having Yin Yin is enough." But these sweet words didn't satisfy Lin Yinji. She shook her sleeve and said, "Du Jingruo, listen well. If you make me angry again, I'll run away. You hear me? Run away where you'll never find me." Du Jingruo maintained his smile throughout. Taking Lin Yinji's hand, he said, "I understand. Let's go home." "Pimph, my feet hurt. I can't walk. I'll return in a few days." Though Lin Yinji's words were still harsh, most of her anger had subsided. Du Jingruo understood her well. Without many words, he picked up his wife. "Can we go now? I'll carry Nian Yin home." The Emperor of Ling was arranging a marriage for Xiaolu. Today, he issued the imperial marriage decree. The auspicious date for Ling Qing and Prime Minister Yu's granddaughter Simiaran was set for late autumn. After handling the crown prince's marriage, the emperor began worrying about Xiaolu, wanting to arrange her marriage quickly too. He laid out portraits of talented young men on his desk, asking Xiaolu if she liked any of them, saying they could arrange the marriage if she found someone she preferred. But how could Xiaolu be interested in these mediocre men? She clung to the emperor's arm coquettishly, saying she didn't want to marry yet and only wanted to stay with her father and mother. As she spoke, tears suddenly appeared in her eyes. "Father, do you really want to get rid of Xiaolu? Don't you love Xiaolu anymore?" Hearing this, the emperor's eyes flashed with heartache. He quickly compromised, patting Xiaolu's hand kindly and agreeing to wait 2 more years. After successfully avoiding marriage through her acting, Xiaolu immediately headed to Tsueju residence with some pastries. Along the way, she remained worried. As the saying goes, you can't avoid the inevitable. In 2 years when she comes of age, it wouldn't be so easy to dodge. But she decided to enjoy freedom while it lasted. She'd find a solution when the time came. Seeing the plaque of Tsueju residence, her worries instantly vanished. With light steps, she easily jumped onto the wall. Then, very skillfully sitting on the wall, she called inside, "Your Highness, come out for ice pops." With a creaking sound, the door opened and a figure slowly emerged. In 6 years, the pretty child had grown into a beautiful adult. She was long used to Xiaolu's way of visiting. She quickly flew up to the wall and sat beside Xiaolu to taste the aloe-flavored ice pops. Xiaolu used the new ice pop flavor to start a conversation, asking if she liked the taste. Song Jinglan, as always charming and eloquent, said everything the princess made was delicious. This immediately made Xiaolu blush. She shyly turned her head and mumbled about how good Song was at sweet-talking girls, wondering who would be lucky enough to marry her. Realizing she'd said something wrong, she quickly changed the subject, asking when Song would return to her country, since staying here might make it difficult to marry and have children. Song Jinglan answered indirectly, "If I return home, will the princess forget me?" Xiao Lu patted her shoulder and replied without thinking, "Your Highness should be more confident in your looks. I could never forget someone as beautiful as you." Song Jinglan seemed relieved at these words. After hesitating, she asked about the emperor's marriage arrangements for Xiao Lu and whether she had anyone in mind. These two consecutive questions stunned Xiao Lu, her eyes widening as if her brain was overheating. After struggling for a while, she lowered her head and mumbled, "Of course not." Though she said this, her heart was in turmoil. No, Lin Feilu, you've lived 2 lifetimes. How can you get embarrassed so easily? You've been in this body too long. You're getting too into character. After some self-discipline, she suddenly became assertive, putting her hands on her hips and shouting, "No." Song Jinlan was startled at first. Then she smiled and began to pat Xiao Lu's head soothingly. Just as the two were getting cozy, an untimely voice suddenly rang out. "Just for an ice pop, you're moving all over the place. This courtyard isn't big enough for your antics. I must say, Tiandong is getting cheekier by the day." But Xiao Lu wouldn't let him get away with it. She immediately threw a small stick at him. Frightened, Tiandong quickly ran away. After dealing with Tiandong, Xiao Lu grabbed the beautiful one's sleeve and wiped it repeatedly, complaining about how messy the ice pop was. Song Jinlan watched innocently, then took out a handkerchief from her pocket and began wiping Xiao Lu's face herself. Enjoying the handsome beauty's attentive service, Xiao Lu slowly raised her head, gazing at the stunning face before her, and unconsciously asked again when she would return. Song Jinlan instinctively replied, "Soon." Those 2 simple words made Xiao Lu's heart flutter. She thought to herself, wondering what procedures were needed to return a hostage, and whether she should help if her father refused to let her go. Someone dares to set their sights on my little bean? They really think my reputation as the West Palace's troublemaker is a joke? Due to preparations for the Crown Prince's wedding, the Emperor canceled this year's summer retreat. Unable to bear the heat, Xiao Lu decided to visit a summer villa near the imperial city. This villa was built above an ice cellar, with cool air rising from the underground bathhouse, making it extremely refreshing. Xiao Lu was very satisfied with this place and thought about staying for a few days. However, when they tried to book rooms, they learned the villa was fully occupied. Though Xiao Lu was disappointed, she didn't use her princess status to pressure the innkeeper. As the master and servant were about to leave, a man entering recognized Xiao Lu. He stopped Xiao Lu, excitedly asking if she was the 5th princess. Seeing Xiao Lu's confusion, he introduced himself. He was Ran Yi, the eldest son of Imperial Censor Ran Ting. They had been classmates at the Imperial Academy for a while. Noticing him getting closer, Xiao Lu quickly stepped back and politely greeted him. But Ran Yi took this as a sign that she remembered him, his eyes lighting up as he asked if she was also here to escape the heat. Xiao Lu thoughtlessly explained what had just happened. Ran Yi suddenly had an idea. Pointing behind him, he said what a coincidence. His friend couldn't come, leaving a spare room, which he could offer to Princess Xiao Lu. Seeing Xiao Lu's hesitation, Ran Yi spoke again, saying the room would be empty anyway, so she shouldn't be modest. He quickly had his servant show Xiao Lu to the room. He was delighted, thinking this was a great opportunity. If he could do this favor, wouldn't it naturally lead to getting closer to the 5th princess? Meanwhile, Xiao Lu, who had wanted to stay and relax anyway, accepted his offer. After Xiao Lu left, Ran Ye's sycophantic friends immediately began flattering him, praising the 5th princess's beauty and his apparent familiarity with her. Some even knew about the emperor's search for a marriage partner for Xiao Lu, suggesting Ran Yi seize this chance to possibly marry into royalty. Ran Yi was elated hearing this. What they didn't know was, just on the other side of the wall, a figure was listening to their jokes with a dark expression. Half an hour later, while Xiao Lu was enjoying tea and the view from her window, there was a knock at the door. It was Ran Yi again, with an excuse about having a parrot that could speak English, asking if Xiao Lu wanted to see it. Xiao Lu didn't want to go, but thinking about his earlier help, felt it would be impolite to refuse, so she reluctantly agreed to return the favor. However, when she opened the door, the scene before her was shocking. Ran Yi, who had been laughing and talking just moments ago, was now being pinned to the ground. Coming to her senses, Xiao Lu stepped forward to stop it. After all, this was happening right at her door, and if word got out, it could cause unnecessary trouble. But But when the attacker turned around, she froze. Shi Xingjiang, how is it you? Shi Xingjiang paused his actions, winked at Xiao Lu and said, "Hey little bean, long time no see." Then the two started chatting back and forth, seemingly forgetting about the person on the ground. Only when Ranye's plea for help rang out did Xiao Lu come back to her senses and asked Shi Xingjiang to release him first. Shi Xingjiang didn't comply immediately. Raising his hand threateningly, he said, "How dare a toad like you dream of eating swan meat?" With that, he threw him aside and coldly stared at the toad on the ground. "Get as far away as you can. If I see you again this time." Before he could finish, Ranye had already run to the door, constantly begging for mercy and promising never to dare again. Everything happened so fast that Xiao Lu hadn't even processed it. A hand landed on her head, followed by a soul-searching question. "Little bean, why are you still so short?" Just as Xiao Lu was about to retort, Shi Xingjiang spoke again. "Ah, without your little buns, it doesn't feel as good." These two comments irritated Xiao Lu greatly. She swatted his hand away with a pat and said, "Don't rub my head. How is it that after 3 years of training at the border, you're still the same?" Prince Persimmon laughed and naturally sat down on the stone bench, striking a pose. "Beautiful, isn't it? Don't you think your brother Persimmon is as handsome as ever?" But Xiao Lu didn't fall for it, instead asking, "When are you going back to the border?" This caught Prince Persimmon off guard. "Never. I just got back and you're already hoping I'll leave?" So you know you just got back? Just returned and already causing trouble, acting like you're justified in beating people." Hearing this, Shi Xingjiang's face turned cold. That guy deserved it. I'll beat him again next time I see him. As Xiao Lu was thinking how to respond, Shi Xingjiang suddenly called out to her again. He rested his chin on his hand, smirking. "That jade pendant I gave you before I left, are you still wearing it?" Shi Xingjiang should let go. Perhaps the young master is many people's unrequited love. But how many things in life go as planned? Nobody wants Xiao Lu to be fickle-minded. Faced with Shi Xingjiang's probing question, Xiao Lu casually responded, "The jade pendant is lost." Shi Xingjiang was shocked. He jumped up. "How did it get lost? Didn't I tell you to take good care of it?" Not knowing the pendant's significance, Xiao Lu thought he was just being his usual spoiled self and retorted, "I have so many jade pendants, I don't need yours specifically." But Shi Xingjiang's next words unsettled her. "That's different. That was from my mother. It was meant for my future wife." Upon saying this, the young master realized his slip, his handsome face rarely turning red. To avoid embarrassment, he could only pretend to be angry and turn his head away. Xiao Lu didn't react immediately, her big eyes looking at the youth in a daze. Having lived 2 lifetimes, how had she not noticed the youth's feelings for her? But she already had someone she liked. So she had to continue pretending to be cold, teasing, "You're thinking too beautifully." Shi Xingjiang whipped his head back, assertively responding, "Can't I even think about it?" To prevent the youth from falling deeper, Xiao Lu gestured dismissively, continuing, "No, you have no chance." But Prince Persimmon wasn't one to give up easily. "We'll see about that no chance." This really worried Xiao Lu. She picked up a tangerine and threw it at him, but he caught it easily. Shi Xingjiang held the tangerine, playing with it while chuckling, "Thanks." His thick-skinned attitude completely broke through Xiao Lu's defenses. Unable to argue further, she said, "I'm leaving, okay? I need to return to the palace," and stood up to leave. Shi Xingjiang, like a stubborn plaster, quickly followed Xiao Lu, putting his hand on her head again. "Let's go together, little bean. In 3 days it'll be the Qixi festival. The nights are very lively, with lanterns and all. Want to sneak out of the palace? Brother Persimmon will take you to have fun." Xiao Lu grew increasingly annoyed. With a pat, she forcefully swatted his hand away and rejected him again sternly. But unfortunately, Prince Persimmon's skin was truly thick. He fled, and he pursued. Even with wings, he couldn't escape. As Xiao Lu ran, she sighed. Indeed, troublesome kids only grow up to be troublesome youths. 3 days passed in a flash. At this time, Xiao Lu was making lanterns with Songyu. Songyu thought Xiao Lu was planning to leave the palace for the Qixi festival, but Xiao Lu said she wasn't going out, instead planning to release lanterns elsewhere. It turned out that since 3 days ago, Shi Xingjiang had been frequently visiting the palace to find her. She worried about being ambushed by Shi Xingjiang if she left the palace. Given his superior martial arts skills, she wouldn't be able to escape. So, she planned to go to Tsueju residence to release lanterns with Xiao Piaoliang. No sooner said than done. The next moment, the scene shifted to the small path leading to Tsueju residence. Coming here now felt like returning home. There was no need for anyone to open the door. She easily flew into the courtyard. But just as she was about to knock on the door, a long sword suddenly appeared, striking directly at her back. Sensing the chill at her back, Xiaolu's body instantly froze. At this critical moment, a young voice rang out, "Ji Shu, you must not." Hearing this, the swordsman had a flash in his eyes, made a light sound, and withdrew his sword. Xiaolu could clearly feel that she had just escaped death's door. Cold sweat kept pouring out. Her legs went weak and she collapsed, fortunately caught in time by Xiao Piaoliang. Song Jinlan picked up Xiaolu, comforting her that everything was fine, and carried her inside. Hearing Xiao Piaoliang's gentle voice, Xiaolu slightly regained her senses. However, looking at the other figure in the room, she still couldn't hide her lingering fear. Is this the power of a master? When did he enter the room? Song Jinlan first helped Xiaolu sit down, then spoke to Ji Shu. "She's just a young girl." The swordsman coldly replied, "Late at night, with ill intentions." Hearing this, Xiaolu became anxious. "What do you mean late at night? It's barely dusk." But when she saw the swordsman's cold gaze, she immediately deflated. Fortunately, Xiao Piaoliang was there, or she would have been tempted to run away. She didn't dare continue arguing with the master. Xiaolu then asked Xiao Piaoliang where she had been, why she was returning from outside. Song Jinlan smiled slightly, responding that she had left the palace on some business. Seeming unwilling to delve deeper into this topic, she asked Xiaolu why she came to visit so late. The topic successfully changed. Xiaolu took out a lantern from her sleeve. "Isn't today the Qixi festival? I came to release this with you." Song Jinlan suddenly realized why the palace exterior was so lively tonight. The Qixi festival had arrived. She then took the lantern from Xiaolu's hand. Sitting beside her, she said, "Then I'll accompany the princess outside to enjoy the lanterns." Xiaolu and Xiao Piaoliang actually held hands on the street. When Song Jinlan offered to take her out for the festival, Xiaolu was initially hesitant. But thinking carefully, at this hour, Shi Xingjiang probably wouldn't be waiting for her anymore. Besides, she had already said she wouldn't go out. Perhaps that guy had already gone off to have fun with his privileged friends. So she agreed. Due to Song Jinlan's sensitive identity, they couldn't leave the palace together. So they agreed to leave separately and meet under the wood grain tree on East Street. The scene shifts to the Imperial City streets. This was the liveliest time of the Qixi festival, with lanterns hanging all along both sides of the road. People playing and enjoying themselves were everywhere. The next moment, a young man wearing a white mask appeared in view. As soon as he appeared, he drew the attention of the surrounding crowd. He wore white robes, his jet black hair floating gracefully in the wind. His face was like sculpture, with defined features. Even with the mask, his otherworldly aura couldn't be concealed. Meanwhile, Xiaolu, who had hurriedly arrived, noticed the figure under the tree. She immediately recognized it was Xiao Piaoliang. Her cheeks instantly turned crimson, and her heart began to race uncontrollably. This atmosphere was simply perfect. Xiao Piaoliang truly became more charming as he grew up. In her previous life, she was always the one flirting with others. Who would have thought that now, she would be so affected by someone even younger than herself? This won't do. Absolutely won't do. Coming to her senses, Xiaolu slapped herself twice, trying to regain clarity. After composing herself, she slowly walked towards the youth. "Have you been waiting long?" "Sorry I'm late." Song Jinlan turned at the sound, and seeing who it was, smiled. "Oh, I just arrived too." As the two drew closer, an ambiguous atmosphere instantly filled the screen. To avoid awkwardness, Xiaolu spoke first. "Where should we go first?" Xiao Piaoliang didn't rush to answer. Instead, he took out a light mask from his sleeve, personally placed it on Xiaolu's face, then softly asked, "Where would Xiaolu like to go?" Hearing this, Xiaolu's heart raced again. This was the first time Xiao Piaoliang hadn't called her princess, which inevitably made her lose some composure. But after just a moment's daze, she turned and suggested they should just walk and browse around. And so, the two began walking side by side, admiring the street lanterns. Having lived two lives, Xiaolu couldn't help but marvel at tonight's liveliness, as this was her first time celebrating a festival outside the palace in this life. Soon, a vendor's call caught her attention. A stall owner was holding up a lantern, asking if she wanted to solve a riddle. If solved correctly, the lantern would be hers. Xiaolu immediately became interested and eagerly approached the stall. But when she saw the riddle, she was stumped. Lonely star unforgettable, no moon rising. This was truly beyond her. The vendor seemed to notice Xiao Lu's expression change and instantly brightened up, adding that if the young lady couldn't solve it, she'd have to buy it. Hearing this, Xiao Lu became anxious and retorted, "Who says I can't solve it?" She immediately turned her head, giving Xiao Piaoyang a pleading look. Song Jinlan understood instantly. He immediately spoke the answer. The vendor, hearing the solution, gave him a thumbs up. He had made good money with this riddle tonight, yet this young man solved it so easily. So while smiling and praising, he handed the lantern to Xiao Lu. With such backup, Xiao Lu regained her confidence. She pointed to another lantern, saying, "I want this one too." As expected, Xiao Piaoyang easily solved it again, seemingly getting addicted to the game. Afterwards, Xiao Lu and Xiao Piaoyang continued to solve more than 10 riddles. The vendor was moved to tears. If he hadn't begged off claiming urgent business, he might have had to give his entire stall to Xiao Lu. But Xiao Lu didn't push it, content with just taking the first lantern she won. In her excitement, she naturally took Xiao Piaoyang's hand, ready to continue browsing. But she froze the next second. Wait, ancient times were supposed to be strict about physical contact between men and women. Xiao Lu dropped her pretense and actually held Xiao Piaoyang's hand in public. She had thought Song Jinlan, steeped in feudal thinking, would mind the physical contact between men and women. Unexpectedly, he was surprisingly open-minded. He didn't even mind Xiao Lu calling him Xiao Song. This unique gentleness truly touched Xiao Lu's heart. She had no defense against it at all. Seeing her teasing had no effect, she could only change the subject, pulling Xiao Piaoyang to release lanterns. As for their still joined hands, both seemed to have a tacit understanding. Soon they arrived at the city moat. By now, both banks were crowded with people releasing lanterns and praying for blessings. Various colored lanterns already floated on the water's surface. Xiao Lu produced a lantern from somewhere and placed her newly written wish paper inside. Then looking up at Xiao Piaoyang, who also held a lantern, she said, "Xiao Song, let's release them together." After agreeing, they both extended their lanterns at the same time. Then Xiao Lu clasped her hands together and closed her eyes to pray. A moment later, when she opened her eyes, Xiao Piaoyang couldn't help but ask what wish she had made. Xiao Lu gave him a playful smile and said, "On the night of skills, what else could I wish for? Of course it's about marriage." Hearing this, Song Jinlan's lips curved up, as if already knowing the content of her wish. After 2 breaths, he softly replied, "Is that so?" Just then, a commotion suddenly arose from the arched bridge. The sky-reaching lantern is about to start. Hurry, hurry. We won't get spots if we're late. Hearing this, Xiao Lu immediately got excited, pulling Song Jinlan towards the sky-reaching lantern location, urging them to get good spots. Soon, they arrived at a brilliantly lit square. Although they had moved quickly, it was already packed with people. To get closer to the center, Xiao Lu held Song Jinlan's hand and pushed forward through the crowd. Due to the dense crowd, she accidentally stepped on someone's heel. The owner was a burly man who was clearly unhappy about being stepped on. Turning around and seeing Xiao Lu was just a small figure, he immediately became aggressive and started berating her. Xiao Lu was startled. Just as she was about to apologize, Song Jinlan stepped in front to protect her. Seeing his sharp gaze, the burly man instantly backed down, turning away as if nothing had happened. However, Song Jinlan wasn't planning to let him off so easily. He raised his hand and released a burst of energy. As the burly man fell with a cry of pain, he embraced Xiao Lu and turned to leave. Confused, Xiao Lu asked why they were walking in the opposite direction. Song Jinlan just smiled slightly, saying he would take a shortcut. Moments later, Song Jinlan led Xiao Lu to a secluded spot near the city wall. Xiao Lu only heard, "Princess, hold tight," before feeling weightless as Xiao Piaoyang carried her into the air. In an instant, she felt solid ground beneath her feet again. When she came to her senses, they were already at the top of the city wall. Somewhat dazed, Xiao Lu removed her mask and looked down, letting out an amazed gasp. The entire Imperial City's night view lay before them, a viewing experience even VIP membership couldn't provide. However, after just 1 second, she deflated and buried herself in Xiao Piaoyang's embrace, because the height was too overwhelming and left her feeling insecure. Fortunately, she had a caring person beside her. Under Song Jinlan's comfort, Xiao Lu finally calmed down somewhat. After adjusting, it didn't seem so scary anymore. That's when she noticed the slowly rising sky lanterns. Instantly forgetting her fear, she excitedly called out, "Your Highness has started releasing the sky lanterns." As if on cue, many sky lanterns floated past them, complementing the brilliant starry sky. It truly had a dreamlike beauty. Xiao Lu reached out, gently touching the nearest sky lantern. The real sensation convinced her this wasn't a dream. Her face instantly lit up with a brilliant smile. "Your Highness, it's so beautiful." Song Jinlan's attention seemed to have been on Xiao Lu the whole time. Seeing her happy made him inexplicably joyful too. He gazed at her tenderly and said, "Yes, very beautiful." Oh no, Xiao Lu's date was spotted by Shi Xingjiang. She had thought that by leaving the palace after hours, she wouldn't encounter Shi Xingjiang. But life is unpredictable. Their lantern viewing spot happened to be near the tavern where the crown prince was gathering with friends. At first, when a friend mentioned seeing people on the Luo Tower, no one took it seriously. One even joked that he must be drunk. How could anyone fly that high? Were they immortals? Listening to his friend's discussion, Shi Xingjiang, seated inside, couldn't help but look toward the tower. At this point, he hadn't realized the severity of the situation. He even felt secretly proud, thinking flying up to the tower wasn't difficult at all. But the next second, his pupils dilated in shock. He immediately frowned and stood up, his expression extremely serious. Though the view was blurry, he felt that the smaller figure looked somewhat familiar. Could that person be Xiao Doubting? Once this thought occurred, he lost all interest in continuing to drink. Instead of flying up to the tower immediately to confirm, he went alone to wait outside the Meridian Gate, waiting for the person he didn't want to see there. Even now, he still held onto some hope, wishing that he had seen wrong earlier, hoping that person wasn't Xiao Doubting. After an unknown amount of time, the rumbling sound of a carriage finally brought him back to reality. Upon seeing the carriage clearly, Shi Xingjiang's expression gradually darkened. As the vehicle approached, he immediately questioned loudly, "Didn't you say you wouldn't leave the palace during the Qiqiao festival?" Inside the carriage, Xiao Lu heard his voice and instantly felt guilty, hurriedly urging the driver to move on. Before the driver could react to the "ignore him" command, a hand had already pulled open the carriage door. Then Shi Xingjiang stepped onto the carriage with one foot, looking sternly into the carriage without saying a word. Xiao Lu felt increasingly guilty under his gaze, and after a while, finally managed to say, "Shi Xingjiang, are you sick?" However, Shi Xingjiang seemed not to hear these words and continued asking seriously, "The person on top of the tower earlier was you, wasn't it?" "What tower? What are you talking about? I don't understand." "Quickly get down. I need to return to the palace," Xiao Lu responded coldly. This attitude left Shi Xingjiang momentarily speechless. However, it was clearly impossible for him to just leave. The two locked eyes, falling into a brief, awkward silence. After a moment, Xiao Lu finally couldn't bear it and pretended to be angry, threatening to call the guards if he didn't leave. Seeing that she was determined not to admit it, Shi Xingjiang could only sigh helplessly and stopped questioning. Instead, he took out a lantern from his chest. "I won this from solving lantern riddles tonight. It wasn't easy to solve it. I'm giving it to you." Looking at the lantern before her, Xiao Lu's heart wavered slightly. But it was only for a moment before she returned to being cold. "I don't want it. I already have one." She knew well that Shi Xingjiang was stubborn, and she couldn't string him along knowing she didn't like him. She had to maintain this attitude, hoping he would understand her meaning and give up voluntarily. However, Shi Xingjiang didn't care about any of that. He forcefully pushed the lantern into Xiao Lu's hands, insisting, "You must take it." After saying this, he turned and jumped off the carriage, giving Xiao Lu no chance to refuse. Watching his retreating figure, Xiao Lu finally couldn't help but sigh deeply. She knew Shi Xingjiang's academic level. Being able to solve one riddle must have taken him considerable effort. She wondered if she was being too cruel to him. After the Qiqiao festival, the crown prince's wedding arrangements were also completed. On the wedding day, the crown princess was carried into the palace in an 8-bearer sedan chair. The entire wedding ceremony was very complicated and didn't end until evening. After the ceremony, the crown princess was escorted to the Eastern Palace. The palace then held a grand feast for all officials to celebrate together. This wasn't Xiao Lu's first time attending a royal wedding. At Lin Yinji's previous wedding, the banquet had lasted until very late. Today being the crown prince's wedding, it would surely go even later. Thinking of this, she asked Xiao Lan if she could go see the crown princess, as the bride hadn't eaten anything all day due to ceremony requirements. She thought about bringing some pastries to her. Xiao Lan, having been through this herself, agreed but reminded her to return early. Xiaolu quickly selected several pastries she thought were delicious, then left the banquet. Regarding this sister-in-law whom she had never met, she still had some expectations. Along the way, she was thinking about how to build a closer relationship with her. The next second, a hand suddenly grabbed her from behind, followed by a Xiao doubting. "Where are you going?" Not surprisingly, it was Shi Xingjiang. Xiaolu turned around to see him smirking at her. "Not properly attending your crown prince brother's wedding banquet, actually daring to sneak out, having such a handsome Prince Persimmon truly love you, and persistently pursuing you. If this happened to you, what would you think?" At least Xiaolu was having a terrible headache about it. Having seen too many scumbags in her previous life, she had been resistant to Shi Xingjiang from their very first meeting. Although this resistance gradually simplified during their long-term interaction, but in her eyes, he was still just a child. So after she learned of Shi Xingjiang's feelings for her, she began intentionally avoiding and giving him the cold shoulder. But it was unclear whether Shi Xingjiang truly couldn't understand, or was just pretending to be dense. He would still appear before her on various occasions. This truly drove her to desperation. To make Shi Xingjiang give up completely, today she had to use her ultimate move. Xiaolu first asked Shi Xingjiang a soul-searching question. "Do you know that behaving like this means you'll never find a wife?" The young master was stunned by these words. Then he crossed his arms confidently and said, "Nonsense. How could I possibly not find a wife?" Xiaolu continued, "Look at all those young masters you hang out with. Which one isn't married yet? Even the crown prince, who's a year younger than you, is married now. Look at yourself. Aren't you ashamed?" Sure enough, hearing this, Shi Xingjiang immediately broke down and shouted, "How am I shameful? I'm just waiting for " Halfway through his shout, he suddenly stopped and didn't continue, instead frowning as he stared at Xiaolu. "Waiting for what?" "For me." Xiaolu broke the deadlock, completing his sentence. Shi Xingjiang stopped pretending now. "Yes, waiting for you. Is that not allowed?" "Don't wait for me, it's pointless," Xiaolu replied coldly. In her heart, she sighed apologetically, "For your own good, I have to do this." Such a direct rejection made Shi Xingjiang completely lose it. His face immediately filled with anger, demanding Xiaolu return the jade pendant he had given her. Xiaolu took a moment to react, then said it wasn't possible now as she didn't have the pendant with her. Without letting her finish, Shi Xingjiang raised his voice further, insisting she must return it now, saying after this moment, she would never be allowed to return it. Xiaolu understood his intentions clearly and directly said the pendant was with Consort Shi. "You can go ask her for it now." These words exploded like thunder in Shi Xingjiang's mind. He stood frozen in place, not moving for a long while. Seeing him like this, Xiaolu felt somewhat guilty. After calming herself slightly, she patted his sleeve and said, "Let's leave it at that. Don't make trouble anymore." After saying this, she stepped aside and continued walking forward. But after just 3 or 4 steps, she heard Shi Xingjiang's voice again. "Do you have someone you like?" This time it was Xiaolu's turn to freeze in place. Hearing the words, "someone you like," Song Jinlan's image immediately appeared in her mind. She quickly shook her head to clear her thoughts. Her feelings about Xiao Piaoliang were actually very complicated. Age-wise, like Shi Xingjiang and others, she was about the same as a high school student. But when interacting with Xiao Piaoliang, she had a different feeling. If asked to explain why, she really couldn't explain it at the moment. After much thought, she still answered, "No." Shi Xingjiang was somewhat surprised by this answer. "If there isn't anyone, then why do you reject me?" The continuous questioning made Xiaolu sigh deeply. She hadn't expected this boy to be so persistent. Further explanation would be futile, so it seemed she had to use the ultimate green tea technique. Thinking this, she immediately put on a sweet smile and said, "Because I've always seen you only as a brother." "Brother?" Shi Xingjiang was slightly stunned, thinking he had misheard. "Yes, just like Crown Prince brother, Jingyuan brother, and Lingting brother, young master is also my brother." At these words, Shi Xingjiang seemed to turn to stone, and one could almost hear the sound of his heart breaking. After a while, he came back to his senses, looking completely dispirited as he turned to leave, muttering, "Brother, so I'm just a brother." Watching his retreating figure, Xiaolu sighed again. Having said it like this, he should completely give up now. Those who have been married know that normally brides don't have time to eat on their wedding day, and ancient women's weddings had even more strict rules. Since she couldn't eat on her wedding day, Si Miaoran didn't attend the evening banquet after the ceremony. Instead, she returned early to the bedroom, waiting for her husband's return. On the other side of the veil, after parting with Shi Xingjiang, Xiao Lu avoided all guards and maids to sneak to the bedroom door. She carefully pushed open the door and softly called out, "Sister-in-law." Si Miaoran was startled, and after a moment hesitantly asked if it was the fifth princess. When she had visited the palace before, only Xiao Lu would call her sister-in-law. Xiao Lu awkwardly walked into the room, saying with a smile, "It's me, sister-in-law. You haven't eaten all day because of the wedding ceremony, so I was worried you'd be hungry and brought some pastries from the banquet." Si Miaoran responded, "Thank you for your concern, princess, but I cannot eat. It's against the rules." Xiao Lu had anticipated this refusal, so she lied, "The crown prince asked me to bring these to you." Si Miaoran was visibly stunned. She instinctively lifted her veil. "Oh, crown prince." Xiao Lu smiled and handed her the pastries. "Yes, Crown Prince brother was worried you'd be hungry and specifically asked me to bring these. Please eat quickly, sister-in-law. If you want anything else, I can go get it. Would you like some braised pork?" Si Miaoran laughed at this, saying softly, "No need. The pastries are enough." Looking at the pastries in her hand, she felt a warmth wash over her. People said the Huang family was heartless. Since being chosen as the crown princess, she had felt uncertain. Now it seemed the Huang family wasn't as stern and cold as she had imagined. Thinking this, she took a pastry and began eating small bites under her veil. Seeing her eat the pastries, Xiao Lu went to pour her a cup of tea. This gesture undoubtedly moved Si Miaoran deeply again. Taking the cup, she said apologetically, "Thank you for your trouble, princess. I'm truly grateful. Sister-in-law, you married Crown Prince brother today, so you're now Xiao Wu's family." "No need for thanks between family members," Xiao Lu smiled. She had come today to gain some goodwill, and now that her goal was achieved, she planned to leave. Coincidentally, at that moment, an announcement rang out, "The Crown Prince arrives." So Xiao Lu bid farewell to Si Miaoran and quickly climbed out through the window. After Xiao Lu left, Si Miaoran hurriedly tidied herself up. The next moment, the door creaked open and Lin Qing, wearing wedding robes, slowly entered. He had been drinking today, and though not drunk, was slightly dizzy. Seeing the group of matrons and maids following him, Lin Qing felt irritated and immediately ordered them to leave. Now only Lin Qing and Si Miaoran remained in the room. Lin Qing looked at his crown princess. He stepped forward and lifted the red veil. A gentle and beautiful face appeared before him. Though he had seen her before, Si Miaoran's beauty still surprised him. But the next moment, his attention was drawn to the pastries by the bed. After thinking, he asked, "Are you hungry?" Si Miaoran met his gaze, her eyes full of shyness and tenderness. She softly replied, "I just ate the pastries that fifth princess brought on your highness's behalf. I'm not hungry." Lin Qing was stunned. He finally realized why he hadn't seen Little Five at the banquet. She had been trying to win his favor. He didn't explain anything, just smiled. His smile made his already handsome features appear even more gentle, making Si Miaoran's heart flutter. She slowly stood up, placed her hands on Lin Qing, and with lowered eyes and reddened cheeks said, "It's late. Let this humble wife help your highness undress." Meanwhile, the matchmaker Xiao Lu had arrived outside Cuizhu residence. Earlier at the banquet, she had heard from Lin Jingyuan that the Song Kingdom's ruler had been seriously ill for some time. According to custom, Xiao Piaoyang would likely need to return home to attend to him. She had come to ask Xiao Piaoyang and Shitzi about this, and to bid them farewell if needed. She jumped over the wall into the courtyard, which was pitch black. Remembering the last time she was caught off guard by martial arts experts, Xiao Lu was more cautious this time. She quietly called out, "Your Highness," twice towards the house. After waiting a while, there was no response. She then softly called out, "Uncle Ji, Hero Ji, may I come in?" Still no one answered. Xiao Lu cautiously walked towards the room. It was strange how quiet it was, and even Tiandong was nowhere to be seen. She quietly walked to the door, gently pushed it open, and found the room empty. Xiao Lu suddenly felt an ominous feeling. Her heart pounded heavily. In the moonlight, she carefully examined the room's furnishings again. Nothing had changed, yet something seemed missing. For instance, the hand warmer she had given to Song Jinlan, which was usually placed on the desk next to the inkstone. Now that spot was completely empty. "He's gone," Xiao Lu suddenly realized, feeling her limbs grow cold. Xiao Piaoyang had left, without any farewell. When Xiao Lu realized this, her hands and feet suddenly turned ice cold. She had known he would leave, but his silent departure without even leaving a word pained her deeply. That gentle youth who had grown up with her, perhaps they would never meet again. Xiao Lu stood still in the room for a while, feeling her eyes sting. She thought she had become too sentimental from being a princess for too long. He had to leave. Once the Song Kingdom's ruler passed away, the superficial stability maintained with the Dalan dynasty would surely break. At that time, Song Jinlan's fate would be uncertain, whether as a wife or hostage. Today being the crown prince's wedding, with all attention focused on it, was the best time for him to leave. Xiao Lu convinced herself of this, sighed dejectedly, took one last look around the room, and turned to leave. As she stepped out, a sudden whoosh of wind came. Then a black shadow leaped down from the wall, landing lightly in front of Xiao Lu. She stared wide-eyed at the black-clad youth, thinking she was hallucinating. After a moment, she gasped, "Your Highness, you haven't left?" Song Jinlan approached her without speaking, taking her hand instead. He led her back into the room. The door closed silently. The room was pitch black, with only moonlight filtering in. Under this streak of moonlight, Song Jinlan embraced her, a gentle yet possessive gesture. In his embrace, Xiao Lu felt breathless. Her nose pressed against his chest, she suddenly caught an unusual yet familiar scent. "It's the cold warm flower," she suddenly realized. "Your Highness, why do you smell of cold warm flowers? Aren't they only found in the cold palace?" Song Jinlan slightly loosened his hold, but kept his hand on her neck, gently stroking it while making a soft sound of agreement. Xiao Lu felt goosebumps rise inexplicably. "What were you doing in the cold palace?" Song Jinlan curved his lips in his usual gentle smile, though it carried a hint of coldness. Leaning closer, he whispered, "Princess, this is the last thing I'll do for you before I leave." Xiao Lu stammered, "Thing?" Xiao Piaoyang didn't answer immediately. Instead, he pulled her head closer to his body. "After I leave, Princess, take care of yourself." Xiao Lu looked up at him. This was a side of Xiao Piaoyang she had never seen before. She was speechless, sad that he was really leaving yet happy that he hadn't left without saying goodbye. After a long moment, Song Jinlan finally said, "I should go." He pulled Xiao Lu into his embrace once more and whispered in her ear with a soft laugh, "Princess, we will meet again." Later, Xiao Lu couldn't remember how she got back to Manhwa Palace. When she returned, she found her brother crouching in the courtyard, playing with Cherder. She crouched down beside them. She picked up Chire to play. Lin Zhanyuan had grown into a handsome young man, but his eyes still held childlike innocence and clarity. Seeming to sense his sister's unhappiness, he moved closer and patted her head. "Be good, sister." Xiao Lu turned to look at her brother and sighed softly. Lin Zhanyuan tilted his head, watched her for a moment, and asked, "Why is sister sighing?" Xiao Lu said it was because she felt sad. After Xiao Piaoyang left, she felt empty inside. That embrace when he left, and that unfamiliar look in his eyes, seemed different from his usual self. Understanding the meaning of sadness, Lin Zhanyuan immediately grabbed his sister's hand anxiously. "Sister, don't be sad. Brother's here. Brother will do somersaults for sister to watch." With that, he crouched down, curled into a ball, and rolled on the ground. Xiao Lu watched in astonishment. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. Seeing his sister laugh, Lin Zhanyuan started laughing too. Full of energy, he rolled over twice more. Xiao Lu watched while covering her mouth. Finally, she laughed until tears came out. Lin Zhanyuan crawled to her side and wiped her tears with his sleeve. "Is sister happy now?" Xiao Lu sniffled, hugged her brother, and gave him a kiss. "I'm happy." Lin Zhanyuan's face instantly turned red. He turned his head and whispered, "Well, I'll let sister kiss me just this once today." At this moment, Xiao Lan came out from the room, calling the siblings to bathe and prepare for bed. Xiao Lu responded, taking her brother's hand as they walked inside. Before entering, she looked back one last time toward Suizhu residence, silently saying goodbye. The young prince's journey back home would be long and difficult. She hoped he would be well. Anyone who has been in love knows how painful it is to part with their beloved. After Song Jinlan left, Xiao Lu experienced insomnia for the first time. She lay in bed until late morning, then suddenly sat up with a thought. With dark circles under her eyes, she called for Song Yu and asked if anything significant had happened in the palace today. Song Yu curiously replied, "No." "Why do you ask, princess?" Learning nothing had happened, Xiao Lu shook her head, saying she was just asking. However, remembering the cold warm flower sent on Xiao Piaoyang last night, she felt something was amiss. What was the last thing he said he would do for her before leaving? The cold warm flowers were only found in the cold palace, where only Lei Ping resided now. Could it be? At this thought, Xiao Lu trembled. She quickly got up, told Song Yu she had an errand, and left Manhwa Palace. Moments later, outside the cold palace's high walls, Xiao Lu, wearing a cloak, leaped over the wall. The cold palace wasn't large but had a pervasive chill. Looking around, Xiao Lu saw no one. At the door, she saw 2 food boxes, presumably today's breakfast. They appeared untouched. Standing at the door, she suddenly grew nervous. The cold, warm flower scent lingered in the air, reminding her of last night's embrace. Taking a deep breath, she drew the short blade hidden in her sleeve and approached the door step by step. With a gentle push, the door creaked open. The first thing she saw was a pair of feet hanging in midair. Suppressing a scream, Xiao Lu felt her heart stop for a moment. She instinctively stepped backward, taking several deep breaths. She recognized the person inside. Mei Ping had hanged herself. No, it wasn't suicide. Someone had strangled her and made it look like suicide. Who did it? The answer was obvious. Fighting her shock, Xiao Lu quickly covered herself with the cloak and fled the cold palace, hurrying back to Manhwa Palace. She immediately changed her appearance and went to the Buddhist hall to recite sutras. This behavior surprised Song Yu, but she didn't disturb her mistress. While reciting, Xiao Lu analyzed the day's events. Since Mei Ping and Consort Hui were confined to the cold palace, they had lived quietly for years, seemingly content just to be alive. Yet Xiao Piaoyang dealt with her before leaving, suggesting Mei Ping wasn't truly quiet. She must have been plotting something that Xiao Piaoyang discovered, leading him to eliminate this future threat for Xiao Lu. Yet when he returned last night, he showed no signs of disturbance, remaining as composed as ever. Xiao Lu suddenly realized her understanding of Xiao Piaoyang over the years might have been flawed. His last act before leaving was to eliminate Mei Ping for her. Xiao Lu felt overwhelmed, regretting her curiosity that led her to investigate the cold palace. Now she was shocked by Xiao Piaoyang's gift. Clutching her prayer beads tightly, she spent another half-hour reciting sutras before the Buddha statue to dispel the memories. By evening, news of Mei Ping's suicide spread throughout the palace. Xiao Lu heard it from Song Yu. It seemed no one suspected foul play. After so many years in the cold palace, everyone had forgotten about her, making suicide seem unsurprising. However, Xiao Lu was still scared and didn't dare sleep alone. She wanted Song Yu to ask if Xiao Lan had gone to bed yet, hoping to sleep together tonight. As luck would have it, Emperor Ling had summoned Xiao Lan tonight. Frustrated, Xiao Lu lay down and turned away, annoyed that her convenient father had to cause trouble at this time. Before Song Yu left, she suddenly heard her princess muttering something. Leaning in to listen, she heard prosperity, democracy, civility, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law. Song Yu was confused. She knew each word individually, but together they made no sense. The succession battle between the crown prince and the first prince intensified. As a princess, how should Xiao Lu choose? Half a month after Consort May's hanging, Song Jinlan's escape from Deling was discovered. Emperor Ling was furious, immediately ordering a nationwide manhunt and sending a letter of complaint to Song Country. Soon, Song Country's envoys arrived, bringing not only documents requesting the return of their prince, but also many gifts of apology. Emperor Ling, who valued filial piety above all, and was known throughout the land for his filial nature, accepted their explanation that Song Jinlan needed to return to care for his parents, along with their formal apology and compensation. Xiao Lu was secretly surprised. She had thought Song Country had given up on Xiao Piaoyang after his many years in Deling, but upon his return, Song Country was willing to reject Emperor Ling's complaint, showing his status had actually increased, though she didn't know how he managed it. Knowing he was safe finally put her mind at ease. Feeling relieved, she wanted to visit the imperial garden, but Song Yu advised against it, saying the palace wasn't peaceful lately. After the crown prince's wedding, there had been several miscarriages among the consorts, and incidents of eunuchs suddenly going mad and attacking people. Combined with Consort May's suicide and the prince's escape, rumors spread that the crown prince's wedding had disturbed the royal family's fortune. Upon hearing this, Emperor Ling immediately summoned high monks for a grand ceremony and had the imperial astronomers recalculate whether the wedding date had been inauspicious. Everyone in the palace was now fearful. Xiao Lu knew these rumors were likely Consort Ruan's doing. Over the years, as the struggle between the legitimate and eldest son factions intensified, the Ruan clan hadn't gained any advantages. Now that the crown prince had allied with the prime minister through marriage, Consort Ruan tried to use this wedding to sow discord. But doing this, if the crown prince discovered Consort Ruan was spreading rumors, he would surely retaliate. Thinking of her humble and kind eldest brother possibly suffering unfairly, Xiao Lu felt melancholy. She immediately asked Song Yu to prepare a carriage, saying she must leave the palace today. Though Lin Ting was now Prince Qi, he was known as the Jade Prince in the capital and was admired by noble ladies. Consort Ruan had already sent him a message to attend next month's snow viewing banquet, where she planned to arrange his meeting with Wei Luochun, the daughter of the Marquis of Wuhan. If Lin Ting could successfully marry Wei Luochun and gain the Marquis's military support, they could overcome the Crown Prince's faction. Lin Ting understood his mother's scheme well, and though very unwilling, could only reluctantly agree. As he was feeling dejected, a familiar voice calling "Big Brother" reached his ears. He turned around slowly. It was Xiao Lu, carrying a large bamboo basket, her gaze falling upon him. Lin Ting's pale, thin lips curved into a gentle smile as he softly said, "Xiao Lu is here." Xiao Lu ran to him and looked him up and down. "Prince Brother, why have you gotten thinner again? Your chin is so sharp." She rubbed her own cheeks, "Even smaller than my face." Lin Ting smiled and said it was nothing. Perhaps he'd just been eating less lately but would be fine in a few days. Xiao Lu didn't press the matter, but pointed to the gate and casually asked if that was someone from the palace just now and what they wanted. Lin Ting didn't hide anything. He explained that Mother Consort had sent someone to remind him about attending the snow viewing banquet. Xiao Lu found it strange and questioned why someone of his status needed to attend such an event. She knew about the snow viewing. It was a poetry gathering for nobles. Almost all young lords and ladies would attend. Though called a poetry gathering, it was actually a matchmaking event in disguise. Could it be that Consort Ruan was looking for a wife for her son? Lin Ting didn't answer, but instead looked at the small basket in her hands and gently asked what it was. This brought Xiao Lu's attention back. Her expression immediately became animated. She presented the basket to Lin Ting like showing off a treasure, smiling and saying, "Take a look." Lin Ting glanced at her. He slowly lifted the white cloth. Inside were 3 snow-white rabbits, each only as big as a palm. Huddled together, they looked like 3 snowballs, incredibly adorable. Lin Ting stared at the 3 cute creatures, motionless for a long time, as if mesmerized and completely frozen. It wasn't until Xiao Lu waved her hand in front of his eyes and called, "Royal Brother," that he snapped out of it and smiled gently. He slowly reached out to pet the rabbits. Though usually shy around strangers, the 3 little ones showed no fear of him, eagerly nuzzling his palm. Lin Ting's previously dim eyes finally showed some light, but it faded again after just a moment. He forced himself to withdraw his hand, saying, "Take them back. I can't take good care of them." This prince was truly pitiful. As the first prince of the Dailing dynasty, Lin Ting could have lived freely following his heart, without ambition or desire. But his mother's ambition was boundless. She resented his lack of competitiveness and forced him to participate in the succession struggle, making him abandon his true self like a bird caged, breaking ties with good brothers, eventually leading to his suicide by poison from the unbearable burden. Actually, days ago, Xiao Lu had sensed something was wrong with Lin Ting. She specifically brought 3 rabbits to visit him, hoping to improve his mood. But she hadn't expected that the young man who once lit up at the sight of small animals would now refuse to adopt the rabbits, saying he couldn't take good care of them. To convince Lin Ting to accept the rabbits, Xiao Lu had to use her ultimate charm offensive. "I used to help Big Brother take care of small animals, but now you won't help me?" After much pouting and acting cute, Lin Ting finally softened and agreed to take the rabbits. Seeing her first goal achieved, Xiao Lu then pulled Lin Ting along, saying she would teach him how to make rabbit nests. When her dogs had puppies, she'd bring him 2 puppies as well. Though she kept smiling, Xiao Lu was deeply worried. Her eldest brother's current state wasn't good at all. She didn't know if what she did today would make him any happier. She hoped the succession struggle would end peacefully soon. As she wished, events progressed quickly. Unfortunately, they developed in a bad direction. To strike back at the first prince's faction, the Crown Prince's party soon spread news about the collapse of the royal ancestral temple. Emperor Ling was furious upon hearing this and summoned the imperial astronomers overnight to investigate. The court quickly discovered that the Minister of Works had embezzled funds and used inferior wood in the temple's renovation, causing its collapse. Emperor Ling was enraged and immediately ordered the confiscation of his property. All officials involved were stripped of their positions and imprisoned. Many officials from the first prince's faction were implicated. Afterward, Consort Ruan's multiple requests for an audience were rejected by Emperor Ling. Court politics instantly shifted in favor of the Crown Prince's faction, while Lin Ting's situation became even more difficult. Xiao Lu had been frequently visiting the Eastern Palace these days. After learning the details, she became increasingly depressed. She returned to Manhwa Palace feeling lost. She saw her brother and Song Yu playing with small rabbits in the courtyard. Surprised, Xiao Lu inquired and learned that Lin Ting had returned the rabbits. Suddenly, her mind exploded, and she felt an inexplicable, strong sense of unease. She grabbed Song Yu's sleeve, anxiously asking if Lin Ting had shown any unusual behavior when he came, or if he had left any message. Song Yu thought for a moment and said Prince Qi had been as usual, saying nothing special, only sitting with Longer for a long time before leaving. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu became more certain of her fears. With a panicked, tearful voice, she urged Song Yu to immediately summon the imperial physician to the 7th prince's residence. After saying this, she turned and rushed toward the 7th prince's residence. In that moment, she pushed her years of lightness skill training to the limit. Hot tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. "Big brother, please don't do anything foolish." Soon, Prince Qi's residence came into view. At this moment, the thin evening sunlight was enveloping the mansion. Xiao Lu ignored the greetings from the doorkeeper and rushed straight to Lin Ting's quarters. Behind her, the hurrying imperial physicians followed closely, equally urgent in their manner. Reaching the door, Xiao Lu frantically knocked while shouting, "Big brother, are you there? Don't do anything rash. Open the door." But there was no response for a long while. The entire courtyard seemed eerily quiet. Xiao Lu was so anxious tears nearly welled up again. She backed up into the courtyard, then suddenly gathered her strength. She kicked the door hard and fast, finally breaking it open. Ignoring the pain in her foot, Xiao Lu rushed inside. Lin Ting was lying on the bed, dressed in light white clothes. His face was blue, but there was still a smile at the corner of his lips. Xiao Lu rushed to the bedside and grabbed his hand. It was as if her throat was being squeezed. She couldn't say a word. She could feel that Lin Ting's body still had a bit of warmth. Trembling, she put her head against his chest. His heart was still beating, but very, very faintly, as if it might stop at any moment. Xiao Lu could no longer hold back and broke down crying. She turned to the imperial physicians, crying and saying, "He's taken poison. Dr. Meng, please hurry and find a way to save him." What Xiao Lu had feared most had happened. Lin Ting had taken poison and was hanging by a thread. Fortunately, when she arrived, Lin Ting's body hadn't completely gone cold. The experienced imperial physicians quickly found a small porcelain jar by the bed. After smelling it, they immediately identified the poison as fengli grass. Judging by appearances, it hadn't been long since he took it. The physician asked Xiao Lu to hold Lin Ting steady. He then took out a medicine bottle from his case containing an emetic. They needed to use this medicine to make Lin Ting vomit out what he had taken. Of course, the emetic alone wasn't guaranteed to work. After administering it, another physician took out silver needles. The fengli grass poison was too potent. They needed acupuncture to slow the poison spread and stimulate pressure points to increase vomiting. Xiao Lu stepped aside, looking at the pale youth on the bed with mixed emotions. She didn't respond to several calls from Prince Qi's servants. After a moment, she came to her senses and told the servant to go to the palace immediately to report this to Emperor Ling and Consort Ruan. At the same time, under the dual treatment of emetic and acupuncture, Lin Ting finally showed a response. After a painful groan, he successfully vomited out the poison. Seeing this, Xiao Lu hurriedly stepped forward and hopefully inquired about Lin Ting's condition. But the physician shook his head, saying he couldn't judge. The fengli grass poison was too potent. They could only maintain his pulse for now. The poison had already entered his body. Whether he would wake up depended on his fate. Xiao Lu was instantly disappointed. Looking at Lin Ting, who had fallen unconscious again, she suddenly remembered that relieved smile on his lips when she first burst in, and her heart felt like it was being stabbed with needles. After the pain came anger. She silently vowed that she wouldn't let Lin Ting suffer in vain. For the time that followed, she sat by the bed keeping watch. During this time, the physicians came several times with new medicine, which she personally fed to Lin Ting. Once, twice, 3 times, Xiao Lu lost count of how many doses of medicine she had given, but Lin Ting still showed no signs of waking. Just as she was about to close her eyes for a brief rest, exhausted in body and mind, a loud announcement of "His Majesty arrives" suddenly startled her awake. Then she saw Emperor Ling with a serious expression and the anxious-faced Consort Ruan entering the room. Consort Ruan seemed truly anxious, running past Emperor Ling toward the bed, continuously calling out, "Tinger." Emperor Ling looked at the unconscious Lin Ting, then turned to ask the physician if the Western prince's poison could be cured. The physician's response was the same as what he had told Xiao Lu. Upon hearing this, Emperor Ling sighed and walked to Xiao Lu's side, patting her shoulder. "Today we owe thanks to Little Five." Xiao Lu silently shook her head. Beside them, Consort Ruan was still crying uncontrollably. Emperor Ling glanced at her, his brows instantly furrowing. He suddenly turned around and slapped her face with his hand. "Now you know to cry? What kind of mother have you been before?" Consort Ruan was stunned by the slap, even forgetting to cry. She stared at Emperor Ling, not daring to say a word. Xiao Lu suddenly spoke up, calmly asking the physician to explain in detail what he had mentioned earlier about the prognosis when examining Lin Ting. The physician honestly replied according to medical texts. Illness in the body can be treated with medicine, but illness in the heart has no cure. Depression originates from the heart, and with too much worry and thought, the body becomes like a lamp without oil, fatally worn down. Emperor Ling frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" "Xiao Lu, are you saying Tinger has depression?" Xiao Lu replied in a hoarse voice, "Yes. Why else would he take poison? I knew something was wrong with Lin Ting's state. Now that this has happened, I feel even more ashamed." Consort Ruan stared at Lin Ting, finally mumbling after a long while, How could this be?" Xiao Lu's tone turned cold. "Why did Big Brother become depressed? Don't you know, Your Grace?" Consort Ruan trembled, unable to speak. Emperor Ling wanted to say more, but at that moment the physician reported they had developed a new prescription. Since Lin Ting needed rest, he let the two women stay to care for him, while he went to discuss the situation with the physician. Once Emperor Ling left, Consort Ruan began crying again while holding Lin Ting's hand. Only now did she finally act like a mother. Xiao Lu silently walked behind her and, looking at her back, asked word by word, "Your Grace, did you ever love your own child?" Consort Ruan moved her lips, instinctively wanting to say of course, but the words got stuck in her throat. Xiao Lu spoke very softly, her tone like a sigh. "This child was nurtured in your womb, formed from your flesh and blood. You carried him for 10 months, endured all the pain, risked everything to give birth to him, yet you only saw him as a tool for power? How selfish can a mother be? For her own desire for power, she used her own flesh and blood as a pawn in palace politics, gradually forcing her kind-natured son down a path of no return, breaking with his brothers." Although Lin Ting repeatedly begged her to let go, Consort Ruan, already blinded by power, wouldn't listen at all. Every time she heard her son say these words, she would scold and lecture him. With each scolding, the light in his eyes dimmed a bit more, until now it's completely gone. Finally, he stopped begging his mother to let go, and chose to end everything by ending himself. She had driven her own child to this desperate end. Realizing all this, Consort Ruan could no longer hold back her tears. She couldn't remember how many times she had cried today, but only this time were her sobs filled with regret. But it was too late. Xiao Lu showed no mercy for her belated realization. "Your Grace, did you really think the Emperor knew nothing of the Ruan family's actions all these years?" The sarcastic words left Consort Ruan stunned, staring angrily at Xiao Lu, unable to speak a word. Without waiting for her response, Xiao Lu continued coldly, "Emperors have always been wary of powerful in-laws. The Ruan family's control over court affairs has long displeased Father Emperor. All these years of succession struggles, Father Emperor was merely watching coldly, wanting to use the Crown Prince's faction to suppress the Ruan clan." Consort Ruan's face turned pale. She instinctively wanted to argue, but Xiao Lu mercilessly cut her off. "This empire has always belonged to Father Emperor, and he would never leave such a powerful family of in-laws as a threat to the future emperor. Big Brother was never meant to be the ruler from the beginning. Father Emperor's nurturing and favor towards him was merely to give the Ruan family a false illusion of hope. You must have known these truths, Your Grace. You've just been at the peak of power too long and didn't want to come down." Consort Ruan fell to her knees with a thud. This truth that even a young girl understood, she, a seasoned palace consort, had never considered. With her mind blank, she instinctively grabbed Xiao Lu's skirt hem, crying, Little Five, I know you're close to Tinger. Please save her. Please save my Tinger." At this moment, she had lost all her previous pride and nobility. She knew well that the Ruan family and the Crown Prince's faction were now mortal enemies. Even if she and the Ruan family backed down now, the Crown Prince's faction wouldn't spare Lin Ting, so she could only grasp at Xiao Lu as her last hope, wishing she would help her and her poor, innocent Tinger. Xiao Lu violently shook off her hand, turning to look at Lin Ting, who was still unconscious on the bed. She didn't know if Lin Qing still held any brotherly affection for his elder brother in his heart, but still, she made a promise, as if also promising herself, "As long as I live, I won't let anything happen to Big Brother." Soon after, news of Prince Qi's serious illness spread throughout the palace and beyond. Of course, the poisoning incident wasn't leaked. Xiao Lu moved directly into Prince Qi's residence to care for Lin Ting. All palace households sent people to visit upon hearing of Prince Qi's illness. The Eastern Palace was no exception, though Lin Qing himself didn't come. The physicians continued their daily consultations, but Lin Ting remained unconscious. Though Xiao Lu was extremely anxious, there was nothing else she could do. She could only try therapeutic methods, spending each day sitting beside the bed telling stories to Lin Ting. From Aladdin's magic lamp to The Little Mermaid, from Mo Dao Zushi to Whale Deer, from fairy tales to female-oriented transmigration novels. She had practically retold every novel and manga she'd read in her previous life. Several days later, the Prince Qi's residence returned to its usual quiet, but the master bedroom was extraordinarily lively. Xiao Lu sat by the bed, fan in her left hand, gesturing with her right as she narrated, "Guo Jing had 7 masters. To prevent their disciple from falling in love with the enchantress Huang Rong, they confronted Eastern heretic Huang Yaoshi. Guo Jing was caught in the middle and could only try to mediate between both sides in his simple way. Masters, Ronger isn't a little enchantress. She's a good girl, Elder Huang," and so on. Half an hour later, Xiao Lu let out a long sigh, gazing out the window, briefly lost in thought. If I had initially transmigrated into a wuxia story, perhaps I'd have my own Jingij by now. Just as she was daydreaming, a voice suddenly spoke up, "Little 5. Did Guo Jing end up with his Ronger?" Xiao Lu startled. She whirled around. "Big brother, you're awake?" A girl reborn as an ancient princess, successfully transformed from a green tea girl into someone who valued feelings, a pure-hearted heroine who cherished family bonds. Perhaps it was her change that moved the heavens. Under Xiao Lu's attentive care, Lin Ting, who had been on the brink of death, miraculously awakened. Though unclear about what had happened during his unconsciousness, when he first saw Xiao Lu, he knew she must have worried greatly about him during this time. Thinking of this, he unconsciously reached out to pat Xiao Lu's head. "Sorry for making you worry." Xiao Lu shook her head, looking at Lin Ting's still pale face, feeling like both crying and laughing. After a while, she reached out to link her pinky with his, her voice trembling as she asked, "Big brother, let's make a promise. No more hurting yourself in the future." However, hearing this, Lin Ting's eyes welled with tears. Lowering his gaze, shadows falling across his face, his voice hoarse, "Xiao Lu, too many people have died. They all died because of me. So innocent. I should have ended this all earlier. Even if I hadn't woken up this time, I would bear these sins in hell." This wasn't the first time Xiao Lu had seen Lin Ting cry. He had always been emotional, his heart so soft that he easily shed tears for the world. But now as tears fell from his eyes, they made no sound as they rolled down his pale cheeks. Even the last rays of sunset streaming through the window couldn't brighten his eyes. Xiao Lu, with reddened eyes, tightly gripped his trembling fingers. "It's not your fault. It has nothing to do with you. Even without you, someone else would have stood in your current position, becoming the most important piece in this power struggle. In fact, it's because you're the one in this position that many things were prevented from happening. Many innocent people were spared." Lin Ting's brow slightly relaxed, wanting to say something, but Xiao Lu continued, "Big brother, you've already done very well. Anyone else, even me, couldn't have remained as kind as you. You've kept your true heart, and your existence has saved many people. You can grieve for those who have passed, but you needn't feel guilty, because guilt can't change anything, nor make things better. Even if you want to atone, you need to be alive to do so, right?" These words, though somewhat shifting the concept, spoke the truth. Lin Ting gazed into her beautiful and gentle eyes, feeling somewhat dazed. It was like returning to childhood. Xiao Lu was like a ray of light piercing through darkness, always allowing her to catch her breath in difficult times. Just then, hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside. Soon after, an anxious figure rushed into the room. "Tinger, Has my Tinger awakened? Without waiting for Lin Ting's response, she threw herself forward crying, Tinger, it's Mother. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have pressured you. Whatever you want to do from now on, Mother won't stop you. Lin Ting, held tightly in the embrace, was momentarily stunned. It seemed like it had been a long time since her mother had embraced her like this. After a while, Xiaolu noticed her awkwardness and had to speak up, Your Highness, the prince has just awakened and is still weak. Reminded of this, noble consort Ruan quickly loosened her grip, acknowledging she had been too hasty. After exchanging pleasantries with her son, perhaps worried he might still be troubled, she didn't stay long. She entrusted Xiaolu with Lin Ting's care and left. Only the siblings remained in the room, looking at each other and smiling. After a while, Xiaolu suddenly asked, Big brother, now that Mother isn't pressuring you anymore, you can live your own life. Is there anything you want to do? Lin Ting paused, seeming to think seriously, but finally shook her head. I don't know. It seems there's nothing I want to do. Xiaolu fell silent. Although the previous consolation had indeed lessened Lin Ting's guilt, depression wasn't something that could be resolved with just a few words. She needed to find something that interested him. With this in mind, she asked Lin Ting with curved eyes, Did you enjoy the story of Guojing and Huangrong? Lin Ting nodded in agreement. Xiaolu pressed on, Then would you like to experience the life of swordplay and justice in the Jianghu? Lin Ting was stunned again. Xiaolu narrowed her eyes and made a contemplative expression. You don't know, but my biggest dream is to become a righteous swordswoman. I've trained in martial arts with noble consort, she since childhood, never giving up, even in thunder and rain. Isn't training meant for roaming the world with a sword one day? Lin Ting followed her words, so Xiaolu excitedly held his hand and said, So, big brother, would you like to travel to Jianghu with me? Lin Ting remained silent for a while. Xiaolu was already happily fantasizing. We can take artistic names, like mindless and unhappy. We'll draw our swords to help those in need, rob the rich to help the poor, punish evil and promote good. We'll travel from the capital to Jiangnan, then from Jiangnan to the northern frontier, seeing all the beautiful landscapes, traversing yellow sands and green waters. When thirsty, we'll drink wine. When hungry, we'll eat meat. When tired, we'll use the earth as our mat and the sky as our blanket, companions in the mortal world, free and unfettered. Galloping on horseback, sharing in the world's splendor. Xiaolu's eyes sparkled, almost breaking into song. After a long while, Lin Ting finally burst out laughing, saying between laughs, I agree with everything else, but what's mindless and unhappy? Hey, if you don't like that, we have other options. Ultraman and Little Monster works too. Lin Ting smiled quietly, and Xiaolu laughed too, then wiggled her pinky finger. So, is it a promise? After a moment, Lin Ting slowly extended his finger and hooked it with hers seriously. It's a promise. Xiaolu's identity as a transmigrator was discovered. The Spirit Emperor actually named her the Green Tea Princess to her face. After Lin Ting awoke, Xiaolu stayed at Prince Qi's residence for 2 more days, only returning to the palace after seeing his condition improve. After lunch in the Yangxin Hall, the Spirit Emperor was smiling at his desk, while Xiaolu stood aside with an embarrassed expression, forcing an awkward smile. It turned out the Spirit Emperor thought Xiaolu was his lucky star and wanted to bestow a title upon her. This should have been a happy occasion, but the problem was that this title felt somewhat like a subtle dig at Xiaolu. To make the Spirit Emperor withdraw his decree, Xiaolu had to change the subject, saying that although Lin Ting's physical condition was improving daily, his mental state remained unchanged. She wanted to take him to Mount Wutai for a while, and they could also visit the Empress Dowager. Upon hearing this, the Spirit Emperor's expression immediately turned serious. He sighed deeply. Very well. After what Qinger has been through, she should indeed go out for a while. So he agreed to Xiaolu's request and said he would assign a pair of guards to protect them secretly. After leaving the palace, Xiaolu immediately took out the sword that noble consort she had given her years ago and began practicing in the courtyard. To roam the Jianghu, the martial arts she had painstakingly learned before would finally find their use. Swordsmanship naturally couldn't be neglected. Although it had been a long time since she last practiced, the sword flourishes Xiaolu displayed were still brilliant, making Lin Zhanyuan beside her see stars, his palms nearly creating sparks from clapping. Along with his cheers, another stronger round of applause also reached their ears. Xiaolu looked toward the sound and saw it was the crown prince, Lin Qing, who had somehow arrived in the courtyard. She quickly sheathed her sword and ran to him, sweetly asking, "Crown Prince brother, why have you come?" Lin Qing looked at Xiao Lu's sweaty nose and smiled. "I heard you're leaving the capital." Xiao Lu's expression showed momentary panic, her body involuntarily trembling. But she quickly covered it up, trying to maintain a light tone as she responded, "Yes, I plan to visit grandmother at Mount Wutai." Lin Qing was much taller than her, looking down at Xiao Lu with an imposing presence. "Little five, were you just afraid of me?" Seeing Xiao Lu's guilty expression, unable to meet his eyes, Lin Qing didn't know whether to feel angry or amused. "You never used to fear me." Xiao Lu remained silent for a while, fidgeting with her clothes nervously. Lin Qing clenched his fist, but finally just said, "You don't need to be afraid. I won't do anything to you or elder brother." Only then did Xiao Lu slightly turn her eyes, tears welling up, looking pitiful. "Really?" Lin Qing nodded. After receiving the confirmation, Xiao Lu seemed very happy. "That's wonderful. I thought Crown Prince brother didn't know. Big brother almost died." As she spoke, she began sobbing again. "Big brother, he took poison. He almost died." Woo! Lin Qing froze. He truly didn't know about this. It had been kept very secret. He had thought Lin Ting was just seriously ill. These years of faction struggles had left the brothers only with estrangement. He hadn't imagined Lin Ting would go to such lengths. After a long while, Xiao Lu's crying gradually subsided. Lin Qing took off the jade pendant from his waist. He thrust it into Xiao Lu's hand. "Be careful when traveling. Take this just in case." Xiao Lu sniffled, her face beaming. "Crown Prince brother is the best." The jade pendant bore the Crown Prince's seal. If they encountered any trouble, it would be more useful than her princess status. Lin Qing smiled along, patting her head. "Don't let fourth brother hear that. Otherwise he'll make a fuss with me again." After saying this and giving Xiao Lu a few more instructions, he returned to the Eastern Palace. Xiao Lu watched his departing figure, looking at the jade pendant in her hand. Her lips curved involuntarily. For this journey away from the capital, compared to Jianghu dangers, the greater threat actually came from the Crown Prince's faction. Now with this talisman, the biggest threat after leaving the capital was eliminated. 3 days later, on the second day after Xiao Lu and Lin Ting left the capital, the siblings were aboard a boat heading to Jinglin. Looking at the beautiful scenery before them, both were in good spirits, especially Lin Ting. He seemed to haven't been this happy for a long time. As they were immersed in the scenic beauty, a long-winged white bird suddenly landed beside the boat. Lin Ting was attracted by it. Just as he was about to reach out and pet it, something suddenly pierced the bird's neck, followed by a sharp screech. The siblings were stunned. Before they could react, they saw the boatwoman walk over to pick up the white bird, muttering about having roasted egret for dinner. Lin Ting wanted to stop her, but Xiao Lu held him back in time. She then watched the boatwoman vigilantly. That precise strike suggested this woman wasn't ordinary. To avoid alerting her, she decided to test her further. "Boatwoman, you've been steering for so long. My senior brother and I are thirsty. Could you brew us some hot tea?" She then took out a piece of silver and placed it in the boatwoman's hand. Seeing the silver, the woman immediately smiled and said she would go heat the tea. Watching her leave, Xiao Lu unconsciously clenched her fist. When giving the silver, she had felt the woman's hands. The calluses weren't from manual labor, but rather from practicing martial arts. Shortly after, the boatwoman returned with hot tea. Xiao Lu and her brother appeared unguarded, even saying thank you for the tea. But when they drank the tea, the boatwoman's expression became somewhat unnatural. The next moment, there was the sound of teacups falling. Then both siblings collapsed, falling unconscious. Looking at the boatwoman's expression now, it was a sinister smile, identical to a butcher eyeing lambs for slaughter. Can you believe it? The princess and prince's first journey in Jianghu. On just the second day, they were drugged by a malicious boatwoman who planned to sell them for a good price. Fortunately, our Xiao Lu wasn't so naive. She had noticed something was wrong when tipping the boatwoman earlier. The calluses on her hands were clearly those of a martial artist, so she pretended to drink the drugged tea and fake unconsciousness. Then, when the boatwoman lowered her guard, she immediately rose and knocked her out with a chop. Finally, with the siblings' coordinated effort, they successfully subdued the malicious boatwoman. Since neither of them knew how to steer the boat, Xiao Lu decided to frighten her more, joking with Lin Ting about throwing her into the river to feed the fish. As expected, people like the boatwoman who live by the blade value their lives most. She quickly surrendered and begged for mercy, promising to cooperate and take the siblings to shore. To be safe, Xiao Lu didn't give her complete freedom. Instead, she tied the boatwoman's legs and held the other end of the rope herself. This way, they had someone to steer the boat while ensuring the boatwoman wouldn't try any more tricks. Lin Ting was impressed by Xiao Lu's handling of the situation, repeatedly praising her quick thinking. Seeing his mood improve, Xiao Lu was also happy. She suggested they could continue traveling like this, punishing evil and promoting good along the way. Lin Ting, who had never left the imperial city before, had never experienced such free-spirited heroic life. He naturally agreed enthusiastically. As night fell, they had successfully reached their next stop, Yinzhou. As for the boatwoman, Xiao Lu handed her over to the local authorities. Since it was late, they decided to rest in Yinzhou for the night and head to Jinling City in the morning. They could also experience Yinzhou's local customs. As the siblings were exploring, a piercing scream suddenly rang out nearby. Looking toward the sound, it was another scene of forced abduction of a woman, this time right on the main street. The two servants were clearly not first-time offenders, completely ignoring the surrounding crowd. One grabbed the woman while the other contemptuously berated onlookers. Passers-by hurriedly distanced themselves. Two women could be heard discussing as they hurried past. Those two seemed to be from Prince Pingyu's mansion. Prince Pingyu loves beautiful women. That girl's fate looks grim. Even the officials don't dare interfere with Prince Pingyu's affairs. We better not get involved. The siblings heard their conversation clearly. Both frowned. While Xiao Lu had never heard of Prince Pingyu, Lin Ting knew of him. Prince Pingyu was the previous emperor's 9th son, born to a palace maid. He hadn't received a title until their father ascended the throne and granted amnesty, making him the Prince of Yinzhou. After understanding the situation, Xiao Lu gave a cold laugh. No matter what kind of prince he is, since we've encountered this, we must teach him a lesson today. She then grabbed Lin Ting's hand, urging him to follow. Looking at Prince Pingyu's mansion, though it was just a regular prince's residence, its decoration and scale were extremely luxurious. The siblings followed stealthily and snuck in. After wandering for some time, they finally heard sounds from a courtyard ahead. In the courtyard, a group of servants and guards wielding swords were chasing someone, shouting about an assassin. Their so-called assassin was a valiant young woman, chased to a wall. Seeing no way forward, she stopped running. She decisively turned to face them with her blade, shouting, "You daily lecher, today, I'll take your dog life." Indeed, daring to storm a prince's mansion alone, the girl was clearly extraordinary. She quickly took down many guards. Seeing his subordinates retreating, an obese middle-aged man behind them grew anxious and hastily ordered his men to capture the assassin quickly. As both sides fought intensely, no one noticed that two people had somehow appeared in the courtyard. Xiao Lu didn't waste time. She directly called out, "Ninth uncle, how have you been? The Qi prince and I were passing through Yinzhou and came to visit. I didn't expect such excitement here." The fat one, Prince Pingyu, was stunned upon hearing this. After coming to his senses, he confirmed Xiao Lu's identity. He immediately ordered his men to lower their weapons, warning them not to harm the 5th princess and 7th prince. Seeing the situation calm down, Xiao Lu gestured Lin Ting to deal with Prince Pingyu. She herself walked towards the young woman, asking, "May I know this heroine's name?" The young woman looked at Xiao Lu vigilantly, remained silent for a moment, then spoke, "I'm Yin Xing. Earlier Prince Pingyu called you 5th princess. Are you on his side?" A master of deception disguised as an innocent. The princess's first journey in the Jianghu. She encountered bandits attempting robbery. The common girl was about to personally act as a righteous hero. Unexpectedly, a handsome young lady beat her to it. Hearing her name, she turned out to be Yin Xing, ranked 10th on the martial arts rankings. Xiao Lu had always admired the quick justice of martial heroes. Now finally meeting a female warrior, she naturally wanted to befriend her. However, the young lady remained wary, blocking Xiao Lu's approaching smile with her sword. She had clearly heard Xiao Lu call that lecher uncle, making her think they were allies. Realizing Yin Xian's misunderstanding, Xiao Lu repeatedly waved her hands, distancing herself from Prince Pingyu, and expressed that she too came to clean house. Yin Xian was surprised and reassessed Xiao Lu, deciding she didn't seem like an evil person. She finally lowered her sword and bowed respectfully to Xiao Lu. Seeing the misunderstanding cleared, Xiao Lu moved closer and asked Yin Xian why she wanted to assassinate Prince Pingyu. It turned out Yin Xian had heard public discussions, and after confirming Prince Pingyu's numerous evil deeds were true, decided to eliminate this threat. Xiao Lu was very satisfied with this answer, her eyes sparkling when looking at Yin Xian. This was exactly the heroic spirit she had been yearning for. Meanwhile, Lin Ting returned, having had his secret guards detain Prince Pingyu. However, considering he was still their elder, Lin Ting decided to write a letter to the emperor soon, detailing his crimes, letting the emperor decide his fate. Xiao Lu had no objections to Lin Ting's handling of the matter. She turned to introduce the two to each other. After hearing of Yin Xian's actions, Lin Ting sincerely bowed to her. He expressed gratitude for her righteous intervention tonight. While Yin Xian responded calmly on the surface, she was internally surprised. His every movement showed refined elegance, completely different from her imagination of an arrogant prince. However, being used to solitude, she wasn't good at socializing and prepared to bid farewell after brief conversation. But Xiao Lu wouldn't let her leave so easily. Holding her hand, she began asking where she was headed next. Learning she was also going to Jinling, she immediately invited her to travel together. While Yin Xian was hesitating whether to refuse, Lin Ting spoke up to ease her concerns. My sister has always loved martial arts and merely admires your excellent swordsmanship. Please don't feel obligated if you're unwilling. Combined with Xiao Lu's admiring expression and repeated, please, she finally gave in and agreed to travel with them. Having achieved her goal, Xiao Lu was overjoyed. That night she naturally started gossiping again, quickly bringing their relationship closer. The next day, the three set out early by carriage. Due to the long journey, Lin Ting decided to rest at noon and buy some food supplies. While waiting, Xiao Lu suddenly mentioned hearing many people heading to Jinling along the way, and asked Yin Xian if she knew what was happening there recently. Yin Xian replied that the martial artists gathering in Jinling were all there for the Lu family's Jima sword manual. The Lu family's eldest son had secretly learned the Jima swordplay, angering the martial arts world, who demanded an explanation from the Lu family. Xiao Lu asked confused, wasn't the sword manual originally owned by the Lu family? Yin Xing shook her head, explaining it was Hero Jima's exclusive swordplay, with the Lu family merely being its custodians. Only whoever could eliminate the Qishao 13 bandits controlling Battle Mountain would be the true heir to the Jima swordplay. Xiao Lu's eyes sparkled hearing this. This Jima swordplay sounded impressive. Once in Jinling, she had to join in on the excitement. She then asked Yin Xing if she was also going to confront the Lu family. But Yin Xing denied this, saying she was only taking advantage of this gathering of masters in Jinling to spar with other young talents. This made Xiao Lu embarrassed, thinking to herself, truly a warrior indeed. As they talked, Lin Ting returned with food. After getting in the carriage, he first handed a package to Xiao Lu, saying they wouldn't reach Jinling until evening, so she should eat something first. Then he handed the remaining package to Yin Xian, who was surprised, seemingly not expecting to receive anything. Lin Ping smiled, saying, this is for you, Miss Yin Xian. See if you like it. If not, I'll get different flavors next time. Yin Xian looked at him, then lowered her head to untie the string. The oiled paper contained pastries, dried fruits, and preserved sweets, all things young ladies typically enjoyed. Throughout her life, this was the first time anyone had given her such things. The girl was young, yet had never eaten snacks before. Just earlier, while the two were chatting, Lin Ping had stepped forward. He stated that he had ordered Prince Pingyu's detention and sent a letter to the emperor, letting him decide the punishment. After handling the matter, Lin Fei Lu introduced Yin Xian to his elder brother. She bowed respectfully to him, while Yi Xian said, your highness is too kind outwardly. Inside, she thought this prince's every movement showed refinement, quite different from her image of typical princes. After things were settled, she stood up with her sword, saying, if your highness has no other matters, I shall take my leave. Lin Fei Lu quickly grabbed her and asked where she was heading next. Yin Xian told him, Jinling. Lin Fei Lu was overjoyed, saying they were also going to Jinling and should travel together. Used to being alone, Yin Xian was at a loss. Lin Ting, seeing her hesitation, smiled gently and said, Miss Yin Xian, please don't worry. My sister simply admires your swordsmanship. If you're unwilling, there's no need to force yourself. Yin Xing looked at Lin Fei Lu again, seeing the girl pouting cutely, looking innocent and adorable, softly and sweetly calling her Sister Yin Xing, while saying, please, please. Having grown up among swords and blades, Yin Xing couldn't resist and agreed. Yin Xian was easygoing, When Lin Fei Lu said they needed to return to the inn, she followed along. When Lin Fei Lu suggested sharing the carriage, she had no objections. Not knowing much about Jinling from her travels, she asked Yin Xian, "Sister Yin Xian, what exactly is happening in Jinling?" Yin Xian explained that the martial artists were gathering in Jinling because of the Jima sword manual kept by the Lu family. Lin Fei Lu asked, puzzled, if the manual wasn't owned by the Lu family. Yin Xian shook her head saying no. It was Hero Jima's exclusive swordplay. Years ago, when the hero was ambushed, he fled to Jinling and was saved by the Lu family. Before dying, he entrusted the Jima swordplay to them, leaving words that whoever could eliminate Qi Xiao would inherit the technique. After Yin Xian's explanation, Lin Fei Lu finally understood the complexity of the situation. She then eagerly asked Sister Yin Xian what she was going there for. Yin Xian directly stated that with all the masters gathering in Jinling, it was a perfect opportunity for martial arts exchanges, so she couldn't miss it. At this moment, Lin Ping entered. After boarding, he gave one package to Lin Fei Lu and handed another to Yin Xian. Yin Xian seemed surprised, asking, "For me?" Lin Ping smiled warmly and said, "Yes, for you, Miss Yin Xian. See if you like it. If not, I'll get different flavors next time." Yin Xian looked at him, then lowered her head to untie the string. Inside the oiled paper were various pastries and preserved fruits. All were treats that young ladies typically enjoyed. Because the man complained about the noisy environment, the woman, without a word, drew her sword as a warning. Just then, Lin Fei Lu noticed Yin Xian seemed unfamiliar with snacks and suggested she try them. Yin Xian picked up a piece of preserved fruit and put it in her mouth. Her eyes instantly lit up. She ate quietly and earnestly, then tried the others one by one. After tasting all the snacks, she happily told Lin Ting she liked them very much. With gentle eyes and a soft voice, Lin Ting replied, "I'm glad Miss Yin Xian likes them." Ah, what a pleasant voice. She suddenly became shy and lowered her head. Lin Fei Lu saw Yin Xian's blushing face and chuckled. Early the next morning, Lin Fei Lu energetically went to watch the excitement at the Lu family residence. She found the entrance crowded with people. Lin Fei Lu wondered how they would appease everyone's anger. Yin Xian replied that the sword manual must be handed over. Lin Fei Lu was completely acting as a front-row spectator. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked out. Yin Xian quietly introduced him as the current head of the Lu family. The current family head. As voices quieted down, the family head spoke, "I, Lu, know why you've all gathered here today. Today, I shall transfer it to another person in front of everyone." The crowd immediately erupted in chaos. Those desperate for the sword technique immediately stood up, creating quite a scene. Lin Fei Lu stuck out her tongue, suddenly feeling it meaningless. How was this different from fighting for the throne? All were blinded by greed, fighting for possession. She turned to look at Lin Ting and saw his pale face, asking concernedly if he felt unwell. Lin Ting forced a smile, saying it was nothing, just that it was too noisy. Yin Xian frowned, her right hand raised, drawing the broadsword from her back. Expressionlessly, she threw it forward. The broadsword cut through the air. Like a sharp sword, it struck once before embedding itself in the door behind the family head. The scene exploded into chaos. The masters who were arguing looked over in surprise. Someone impatiently asked, "Miss Yin Xian, what does this mean?" Yin Xian bluntly replied, "You're too noisy." Then she addressed the family head, "Master Lu, since you've made your decision, why watch the elders argue? Why not directly announce who you plan to give it to?" Just because of a letter, the girl imagined scenes of speaking sweet words with her beloved. Just then, Yin Xian had spoken frankly to the family head, asking why watch everyone argue if he'd already decided, suggesting he should just announce his chosen recipient. Hearing this, the family head announced loudly that the Lu family had carried Hirojima's trust for many years. Today, before the entire martial arts world, he would transfer the sword manual to Jiliang. At these words, Lin Fei Lu nearly dropped her jaw in shock. Then, before everyone, Master Lu directly handed the sword manual to Jiliang, who casually took it and tucked it away. He cast a cold glance around. He threw some tokens before the crowd. Everyone looked closely. They were the tokens of several chiefs from the Qishao 13 bandits. Beside them, the family head spoke seriously. Days ago, Master Ji single-handedly took the lives of 5 bandit leaders. Now, who else but Master Ji is worthy of the sword manual? The scene once again erupted in discussion. Lin Feilu had been stunned since Ji Liang's appearance. Ji Liang was really her handsome Uncle Ji. She felt excited, along with some indescribable emotions. Lin Ting went straight to his room to rest upon returning. After he rested, Yin Xian asked Lin Feilu if Prince Qi had been injured before. Lin Feilu shook her head, but then decided to tell her that he had been poisoned by honeysuckle and wasn't in good health. Yin Xian seriously replied that Qin Mountain had a natural medicinal spring, very effective for healing and detoxification. If there were no other matters, they could return to the mountain together. Lin Feilu clapped her hands in joy, saying she had heard of Qin Mountain's beautiful scenery and would love to experience it. So after agreeing, they both returned to their rooms. But just as she closed the door, she was nearly scared to death. Someone was sitting in her room. If she hadn't been so familiar with him, she would have screamed. Ji Liang glanced at her sideways, then wordlessly threw something towards Lin Feilu. When she saw the large characters written on the book, she was almost scared witless. Nearly crying, she said, "Uncle Ji, why give me this? Do you want the entire martial arts world to hunt me down?" Ji Liang coldly told her it was that guy's birthday gift to her. Lin Feilu instantly became alert. Hugging the book, pink bubbles silently rose in her heart. Unexpectedly, Ji Liang handed her another letter, saying it was from that guy for her. Lin Feilu opened it and saw written clearly, "Does the princess think of me as I think of her?" She couldn't help but become serious, immediately imagining the handsome one standing beside her, turning gently to whisper in her ear, "Does the princess think of me as I think of her?" Only because they were in a long-distance relationship, they had to use uncle as their messenger. Just then, Lin Feilu saw that the handsome one had written her a love letter. She couldn't help but immerse herself in the moment. Ji Liang looked at the blushing girl and expressionlessly said he had delivered everything. "I'm leaving." Lin Feilu quickly called out, "Wait, could you help me take a letter to him? We've been apart for months. I've been worried about His Highness's comfort. Please, Uncle Ji." Ji Liang momentarily felt the urge to strike her down with his sword, but he held back. Finally, he sighed helplessly and was forced to agree. Lin Feilu quickly went to get paper and brush. Soon she handed the letter to Ji Liang, specifically reminding Uncle Ji not to lose it. Ji Liang said nothing, tucked the items into his clothes, and turned to leave. The next day, Yin Xian took the siblings to Qin Mountain. In the following days, the three spent their days exploring and relaxing on the mountain. At night, Lin Ting soaked in the medicinal spring to remove the toxins from his body. Life in the mountains was leisurely and pleasant. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Hearing a call, Lin Ting turned to look behind. Yin Xian was walking into the courtyard carrying a bamboo basket. Opening its lid, she turned and seriously asked if he liked these. Lin Ting went over to look and discovered 2 squirrels in the basket. These squirrels weren't friendly with others. They only liked the refined young man before them. Just then, after Lin Ting received the squirrels Yin Xian gave him, he politely said, "Thank you, Miss Yin Xian." But the squirrels all hid behind Lin Ting, with one even climbing up his back. After reaching his shoulder, it kept nuzzling against Lin Ting's face, showing great affection. Yin Xian found it amazing. These animals usually hide from people, and she had worked hard to catch them, yet they seemed not afraid of Lin Ting at all. She reached out to pet the squirrel sitting on his shoulder, but the squirrel immediately started chirping frantically. Yin Xian awkwardly pulled back her hand. Lin Ting smiled, half scolding and half comforting. "Be good, don't make noise." He smiled and asked her if she wanted to try again. Yin Xian looked at him. She slowly reached out again and stroked the squirrel's head. This time it neither moved nor made a sound, though it seemed to be trembling slightly. She quietly withdrew her hand and asked him, "Do you like them?" Lin Ting's eyes were full of gentle laughter. "I do." Her eyes curved into a smile, losing her usual forced seriousness, showing only a young girl's charm. The days in the mountains passed pleasantly like this. Lin Feilu barely felt the summer passing. Summer came to an end. After these months of soaking in the medicinal spring, Lin Ting's health had indeed improved greatly. Color returned to his face, making him appear increasingly fair-skinned with red lips, extraordinarily handsome. Most importantly, his mental state had improved significantly. It was time to leave this mountain paradise. He cupped his fists and said 4 words, "Take care of yourself." Lin Feilu warmly invited her, Sister Yin Xian, come visit us in the capital when you have a chance. There are many skilled fighters there. You can practice sword techniques with them. Yin Xian looked at her and nodded. All right. Before getting in the carriage, Lin Ting slightly turned his head to look at Yin Xian behind him. She was still standing there, the mountain breeze playing with her red dress. Lin Ting thought of something. He said gently to Yin Xian, Miss Yin Xian, would you please look after the animals in the courtyard for me? Yin Xian asked, all right, but when will you return? Lin Ting looked at her tenderly. 2 months at the earliest, 6 months at the latest. I will definitely come back. The usual calmness on Yin Xian's face finally broke into a happy smile. Good, I'll wait here for your return. The young man had finally returned for a visit, yet the girl kept hiding from him. Just then, Lin Fei Lu planned to go into town first to get some autumn clothes. It was nearly evening. They finally reached the nearest town. Finding an inn to stay, they went to eat on the first floor. As soon as they sat down, they heard discussions all around, mentioning something about the Song Kingdom's new ruler. Lin Fei Lu's expression changed upon hearing this, as the man continued, I heard that ruler not only killed his master, but his methods were particularly cruel. After ascending the throne, he executed all opposing officials. He imprisoned all other princes. Since his coronation, the blood at Song's execution grounds has never dried. And now the ruler of Song is the 7th prince who was sent to Deling as a hostage, Song Jinlan. Lin Fei Lu was instantly dumbfounded. What had happened in less than a year? How had her handsome one become such a tyrant? Lin Ting slowly recovered from his disbelief and glanced at Lin Fei Lu. He said softly, let's eat first. Lin Fei Lu thought for a moment and asked, brother, will we go to war with Song? Lin Ting paused, then smiled helplessly. Don't worry about such things. Knowing father, he won't start a war unless Song attacks first. After speaking, Lin Ting thought of something and hesitantly added, but Song's new army is formidable. Song will only grow stronger. If we want to defeat them, now would be the best time. Counting the time, they had been traveling outside the palace for almost a year. Lin Fei Lu missed Xiao Lan and Lin Zhanyuan. She was also worried about Lin Ting's condition, so she wanted to return with him, because she knew that as Lin Ting was the Prince of Qi, even if he didn't participate in the succession struggle, he had his own responsibilities. The carriage swayed all the way back to the capital. That day, the winter jasmine at the city gate was in full bloom. As soon as Lin Fei Lu returned, she hurried to Yangxin Palace. The palace workers greeted her with smiling faces, saying, the 5th princess has finally returned after a year. His Majesty has been mentioning you often. Lin Fei Lu asked softly, how has Father Emperor's health been during my absence? The workers hesitated briefly before replying, due to the Song Kingdom matter, His Majesty has been overworked lately and seems somewhat weakened. Fortunately, a Taoist master came specially to make medicine for His Majesty. He's much better after taking it. Lin Fei Lu was stunned. Taoist medicine? Since when did father believe in such things? Just then, a soldier in armor approached from the opposite direction. The spring sun gleamed on his snow-white armor, reflecting the young man's heroic bearing. Do you know what it feels like to be pressured into marriage by your parents? Just then, a soldier in armor approached from the opposite direction. The spring sun fell on his armor, reflecting a cold light. It took Lin Fei Lu a while to recognize who it was. Shi Xingjiang, when did you return to the capital? The young man stepped forward, reaching out to pat her. I just arrived too, coming to report military matters to His Majesty. Did the little bean miss her young master brother? Lin Fei Lu made a disgusted face and avoided him. You haven't even changed your clothes. You're filthy. Go away. I'm leaving. Shi Xingjiang watched her departing figure speechlessly, muttering under his breath. Haven't seen each other for so long, and she won't even talk to me properly. Ungrateful girl. And I worried about her every day. Lin Fei Lu entered the hall and saw Emperor Lin reclining on a couch, with servants fanning him. She excitedly called out, Father Emperor. Lin Di sat up straight. My little fifth has finally returned. Come, let me have a good look at you. Lin Fei Lu ran over with a smile, knelt down and hugged his arm affectionately. The emperor stroked her head, his aged face showing some melancholy. In just a year, it seemed he had suddenly aged, and his little fifth had grown into a young lady. Lin Fei Lu quickly tried to cheer him up with sweet words. Father isn't old at all. Father is in his prime. Just as Lin Fei Lu finished speaking, the emperor beckoned to a nearby servant, who brought forward a stack of portraits. Take another look at these. Seeing that the portraits were all of distinguished young men, Lin Fei Lu became unusually flustered. She couldn't help but swallow nervously while observing the emperor's expression, seeing him smiling at her. She could only pretend to be calm and lower her head to look through all the portraits. The last one was actually of Shi Xingjiang. Lin Fei Lu's hand trembled slightly. After she finished looking, the emperor asked if she liked any of them. She pouted and shook her head. The emperor wasn't surprised and said, "You've always been close to fourth brother. Regarding marriage, you're as troublesome as he is." Lin Fei Lu pouted again and whined, "Father, I just don't want to marry so early." But the emperor remained unmoved. "You can get engaged first and marry in a year or two." Seeing this, Lin Fei Lu used her ultimate technique. She pursed her lips, her eyes reddening, and said pitifully, "Father doesn't love little Lu anymore. A married daughter is like spilled water. Father just wants to get rid of little Lu. Father just doesn't want little Lu anymore." The emperor was both helpless and amused. "You know I always fall for this. I want you to marry someone you like, and won't force you. But you'll have to marry eventually. I'll give you more time to choose carefully." Lin Fei Lu never thought that the parental pressure to marry, which she hadn't experienced before, would follow her here. Though she agreed happily on the surface, she was already plotting mischief in her mind. If she really couldn't avoid it when the time came, she'd secretly run away to live in seclusion in the Qin Mountains. After Lin Fei Lu left humming a tune, a nearby servant asked curiously, "The fifth princess is still young. She could stay by your majesty's side for a few more years. Why are your majesty and Ji Yun so eager to arrange the fifth princess's marriage?" The emperor sighed meaningfully. "De Lin and Song will inevitably go to war. The coming years won't be peaceful. Arranging little Wu's marriage early means someone will protect her. Then I can be at ease." Looking at Shi Xingjiang's portrait again, "I think Shi Xingjiang would be good. My most obedient princess naturally deserves the bravest young general in the realm." So the emperor instructed, "Peng Man, go summon noble consort Shi. I want to discuss this with her first." A few days later, news spread in the palace that the emperor planned to arrange a marriage between the western heir and the fifth princess. Consort Ling Lu was stunned when she heard this. A man, to prevent his beloved from marrying another, actually attempted to assassinate the young man. Just now, when Lin Fei Lu learned of her arranged marriage, she couldn't help but wonder. Perhaps Shi Xingjiang had asked the emperor for her hand? But she quickly dismissed the thought. Though Shi Xingjiang was unruly, he was very proper about such matters. He would never force her. When Shi Xingjiang heard the news, he was also shocked. He immediately came to find Lin Fei Lu, repeatedly denying involvement. "It wasn't me. Even if I wanted to marry you, I'd win your heart fair and square. I would never use such underhanded methods." Seeing his annoyance, Lin Fei Lu quickly waved her hands, expressing her complete trust in him. While the parties involved were confused, others were quite enthusiastic about it. Everyone had their own opinion to share. The spring passed. Late spring soon arrived, finally bringing Lin Fei Lu's 15th birthday. The palace naturally held a grand feast to celebrate the fifth princess's coming of age. At the banquet, the emperor announced to all that fifth princess Lin Fei Lu would be titled Princess Yong'an, and granted her a mansion in the capital. Those who had been waiting for news of the marriage were somewhat disappointed when no such announcement came. Lin Fei Lu was relieved, but still nervous. After her coming-of-age banquet, the night before departing, she held a private dinner at her residence, inviting only Shi Xingjiang and fourth prince. In the evening, seeing it was getting late, Lin Fei Lu told Shi Xingjiang to return to rest. Before leaving, Shi Xingjiang suddenly turned back, putting on the air of a playboy. Lin Fei Lu was embarrassed, but unknown to him, a black-clad figure was following behind. Meanwhile, Lin Fei Lu had just sat down and asked Song Yu to prepare for her bath. After a busy day, she wanted to rest early. Just then, a palace maid rushed in frantically, telling her that young master Shi had just been attacked by assassins on his way back. Lin Fei Lu was shocked. She quickly grabbed the maid's hand, repeatedly asking if Shi Xingjiang was injured. The maid reassured her it was just a minor wound, and the imperial physician had been sent. After the maid left, she wondered puzzled. Xinjiang had no enemies. Who would dare to do such a thing? While lost in thought, her window suddenly rattled twice, struck by small stones. She shuddered, then dismissed the maids. She quickly opened the window. A figure floated down from the moonlit wall to her window. He was dressed in black, wearing that familiar mask. After 2 years, he seemed to have grown even taller, his figure more slender than before. Just for one sentence, the young man unhesitatingly attempted to assassinate the girl's childhood friend. Just now, Lin Fei Lu saw the young man dressed in black. Her breathing quickened as she looked up at him. He wore that familiar mask on his face. After 2 years apart, he had grown taller, his figure more slender than before. Neither spoke for a while, then she stood on tiptoe, slowly reached out to remove the mask from his face. He didn't move, even slightly bent down to accommodate her action, allowing her to remove it. The mask, the face beneath, was familiar from her memories. He curved his lips, looking down at her tenderly, and softly said, "Princess, we meet again." She stared at that incomparably handsome face, her heart a mix of emotions she couldn't quite name. Song Jinlan remained slightly bent, his expression unchanged, only asking curiously, "What is the princess afraid of?" Lin Fei Lu repeatedly denied, stammering, "No, I'm not afraid of anything." Song Qinglan smiled, reaching into his robes to take out a box and hand it to her. 2 days late, but hopefully not too late. "Happy birthday, princess." Lin Fei Lu's pupils dilated, staring at the box for a long while before slowly accepting it. Opening it, she saw a small jade carving inside. Long ago, she had received a small, lifelike wooden carving from him. Back then, he had said, "Wood decays but jade endures. When your highness becomes wealthy, carve me one in jade." Now it was finally in her hands. She held the small jade figure, examining it for a long time. Finally looking up at him, she hesitantly asked, "Your highness risked coming all this way just to bring me a birthday gift?" Song Jinlan nodded. She pressed her lips together, her voice somewhat muffled. "Was it you who tried to assassinate Xinjiang?" His tone was light and casual, as if discussing something trivial. "He wanted to marry you, so of course he had to die." Lin Fei Lu looked at him in disbelief, speechless for a long while. Song Jinlan lowered his gaze to look at her for a moment. He gently stroked her nape, chuckling softly before suddenly pulling the young girl into an embrace. The princess couldn't bear his death. Lin Fei Lu inhaled his faint, cool fragrance, making small sounds. She reached out to push him away. Song Qinglan loosened his grip enough to let her breathe, but kept his hand on her neck, looking down at her. Lin Fei Lu's heart was racing, frightened by this unfamiliar and somewhat twisted pretty boy. Yet paradoxically, she wasn't afraid. She knew very well in her heart he would never harm her. This young couple, finally meeting again, could only embrace and express their longing. Just now, Lin Fei Lu's heart was racing, startled by this unfamiliar, somewhat twisted pretty boy. Her small hands pressed against the young man's chest, leaning back slightly. But when she looked up at him, meeting his cold gaze, "Your Highness, don't be like this." He smiled. Before she could respond, the young man's fingers gently pinched her nape. Lin Fei Lu dared not move, feeling completely surrounded by his presence. His fingers still held her nape, fingertips gently rubbing, sending electric sensations that made her scalp tingle. After a long while, she finally stammered, "It's just a rumor. I won't marry him." The young man laughed softly, slowly releasing his hand. Lin Fei Lu's face was flushed, breathing heavily. She had never felt her heart beat so fast before. Lin Fei Lu sighed involuntarily, somewhat troubled. "Are those rumors true? Did you kill your father emperor?" Song Qinglan smiled and asked softly. Lin Fei Lu couldn't help but continue. "You also killed many court officials and imprisoned the princes." Song Qinglan lowered his head to adjust his sleeve, asking again. He raised his eyes to look at the young woman before him, chuckling softly. "I told you before, the path to defeating enemies is extremely dangerous. If I don't kill them, they'll kill me. Does the princess wish for my death?" Hearing this, Lin Fei Lu quickly shook her head. Song Qinglan smiled and reached out to pinch her soft earlobe again. Lin Fei Lu shuddered, turning her head to avoid him as his fingers cupped her cheek. Then he bent down to her ear and softly said, "Princess, don't be afraid of me. Otherwise, I'll be very sad." Lin Fei Lu tensed up. She gave a muffled response through her nose. He released her contentedly, looked back at the night sky, and said with a smile, "It's late. Go to sleep." Then he turned and left. Lin Fei Lu watched his departing figure. Her heart was heavy. Such a brief meeting. Who knows how long he had planned just to make time for this moment. Tears suddenly welled up in Lin Fei Lu's eyes. She quickly waved goodbye. Have a safe journey. Song Qinglan paused, then just smiled and nodded. Take care, princess. He turned to leave, took 2 steps, then turned back. Princess, would you please wait a few more years for me? Lin Fei Lu was stunned. Did he mean what she thought he meant? After hearing this, she immediately shut the window with a snap. Outside, Song Qinglan silently laughed. Inside the room, the young girl gently patted her blushing cheeks, constantly reassuring herself, No, it can't be like that. He's still so young. When the girl saw her father emperor about to take the poison, she wanted to stop him but was prevented by the eunuch behind her. After her birthday, Lin Fei Lu officially moved out of the palace and began living independently. Meanwhile, at court, the Song Kingdom was constantly in motion. Song Qinglan personally led iron cavalry east and west, annexing small countries around Deling. In just a few years, the Song Kingdom grew powerful at an astonishing rate, forming a 3-way power balance with Deling and Yong. Entering the hall, the Ling Emperor was reading memorials with a stern face. His expression softened slightly when he saw her enter. At this time, a person wearing Taoist robes came from outside. Young master, it's time for medicine. The emaciated Ling Emperor looked at the miraculous medicine, extremely weak, and instructed the Taoist, This medicine seems less effective lately. Increase the dosage. Seeing her father about to take it, Lin Fei Lu wanted to stop him but was prevented by the eunuch behind her. He kindly whispered that the Ling Emperor had become too suspicious lately. The imperial physician who tried to advise against it was immediately dismissed from office. Lin Fei Lu frowned, feeling distressed. As father and daughter were enjoying their time together, sudden hurried footsteps and the clash of armor came from outside. A soldier rushed in, urgently reporting, Your Majesty, secret scouts report that the Yong envoys are heading to Song country. They want to ally with Song to attack Delin. The Ling Emperor's face turned pale instantly. What did you say? Just as Lin Fei Lu was about to speak words of comfort, she saw the Ling Emperor suddenly clutch his chest and close his eyes. He fell backward. The young man came with 100,000 troops to propose marriage. But unexpectedly, the other side drew their swords. Just as the imperial physician hurriedly arrived, the Ling Emperor had been helped onto a couch. He was still unconscious, his forehead covered in cold sweat, his limbs ice cold. Lin Fei Lu, keeping watch over the Yangxin Hall, asked the physician nearby about her father's condition. The physician shook his head helplessly, replying, Your Highness, His Majesty's condition was caused by extreme anger. He will wake after taking medicine, but having taken elixirs for years, the cold poison has entered his body. Even if he wakes, I'm afraid he will remain bedridden. Lin Fei Lu swayed, and Ling Xian behind her supported her. Then the crown prince asked the physician to do his best to treat him, and dismissed him afterward. Then he lowered his head to comfort Xiao Wu and Xiao Wu. Don't be afraid, with the physicians here, Father Emperor will be fine. However, with the current political turmoil, I'm afraid I cannot attend to Father Emperor's side. I'll need you to take care of things here. At this time, a trusted advisor came to report about Yong country's intention to ally with Song. Lin Qing frowned solemnly. Send word. The Western general and all military commanders in the court should stand by, ready to rush to the borders at any moment in case Song starts a war. With the Ling Emperor gravely ill, Crown Prince Lin Qing took charge of state affairs. After consulting with court officials, he immediately sent envoys to Song for peace talks. Days later, news returned that Song Qinglan personally led 100,000 troops on a royal campaign, heading to the Huai River border between Song and Lin. The people of Delin were thrown into panic. Crown Prince Lin Qing was furious. Meanwhile, the Ling Emperor, who had been kept alive by medicine, passed away. This brought heavy gloom to the already unstable Delin. Meanwhile, in the northern frontier camp, General Shi Sun received the secret report from the capital and fell into deep thought. Seeing his father's serious expression, Shi Xing directly asked, The emperor has passed, Song troops are at our borders, and Yong is preparing for war. What should we do next? Everyone gripped their weapons tightly, prepared to fight to the death. Just then, a messenger came to report that the Song army across the river wanted to negotiate. Father and son were completely bewildered. Negotiations at this point? What could they possibly want to negotiate? Shisun thought briefly, then strode out. We'll know once we talk. When they reached the Huai River bank, a boat was already anchored in the middle. On the deck stood a tall man wearing dark armor. It was none other than the Song Emperor. Song Jinlan's smiling voice carried across the river. Western General, I've long admired your reputation. It's my fortune to meet you today, and your fame is well-deserved. Shisun carefully observed the figure on the boat and the mass of Song troops behind it, gathering his internal energy. He spoke gravely. What instructions does the Song Emperor have? Please speak directly. Song Jinlan gestured behind him and asked with a smile, Can the Western General see these 100,000 troops behind me? Shisun replied, Though my old eyes are dim, I still have strength to fight. Song Jinlan said leisurely, General, she misunderstands. I didn't bring these 100,000 troops for war. He paused, smiling, and let his words drift slowly to the soldiers on shore. I came to propose marriage. Shisun thought his old ears had deceived him. Looking around, he saw all the soldiers wearing confused and shocked expressions. Only Shishing beside him widened his eyes in disbelief. The man on the deck smiled. He cupped his hands from afar. Western General, tell your people that I only want Princess An. Before Shisun could react, Shishing beside him let out a low roar. Shishing rushed forward. Shisun was startled and immediately ordered the soldiers to stop him. He did it to save the country. The girl was willing to bid farewell to friends and family to marry into a foreign land. Just now, before Shisun could react, Shishing beside him had roared, cursed, and tried to draw his sword to charge forward. Shisun was startled and immediately ordered the soldiers to stop him. He angrily commanded, Hold him down and watch him carefully. After brief consideration, he ordered, Bring a boat. I will board to discuss details with him. It was his first time meeting this legendary young ruler who had fiercely deployed troops. Though surprised, he showed nothing, maintaining his dignified tone as he asked the Song Emperor, What is the meaning of today's words? Song Jinlan smiled and gestured to his guard. The guard placed an imperial edict in his hands. He handed the scroll to Shisun, smiling, This is my sincere pledge. I wish to form an eternal alliance with Delin. During Princess An's lifetime, Song and Lin will maintain friendly relations and never wage war. Shisun took the alliance document and examined it. Indeed, all terms were written clearly and precisely, with the Great Song's imperial seal stamped beside it. Though Shisun was a seasoned warrior who had seen much, he couldn't help but feel shaken. He slowly rolled up the imperial edict. He said solemnly, I will report this matter to His Majesty. Song Jinlan smiled slightly. I await good news. Lin Feilu had been observing mourning all this time. Lin Qing's sudden summons made her vaguely feel that something major might have happened. Was it a military defeat? Was she to escort the pregnant empress to safety? With complex emotions, she entered the hall. Until she finished reading the letter and alliance document Lin Qing handed her. Lin Feilu couldn't quite process it. After a long while, she slowly looked up at the solemn-faced Lin Qing. She pointed at herself doubtfully, Princess Yonganumi? Just as she was about to speak after recovering from shock, Lin Qing suddenly furrowed his brows and declared firmly, Little Lu can rest assured. I would rather die defending our borders than hand you over. After a moment of silence, he looked down at the alliance document again. Every word and clause was beneficial to Delin without any drawbacks. Does Royal Brother understand what this alliance means for Delin? How could Lin Qing not know? 100 years of peace would be enough for him to secure his throne and protect Delin's realm. Lin Qing clenched his fists. Delin wasn't without fighting strength, but this was about his beloved royal sister whom he had watched grow up. Even though he knew that if Lin Yin faced the combined forces of neighboring Song and the two countries, they would be helpless. Lin Feilu sighed helplessly. If we can avoid war, why fight? Once war breaks out, people suffer and the land becomes a wasteland of corpses. Isn't every life precious? Lin Qing stared at her steadily. Seeing this alliance document, Lin Feilu was actually somewhat happy. Happy that she still held significant weight in his heart. At least enough to extinguish this conflict. Moreover, she had her own personal reasons. Lin Feilu curved her lips slightly and handed the alliance document to Lin Qing with both hands. Royal Brother, let me go. Lin Qing stood rigid, staring at her motionlessly. But she smiled gently. Consider it little Lu's enthronement gift to royal brother. Lin Qing felt reluctant inside. He turned away, saying, "Let me consider it for a few more days." With state affairs at hand, the people were panicked, and Yong was restless. Lin Qing finally agreed to the marriage alliance with Song. 5 days later, Lin Qing had to announce to both countries that the Song emperor sought to marry Princess Yong'an of Delin, forming an eternal alliance between the two countries. Soon, Song's wedding delegation arrived in Delin's capital. Everyone came to bid her farewell with reluctance. Among all people, Lin Feilu was only worried about Xiaolan. But with this enthronement gift she gave, she believed Lin Qing wouldn't mistreat her in the future. She seemed to have no attachments in Delin. Everyone around her had found their own fulfilling lives. She could now peacefully seek her own happiness. The capital's citizens lined the streets to see her off, weeping. In their eyes, Princess Yong'an had traded herself for their peace. How could they not be moved? Xing had come from afar to bid farewell. Lin Feilu directly told him to let go. But the young man knew this letting go would be for life. Just now, while everyone was imagining how pitiful Princess Yong'an must be, she was actually in her carriage, having removed her heavy formal clothes, sitting cross-legged against a tree, comfortably peeling oranges. Song Yu had been feeling sad, but seeing the princess like this, he couldn't maintain his sadness anymore. "Princess, are you really not sad?" Lin Feilu gazed at the brilliant starry sky. "What's there to be sad about? It's just immigration, and I'm getting a green card. I can come back whenever I want." Song Yu sighed helplessly, "But the journey is so far." Lin Feilu smiled mischievously. "Long journey? You're not walking there. What are horses for?" Lin Feilu was excited about experiencing her new life, starting a new chapter. She heard Song country had mountains and waters, with plenty of seafood. Song Yu instantly stopped feeling sad. Lin Feilu waited until the caravan started moving again. She leisurely walked back to her carriage. Just as she lifted the curtain, she saw a shadow move inside. Sure enough, someone grabbed her wrist and pulled her in. Before she could make a sound, she saw who it was. The cry at her lips was swallowed back. After a long silence, Lin Feilu sighed, "Xingjiang, what are you doing?" The man wore black clothes with black hair, travel-worn and haggard, as if he had rushed day and night to catch up with her. He looked at her without speaking, just stubbornly pressing his lips together, holding her wrist. After a while, Lin Feilu heard his hoarse voice ask, "Is this your choice?" She nodded seriously. "Yes, it's my choice. I like him and want to marry him." He growled angrily. "I don't believe it." Lin Feilu asked, "What can you do even if you don't believe it?" Indeed, what could he do? On one side was national duty, on the other was his beloved girl. All he could do was secretly follow her to see her one last time. Lin Feilu looked up at him and sighed helplessly. She said, "Xingjiang, let go." Xingjiang stared at her motionlessly. He knew once he let go, it would be forever. After a long while, he finally released her hand. Lin Feilu looked at the fading red marks on her wrist. She casually covered her wrist with her sleeve. Soon the carriage swayed as the convoy set out again. Night was falling. Lin Feilu leaned out the window to ask the guard Captain Chun, totaling how many days it would take to reach Linshan. Hearing the princess's question, he immediately replied that at a fast pace it would take 10 days. But to avoid tiring the princess, they would travel slowly, camping at sunset, departing at sunrise, taking about 20 days. Unexpectedly, Lin Feilu sighed, "I miss airplanes and high-speed trains." She looked unhappy, mumbling, "It takes so long. Suddenly I don't want to go anymore." Chen Yao was startled, unconsciously glancing back at the guard detail, secretly relieved. Fortunately, that person hadn't heard. Inside the carriage, Lin Feilu lay on the couch reading for a while. Thinking about the 20-day journey ahead, she couldn't help but wail. Using her arm as a pillow, she lay on the couch like a salted fish, listlessly complaining, "Song Jinlan has no heart." Song Yu quickly said, "Princess, you can't directly use His Majesty's name." Lin Feilu rolled around in the spacious carriage. Song Jinlan has changed. Song Jinlan wasn't like this before. Does Song Jinlan not love me anymore? Does he have someone else in his harem? Suddenly someone laughed outside the carriage window. Lin Feilu froze. She suddenly sat up, staring intently out the window. Song Yu had heard it too, and tentatively said, "It must be Captain Chun." Lin Feilu said nothing, but her heart was racing. She crawled to the window and suddenly lifted the curtain. She saw a man on horseback, wearing plain clothes with dark red patterns on the hem. The hem swayed gently in the air as he turned his head slightly, looking down at the small head poking out the window. His thin lips curved in a slight smile. "How have you been, princess?" The girl traveled thousands of miles to marry her love, not knowing the man had already married 6 or 7 wives. Just now, when Lin Feilu saw the man outside the carriage, she gasped and quickly sat back down. Song Yu asked, puzzled, "What's wrong, princess?" Lin Feilu pointed outside the window in terror. "I saw a ghost." At that moment, the driver called out, "Miss Song Yu." Song Yu thought someone needed her and quickly went outside. A moment later, the carriage curtain was lifted again. Lin Feilu watched as the person bent down to enter, not knowing what expression to make. Seeing the young man actually sit beside her, she was at a loss for what to do. Before she could react, Song Jinlong asked curiously, "How have I changed? What was I like before?" Lin Feilu silently moved backward. As she moved, he unhurriedly followed until she was cornered with nowhere to go. He finally smiled, shaking his head, and patted her head gently, saying softly, "Princess, long time no see." Lin Feilu held her breath, and after a while asked in disbelief, "When did you arrive?" Song Jinlong told her, "I've been here all along." She looked at him in surprise. "You've been with the wedding delegation?" He nodded. After a pause, she hesitantly asked, "Is this allowed? Are you allowed to come with the delegation?" Song Jinlong took her nervous hand in his. "What's wrong with coming to receive my wife?" Lin Feilu felt shy inside. Little Beauty had really changed. He'd become so good at sweet talk. Suddenly remembering something, she stiffened and looked him over. She tentatively asked, "If you were there all along, did you see?" As she struggled to continue, Song Jinlong casually finished, "You mean seeing Shi Xingjiang?" Song Jinlong smiled slightly at her. "Without my permission, how could he enter your carriage?" Lin Feilu quickly explained, "We just talked briefly. Nothing else happened." He nodded, looking down at her delicate fingers. Lin Feilu asked nervously, "You won't send people to kill him, will you?" Song Jinlong looked up, a faint smile on his lips. "I promised you. I won't break my word. As long as you don't marry him, I won't kill him." However, Lin Feilu blushed at his touch. She was still adjusting to her new identity. How could he be so experienced? Thinking of this, Lin Feilu was no longer shy but angry, demanding he let go. Lin Feilu put her hands on her hips, puffed up her chest, and demanded forcefully, "Tell me how many beauties you have in your harem." Then she watched as Song Jinlong actually thought about it seriously and answered matter-of-factly, "About 6 or 7. Now she was truly angry. The princess was furious, and the consequences would be serious. Seeing her turn to leave, Song Jinlong had to ask helplessly, "Where is the princess going?" Lin Feilu turned back, expressionless. "I'm not marrying you." Song Jinlong said nothing but gently pulled her wrist. Lin Feilu lost her balance and fell onto his lap. His arm naturally wrapped around her waist. He held her entire body in his embrace. Lin Feilu dared not struggle too much, only turning her head away with a humph. Song Jinlong laughed silently and leaned forward. His lips touched her chin, like young lovers on their first date. Song Jinlong wanted to kiss and hug her. Just then, Song Jinlong kissed Lin Feilu's lips gently, his voice very tender. "Since the princess has already planned our future days, I shall humbly accept." Lin Feilu, who had dug her own grave, blushed deeply. She excitedly got up and pulled back the curtain. "Time's up." Song Jinlong looked at her with some regret. "Can't we stay longer?" Lin Feilu covered her blushing face and shook her head. "No, Little Beauty has changed. He really has changed. He wasn't this shameless before." She turned around angrily and ran, huffing, "I'm going out horseback riding." The wilderness stretched endlessly, with floating white clouds above. After being cooped up in the carriage for so long, Lin Feilu felt refreshed riding in the wind. Leaning in his embrace, she complained softly, "The carriage is so uncomfortable." Song Jinlong rested his chin gently on her head, saying softly, "Then we'll go horseback riding every day from now on." Lin Feilu thought for a moment, then asked, "When we reach cities, can we rest for a day before continuing?" "I heard every place in Song Kingdom has its own special food. I want to try them all." Song Jinlong smiled and agreed. This was like having a honeymoon before marriage. She happily imagined their upcoming journey, then nervously asked, "Aren't you in a hurry to return to the palace?" Song Jinlong smiled sweetly, "No hurry. The princess can play as long as she wants." Lin Feilu half turned, tilting her head to look at him. With a meaningful expression, her eyes clearly said, "And you claim you're not a foolish ruler?" Song Jinlan readily agreed, nodding and asking, "Am I?" Lin Feilu protested again. "If you're a foolish ruler, what does that make me? You're not one." Song Jinlan continued, gazing at her lovingly. "All right, I'm not." Lin Feilu put her hands on her hips. "Little Song, don't you have any principles?" Song Jinlan laughed and said, "The princess is my principal." The convoy continued until dusk. They finally arrived at a barren border town. After dinner and a comfortable bath, Lin Feilu finally felt alive again. When Song Jinlan came over, she had just changed clothes. Her hair was still wet, hanging down her back, with water droplets on her forehead. As Song Jinlan helped dry her hair, he smiled and mentioned, "There's a fairy lake nearby. Would the princess like to see it?" Lin Feilu propped her chin and asked, "Are there fairies at Fairy Lake?" He gently dried her hair ends, focusing intently. "Let's go see and find out." She pouted, whining to him, "But I don't want to ride horses or walk. I'm so tired." Song Jinlan chuckled softly. After drying her hair, he bent down and picked her up in his arms. Lin Feilu blinked, pretending to ask, "What are you doing?" Song Jinlan looked down at her, saying nothing, just smiling with his eyes fixed on her. Under his deep gaze, Lin Feilu gradually became self-conscious. Was she being too demanding? She never knew she had the potential to become so spoiled when in love. The sight of His Majesty carrying Princess Yongin out of the camp once again shocked everyone. A ruthless emperor suddenly becoming gentle and caring not only failed to comfort people, but made them more terrified. They all had this feeling that His Majesty might return with Lin Feilu's corpse, smirking. A young man's birthday gift to his beloved girl turned out to be the Empress's throne. Just now, Song Jinlan's steps were steady and firm. She curled up obediently in his arms. She couldn't help but nuzzle her nose against his elegant neck. He had a faint ambergris scent, which became more intense when mixed with his body warmth. It was comfortingly pleasant. When her soft nose touched his skin, Song Jinlan's steps faltered. He looked down at the restless girl in his arms, his hoarse voice carrying a hint of helplessness. "Princess." Lin Feilu sniffed harder a couple times, burying her whole face in his neck. "Little Song, you smell so good." Before Song Jinlan could react, she quickly nuzzled his cheek. The young man unconsciously swallowed. At Fairy Lake, Song Jinlan gently set her down. Lin Feilu was genuinely moved by the natural scenery, feeling suddenly very content. She turned to look at the elegant man in long robes beside her. Their fingers were still intertwined, and his smile was gentler than the starlight. Song Jinlan noticed her gaze lingering on his face. He turned his head with a light laugh. "What is the princess looking at?" Lin Feilu looked at him seriously and said, "Little Song, there really are fairies at Fairy Lake." Song Jinlan had already guessed what she would say, but still played along and asked where. But Lin Feilu didn't follow the expected script. She pointed at herself. "I'm the little fairy." Song Jinlan silently looked at her for a while before shaking his head with a smile. He gazed at Lin Feilu with doting eyes. "Yes, the princess is the little fairy." The night wind swept across the wilderness, creating vast and distant sounds. Under his affectionate gaze, Lin Feilu suddenly demanded, "I want a hug." He smiled and bent down to embrace her tenderly. Lin Feilu wrapped her arms around his waist, burying her face in his chest, humming contentedly, "From now on, wherever we are, you must hug me when I'm tired." He lowered his head to kiss her soft hair. "All right." Lin Feilu looked up at him skeptically. "This is fine, that is fine. You agree to everything I say." His hand caressed her cheek, his deep voice impossibly gentle. "As long as the princess stays by my side, everything is fine." After a night's rest, the convoy continued their journey. Passing through the barren borderlands, they reached the prosperous Song territory. Inside the carriage, while Lin Feilu was humming and reading a novel, someone suddenly grabbed her ankle. Lin Feilu turned around, pretending to pout. "What are you doing?" Then, something cool encircled her ankle. She saw a golden chain around her ankle. Lin Feilu immediately sat up cross-legged, lifting her foot to look closer. She leaned in to examine the anklet. It was a delicate chain made of some unknown material, exquisite and beautiful, with a blood-red tint. Against her snow-white ankle, it was particularly striking. The most intricate part was the clasp, which was a golden phoenix with its tail in its mouth. The phoenix in ancient times represented the empress. Lin Feilu was stunned. After a while, she finally looked up and asked, "What is this?" Song Jinlan softly replied, "A birthday gift." Lin Feilu just realized it was her birthday, but that wasn't the point. She pointed at the clasp, incredulous. "A phoenix?" Song Jinlan nodded. "It's a phoenix clasp. Do you like it?" She scratched her head, hesitating. "It's not about liking it. Isn't the phoenix only for the empress?" Song Jinlan smiled and nodded. Lin Feilu's eyes widened, speechless. She? Could someone like her really be empress? A girl marrying far from home. To ease the girl's homesickness, the young man spent a fortune to build her an identical palace. Just now, Lin Feilu stared with wide eyes, speechless. Although she knew Little Beauty had no one else in his harem, she hadn't expected to become empress so directly. There had never been an alliance princess becoming empress in history. The Song court officials would surely cause an uproar. Seeing her silence, Song Jinlan took her hand and asked softly, "Does the princess not want to be my empress?" Lin Feilu looked troubled. "Of course I want to, but it seems so troublesome. There are so many rules to follow. Managing the harem, receiving morning greetings, attending audiences. I won't even be able to sleep in." The young man interlaced their fingers. He couldn't help but laugh. "No, you won't have to manage any of that. No one will disturb you." Lin Feilu pouted. "Then why become empress at all?" He stroked her head and said softly, "Because I want to give the princess everything best in the world." Lin Feilu's ears turned red, but she casually replied, "Well, since you're asking so sincerely, I'll graciously fulfill your wish." Then she lowered her head to touch the golden chain again. The phoenix clasp sounds and looked so beautiful. She couldn't help but throw herself into Song Jinlan's arms, nestling against his shoulder coquettishly. "I love this gift so much." The young man smiled and hugged her back. "I'm glad the princess likes it." Lin Feilu squirmed in his embrace for a while. The flower in her heart seemed about to bloom from her chest. The love and affection in her eyes couldn't be hidden. She suddenly leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Close your eyes. I have a gift for you too." Song Jinlan closed his eyes as requested. He felt the young girl on his shoulder move away slightly. Then after a moment, a soft, clear breath approached his face. She knelt halfway on Song Jinlan. Lifting her chin, she slowly drew closer, then gently kissed him. Her lips were like heavenly tenderness, falling without leaving a trace. Song Jinlan opened his eyes. Before Lin Feilu could move away, their lips and gazes suddenly met. She froze for a moment, forgetting to retreat. A pair of hands cupped the back of her head, pulling her down. When Lin Feilu came to her senses, she was already lying on the carriage's soft carpet, pinned beneath him. His hand gently caressed the young girl's lips. Then he kissed her deeply. Lin Feilu always thought his scent was pleasant, and now that fragrance completely enveloped her. Lin Feilu was kissed until her whole body went weak, her head spinning. In her daze, the soft sensation moved from her lips to her chin, then kissing down her neck. Her fingers curled into fists. Even her feet tensed up, but Song Jinlan stopped at her collarbone. He lifted his head slightly, his deep eyes full of desire. Looking at the aroused young girl beneath him, his fingers gently brushed through her hair. "Thank you for the princess's gift. I like it very much." Half a month later, the wedding procession arrived at Ling City. The entourage entered through the main palace gate, escorting Princess Yong'an into the imperial palace. After Lin Feilu was helped down from the carriage, a group of palace maids assigned to Yong'an Palace were already kneeling before the palace. After they dismounted, the maids all proclaimed in unison, "Your servants." "Welcome, princess." Lin Feilu first curiously looked around, then said to the kneeling palace servants, "You may all rise." Song Jinlan led her inside. "Let's see if you like it here." Lin Feilu immediately saw the characters, Yong'an Palace. Her heart felt sweet, knowing he must have arranged her residence particularly well. But of all her imaginings, she never expected that after stepping through the palace doors, the scene before her would leave her speechless with amazement. Because this courtyard's design was identical to her Manhwa palace, she couldn't quite describe her feelings, both bitter and sweet. She hadn't felt homesick about marrying far away, but now his gesture brought out a touch of emotion. She turned and softly asked when it was built. Song Jinlan smiled gently and said, the year I ascended to the throne. Lin Feilu was incredulous. You knew I would marry you back then? He smiled, tenderly embracing her as they walked inside. I've wanted to marry you since then. This girl wanted to meet her match, but the maid beside her repeatedly stopped her, because the man was cold and heartless. His previous wife broke the rules and was killed. They thought the girl would be deterred, but unexpectedly, their tyrant emperor embraced the girl with doting eyes. Just now, Lin Feilu's face turned red with embarrassment, quickly finding an excuse to leave. You've been away from the palace so long. You should go handle official matters first. I'll go look at the main hall. However, after entering the main hall, it was quite different from Manhwa Palace. Everything was arranged according to the empress's status. It was incredibly magnificent, spacious, and open. Seeing such a spectacular scene, Songyu couldn't help but whisper in admiration, "Princess, this palace is so magnificent. Even our great Tang Empress's palace isn't this beautiful." Lin Feilu calmed herself and pushed him away. You've been away from the palace so long. Go handle official matters first. I'll familiarize myself with everything. Song Jinlan turned back helplessly. All right, rest a while. I'll come for dinner tonight. She waved and nodded repeatedly. The new palace maid Gongshang said, Princess has traveled far. You must be tired. Shall we prepare hot water for your bath? Lin Feilu looked around curiously. She enthusiastically replied, That's not urgent. Why don't you show me around the palace first? I've heard the Song Palace captures all the world's beauty, like paradise on earth. I've long wanted to see it. The two accompanied her out of Yong'an Palace, introducing various palaces while showing her around. As she was lost in fascination, the maid explained, Princess's Yong'an Palace is closest to His Majesty's Linen Hall. It's just through this path. Yong'an Palace and Linen Hall are in the main palace area. Most other palaces are empty now. Lin Feilu thought for a moment and asked, What about the Empress Dowager? Hearing her question, they replied, The Empress Dowager lives in Chonghua Palace, not in the main palace area. They continued, The palace beauties also live near Chonghua Palace and never enter the main palace area. The princess is unique. Lin Feilu nodded thoughtfully. Since we're here, let's go see Linen Hall. The maids beside her instantly became terrified. They hurriedly advised, Princess, you must not. Linen Hall is His Majesty's private quarters. Without summons, entry is forbidden. The other maid also spoke fearfully, Princess doesn't know, but last year a beauty took it upon herself to visit Linen Hall seeking His Majesty. Before she even entered, His Majesty had her dragged to the internal prison. She died within days. Both were old palace servants. With the princess being new, they naturally wanted to warn her about His Majesty's temperamental nature. Seeing both mistress and servant seemed frightened, the two maids nodded urgently, their voices anxious. Princess, let's return first. It's getting late. We can show you around tomorrow. Lin Feilu turned and smiled mischievously. No, I want to go to Linen Hall. As the maid tried to persuade her, Lin Feilu waved her hand. Don't worry, His Majesty treats me well. Nothing will happen. If you're afraid, just wait here. The two behind her dared not believe it. No matter how well he treats you, that's within the rules. If rules are broken, His Majesty shows no mercy in killing. Linen Hall was magnificent. Inside the door stood an announcing eunuch. The maid gathered her courage and approached. Hong Gong Gong, our princess seeks audience with His Majesty. Please announce us. The eunuch first gave Lin Feilu a meaningful look, then quickly greeted with a smile. This servant greets Princess. The princess has finally arrived. His Majesty has been waiting. Please enter. The maids behind were stunned, while Lin Feilu had already crossed the threshold. Inside, Song Jinlan was focused on handling official matters, with a familiar-looking guard standing several steps away. Suddenly, the eunuch's sharp voice announced, Yong'an Princess. The young man straightened his expression at the sound. Looking up, he saw the charming young girl lifting her skirts, running happily towards him. Handsome, I'm here. Outside the main hall, the two maids looked up, heads lowered and trembling. His Majesty held a brush in one hand while embracing her with the other, smilingly pulling her into his arms. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Feilu felt a bit embarrassed. After a brief embrace, she wiggled free from his arms. Song Jinlan pulled her aside, and she asked, How did you know I was coming? The well-dressed young man looked up and simply smiled. I guessed. Lin Feilu sat on the soft couch, looking around curiously. Turning her head, she saw the handsome young guard standing nearby. She froze in surprise. Tiandong? Tiandong's face flushed with excitement. Fifth princess, it's me. Because the girl maintained proper ruler-subject etiquette, never avoiding it. The old-fashioned elders labeled her as a femme fatale who would bring disaster to the country. Just now, seeing a familiar face, Lin Feilu was quite happy. She looked him up and down. Tiandong, you've grown taller. I almost didn't recognize you. Tiandong replied shyly but happily. It's been years. Princess has grown much taller too. After chatting briefly, Lin Feilu suddenly thought of something. She glanced down at him somewhat fearfully. Tiandong, you haven't? Seeing her glance, Tiandong shook his head repeatedly. No, I haven't. I'm just His Majesty's personal guard. Song Qinglan naturally took a piece of cake. He put it in the young girl's mouth beside him, feeding her while continuing to write on official documents. Lin Feilu happily ate the cake while looking around. Your place is so grand and beautiful. Hearing this, Song Qinglan smiled gently. If you like it here, you can move in. The two maids exchanged knowing glances, thinking simultaneously that palace life would surely change from now on. Meanwhile, an announcing eunuch came running in, kneeling before the jade screen, saying, Your Majesty, the Vice Minister of the Secretariat and Minister of Rights request an audience. Lin Feilu came to her senses and turned to whisper, Then I'll go to the back. As she was about to stand, Song Jinlan softly said, No need. Lin Feilu hesitated, but that's not appropriate. The emperor just smiled slightly. It's just a small matter. No worry. Soon, two men in court robes entered and bowed. Looking up, they saw the young girl sitting in front. They were startled. Lin Feilu could feel their scrutinizing gazes, realizing she'd been tricked by the handsome one again. She tried to lower her head as much as possible, attempting to minimize her presence. Song Qinglan's cold voice brought back their attention. I've summoned you two regarding the empress's enthronement and wedding ceremonies. You two will handle this. Tiandong immediately took the imperial edict and handed it to the two below. He continued reviewing documents while speaking. Have the imperial astronomers determine auspicious dates. No details can be overlooked. Make proper arrangements. The Vice Minister and Minister of Rights examined the edict repeatedly, then looked at the young girl beside His Majesty. Is this the Princess Yong'an who came for the political marriage? Both began arguing vehemently, criticizing that she didn't avoid political discussions between ruler and ministers. Now Your Majesty wants to make her empress? What kind of princess did Great Lin send? They clearly sent a femme fatale, a national enchantress to bewitch our ruler and destroy our great song. They immediately knelt. Your Majesty, appointing an empress is a major matter concerning Great Song's foundation. Please reconsider carefully. Song Jinlan put down his brush and paper. Looking down at them, Song Jinlan smiled coldly, asking, Am I consulting with you? The two trembled upon receiving the emperor's cold gaze. Though the young man was smiling, his voice held no warmth, frightening them into a cold sweat. Under his chilling gaze, they couldn't utter a single word of advice. After a while, Song Qinglan withdrew his gaze and continued reviewing memorials, his voice showing no anger but rather some pleasure. I'm relieved to entrust this matter to you two. You may go. The two ministers bowed again with the imperial edict, finally leaving the main hall reluctantly. After they left, Lin Feilu, who had been silent, looked surprised. She was impressed by his charm. She really did get the role of a femme fatale. While eating and admiring the handsome man, her appetite grew. Just as she was about to eat her fifth pastry, Song Jinlan suddenly turned to look at her while holding documents, speaking as if to a child, Too many pastries will cause bloating. We'll have dinner later. If you like them, you can have more tomorrow. Lin Feilu took a sip of tea to moisten her throat. All right. Until nightfall, Song Jinlan finally finished reviewing the memorials. He turned and asked Tiandong to prepare dinner. Then, lowering his head while fiddling with something in his hands, he casually asked, Princess, you said earlier you liked Lingdan Hall. Would you like to stay here after dinner? His question shocked Lin Feilu, making her scalp tingle. She was momentarily stunned. Seeing this, Song Jinlan patiently asked again, Princess, didn't you say you liked it here? Lin Feilu smiled evasively. Better not. I haven't even stayed at Yong'an Palace yet. Internally, she thought to herself that she wasn't ready for sharing the dragon bed yet. Better to lay low for now. This girl, as a foreign princess married far from home. Unexpectedly, while her mother-in-law had planned to give her a hard time one moment, the next moment they were having a pleasant conversation. Just earlier, Lin Feilu had planned to continue touring the palace. After the maids finished her grooming, the maid behind her couldn't help praising, princess is the most beautiful woman this servant has ever seen." The young girl appeared sweet and elegant, with bright eyes and white teeth, her double pupils clear as water, naturally emanating a refined aura. Just as she was about to step out of the hall, she received a summons from the Empress Dowager. Chun and Xia became nervous upon hearing this. Songyu said softly, "Princess, let us request His Majesty's presence." Lin Feilu frowned and thought, "The Empress Dowager's summons? She must know about the handsome one's plan to make me empress. This probably isn't friendly." So she stood up and waved, "Suyu, stay here and listen. Chun and Xia will accompany me to see the Empress Dowager." The three discussed matters about the Empress Dowager on their way. Though Chun and Xia had been in the palace long, they only knew hearsay. Xia spoke first. Though the Empress Dowager was one of the 4 consorts, she wasn't favored. Later, when His Majesty was chosen as a hostage and sent to Great Lin, the Empress Dowager became even more reclusive in the palace. His Majesty rarely visits Chonghua Hall since returning and isn't close to the Empress Dowager. He also ignores the beauties she selects for the palace. As Lin Feilu walked, listening to these old stories, she gradually formed an impression of this Empress Dowager she had never met. She wondered if the Empress Dowager ever regretted her choices when surrounded by 5 sons in the inner palace. Thinking this, Lin Feilu asked, "What is the Empress Dowager like, such as famous paintings or jade items?" The maid thought and replied, "The Empress Dowager shows no particular interest in jade items. If there's something she likes, it would be orchids." Lin Feilu was surprised to hear this, not expecting mother and son to share similar tastes. Chun explained patiently, "The Empress Dowager's palace grows many different varieties of orchids. Every year's tribute orchids are sent to Chonghua Hall." When Lin Feilu arrived at Chonghua Hall, the morning sun was just rising. The announcing eunuch told the 2 maids, "The Empress Dowager only summoned Princess Yong'an. You 2 wait here." Seeing their worried expressions, Lin Feilu gave them a reassuring look. She followed the palace maid into the hall. Upon entering, she smelled the faint fragrance of orchids in the air. Past the jade curtain and screen, she first saw a pair of delicate hands embroidering. Then, she saw a beautiful woman sitting on the couch. Though aged, she was well-maintained. Upon seeing her, Lin Feilu understood why the handsome one was so good-looking. She secretly sighed at how strong the Rong family's beauty genes were. She properly performed her greeting. Xiaolu pays respects to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager stopped her movements and said, "Rise." The young girl below stood up and slightly raised her head. The Empress Dowager secretly observed the delicate and lovely girl before her. She was somewhat surprised, as this was completely different from the seductress she had imagined. Seeing how obedient she was, the Empress Dowager suddenly asked, "I heard you and His Majesty knew each other many years ago?" She raised her head, eyes glistening, and replied, "Yes, I knew His Majesty since childhood." The Empress Dowager then asked how they met. Lin Feilu tilted her head in thought. She smiled and said, "His Majesty lived in Tuju residence then. I liked fishing by the pond and happened to pass by, so we met. I shared 2 fish with His Majesty, and that's how we became acquainted." There was a bamboo grove in front of Tsueju residence. In spring, fresh bamboo shoots would grow. His Majesty would dig for shoots while I fished, then we'd cook fish with bamboo shoots together. Hearing the undisguised innocence and purity in her voice, the Empress Dowager couldn't help but imagine her son's childhood life. She continued reminiscing, "Sometimes when I was too sleepy in class, His Majesty would watch out for me. When the teacher called on me to answer questions, His Majesty would secretly write the answers for me." The Empress Dowager couldn't help but laugh. "Then the teacher should have punished you both." Lin Feilu also laughed embarrassedly to cover her awkwardness. This sweet and lovely young girl who married far from home not only resolved the future mother-in-law relationship, but also successfully won over the Empress Dowager. Just now, after Lin Feilu spoke for half an hour, she licked her lips. The Empress Dowager came to her senses and ordered, "Serve tea to the princess." She smiled obediently. "Thank you, Empress Dowager." The Empress Dowager watched her for a while, waiting until she finished her tea before sighing with a smile, "No wonder the Emperor likes you." Although the little princess only shared interesting stories, she understood that as a hostage, life couldn't have been that easy and carefree. Having an innocent and obedient princess by his side must have been his only comfort, probably helping him quite a bit. She had summoned this princess today to see what kind of person could make her son repeatedly break protocol. Now she saw that she was just an innocent, obedient young girl with pure and simple thoughts. Even if made empress, she wouldn't do the things she had worried about. Meanwhile, Lin Feilu was thinking that the Empress Dowager had missed the most important stage of the handsome one's life. Starting with childhood stories would help the Empress Dowager lower her guard faster. Now she just needed to build a closer relationship. When the Empress Dowager came back to her senses, she saw the young girl staring blankly at the table. She couldn't help but ask, "What are you looking at?" Lin Feilu pointed at the unfinished handkerchief on the table. "The ink orchid your highness is embroidering is beautiful." Hearing this, the Empress Dowager smiled in surprise. "You even know it's an ink orchid." She proudly pointed to the curtain nearby, saying, "I also know that's a hui orchid, and that's a jian orchid. The one embroidered on your highness's clothes is a han orchid." The Empress Dowager was amused by the girl's adorable manner. She asked, "How do you know these orchids?" The girl's eyes sparkled with joy. "Because my mother also loved orchids. My former palace had many orchids." The Empress Dowager smiled and picked up the unfinished handkerchief. She gently removed it, with the ink orchid looking lifelike. She beckoned to Lin Feilu. Lin Feilu obediently walked over and knelt down. The Empress Dowager folded the newly embroidered handkerchief and handed it to her. "Since you like it, I'll give it to you." After receiving it, her fingers slowly traced the ink orchid, eyes slightly red as she said, "Xiaolu likes it very much." "Thank you, Empress Dowager." Seeing the girl's reddened eyes, she softened her voice and asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Feilu held back her tears and after a while choked out, "Thank you, Empress Dowager. I love it very much. I just miss my mother." The Empress Dowager's heart ached, thinking of her son's distant and cold attitude towards her, sadness welling up inside. She stood up, took the young girl's hand, pulled her close, and said with emotion, "Good child, you're about to marry the emperor. From now on, I will be your mother." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Feilu threw herself into the Empress Dowager's embrace, softly calling out, "Mother." Seeing this, the Empress Dowager felt even more heartache, tears welling up in her eyes. Although Lin Feilu knew that with the handsome one around, she wouldn't be at a disadvantage, and the Empress Dowager's attitude toward her wouldn't really affect much. But one of the green tea survival rules was to make friends, never enemies. The Empress Dowager lacked family affection and longed for ordinary warmth. Approaching from this angle was indeed correct. When Lin Feilu left the hall with red eyes, the Empress Dowager had bestowed many gifts upon her. Chun and Xia were anxiously waiting outside. Seeing her emerge, they rushed forward worriedly. "Princess, are you all right?" She gave them a reassuring smile. "I'm fine. The Empress Dowager treated me very well." The maids noticed the bracelet on her wrist and were surprised. The Empress Dowager had given her only jade bracelet to the princess, showing how much she truly liked her. Just as the three left Chonghua Hall, a eunuch came forward smiling. "This servant pays respects to the princess." Lin Feilu asked, "Were you waiting for me?" Sun Jianggong smiled and said, "His Majesty ordered this servant to wait here and escort the princess back to the palace." The return journey was far, but riding in the sedan chair was comfortable. As they walked back, she turned to ask Sun Jiang, "Has His Majesty finished court?" Sun Jiang replied, "Not yet, probably busy until noon." "Does the princess wish to dine at Linen Hall or return to Yong'an Palace?" Lin Feilu thought carefully. "Let's go to Linen Hall. We can wait for His Majesty to dine together." The girl had just taken a beautiful nap and woke to find her handsome husband shyly watching her. Just earlier, Lin Feilu had sat in Linen Hall for a short while before becoming drowsy. Upon arriving, she had climbed directly onto Song Qinglan's dragon bed to nap. The quiet hall only held her soft breathing. Song Qinglan walked over slowly to see the young girl lying on her side, facing outward, sleeping soundly. Lin Feilu didn't know how long she had slept. She only felt someone completely blocking the light. Half asleep, she reached out and touched a chest, then hesitantly felt downward. When she reached his abdomen, her wrist was suddenly caught by a hand. She opened her eyes in surprise to find Song Jinlan lying beside her, head propped on his elbow, watching her with a smile. Lin Feilu snuggled closer and asked drowsily, "What are you doing?" His voice was filled with laughter. He replied, "Watching the princess sleep." Hearing this, she felt shy and lowered her eyes, speaking coquettishly, "What's so interesting about watching me sleep? I don't even sleep gracefully." Song Jinlan chuckled and kissed her messy forehead. "Let's get up and eat." She burrowed into the young man's embrace and replied, "I'm not hungry yet." Then she intimately nuzzled his chest and said coyly, I went to see the empress dowager today. She gave me an ice jade bracelet. Song Jinlan enjoyed her intimate approach. He lazily hummed in response. Lin Feilu looked up at his delicate jaw and asked puzzled, Don't you like her? His breathing was steady, his voice without any ulterior motive. I neither like nor dislike her. As long as she doesn't displease you, I won't move against her. Seeing the girl in his arms fall silent, he gently stroked her cheek and slowly asked, Does the princess dislike me this way? The next moment, the girl responded by raising her head to nuzzle his chin, both comforting and sympathetic, saying softly, Our little Song must have had it very hard before, whether in Song country or in Dalian. Song Jinlan's expression was filled with tenderness. Then he lowered his head and gently kissed the girl's palm, each touch incredibly precious. As long as the princess is with me, it's not hard at all. All the tenderness in his life was given to this one person. Lin Feilu closed her eyes and responded to his kiss. She felt the person lying beside her gradually pressing down, his palm moving down her nape. When his hand reached her waist dimple, his fingers pulled, undoing her robe's sash. Lin Feilu was only wearing a single layer, and as the sash loosened, the loose robe slid to both sides, revealing everything. Feeling the cold air, her mind finally cleared, and she gasped, Right now? Song Qinglan paused his movements and slowly moved away from her. Then he smiled helplessly, his fingers brushing her bangs. Let's get up and eat. Lin Feilu blinked, thinking this man's self-control was truly remarkable. As the man turned and left the bed about to leave, his sash was caught again by the girl behind him. Song Qinglan remained silent, looking down at her intently. The delicate girl's eyes turned red at the corners, her soft voice both teasing and seductive. Your Majesty, do you really not want to? Just because the girl had felt pain during the coronation ceremony, the emperor, disregarding the watching eyes of the court officials, had directly carried her back in his arms like a princess. Just now, Song Qinglan didn't speak, only staring at her intently. The girl's gaze was soul-stirring, her eyes filled with burning bashfulness. Seeing his unconcealed desire, she suddenly became timid again. She could only quickly withdraw her hand and honestly change the subject. Let's eat instead. I've been hungry for a while. He picked up the sash that had been pulled loose, then lowered his head to carefully tie it around her waist. Seeing her flushed face, he smiled gently. Princess shouldn't tempt me. Unexpectedly, Lin Feilu pouted and muttered in protest. Who knows who's tempting whom? Song Jinlan looked at her lovingly and said, Be good. I want to give the princess a complete wedding. She became interested. When is the wedding set for? Song Jinlan told her directly. The wedding and the empress's coronation ceremony will both be held on the 7th day of next month. Hearing there was only a month's time, Lin Feilu worried if it would be enough for preparations. But he just gave her a kiss and assured her to only focus on preparing herself. Everything else would be taken care of. With the auspicious date set, the palace began bustling with activity. Soon, on the wedding day, the auspicious hour arrived. The bride departed in an 8-bearer Phoenix bridal sedan. The imperial guards carried her to the square before the main hall. She had been up since before dawn, preparing and getting dressed. The red phoenix robe trailed behind her in a long train, adorned with flying phoenixes. Sunlight sparkled on the golden embroidered threads. The square was filled with civil and military officials. She had to climb these steps because Song Jinlan was waiting at the top. The morning sun was dazzling. For her beloved man, she took a deep breath. Under the official's gaze, she gracefully placed her hands in front, straightened her back, slightly lifted her chin, then walked up the steps one by one. She took the hand of the smiling Song Jinlan. What followed was paying respects to heaven and the imperial ancestors, receiving the officials' respects, and the minister of rites reading the empress's coronation edict. Under the watching eyes of all officials, she had to maintain her composure, keeping her chest high, stomach in, and chin slightly raised. Maintaining a dignified smile was truly exhausting. Suddenly, while coming down from the altar, her brows furrowed as her feet weakened, almost falling down the steps. Fortunately, Song Jinlan was quick to catch her arm. His voice full of concern, he asked softly if she could still walk. Under everyone's gaze, she couldn't act spoiled, and could only maintain her empress-like, dignified smile, forcing herself to say, I'm fine, just a bit tired and my feet hurt. As soon as she finished speaking, Song Jinlan bent down beside her, while the girl watched in confusion. Disregarding others, he lifted her up in his arms. Lin Feilu let out a surprised cry, instinctively wanting to stop him. But the young man's expression remained unchanged as he steadily carried her down like a princess. This man, as the powerful foreign minister with immense influence, had secretly followed his nephew's wife. Upon discovery, the girl directly asked, "Uncle, do you have something to tell me? If so, please speak freely, it's fine." "It's just that, Empress, you've managed to make the naturally detached Jiliang take you as his disciple, which truly surprises me." Hearing this, Lin Feilu was silent for 0.3 seconds. "Isn't it good to keep him here for His Majesty forever? This little Empress is unexpectedly clever. With Jiliang taking you as his disciple, he naturally has something to care about now. Such attachment is much more stable than friendship. Your foresight is admirable, Empress. But Jiliang is my good friend. I hope you won't disappoint his pure heart." Seeing this, the little deer also properly bowed. "Rest assured, Uncle. I understand the principle that a teacher for a day is a father for life. This uncle seems very clever. About me pestering Master for the keyboard, he must never find out about that." The next morning, Lin Feilu was full of confidence. She shouted, "Don't you dare go easy on me. Be careful, handsome." However, after just one move, the girl was instantly dumbfounded. "I don't want to learn swordsmanship anymore. This is a hopeless dream." From the side, Song Jinlan gently comforted, "Junior sister has made great progress. One should know their limits. Senior brother needn't comfort me. I understand everything. Let's take a break, shall we?" Unexpectedly, the girl refused to leave the ground. Even pulling couldn't get her up. "Is the princess throwing a tantrum? I'm unhappy. Why can't I even block one move after practicing so hard? How about I take you out of the palace to play? We've played everything fun already. It's not interesting." Then would the princess like to try men's clothing? Cross-dressing? However, as soon as they left the palace, Lin Feilu couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, it's so lively. Little Song, let's go look over there. There are so many people." At that moment, on the other side of the arena, after the 7th round, this young master is victorious. Is there anyone else who dares to challenge? If not, this 9.9 yuan free shipping heavenly silkworm green cap will belong to this young master. Hearing there was a prize to be won, the little deer below the stage became eager to try. So her husband spoke first. "Princess, would you like to try? That green cap is made from 10,000 green hats. It can prevent being cheated on. It's a rare treasure. Don't you have a friend who travels the Jianghu?" The girl's eyes lit up. "Right, I can try it for Song Yanqin." At this time, the referee on stage spoke again. "Does no one dare to challenge this young master? Then this green cap will be—" "Wait, I'll challenge." Everyone looked toward the voice. It was a frail and delicate young girl. The judge on stage kindly reminded the young lady, "Weapons have no eyes. This is not child's play. I, Guan, don't wish to hurt you. Please step down. After I win the arena, we can drink and chat later." Unexpectedly, the little deer wasn't intimidated at all. She shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. Give me a sword." The young man, who was arrogant one second, turned cowardly the next. Just moments ago, when Lin Feilu went up to the arena to fight, she was unexpectedly looked down upon, just because she was a woman. "Miss Aiguan, don't wish to hurt you. Please step down." Unexpectedly, Lin Feilu shouted, "Stop the nonsense. Give me a sword." At this time, Shaozi smiled and introduced, "Miss, this is young Master Guan Yuehui from Yujin Manor. Young Master Guan's swordsmanship is exceptional. Don't bring trouble upon yourself. I don't care what manor you're from. I'm here to fight you." Hearing this, Guan Yuehui frowned. "Miss, since you're being disrespectful, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson. To avoid bullying the weak, I'll give you 5 moves." After hearing this, Lin Feilu instinctively looked at the handsome Song Jinlan. He spoke gently, no need for him to give moves. Lin Feilu replied confidently, "I don't need your handicap. Watch my move." Such big words from a little girl. "I still should give you some moves." However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was suddenly sent flying. Lin Feilu was dumbfounded. "Is that it? Is it over already?" Seeing this, the audience applauded continuously. On stage, Guan Yuehui's face was full of disbelief. "That move you just used was the Jima swordsmanship. What is your relationship with Master Ji?" Lin Feilu just smiled slightly. "He's my master. Having come this far, she couldn't lose in momentum. The crowd discussed among themselves, what? Ji actually took a disciple, and it's a little girl? He even taught her his swordsmanship. Looking at this girl's sword moves, they do resemble Master Ji's style. Truly a master produces an excellent disciple. I won, right? Lin Feilu suddenly asked. That's right. Since the miss has won, this heavenly silkworm armor is yours. The girl hugged the prize and jumped down. Senior brother, I won? I told you junior sister was amazing. It's all because senior brother is too monstrous, making me so unconfident all this time. My bad. At this moment, a man behind suddenly asked, Miss, may I ask where Master Ji is now? The next second, a cold, imposing gaze shot over. Pardon the interruption. Meanwhile, Lin Feilu looked at the prize in her hands, sighing that the arena fights were not only fun but also rewarding. She thought she should sneak out of the palace to play more often. So after that, Lin Feilu would occasionally sneak out of the palace to participate in competitions. That little girl in the stands is Ji Liang's disciple. Ji Liang's disciple is indeed impressive. When winter came and the city arena matches ended, Lin Feilu finally settled down. Your Highness, are you going out for matches today? Not today. We'll fight again next year. That's great. His Majesty has been missing you during your time away. Now your Highness can finally accompany His Majesty properly. I've been too absorbed in sword practice lately, indeed neglecting Xiao Song. Now help me prepare some things. Tonight, I'll make it up to Xiao Song. However, the young man was stunned when he saw the peach-faced young woman looking at him lovingly. We can play in bed, in the living room, or by the window. Your Majesty, which would you prefer? Why not try them all? So, what do you think the handsome one was playing with the little deer? This woman traveled thousands of miles to a foreign country just to challenge someone to a duel. But he could never have imagined that the undefeated martial arts master from the arena was actually the sweet young lady before him, looking shy, just earlier, because this couple had spent an intimate night together. The next morning, the girl kept yawning. Seeing this, Song Jinlan squatted down and asked the princess, Didn't sleep well last night? It's all your fault I couldn't sleep all night. I don't even have energy to practice sword today. As compensation, how about I take you to the temple fair tonight? Is it fun? Of course it's fun. The whole street will be full of people praying, worshipping Buddha, lion dancing, and performing tricks. Great, great. I want to go. When the couple arrived at the street outside the palace, it was already evening. Behind her, the handsome one gazed lovingly at the young lady praying in the distance. 3 seconds later, the girl turned her head. I've made my wish. This is the sound of our destiny. From now on, you're my exclusive attachment. Is that what Luer wished for? Of course not. What I wished for was... Wait, is that you? What are you looking for? I think I saw Yin Xian. But maybe I was mistaken. Now that I've made my wish, I'm a bit hungry. Let's go get something to eat. Xiao Song, I want candied haws. However, just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by a woman who suddenly appeared. Why was this voice so familiar? Sister Yin Xian, it really is you. When did you come to Song Country? Did my brother come too? Little dear, long time no see. I've been here for a few days. I came alone. The prince didn't come. I knew I wasn't seeing things. At the same time, Yin Xian bowed formally. Greetings, young Master Song. Miss Yin Xian, I've heard much about you. The young man also exchanged polite greetings. Sister Yin Xian, why did you come to Song Country? Did you come specially to see me? I came to Song Country to find someone for a sword duel. Who is this formidable person worth traveling so far to challenge? Recently, there are rumors in the martial arts world that Master Ji Liang's direct disciple has appeared in Song Country's capital. I came here to find and challenge them. Meanwhile, Ji Liang's direct disciple was completely bewildered. What the hell? So it was about this all along. This woman traveled thousands of miles just to duel with the world's #1 swordsman. But he never expected that this supreme master was right before his eyes. Just earlier, when the two reunited and were chatting happily, Lin Feilu unexpectedly learned that the person she was looking for was herself. At this time, Yin Xian asked again, I heard that disciple often appears at the fighting arena. Have you heard any news about them? Indeed I have. Then do you know where they are now? Lin Feilu smiled awkwardly. Right in front of you. The next moment, Yin Xian was dumbfounded. Little dear, that person is you? That's right. The legendary Master Ji's direct disciple is me. What's going on exactly? It's a long story. Sister Yin Xian, you must be tired from searching for me. Let's go back to the palace. We can talk while walking. At this time, in Yong'an Palace, Sister Yin Xian, this is where I live. He seems to treat you well. If the prince knows this, he'll be at ease. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the woman suddenly changed her tone. Well then, no time to waste. Let's have our duel right now. The three were stunned. Who knew she could change so drastically? Wait, I can't beat you. Those rumors were exaggerated. I'm just a novice. But Yin Xian remained unmoved. Master Ji wouldn't have taken you as a disciple without seeing your talent. I trust his judgment. Lin Feilu couldn't help but mumble. Is this what a martial arts fanatic is like? I can't handle this. I'm quite tired today. How about we rest tonight and duel tomorrow? Fine, we'll duel tomorrow then. The next morning, seeing her ready, Lin Feilu thought, I'm just a beginner. Why is everyone coming to challenge me? Someone ranked in the top 10 of the heroes list fighting a bronze-level player like me? I'll make the first move then, the woman suddenly said. Little dear, watch out. At this moment, the girl seriously called for a stop. Wait, what's wrong? At this point, I must tell you this secret. What secret? Why do I feel like I've been set up, senior brother? Then, actually, Xiaosong is Master Ji's direct disciple. Sister Yin Xian, you should fight with him. The two behind her were shocked. After recovering, Yin Xian laughed mockingly. Then she asked Song Jinlan if she had scared him. The young man just smiled gently. Let me fight in her place. Hearing this, Yin Xian readily agreed. Let's keep it friendly. Please teach me, young Master Song. Fearing she might get badly hurt, the girl immediately changed her mind. Her niece looked bewildered. Unexpectedly, the girl threw the sword to her husband and ran away herself. The next moment, Yin Xian nodded approvingly. Let's keep this friendly. Once they began, he was forced to repeatedly retreat, almost having no chance to defend. Only then did Yin Xian realize that little deer wasn't lying. After a moment, Song Qinglan withdrew his sword first. I concede. Yin Xian looked at him with respect. Your swordsmanship is truly remarkable. 3 rounds, and I could barely defend. You have my respect. Song Jinlan smiled gently, asking how long Miss Yin Xian planned to stay in Lin City. Yin Xian paused, thought for a moment before answering, I came for the duel, so I should leave now? Song Qinglan replied kindly, if you stay a few more days, we can practice together daily. Yin Xian's face lit up. Really? Song Qinglan turned around naturally. Then I'll stay a while longer. You want me to stay to keep little deer company, right? When speaking of her, his eyes were full of tenderness. She's very happy when you're around. After returning to Yong'an Palace, Lin Feilu packed up all the prizes she won from the arena. Besides the silk armor, there were hidden weapons and medicine pills. Since she couldn't use them anyway, she planned to give them all to Yin Xian. After packing the gifts, she had Song Yu bring writing materials, intending to write a letter to Lin Ting for Yin Xian to take back. Just as she was writing, Yin Xian returned. Lin Feilu smiled and asked Sister Yin Xian, how did the duel go? Yin Xian walked to her side. Of course he won. I learned a lot. I hope to learn more from him in the coming days. Lin Feilu's face lit up with joy. You're not leaving? She smiled. Not for now. Lin Feilu's eyes sparkled as she rushed to hug her. That's wonderful. I thought you were leaving tomorrow. I even prepared farewell gifts. Yin Xian became curious about what gifts they were. Lin Feilu proudly showed her the prizes she won. This is the heavenly silkworm armor, and these are the 100 flowers antidote pills. I won them all in the arena. Yin Xian took them and examined each one. Looking somewhat puzzled, Lin Feilu asked, what's wrong? Don't you like them? Yin Xian shook her head. Thank you, little dear. I love them. It's just that the heavenly silkworm armor is a legendary item from Hidden Sword Manor that disappeared years ago. I heard from my master that this treasure belonged to the Song Dynasty's royal treasury. It's strange that it became an arena prize. Lin Feilu paused, thinking about those endless arena matches during that time, and suddenly understood. Her heart felt warm and sweet. He was willing to put even royal treasures at stake. What if she had lost? Wouldn't outsiders have taken them away? Humph, such a wasteful man. As she hummed and couldn't help smiling, Yin Xian found little deer quite peculiar. In public, he was the cold and emotionless ruler of a nation. In private, he was an indulgent, capable husband. Just earlier, the handsome one had finished dinner and was preparing for bed in the palace. A servant sighed nearby. The empress hasn't come to Linen Palace these past few days. It feels like something's missing. He's rarely this happy. Let him spend time with his friend. Don't disturb them. After everyone left, rustling sounds came from the window. Song Jinlan just smiled silently, then knowingly pretended to sleep. The next moment, a slender, delicate hand reached out from under the covers. Song Jinlan naturally embraced the person. Are you happy with your surprise? Very happy. The man's gaze was gentle like water. She softly replied, I've come to sleep with little Song. Thank you for the arena matches. I loved them. Afterward, Yin Xian stayed in the palace for half a month, spending each day either sparring with Song Jinlan or accompanying the little princess around the palace grounds. Only when the new year approached did she have to leave. Sister Yin Xian, little Song, why are you here? I can see Sister Yin Xian off myself. Why don't we go together? Where? New Year's coming soon. Shall we go to Qin Mountain and celebrate with them? Really? We can go to Qin Mountain? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Are you happy with your surprise? Song Jinlan asked dotingly. The young girl hummed softly and planted a kiss on his chin. Yin Xian was overjoyed to hear they would join her, but then worried. Doesn't your majesty need to handle state affairs? Lin Feilu gave him a playful smile. He's been so busy lately, he must have finished everything. She then pulled the handsome one onto the black horse. Song Qinglan helped her up while nodding with a smile. She's right. Lin Feilu quickly waved her hand, commanding, Quick, quick, let's set off early. The little princess who married into a foreign land finally met her silly brother. To surprise Lin Ting and Lin Zhanyan, Yin Xian hadn't informed them in advance. The three arrived just in time for New Year's. On their way to Qin Mountain, they saw children playing and laughing everywhere. Seeing this, Lin Feilu felt content. For her brother, this was the best life possible. Nearby, a group of children were crouching down playing marbles. Among the young children sat a slim, handsome youth. He was enthusiastically participating, looking very happy. Lin Feilu became excited immediately, but she didn't call out to him right away. Instead, she snuck around to hide, then secretly threw something at the youth's back. The youth turned around confused, seeing nothing. Who hit me? Guess who? The youth was startled, then excitedly shouted, That's my sister's voice. Lin Feilu ran with open arms, laughing. Brother Lin Zhanyan screamed and rushed to hug her. They jumped and shouted, calling brother and sister nonstop. Lin Zhanyan began introducing her. This is my sister. Her name is Little Dear. The children smiled innocently and greeted in unison. Hello, Sister Little Dear. Lin Feilu smiled and took out some uneaten candy from her pocket, giving them to each child. Nearby, Lin Zhanyan watched enviously and reached out for some. But Little Dear slapped his hand away. Brother, your hands are dirty. No touching. Seeing him withdraw his hand dejectedly, Little Dear smiled and fed him 2 pieces of candy. Is brother happy here? Lin Zhanyan nodded vigorously. It's fun and happy here, and I have many friends. I just missed my sister. The unexpected answer made Lin Feilu pause. Then she bent down to hug him. Sister's here now. Sister will come visit you every year. But the youth squirmed away. Just one hug. I'm grown up now. I can't hug my sister anymore. Looking up, he saw Song Jinlan leading a horse nearby. He happily pointed, It's 7th brother. Lin Feilu couldn't help correcting him. How many times must I say, I'm 7th brother? But Lin Zhanyan still pointed to himself like before. I'm 6th, you're 7th. Song Jinlan just smiled and nodded, asking 6th brother. Lin Zhanyan was overjoyed and turned to tell Lin Feilu. See, I told you so. Lin Feilu replied indulgently, Yes, yes, yes. Brother is always right. The newlywed couple only showed a brief moment of affection, but were immediately stopped by the youth. His reason being that men and women should maintain proper distance. Just earlier, when the three arrived at the mansion gates, the gate guard was shocked. After recovering, he ran shouting, My lord, Miss Yin Xian has brought the 5th princess back. The word brought was quite telling, but the charming lord chose to ignore it. Little dear, brother has missed you so much. The young lady was tearful. Big brother, I've missed you too. Big brother, we came unannounced. Were you surprised? How could I be? This is the best surprise ever. You must be tired from traveling. Let's go back to rest first. He then held the little princess close, asking, How long do you plan to stay? At least until after New Year's, Lin Feilu replied naturally. Good. Let's celebrate New Year's together. The quarters are simple, not like the palace. Please don't mind. Hearing this, Song Jinlan responded gracefully, Your Highness is too modest. This place is peaceful and comfortable. You should rest well first. I'll call you when dinner is ready to welcome you properly. As soon as royal brother left, Little Dear got up to open the window. Ah, the air here is so fresh. perfect for retiring here in the future. Little song, what do you think? Your wife really likes it here. As soon as she finished speaking, the young man softly agreed, yes, I like it too. In that case, let's come here every year. The girl couldn't hide her excitement. Little song, do you mean it? But won't the Emperor of Song be in danger of assassination, coming to Dalian so often? The handsome man looked at her lovingly, because I believe the Empress will protect me. Unexpectedly, the little girl didn't follow the script. What if I can't defeat the assassins? The next moment, the man nuzzled his nose against her cute face. Then I'll have to protect myself. No matter what I say, Your Majesty just wants to stick close to me. Though knowing the girl was up to no good, the man still played along. Yes, wherever the Empress is, that's where I'll be. Just then, Big Brother came running and carrying something unknown. The youth smiled foolishly. This is a gift for sister. The gentle girl trembled slightly. Thank you, brother. I love the gift. Seeing this, the handsome one suddenly interjected, Sixth brother, where's mine? The unexpected question left him stunned. After a while, the youth stammered, well, I didn't buy one for sixth brother because I didn't save enough money, but to make up for it, I'll give you my favorite marbles. Now it was the handsome one's turn to look confused. The youth enthusiastically explained to Little Song, don't underestimate these marbles. This bag has the most marbles, so by extension, you'll have the most marbles among us. I think there are about 30. After speaking, the handsome one was about to put them away, which caught the simple-minded youth off guard. Aren't you going to play? Realizing something, Little Song quickly agreed, Sixth brother is right, we should play. Let sixth brother choose first. As they were talking, the little princess came over. Brother gave me a hairpin. Little Song, help me put it on. After the handsome one finished putting on the hairpin, the little princess turned with a bright smile. Little Song, do I look pretty? The man didn't speak, but responded with gentle actions, which left sixth brother frozen in shock. He rushed forward immediately, using his body to shield his precious sister. How dare you kiss my sister? Men and women should maintain proper distance. You can't kiss sister after growing up. Faced with the youth's unreasonable accusations, Little Song just smiled slightly, because I'm your sister's husband. Hearing this, the youth instinctively looked at his sister, feeling like his precious cabbage had been stolen by a pig. His sister gently patted his head and patiently explained, because husband is the person who will accompany sister for the rest of her life. Finally, the little princess and the handsome one were united. With New Year approaching, the mansion was bustling with activity inside and out. Simple-minded sixth brother, amid the children's chattering, barely managed to straighten the crooked couplets. On the other side, Big Brother was still flirting with someone hanging lanterns. The newlyweds were more relaxed. Lin Feilu hummed a tune while seriously grilling skewers with the handsome one. They were happily distracted. The handsome one suddenly asked, by the way, what's this bonfire feast you mentioned earlier? Everyone gathers around the fire to feast, and there are performances too. Just wait and see, husband. Then at midnight, Little C shouted, the feast begins. Come, eat meat if you want meat, drink wine if you want wine. And there are performances too. How about that? I arranged it. Awesome. Amidst everyone's cheering, Lin Ting was pushed forward by Lin Feilu and began playing the xiao. The serene sound of the xiao floated through the lively atmosphere, like a moment of tranquility preserved in a life full of worldly bustle. After a few drinks, the little princess's cheeks were flushed from the bonfire's warmth, making her appear even more radiant and charming. She took the handsome one's cool hands and pressed them against her warm cheeks. Is it warm? Song Qinglan's hands gently caressed her thick eyelashes. Warm, little dear. How many drinks did you have? The young girl tilted her head and thought for a while. She held up 3 fingers but stubbornly claimed, just 4 cups. The gentle man smiled, asking how many more she could drink. Unexpectedly, the little princess straightened up. With a proud tone, I can drink thousands of cups without getting drunk. Her cheeks were red, but her eyes showed determination. Don't you believe me? I believe you. Seeing her stumbling to get more wine, he grabbed her hand. Be good. Stop now. The girl completely passed out, falling softly into Song Jinlan's warm embrace. At midnight, when all lights were lit and fireworks bloomed, all the children looked up with excitement and joy. The little princess had regained her spirit. She suddenly hugged her husband's neck and kissed him softly. Happy New Year, husband? This is our first new year together. The man responded gently as the girl in his arms spoke softly but firmly. There will be countless more years ahead with you. The bonfire feast lasted until 3 a.m. Song Jinlan carefully carried her inside. Upon entering the room, he first heated water, then prepared to give her a bath. The little princess, still tipsy, playfully splashed water on him. Her face radiated with a mischievous smile. Her eyes sparkled with a gleaming light. Little Song helplessly grabbed her restless hands, softly coaxing, "Baby, stop playing, let's take a bath." Seeing she still recklessly played with fire, the man's expression darkened. Then with lightning speed, he scooped her up directly, until finally, someone cried and said no more, wanting to sleep. Only then did Song Jinlan let her be. This girl didn't want to be the empire's empress, she just wanted to be the emperor's little junior sister. Since being refused by Uncle Ji to deliver meals last time, Lin Feilu had been practicing diligently. However, after months of practice, there was still no improvement. This isn't right. This move should be very powerful. Why is it so weak when I use it? Uncle Ji, why are you here? The girl cried in surprise. Haven't seen you for days. I missed you. Suddenly he stopped. Did I disturb you? The girl asked timidly. Seeing this, the socially anxious man felt his heart flutter. Strange, why did this feeling of guilt emerge again? The next moment, the man leaped down. The GMO swordsmanship focuses on deceptive moves. Reactions must be quick and changing, going against the conventional path. After demonstrating a cool squatting stance, Lin Feilu instantly turned into a fangirl. Uncle Ji is finally teaching me swordsmanship. Did you get it? It was too fast. I couldn't see clearly. Uncle Ji, am I too stupid? Is this woman made of water? She's about to cry again. Little dear isn't stupid. I'm in the details. Hearing this, the girl smiled gently. Uncle Ji, I'll definitely study hard under your guidance. This bamboo grove isn't far from Uncle Ji's courtyard. It wasn't in vain that I waited here for several days. Finally succeeded. And after that, with his hands-on teaching, Lin Feilu's GMO swordsmanship improved rapidly. Because Ji Liang had deep insights into swordsmanship, everything he taught Lin Feilu was practical. Without realizing when it started, Lin Feilu's way of addressing Ji Liang changed from Uncle Ji to Master. Master, you must be tired. Have some tea. Your disciple made it personally. This little one calls me Master. Well, let it be Master then. If I don't let her call me that, she might cry again. Having a disciple who cares for me daily feels quite nice. I remember you've never stayed in the palace this long before. What's different this time? Just as the socially anxious man was about to explain, he was suddenly interrupted by a knock at the door. I'll get the door first. Ji Liang was solitary and preferred quietness. Workers never came here, so who could be knocking? What's wrong, Master? I still can't master the final move of the GMO swordsmanship. The final move of this swordsmanship is the ultimate technique, focusing most on arm strength. Since when did you take a disciple? Greetings, Empress. Since Master and Uncle have an appointment, I'll take my leave. It's getting late. I should go too. I'll come another day to play chess with you. Very well. I've heard that the imperial uncle is quite peculiar. He's a formidable person with both cunning and strategy. When dealing with such people, those little tricks are completely unnecessary. Uncle, do you have something to tell me? So what do you think Uncle came to see little dear for? This man, being the powerful prime minister of a foreign country, yet secretly following his nephew's wife. Upon discovery, the girl went straight to the point. Uncle, if you have something to say, please speak freely. It's nothing. However, I'm truly surprised that the Empress could make the naturally detached Ji Liang take you as a disciple. Lin Feilu was silent for 0.3 seconds. Isn't it good to keep him here for His Majesty forever? This young Empress is unexpectedly clever. With Ji Liang taking her as a disciple, he naturally has something to care about now. Such attachment is much more stable than friendship. Empress, your foresight is truly admirable. But Ji Liang is my good friend. I hope you won't betray his pure heart. Seeing this, little dear also formally bowed. Rest assured, Uncle. Once a teacher, forever a father. I understand this principle. This uncle seems very clever. My pestering of Master to teach me must not be discovered by him. The next morning, Lin Feilu was full of confidence. She shouted, "Don't go easy on me. Be careful, handsome one." However, after just one move, the girl instantly wilted. I don't want to learn swordsmanship anymore. This is a hopeless dream. Beside her, Song Jinlan gently consoled. Junior sister has already improved a lot. One should know their limitations. Senior brother needn't comfort me. I understand. Let's take a break and rest, okay? Unexpectedly, the girl refused to move from the ground. Even pulling couldn't get her up. Is the princess throwing a tantrum? I'm not happy. Why can't I even block one of your moves after practicing for so long? How about I take you out of the palace for fun? We've done all the fun things. It's not interesting anymore. Then would the princess like to try wearing men's clothes? Cross-dressing? However, as soon as they left the palace, Lin Feilu couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, it's so lively. Little song, let's go look over there. There are so many people." Meanwhile at the arena, 7th round of competition, this young master is victorious. Is there anyone else who dares to challenge? If there are no challengers, this 9.99 silk green cap will belong to this young master. Hearing about a prize, little deer below the stage was eager to try. So her husband spoke first. "Princess, would you like to give it a try? That green cap is made from 10,000 green hats. It can prevent being cheated on. It's a rare treasure. Don't you have a friend who roams the Jianghu?" The girl's eyes lit up. "Oh, right. I can try giving it to Xin. The referee spoke again. "Does no one dare to challenge this young master? Then this green cap will dash. Wait, I challenge." Everyone turned to look. It was a frail, delicate young girl. The judge kindly reminded, "Miss, swords show no mercy. This is not child's play. I, Guan, don't wish to hurt you. Please step down. After I win, we can drink and chat later." Unexpectedly, little deer wasn't intimidated at all. She shouted, "Stop wasting words. Give me a sword." The young man, who was arrogant 1 second, turned cowardly the next moment. Just earlier, when Lin Feilu went up to compete, she was looked down upon just because she was a woman. "Miss, I don't want to hurt you. Please step down." But Lin Feilu shouted, "Stop the nonsense. Give me a sword." A bystander smiled and introduced, "Miss, this is young Master Guan Yuehui, the second son of Mount Yujian. Young Master Guan's swordsmanship is exceptional. Don't bring trouble upon yourself. I don't care what manor you're from. I'm here to fight you." Hearing this, Guan Yuehui frowned. "Miss, since you're being disrespectful, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson. To avoid bullying the weak, I'll give you 5 moves." Hearing this, Lin Feilu instinctively looked at the handsome one. Song Jinlan spoke softly, "No need for his handicap." Lin Feilu replied confidently, "I don't need your handicap. Watch my move." Such big words from a little girl. "I still should give you some advantage." However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was suddenly sent flying. Lin Feilu was dumbfounded. "That's it? It's over already?" The audience below broke into applause. On stage, Guan Yuehui's face was full of disbelief. "That move you just used was the GMO swordsmanship. What's your relationship with Master Ji?" Lin Feilu just smiled slightly. "He is my master." Now that it had come to this, she couldn't lose face. The crowd buzzed with discussion. What? Ji Liang actually took a disciple? And it's a little girl? He even taught her his swordsmanship. Looking at this young lady's swordsmanship, it has traces of Master Ji's style. Indeed, a great master produces excellent disciples. "I won, right?" Lin Feilu suddenly asked. "That's right. Since the young lady has won, this Tiankin treasure armor is yours." The girl hugged the prize and jumped down. "Senior brother, I won? I told you my junior sister is amazing. It's all because senior brother is too abnormal, making me so unconfident usually. My fault." At this moment, a man behind suddenly asked, "Miss, may I ask where Master Ji is now?" The next second, a cold, intense gaze shot over. "Pardon me for disturbing." Lin Feilu looked at the prize in her hands, sighing that these arena matches were not only fun but also rewarding. It seemed she should sneak out of the palace more often to play. So after that, Lin Feilu would occasionally sneak out of the palace to participate in competitions. That little girl in the stands is Ji Liang's disciple. Ji Liang's disciple is indeed impressive. When winter came and the city's arena matches ended, Lin Feilu finally settled down. "Your Highness, are you going out to compete today?" "No, I'll fight again next year." "That's great. His Majesty has been missing you during your time away. Now you can finally spend time with him properly. I've been too obsessed with sword practice lately, indeed neglecting Little Song. Help me prepare some things now. Tonight, I'll make it up to Little Song." However, the young man was stunned at what he saw. The peach-faced young lady was looking at him lovingly, on the bed, in the living room, and outside the window. "Which one would your Majesty like? Why not try them all?" "So, what do you think the beauty is playing with little deer?" This woman traveled thousands of miles to a foreign land just to challenge people. But he would never have imagined that the undefeated martial arts expert from the arena was this sweet young lady now blushing before him. Just earlier, because the couple had been intimate all night, the next morning, the girl was constantly yawning. Seeing this, Song Jinlan squatted down and asked, "Princess, didn't sleep well last night? It's all your fault I couldn't sleep all night. I don't even have energy to practice sword today. As compensation, how about I take you to the temple fair tonight? Is it fun?" Of course it's fun. The whole street is full of people, praying, lion dancing, and acrobatics. Great, I want to go. When they arrived at the street outside the palace, it was already evening. Behind her, the handsome one gazed lovingly at the young lady praying in the distance. 3 seconds later, the girl turned around. "I've made my wish. This is the sound of our destiny. From now on, you're my exclusive accessory." Is that what dear wished for? Of course not. What I wished for was dash. Wait, is that you? What are you looking for? I think I saw Yanqin, but I must have seen wrong. I've made my wish, and I'm a bit hungry. Let's go get something to eat. Little Song, I want candied hawthorns. However, just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by a sudden female voice. Why did this voice sound so familiar? Yanqin, it really is you. When did you come to Song Country? Did my brother come too? Little Lu, long time no see. I've been here for a few days. I came alone. The prince didn't come. I knew I wasn't seeing things. At the same time, Lady Yanqin bowed and greeted young Master Song. The young man also politely exchanged pleasantries, saying, "Miss Yanqin, I've heard much about you. Sister Yanqin, why did you come to Song Country? Did you come specifically to see me?" "I came to Song Country to find someone for a sword duel. Which impressive person is worth you coming so far to challenge?" Recent rumors in the martial arts world say that Master Ji Liang's direct disciple has appeared in Song's capital. I came here to challenge them. Meanwhile, the actual direct disciple was completely bewildered. What the hell? So it was about this all along. This woman traveled thousands of miles just to duel with the world's #1 swordsman. But he never expected that this top expert was right before his eyes. Just earlier, the two had reunited and were having a pleasant conversation. Lin Feilu unexpectedly learned that the person she was looking for was herself. Then Yanqin asked, "I heard that disciple often appears at the fighting arena. Have you heard any news about him?" "Indeed I have." "Then do you know where he is now?" Lin Feilu smiled awkwardly. "Right in front of you." The next moment, Yanqin was dumbfounded. "Little Lu, that person is you?" "Yes, I am the legendary direct disciple of Master Ji. What's going on?" "It's a long story. Sister Yanqin, you must be tired from searching for me. Let's go back to the palace. We can talk while walking." Now in the inner chamber of Yong'an Palace, Sister Xian, this is where I live. He treats you well. If the prince knows, he'll be at ease. Unexpectedly, the next second, the woman suddenly changed her tone. "Well then, no time to waste. Let's have our duel now." The three were stunned. Who knew she could change so drastically? "Wait, I can't beat you. Those rumors were exaggerated. I'm just a novice." But Yanqin remained unmoved. "Master Ji chose you as his disciple because he saw your talent. I trust his judgment isn't wrong." Seeing this, Lin Feilu couldn't help muttering, "Is this what a martial arts fanatic is like? I can't handle this. I'm quite tired today. How about we rest tonight and duel tomorrow?" "All right, we'll duel tomorrow then." The next morning, seeing her ready, Lin Feilu sighed, "I'm just a beginner. Why does everyone want to fight me? Top 10 on the heroes ranking. Isn't this like a champion fighting a bronze player? I'll make the first move." The woman suddenly spoke. "Little Lu, watch out." Just then, the girl seriously called for a stop. "Wait, what's wrong?" At this point, I must tell you this secret. What secret? Why do I feel like I've been set up? Senior brother catch? Actually, Little Song is Master Ji's direct disciple. Sister Yanqin, you should fight him. The two behind were shocked. After recovering, Yanqin laughed mockingly, then asked Song Jinlan if she had scared him. The young man just smiled gently. "Let me fight in his place." Hearing this, Yanqin readily agreed. "Let's spar lightly. Please guide me, young Master Song." Just because she was afraid of getting badly hurt, the girl immediately changed her mind. Her niece was completely bewildered. Unexpectedly, the girl threw the sword to her husband and ran away herself. The next second, Yinxin nodded in agreement. Let's spar lightly, just for practice. Once they began, he was forced to repeatedly retreat, backing up with barely any room to defend. Only then did Yinxin realize that little Lu wasn't lying. After a moment, Song Jinlan withdrew his sword first and cupped his hands in respect. Yinxin looked at him with respect. Your swordsmanship is truly impressive. After just 3 rounds, she was already unable to defend, surprising her greatly. Song Jinlan smiled gently and asked how long Miss Yinxin planned to stay in Ling City. Yinxin was stunned, thought for a moment before answering, I came here for the duel, so I should leave now? Song Jinlan replied kindly, if you stay a few more days, we can spar daily. Yinxin's face lit up involuntarily. Really? Song Jinlan turned around naturally, wiping his sweat. Then I'll stay longer. Do you want me to stay to keep little Lu company? When speaking of her, the man's eyes softened. She's very happy when you're around. After returning to Yong'an Palace, Lin Feilu packed up all the prizes she won from the arena. Besides the heavenly silkworm armor, there were hidden weapons and medicine pills. Since she wouldn't use them anyway, she planned to give them all to Yinxin. After packing the gifts, she had Songyu bring writing materials, intending to write a letter to Lin Ting for Yinxin to take back. Just as she was writing, Yinxin returned. Lin Feilu smiled and asked, Sister Yinxin, how did the duel go? Yinxin walked to her side. He won, of course. I learned a lot. I hope to learn more from him in the coming days. Lin Feilu's face lit up with joy. You're not leaving? She smiled. Not for now. Lin Feilu's eyes sparkled as she rushed to hug her. That's wonderful. I thought you'd leave tomorrow. I even prepared farewell gifts. Yinxin became curious about what gifts they were. Lin Feilu showed her the arena prizes like precious treasures. This is the heavenly silkworm armor. This is the 100 flowers antidote pill, all won from the arena. Yinxin took them and examined each one. Looking puzzled, Lin Feilu asked, What's wrong? Don't you like them? Yinxin shook her head. Thank you, little Lu. I love them. It's just that the heavenly silkworm armor is a masterpiece from Hidden Sword Mountain Villa that disappeared years ago. I heard from my master that this treasure was kept in Song Country's royal treasury. It's strange that it became an arena prize. Lin Feilu was stunned. Considering her words and recalling the endless arena matches from that time, she suddenly understood. Her heart felt warm and sweet. He was willing to take out even treasury items. What if she had lost? Wouldn't outsiders have taken them away? Humph, such a wasteful man. Seeing her humming while unable to hold back her smile, Yinxin found little Lu quite strange too. In public, he was the cold and emotionless ruler of a nation. In private, he was an indulgent husband who could do anything. Just earlier, the handsome emperor had finished his evening meal and was preparing for bed in his chamber. A servant nearby sighed, The empress hasn't come to Linen Hall these past few days. It feels like something's missing. He's rarely this happy. Let him spend time with his friend. Don't disturb them. After everyone left, rustling sounds came from the bed. Song Jinlan just smiled silently, then closed his eyes pretending to sleep with mutual understanding. The next moment, a slender, delicate hand suddenly reached out from under the covers. Song Jinlan naturally embraced the person. Are you happy with your surprise? Very happy, the man replied tenderly, his gaze soft as water. I've come to sleep with little Song. Thank you for the arena matches. I really like them. Afterward, Yinxin stayed in the palace for another half-month. Every day, besides sparring with Song Jinlan, she would accompany the little princess wandering around inside and outside the palace. Only when the new year approached did she have to leave. Sister Yinxin, little Song, why are you here? Just call me Sister Song Yanqing. Why don't you come with him? Go where? New Year's coming. Let's go to Qin Mountain to celebrate together. Shall we? Really? We can go to Qin Mountain? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Are you happy with your surprise? Song Jinlan's face was full of affection as the girl hummed softly and planted a kiss on his chin. Yinxin was naturally overjoyed that they would come with her, but then became worried. Doesn't your majesty need to handle state affairs? Lin Feilu gave the man a playful smile. He's been so busy lately, he must have finished everything. As she spoke, she pulled the handsome man onto the black horse. Song Jinlan helped her up while nodding with a smile. She's right. After preparations were complete, Lin Feilu quickly waved her hand. Quick, quick, let's depart early. The princess who married far away finally met her silly brother. To give Lin Ting and Lin Zhanyuan a surprise, Yanxin hadn't informed them in advance that the three would arrive just in time for New Year's. Arriving at Qin Mountain, they saw children playing and laughing all along the way. Seeing this, Lin Feilu was very pleased. For brother, this is the best life. Not far away, a group of children were crouching down playing marbles. Among the group of young children, there was a slim, handsome youth. He was enthusiastically participating, looking very happy. Lin Feilu became excited immediately, but she didn't call out to him right away. Instead, she circled around to hide, then secretly threw something at the youth's back. The youth turned around confused, but saw nothing. Who hit me? Guess who? The youth was startled at first, then excitedly shouted, "It's sister's voice. It's sister." Lin Feilu ran laughing with open arms. Brother Lin Zhanyuan screamed and rushed toward her, burying himself in her embrace. They jumped and called out brother and sister nonstop. Lin Zhanyuan pulled her and started introducing, "This is my sister. She's called Little Lu." The children raised their innocent smiles and greeted in unison, "Hello, Sister Little Lu." Lin Feilu smiled sweetly, took out some uneaten candy from her pocket, and distributed them one by one. Beside them, Lin Zhanyuan watched enviously and reached out to take some. But Little Lu directly slapped his hand away. "Brother's hands are dirty, no touching." Seeing him withdraw his hand pitifully, Little Lu then smiled and fed him 2 pieces of candy. "Is brother happy here?" Lin Zhanyuan nodded heavily. "It's both fun and happy, and I have many friends. I just miss sister." The unexpected answer made Lin Feilu pause for a moment. Then she bent down to hug him. "Sister is here now. Sister will come to see you every year." Unexpectedly, the youth turned away slightly. "Just a brief hug for sister. I'm grown up now. I can't hug sister anymore." Looking up again, she saw Song Jinlan leading the horse closer. She happily pointed, "It's 7th brother." Beside her, Lin Feilu couldn't help but correct her. "How many times have I said, I'm 7th brother?" But Lin Zhanyuan still pointed to himself like before. "I'm 6th brother, you're little 7. Song Jinlan just smiled and nodded, asking, "6th brother?" Seeing this, Lin Zhanyuan was overjoyed. He turned to Lin Feilu saying, "See? I told you so." Lin Feilu's face was full of affection. Yes, 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 brother is always right. The newlywed couple had just shown a moment of intimacy when they were suddenly stopped by the youth. The reason being that men and women should maintain proper distance. Just earlier, when the 3 of them arrived at the mansion's gate one after another, the gate guard was shocked. After coming to his senses, he immediately ran while shouting, "My lord, Miss Yanxin has brought the 5th princess back." Oh my, using the word brought was quite clever. While Mekong deliberately chose not to hear it, Little Lu's brother has missed you so much. Wan Yin, the young girl, had tears in her eyes. "Elder royal brother, I've missed you too." "Elder royal brother, we came unannounced. Were you scared?" "How could I be scared? This is such a wonderful surprise. You must be tired from traveling. Go rest in the mansion first." After speaking, he held the little princess close again. "How long do you plan to stay this time?" "At least until after New Year's," Lin Feilu instinctively replied. "Good. Let's celebrate New Year together. The quarters are simple, unlike the palace. Please don't mind." Hearing this, Song Jinlan responded gracefully, "Your Highness is too modest. This place is serene and very comfortable." "Well then, rest well first. When dinner is ready, I'll call you for the welcoming feast." As soon as the royal brother left, Little Lu got up to open the window. "Wow, the air here is so nice. Perfect for retiring here in the future." Little Song, what do you think? Your wife really likes it here." As soon as she finished speaking, the youth softly agreed, "Yes, I like it very much too. If that's the case, let's come every year." The joy on the girl's face couldn't be hidden. "Little Song, do you mean it? But won't the Emperor of Song be at risk of assassination if he keeps coming to Deling?" The handsome one looked at her lovingly. "Because I believe the Empress will protect me." Unexpectedly, the little girl didn't follow the script. "What if your servant can't defeat the assassins?" The next moment, the man's nose gently nuzzled against the girl's cute face. Then I'll just have to protect myself? So no matter what, your majesty just wants to stick with me. Though knowing the girl was up to no good, the man still went along with it. Yes, yes, wherever the empress is, that's where I'll be. Just then, elder brother came running and carrying something unknown. The youth smiled foolishly. This is a gift for sister. The Wanyan girl trembled slightly. Thank you, brother. I love the gift very much. Seeing this, the handsome one suddenly interjected, Little sixth brother, where's mine? The unexpected question left him stunned for a while. The youth only then realized and explained, well, I didn't buy anything for sixth brother because I didn't save enough money, but to make up for it, I'll give you my favorite marbles. Now it was the pretty one's turn to look confused. The youth excitedly explained to Little Song, don't underestimate these marbles. This bag has the most marbles, so by extension, you'll be the person with the most marbles among us. I guess there are only 30 of them. After speaking, the pretty one was about to put them away, which caught the simple-minded youth off guard. Aren't you going to play? Realizing something, Little Song quickly agreed, sixth brother is right, we should play. Let sixth brother choose first. As they were talking, the little princess came over. Brother gave me a hairpin. Little Song, help me put it on. Just as the handsome one finished putting on the hairpin for little Lou, the little princess turned with a bright smile. Little Song, do I look pretty wearing it? The man didn't speak, but responded with gentle actions, which left sixth brother beside them stunned like a wooden chicken. He rushed forward immediately, using his body to shield his precious sister. How can you kiss sister? Men and women should keep their distance. After growing up, you can't kiss sister. Facing the youth's unreasonable accusations, Little Song just smiled slightly, because I'm your sister's husband. Hearing this, the youth instinctively looked at his sister, feeling like his precious cabbage had been snatched away. His sister gently patted his head and patiently explained, because husband is the person who will spend the rest of his life with sister. Finally, the little princess and the handsome one were united. With New Year approaching, the mansion was extremely busy inside and out. The simple-minded sixth brother, amidst the children's chattering noise, barely managed to straighten the crooked couplets. On the other side, Big Yellow Brother was still flirting with someone hanging lanterns. The newlyweds were more leisurely. Lin Feilu hummed a tune while seriously grilling skewers with the handsome one, both happily distracted. The handsome one suddenly asked, by the way, what's this bonfire New Year's feast you mentioned? Everyone gathers around the fire to eat and drink, and will rehearse performances too. Just wait and see, husband. At midnight, Little Four shouted that the feast had begun. Come, come, eat meat if you want meat, drink wine if you want wine. And there are performances too. How's that? I arranged it. Amazing! Amid everyone's cheering, Lingting was pushed out by Lin Feilu and played a Xiao melody. The serene sound of the Xiao rose amid the bustling atmosphere, like preserving a pure land in a life full of worldly affairs. After a few drinks, the little princess's cheeks were flushed from the bonfire's warmth, making her look even more radiant and charming. She took the handsome one's cold hands and pressed them against her warm cheeks. Are Song Qinglan's hands warm? He just gently stroked her thick eyelashes. Warm, little Lou. How many drinks did you have? The young girl tilted her head and thought for a while. She held up 3 fingers but stubbornly said, just 4 cups. The cultured man smiled. Then how many more can my wife drink? Unexpectedly, the little princess straightened up. With an arrogant tone, I can drink thousands of cups without getting drunk. Her cheeks were red, but her eyes showed determination. Don't you believe me? I believe you. Seeing her stumbling to get more wine, the man grabbed her hand. Be good, don't make trouble. Seeing this, the girl completely passed out, falling softly into Song Jinlan's warm embrace. At midnight, when lights filled every home and fireworks bloomed, all the children looked up with excitement. The little princess had already regained her spirit. She suddenly hugged her husband's neck and kissed his lips lightly. Happy New Year, husband. This is our first New Year together. The man gently responded, and the young girl in his arms spoke softly but firmly. There will be countless more years to walk together. The bonfire feast continued until 3 a.m. Song Jinlan carefully carried her inside. As soon as they entered, he first heated up some water, then prepared to give her a bath. The little princess was still tipsy and playfully splashed water on her. Her face was beaming with a mischievous smile. Her eyes sparkled with light. Little Song helplessly grabbed her restless hands, gently coaxing his darling. Stop playing around. Let's take a bath. Seeing she was still playing with fire recklessly, the man's expression darkened. Then with lightning speed, he directly scooped her out, until finally, someone cried and said, "No more? Wanna sleep?" Only then did Song Jinlan let her be. Well, Officer Brother finally met little Lu again. It turned out that on New Year's Day, many commoners brought their grain to give to the Crown Prince. "Prince Chi, these are foods we made ourselves. Please accept them. Thank you for your trouble, Andy. The Western Prince's mansion lacks nothing. Please keep it." Seeing this, little Lu asked Sister Yinxin curiously from not far away, "Are all the villagers here so warm and hospitable? Why does every family we visit give gifts? We can barely carry them all." When Yinxin smiled slightly, "His Highness's governance has made people's lives better, so they all adore him. That's why every year the people bring gifts for His Highness." Hearing this, Lin Feilu finally felt relieved. It seems Royal Brother is very happy here. Just then, the man who had finished his work suddenly spoke, "Let's end here for today. Let's return to the mansion and continue visiting villagers tomorrow." And so, the group walked while discussing what to eat for dinner. However, just as the carriage was about to move, a young man on horseback blocked their path. It was our long-unseen brother Jinyuan, coming to play with little Lu. "Oh, big yellow brother. Look, it's little sister Lu. Haven't seen you in a while. Did you miss me?" "Wow, it's brother Jinyuan. Brother Jinyuan, little Lu missed you so much." At these words, the youth didn't even wait for his horse's agreement. He jumped off the horse's back and ran towards Lin Feilu. "Little sister Lu, I missed you to death too. As soon as I received Crown Brother's letter, I set out immediately." "Little sister Lu, I finally see you." Wait, brother Jinyuan, calm down." "No, I can't calm down," until someone lightly tapped his head. "Fourth brother, put little Lu down first." Only then did the youth reluctantly pout. "Oh, all right." Seeing another carriage parked nearby, little Lu couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother Jinyuan, is there someone else in that carriage? Who else came?" "You'll know right away." At that moment, the carriage curtain was suddenly lifted. The sight nearly made Lin Feilu cry on the spot. "Mother, little Lu missed you so much. My silly daughter." "Oh right, mother, I want to introduce someone to you. This is my husband." After little Song finished, the handsome one respectfully bowed. "Greetings, mother-in-law." Seeing a nation's ruler being so humble towards her, Lu's mother felt relieved. This king of Qi seemed different from the rumors. His eyes were full of tenderness and doting when looking at little Lu, and the couple seemed to get along so harmoniously. Her worried heart could finally be at ease. "Little sister Lu, let's hurry back to the mansion. Royal brother and royal sister asked me to bring you many gifts. You'll definitely love them." Watching the silhouettes of family and friends departing, little Lu smiled softly. Seeing his darling standing still in a daze, Song Jinlan asked gently, "What are you looking at, little Lu?" Without lifting her head, the girl replied, "Looking at the best gift heaven gave me." "You're also the best gift heaven bestowed upon me." "Oh really? Then may I ask, Mr. Song, how much do you like this gift?" "Doesn't little sister Lu already know?" The girl spread her hands. "You never say it. How would I know?" "You'll know in the future. I'll spend the rest of my life showing you just how much I love you." Well, the little baby was clearly his son, yet the girl complained their child was too ugly. It turned out that after they returned to the palace after New Year's, little Lu's appetite became very poor. To get little Lu to eat more, little Song tried his best. "Little Lu, try this. I've noticed you haven't had much appetite lately, so I specially asked the Imperial Kitchen to make your favorite dishes." However, the girl just took a sniff and almost threw up. Seeing this, little Song became worried. "Little Lu, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell somewhere?" "It's nothing, just feeling nauseous often. These days, I don't know why, but I feel like vomiting when I smell meat. And my period is late too." "Could it be, little Song, you might become a father?" The man was stunned for a moment, then immediately jumped up. "Someone come quickly. Summon the imperial physician." After a while, Song Jinlan anxiously asked the physician, "How is the empress's condition now?" The next moment, the physician bowed and replied, "Congratulations, your majesty. The empress is 1 month pregnant. The empress's pulse is very stable now. I just need to prescribe some pregnancy-stabilizing medicine." Until little Lu gently touched her slightly bulging belly and murmured, "Do I really have a baby? Of course it's true. Little Lu, we'll have our own baby now. Are you happy now, little Song?" "Of course I'm happy. How could I not be? What name should we give the baby?" "Little Song, do you prefer a girl or a boy?" "As long as it's born from little Lu, I'll love either." Little Lu suggested, "If it's a boy, let's call him Song Xiaolan. If it's a girl, Song Xiaolu." The man smiled dotingly. All right, whatever you say. So after becoming pregnant, little Lu gave up thoughts of playing outside the palace and stayed inside to nurture the baby. To help Lin Feilu avoid boredom, Song Jinlan specially invited the capital's theater troupe to perform in the palace. Of course, prenatal education wasn't neglected. The handsome one played zither and flute for Lin Feilu every day. Finally, amid everyone's anticipation, Song Xiaolan was born to little Song. Bring him to me. Let me see. It would have been better not to look. She almost couldn't recognize him. My goodness, why is this baby so ugly? Could it be a mutation? Little Song beside her was torn between laughing and crying. How can you talk about our child like that? But he really is ugly. So there they were, one crying over his son's ugliness, the other crying over the mother's remarks. But not long after, the baby who was criticized for being ugly at birth began to work hard and finally became good-looking after a few months. But even with such criticism, Mom was still confused. Songyu, where did my ugly son go? Who is this? Why is he lying in my ugly son's cradle? As soon as she said that, the little boy burst into tears. Is this really my birth mother? What kind of mother talks about her child like this? Did I get reborn into the wrong family? There, don't cry anymore. Baby, mother was wrong. Mother admits her mistake. My son is actually so adorable. So cute. As soon as Song Xiaolan heard this praise, the crying boy immediately cheered up. Inside, he was giggling, loving to see how his mother was captivated by his cuteness. Well, Officer Brother finally met little Lu again. It turned out that on New Year's Day, many commoners brought their grain to give to the Crown Prince. Your Highness, these are foods we made ourselves. Please accept them. Thank you, Auntie, but the Western Prince's mansion lacks nothing. Please keep it. Seeing this, little Lu asked an Exine sister nearby, are all the villagers here so warm and hospitable? Why are we getting so many gifts from every house we visit that we can barely carry them? When Yen Exine smiled slightly, His Highness's governance has made people's lives better, so they all adore him. That's why the people bring gifts to His Highness every year. Lin Feilu felt relieved hearing this. It seems Royal Brother is very happy here. Just then, the man who had finished his tasks suddenly spoke. Let's stop here for today. Let's return to the mansion and continue visiting villagers tomorrow. So, everyone walked while discussing what to eat for dinner. However, just as the carriage was about to move, a young man on horseback blocked their path. It was our long-unseen brother Jing Yuan, coming to play with little Lu. Oh, Crown Brother. Look, it's little sister Lu. Haven't seen you in so long. Did you miss me? Wow, it's Brother Jing Yuan. Brother Jing Yuan, I missed you so much. Upon hearing this, the young man didn't even wait for his horse's approval. He jumped off the horse's back and ran towards Lin Feilu. Little sister Lu, I missed you to death too. As soon as I received Crown Brother's letter, I set out immediately. Little sister Lu, I finally get to see you. Wait, Brother Jing Yuan, calm down. No, I can't calm down until someone lightly knocked his head. Fourth brother, put little Lu down first. The young man reluctantly pouted. Oh, all right. Seeing another carriage parked nearby, little Lu couldn't help but ask curiously, Brother Jing Yuan, is there someone in that carriage? Who else came? You'll know soon. At that moment, the carriage curtain was suddenly lifted. The sight nearly made Lin Feilu cry on the spot. Mother, I missed you so much. My silly daughter. Oh right, mother, I want to introduce someone to you. This is my husband, little Song said. The handsome man respectfully bowed. Greetings, mother-in-law. Seeing a nation's ruler being so humble towards her, Lu's mother felt relieved. This emperor of Qi seemed different from the rumors. His eyes were full of tenderness and love when looking at little Lu, and the couple seemed so harmonious together. She could finally put her worried heart at ease. Little sister Lu, let's hurry back to the mansion. Royal brother and sister asked me to bring you many gifts. You'll definitely like them. Looking at the departing figures of family and friends, little Lu smiled softly. Seeing his beloved standing still in a daze, Song Jinlan asked gently, what are you looking at, little Lu? The girl didn't lift her head, looking at the best gift heaven gave me. You're also heaven's best gift to me. Oh really? Then may I ask, student Song, how much do you like this gift? Doesn't little sister Lu know? The girl spread her hands. You never say. How would I know? You'll know in the future. I'll spend the rest of my life showing you just how much I love you. Well, the little baby was clearly his son, yet the girl complained her child was too ugly. After they returned to the palace after New Year's, little Lu's appetite became very poor. To get little Lu to eat more, little Song tried his best. Little Lu, try this. I've noticed you haven't had much appetite lately, so I specially asked the Imperial Kitchen to make your favorite dishes. However, the girl just took a sniff and almost threw up. Seeing this, little Song became worried. Little Lu, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? It's nothing, just feeling nauseous often. These days, I don't know why, but I want to vomit when I smell meat, and my period is late. Could it be? Little Song, you might become a father. The man was stunned for a moment, then immediately jumped up. Someone come quickly. Summon the imperial physician. After a while, Song Jinlan nervously asked the physician, "How is the empress's condition?" The next moment, the physician bowed and replied, "Congratulations, your majesty. The empress is 1 month pregnant. Her pulse is very stable now. I just need to prescribe some pregnancy-stabilizing medicine." Until little Lu gently touched her belly, she murmured, "Do I really have a baby? Of course it's real. Little Lu, we'll have our own baby now. Are you happy now, little Song?" "Of course I'm happy. What name should we give the baby?" "Little Song, do you prefer a girl or a boy?" "As long as it's born from little Lu, I'll love either." Wen Yin suggested, "If it's a boy, let's call him Song Xiaolan. If it's a girl, Song Xiaolu. How about that?" The man smiled lovingly. Good. Whatever you say." So after becoming pregnant, little Lu gave up thoughts of playing outside the palace and stayed inside to take care of her pregnancy. To help Lin Feilu avoid boredom, Song Jinlan specially invited the capital's theater troupe to perform in the palace. Of course, prenatal education wasn't neglected. The handsome man played music for Lin Feilu every day. Finally, after everyone's anticipation, Song Xiaolan was born. Little Song, let me hold him and take a look. It would have been better not to look. Once she did, she almost couldn't recognize him. My goodness, why is this baby so ugly? Could he be a mutation? Little Song beside her couldn't help but laugh and cry. How can you talk about our child like that? But he's really ugly. So one cried because of the son's ugliness, and one cried because of the mother's words. But soon after, the baby who was criticized for his looks at birth began to work hard, and finally became handsome after a few months. But despite this change, Mom was still confused. "Songyu, where did my ugly son go? Who is this? Why is he lying in my ugly son's cradle?" As soon as she said this, the little boy burst into tears. "Is this really my birth mother? What kind of mother talks about her child like this? Did I get reborn into the wrong family?" There, don't cry anymore. "Baby, mother was wrong. Mother admits her mistake. My son is actually so adorable, so cute." With Song Xiaolan's praise, the crying little boy instantly changed his mood. Inside, he was giggling, loving to see his mother's reaction to his cuteness. Just because his thoughtless mother casually praised, "Song Xiaolan is so kawaii." When the little boy learned to speak, the question he asked Lin Feilu most often was, "Mother, am I cute?" Lin Feilu would always firmly respond, "Song Xiaolan is the cutest child in the world." Hearing this, Song Xiaolan's little face would bloom with a brilliant smile. He glanced at his father, who was reviewing documents nearby, then climbed into Lin Feilu's arms. Hugging her neck tightly, he moved close to her ear and asked in a clear, bell-like voice, "Am I cuter, or is father cuter?" Lin Feilu looked lovingly at the little person in her arms and whispered in his ear, "Of course it's you. We can't describe father as cute. He is handsome and dignified." The clever little one scratched his head cutely and wondered, what's the difference between mother's cute and handsome and dignified? So when Tiandong held him, he asked curiously, "Uncle Tiandong, which is better, cute or handsome and dignified?" "This is the first time the young prince has asked me for advice. I must perform well." Haha. Tiandong straightened his back and cleared his throat. He said seriously, "Of course handsome and dignified is better. Not only does it have more characters than cute, but it's also a higher form of praise. When you don't know how to compliment someone, just call them cute. It works every time." Hearing these words, the young prince, his originally bright eyes instantly became dull, and his little face wrinkled up. After a moment, the young prince seemed to have a sudden realization. His little mouth pursed, and he burst into tears. tears. So mother always calls me cute because she can't think of any other compliments. I don't want to be cute anymore. Seeing this, Tiandong immediately panicked. He quickly knelt down and anxiously said, "Young prince, don't cry. Don't cry. It was my fault for saying the wrong thing." So Lin Feilu noticed that the once adorably chubby baby now always wore a serious expression, his tiny back straight as a pine tree, showing a kind of stubborn persistence. The little dinosaur and Pikachu clothes she had carefully made for him were left aside, no longer seeing that tiny figure bouncing around cutely in them. Song Xiaolan focused all his attention on trying to be handsome and dignified like his father. He followed closely behind Song Jinlan, like a tiny satellite orbiting around the majestic emperor. Whatever Song Jinlan did, he would seriously imitate it from the side. His serious manner was both amusing and endearing. He tried to wear clothes the same color as his father's, his small hands clumsily arranging his hair, attempting to style it the same way. Though his tiny appearance showed determination, it couldn't hide his childish innocence. Song Jinlan turned his head slightly, glancing at the miniature version of himself beside him. He leaned sideways, supporting his forehead with his fingers, his posture displaying the emperor's lazy dignity, like a deity stepping out of a painting. Seeing this, Song Xiaolan immediately tried to copy him, but his body and arms were too short. He simply couldn't reach that pose. With a thud, he tumbled off the bed. It was quite a fall, and instantly, wailing echoes filled the palace. Song Jinlan let out a sound, mixed with helplessness and affection. Before Lin Feilu could rush over, he quickly scooped up the little one and placed him on his lap. He gently asked, "What were you doing?" Song Xiaolan replied between sobs, "I was copying father." Lin Feilu hurried over, tenderly wiping his dirty little face, asking softly, "Why were you copying father?" Song Xiaolan looked at his father, then at his mother, his clear eyes full of grievance. Feeling more upset the more he thought about it, he tilted his head back and cried loudly, "I want to be handsome and dignified like father, but I can't learn how. Woo-woo, it's too hard. Why copy your father? You're perfect as you are." In mother's heart, little Song Xiaolan is both cute and handsome. Lin Feilu looked at Song Xiaolan tenderly, her gaze full of maternal love and affection. Song Xiaolan opened his round eyes wide, sparkling with confusion and hope. "Really?" His voice was soft and uncertain. "Of course it's true. Ask your father if you don't believe me." Lin Feilu smiled encouragingly. Song Xiaolan immediately turned his gaze to Song Jinlan, his tiny figure full of hopeful anticipation. Song Jinlan looked at the mother and son. His lips curved slightly upward, a gentle light passing through his eyes. "Yes, in father's heart, both you and mother are cute and handsome." His voice was deep and magnetic, carrying a reassuring strength. Hearing this, Song Xiaolan's face bloomed with a brilliant smile. To prevent the little deer from being hurt again, the beautiful one considered getting sterilized. At age 5, Song Xiaolan was established as crown prince. Ministers pay respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. Long live the Crown Prince. His personality took after Lin Feilu more, lively and cheerful, smiling at everyone, delicate and approachable. Song Xiaolan responded, "The emperor has finally established a crown prince. The great Song dynasty now has an heir." The crown prince began recognizing characters at age 2 and could recite the 4 books and 5 classics by age 3. Having such a crown prince is truly everyone's blessing. Thus, Song Xiaolan, inheriting his parents' intelligence and temperament, became the beloved little crown prince of the entire palace. "Excellent, Your Highness. At just 5 years old, to write such beautiful characters. Your future is limitless," the imperial tutor praised. "Your Highness must remain humble and maintain your current state. Success will surely follow." "I will." To nurture Song Xiaolan, Lin Feilu often took him outside the palace to experience commoners' lives. "Mother, what is that?" "That's rice paddy, where our rice comes from." "And what's this?" "That's a pumpkin. The pumpkin used in my favorite pumpkin cake." "Yes, these are all grown by hardworking farmers." "Mother, I will always eat properly from now on and never waste food." A teachable child. Warner is truly wise. "You must be tired from today's outing. The palace maid said you slept all afternoon after returning. Are you still sleepy?" "I'm not sure, Perhaps it's from sitting in the carriage too long. I just feel very drowsy and want to sleep. Sleepiness? The pulse is smooth like pearls rolling on jade. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Highness. This is a pregnancy pulse. Pregnancy pulse. Little Song, did you hear that? We're having another baby? Yes, Song Xiaolan will have a companion. Luer, thank you for your hard work. The news of Lin Feilu's pregnancy spread quickly, and the court officials were all delighted. Do you know how many years we've waited? After 5 years, the Empress is finally pregnant again. We pray to heaven to bless the Empress with a safe delivery of a prince to continue the great Song dynasty's lineage. However, this pregnancy was different from when she carried Song Xiaolan. Lin Feilu's pregnancy symptoms were much more severe. Luer, you don't want to eat these either? Still feeling nauseous? I really can't eat. Just smelling these makes me feel sick. This won't do. Let me help you to bed first. Chun, quickly go call the imperial physician. It's strange. I'm only 3 months along, but my belly is already so obvious. My body feels heavy and tired. It wasn't like this when I was carrying Song Xiaolan. Could something be wrong? No, don't overthink. Just wait calmly for the physician. Your Majesty, the Empress is healthy. It's just that she's carrying twins, so her belly will be larger than usual. The symptoms will also be more severe. Twins? I didn't know I had such ability. Physician, come with me first. Yes, the Empress is carrying twins. Will the delivery risks be higher than before? Is there a chance of difficult labor? Your Majesty, the risks will be higher. However, based on my examination, the Empress's physical condition is excellent. The possibility of difficult labor is very low. I don't want the Empress to experience any possible risks. Do you have medicine for male sterilization? To protect the little princess, the handsome one plans to get sterilized. The physician nearly fainted in shock. Your Majesty, are you asking about male sterilization medicine? Oh no, Your Majesty, this absolutely cannot be. You are the Son of Heaven, precious beyond measure. This absolutely cannot be. The handsome one cut to the chase. Do you have it or not? Well, we do. That's enough. This is it. I don't want a third person to know about this. The physician repeatedly assured. This servant understands. Even if I die, I'll take this secret to my grave. Because Lin Feilu was carrying twins, she began focusing on her pregnancy. She had the maids put away all the swords and weapons to be brought out after delivery. The daily task of prenatal education was successfully transferred from Song Jinlan to Song Xiaolan. People are born good by nature. Their natures are similar. This means babies should be kind from birth and listen to their mother. Thus, in late autumn, Lin Feilu successfully gave birth to 2 daughters. Congratulations to Your Majesty and Empress on the birth of 2 lovely princesses. In the afternoon, Xiaolan brought Father Emperor to see you. My dear Luer, you've worked hard. Song Jinlan's face full of affection kissed little Lu's forehead. At this time, Song Xiaolan just looked down, his face full of disbelief. Mother, I finally understand why you thought I was ugly back then. Was I as ugly as my sisters when I was born? As soon as he finished speaking, the previously silent palace suddenly erupted with the cries of 2 infants. Hearing this, Lin Feilu pretended to be angry. Xiaolan, how can you say that? Quickly apologize to your sisters. Seeing this, Song Xiaolan panicked. Sisters, I'm sorry. Brother was wrong. Sisters are the most beautiful girls in the world. Looks like Xiaolan will become a sister complex. Have you thought of names for the daughters? The handsome one suddenly asked. How about calling the elder sister Song Xiaoxi and the younger sister Song Xiaomu? Together their names mean yearning. That sounds very nice. The daughters will surely like it. Since his sisters were born, Song Xiaolan, as the older brother, became very attentive. He would come every day to check on his sister's changes. Why haven't my sisters become pretty yet? Sister Qing Chun, when did I start becoming good-looking? Your Highness, it took at least half a month after birth to become cute. The little princesses are only a few days old. We have to wait that long? However, half a month later, Song Xiaolan was almost depressed. The time has already passed. Why haven't my sisters become pretty yet? Will they stay this ugly forever? Picking up a rattle, the little boy spoke with unusual seriousness. Don't worry, sisters. Even if you stay ugly forever, brother will definitely bring the most handsome men in the world before you and let you choose among them. But soon, Song Xiaolan found his worries were unnecessary. Sisters, brother has come to see you again. When he saw his sister's beautiful big eyes, he froze in place. Sisters, you're so cute. My sisters are so kawaii. Uncle Tiandong was wrong. Cute isn't just an empty compliment when there's nothing else to praise. Cute is the best and most adorable praise in the world. My sisters and I are all so cute. Well, Lin Feilu and the handsome one had produced contrasting twins. When the two princesses were 3 years old, they entered the kindergarten established by Lin Feilu. The elder princess Song Xiaoxi was lively, adorable, and clever. A few words from her could make those usually mischievous little troublemakers obey her commands. Thus, she was given the important role of kindergarten discipline monitor. Hey, you over there, why are you cutting in line? The younger princess Song Xiaomu, known as the kindergarten's cuteness queen, was shy and introverted, lazy and spoiled. Though she didn't talk much, when she looked at you with her big, beautiful eyes, she was absolutely endearing. Little princess, the crown prince hasn't arrived yet. Please wait here. The sisters, one dark and one fair, were the darlings of the entire kindergarten. Xiaoxi, Xiaomu, brother's here to pick you up from school. Seeing his sisters being so innocent and sweet as their big brother, Song Xiaolan was quite worried. So, every few days, he would seriously remind Song Xiaoxi, you must watch over Xiaomu at kindergarten. Don't let those little rascals trick her away. Whenever this happened, Song Xiaoxi would just smile brightly. Don't worry, brother. I'm the only one tricking others to come to us. Song Xiaolan was always left speechless. Actually, there was no need to worry so much. After the new year, Song Xiaolan would turn 10. In Lin Feilu's eyes, her son was still just a child, but Song Jinlan had already started teaching him about governance. Sometimes while he sat playing chess with his daughters, he could hear the handsome one asking their son nearby, if this matter were given to you to handle, how would you do it? Song Xiaolan would glance longingly at the flying chess game. Then, under his father's intimidating atmosphere, try his best to answer. Your subject believes we should first open the granaries to aid the disaster victims, and then, when Xiaolin got stuck, Lin Feilu would step in to rescue him. Son, come play chess with your sisters. Looking at their son's eager eyes, Song Jinlan could only reluctantly agree. As soon as Song Xiaolin left, Lin Feilu walked in. Xiaolin is still young. Don't put too much pressure on him. He can learn these things in a few years. Song Jinlan replied lazily, the earlier he learns, the earlier he can take over official duties. Lin Feilu gently patted him. Why learn so early? You're not old yet. Are you planning to pass the throne to him so soon? Hearing this, Song Jinlan just let out a light snort. Seeing this, Lin Feilu persisted and pushed him. Listen here, Song Jinlan. Childhood is very important. You can't deprive our son of his happy childhood. Otherwise, I won't let this go. Song Jinlan embraced her and laughed softly. Little dear, would you really not let this go because of him? Lin Feilu gave him a strange look. If you're going to be like this, I'll ignore you. Fine, I'll do as you say. By the way, it's a leisurely time now, and uncle is in the city. How about we take him out of the palace tomorrow for a few days? At the mention of going out, Lin Feilu immediately became interested. All right, seeing you're so considerate, I'll forgive you. The next day, Song Jinlan arranged the carriages, and they set out for Jingling. Thus, the family of 5 left the palace for an outing. Song Xiaoxi leaned against the window, watching her brother gallop away on horseback until he disappeared. She couldn't help but rest her chin on her hand and sigh wistfully, I really envy brother. Speaking frankly, Song Xiaoxi didn't beat around the bush. I want to learn horseback riding too. Lin Feilu lovingly stroked the girl's forehead. You can learn next year. Thank you, mother. As the carriage reached the city gate, they saw merchants collecting grain nearby. As they passed by the queue, they happened to see a burly man at the weighing station throw down a bag handed over by a peasant selling grain. The grain spilled all over the ground from the hemp bag. The ground was covered in dust, and the elderly wheat seller anxiously tried to pick it up. But the merchant disdainfully said, we won't take grain that's been mixed with dust. He waited and said, the remaining half bag is only 10 jin. Go collect your money over there. The old man pleaded, I weighed 15 jin at home. A full 5 jin was spilled. This happened because you dropped it. But before he could finish, the burly man immediately flew into a rage. You clearly didn't hold it properly, and now you dare blame me? Did anyone see me spill the grain? Though the old man was nearly crying from frustration, he knew he was helpless. Just as he was about to go collect his money, a young male voice came from behind. I saw it. Song Jinlan, while seemingly taking his family of 5 on an outing, was actually secretly testing his son. Just moments ago, that worker had been frowning angrily. You clearly didn't hold it properly, and now you dare blame me? Hearing this, the old man was so anxious tears came to his eyes, but he was helpless. He could only tremblingly go to collect his money. At that moment, a young voice suddenly came from nearby. I saw it. A well-dressed youth sitting atop a fine horse pointed angrily at the grain weigher. You spilled this old man's grain. Hurry up and compensate him. The worker, seeing the unfamiliar face, knew he was from out of town. As they say, even a mighty dragon can't suppress a local snake. His master was wealthy and influential here, used to throwing his weight around. The affairs of the Zhen family are none of your business. Leave while you can. Song Xiaolan had never seen someone so arrogant. Furious, he threw his horsewhip forward, binding the burly man tightly. He jumped down from his horse, angrily saying, Come with me to see the magistrate. We must settle this properly today. Hearing this, the old man anxiously said, Young master, I appreciate your kindness, but please don't make an enemy of the Zhen family for my sake. The next moment, the youth declared firmly, I don't care who they are. Under the Song dynasty's law, let's see who dares to confuse right and wrong. He had several guards behind him. When the Zhen family's men tried to surround them, they were all kicked away, so the group headed into the city. Meanwhile, in the carriage, the 2 sisters were leaning against the window. After watching this scene, they excitedly said, Brother is so cool. Lin Feilu calmly responded, showing traces of her own past demeanor. The outcome was obvious. The watching crowd learned that this youth was actually the crown prince. After their shock, everyone knelt down and shouted, Long live the crown prince. After handling the matter, Song Xiaolan suddenly remembered he had left his father and mother behind in his anger. He quickly turned back to find them, but he saw the carriage waiting outside the county office. As soon as he got in the carriage, his 2 sisters pounced on him, each holding one of his arms. Brother is so cool. Brother is amazing. The young boy felt quite embarrassed. He secretly glanced at his father. Song Jinlan looked at his son and said, Well done. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaolan became overjoyed. What should I do next? Song Xiaolan first paused briefly, then hesitantly said, The Zhen family's worker was so arrogant. It shows how overbearing the Zhen family is in the city. I should admonish the head of the Zhen family, make him more restrained in the future, and not dare to bully the common people. Very good, go do it. Song Xiaolan happily went off, while Lin Feilu glanced meaningfully at the man beside her. What did we come out here to do? Song Jinlan smiled and said, To play. Lin Feilu squinted at him. Why do I feel like you've just found another way to give our son work to do? Lin Feilu's intuition was proven right throughout the journey, because at every place they visited, they encountered injustice, and Song Xiaolan would always step forward. Soon after, rumors spread among the people that the crown prince was traveling in disguise to observe the people's conditions. Many wrong commoners even stopped them to appeal their grievances. Song Xiaolan never had a moment's rest throughout the journey. Though he enjoyed it himself and unknowingly built up his reputation among the people, Lin Feilu was very angry. Yet she couldn't stop Song Xiaolan from doing good deeds for the people. In the end, she could only vent her anger on Song Jinlan. How dare you even manipulate your own son? I won't let this go. The next moment, Song Jinlan smiled and pressed her down on the bed, until she had no temper or strength left, still asking how he wouldn't let it go. Lin Feilu could only helplessly sigh in her heart. Ah, this son's mother really tried her best.